This is a reading of the book written by Rudolf Steiner, A Way of Self-Knowledge, and the other book, The Threshold of the Spiritual World, both in one volume. Part 1, A Way of Self-Knowledge. Introductory remarks. The goal of this book is to provide spiritual scientific insights into the true nature of the human being. I have presented it so that the reader may grow into what is offered. I hope that reading it can become a kind of inner conversation. If this conversation unfolds in you in such a way that it reveals hidden inner forces which can be awakened in every soul, then reading this book may lead to genuine inner soul work. As a result, you may find yourself gradually impelled to undertake that journey of the soul which truly leads to vision of the spiritual world. To this end, I have presented 8 meditations that people can actually practice. If they do so, these meditations can convey their meaning to the soul through its own inner deepening. I have tried to provide something of interest even to those readers who are already thoroughly familiar with writing and research in the area of the suprasensory. Practitioners of the suprasensory life may find something of value both in the mode of presentation and in the direct connection the material has with the soul's inner experiences. At the same time, I hope those less familiar with the material will also find this kind of meditative presentation useful. This volume supplements and amplifies my various writings on spiritual science, but it also stands on its own and may be read independently. In title Theosophy and title An Outline of Esoteric Science, I tried to present things as they appear when inner observation ascends to the spiritual. The presentation was descriptive and arose from the lawfulness dictated by the things themselves. In the present book, the procedure is different. Here I tell what a soul can experience when it sets out on the path toward the spirit in a particular way. You may therefore regard the present volume as a quote-unquote report of soul experiences. You should note, however, that if you follow the path I describe, the experiences that you may have must take on an individual form corresponding to the individual nature of your own soul. I have tried to take this fact into account. Nevertheless, you should understand that what I am presenting are the precise experiences of only one particular soul. Parenthesis, it is for this reason that I have called these meditations A Way of Self-Knowledge. Parenthesis. This book, then, may help other souls enter into what is described and thereby, perhaps, help those souls achieve their own individual goals. In this sense, A Way of Self-Knowledge supplements and amplifies my earlier work titled How to Know Higher Worlds. Here I have presented only isolated examples of basic spiritual scientific experiences. For the present, however, there will be no further communications of this meditative kind on other areas of spiritual science. Written by Rudolf Steiner in Munich, August 1912. Meditation 1. The Physical Body. When the soul is surrendered to the appearances of the outer world through the senses and what they present, it cannot, on true self-reflection, say that it perceives those appearances or experiences things in the outer world. Nor does the soul, while it is given over to the outer world, truly know anything of itself. It is the sunlight, for example, radiating from things through space in many colors, that actually experiences itself in the soul. The soul rejoices in some event. In that moment of joy, the soul is joy, insofar as it is aware of it. Joy experiences itself in the soul. The soul is one with its experience of the world. It does not experience itself as something that rejoices, wonders, delights, and feels fear. It is joy, awe, delight, and fear. If the soul admitted this, then those moments when it withdraws from experiencing the outer world and observes itself would reveal themselves in their proper light. Such times would then emerge as a very special kind of life, one at first not comparable to its normal life. With this special kind of life, the riddles of the soul's existence first begin to emerge into consciousness. Riddles that are the source of all other questions about the universe. When the soul, for shorter or longer periods, ceases being one with the outer world and withdraws into the solitude of its own existence, then two worlds, inner and outer, present themselves to the human spirit. The soul's withdrawal is not a simple process that once completed can be repeated over and over again in more or less the same way. It is more like the beginning of a journey into previously unknown worlds. Once you begin, each step leads to and prepares you for further steps. Each step enables you to take the next, and with each step you experience more of the answer to the question, what does it mean to be a human being in the true sense of the word? Worlds that are hidden to the ordinary view of life open to you. And yet that which can reveal the truth of our everyday view of life is to be found only in these hidden worlds. Even though there is no all-encompassing, final answer to our questions, the answers we find through the soul's inner journey go far beyond what our senses and the reason that is bound to them can give us. This something other is what we need as human beings. When we reflect upon ourselves honestly and truthfully, we will notice that this is so. Beginning the soul's journey requires sober thinking. Such thinking provides a sure point of departure for entering deeper into those suprasensory realms that are the soul's ultimate concern. Many souls wish to spare themselves this starting point of thinking. They wish to enter directly into the suprasensory. But a healthy soul, though it may initially seek to avoid it, will always turn toward such thinking. You may indeed have suprasensory experience without this footing, but only through reflections such as those that follow will you gain a sure foundation. For instance, moments can arise when you might say to yourself, quote, "You must be able to withdraw from all that the outer world can give you. Otherwise, you would be forced to confess to something that you cannot live with, namely that you experience yourself as a contradiction. Consider this. What you perceive outside exists without you. In the past, it existed without you, and it will continue to exist without you. Why do colors feel themselves within you when your perception of them is so unimportant to them? Why do the matter and forces of the outer world form your body? It comes alive in order to give you an outer appearance. The outer world forms itself as you. You become aware that you need your body because without your senses, which only your body can create, you could not initially experience anything. Without your body, you would be as you were in the beginning, empty. The body gives you inner fullness, content." End quote. And then all the reflections can arise that are essential for human existence, if it is not at times to fall into unbearable contradiction, which can happen to all of us. Quote, "This body is alive so that it can be an expression of my soul's experience. Its processes are such that my soul can live and experience itself within them. But that will not be so in the future. The things alive in my body now will be subject to quite different laws in the future. Then my soul will experience them differently from the way in which I experience them now. Then my body will be subject to the laws governing the matter and the forces in outer nature, laws that have nothing more to do with my life or me. This body to which I now owe my soul's experiences will then be taken into the general course of the world, where its behavior will no longer have anything in common with my inner experience." End quote. Reflecting in this way, we can experience inwardly all the horror of death. without intermingling purely personal feelings normally connected with such thoughts in the soul. Such personal feelings inhibit the calm, detached mood necessary for meditative knowing. We can readily understand that people wish to know about death and about the soul's life, which is independent of the body's dissolution. But people approach especially these questions in a way that obscures the real view of things. They accept answers that are prompted simply by their wishes. You cannot gain true insight into anything in the spiritual world unless you are quite unbiased and are equally willing to accept no as yes. If you consider yourself conscientiously, you will see clearly that you could not accept knowing that the life of your soul is extinguished at the death of your body with the same equanimity as you would accept learning that your soul will continue to exist after death. Certainly there are those who believe quite honestly that the dissolution of the physical body annihilates the soul, and they lead their lives accordingly. It is not necessarily true, however, that these people are completely unbiased in their feelings about such thoughts. Yet, they do not allow their fear of the soul's annihilation and their desire for its continuation to overshadow their reasoning. To that extent, their ideas are often more objective than those whose unconscious belief in the soul's continuing life is based upon a veiled, burning desire for that continuation. Still, the level of prejudice among the deniers of immortality is not less than it is among believers. It is only different. Among such deniers are some who create for themselves a definite idea about the nature of life and existence. From this, they then derive certain conditions that they believe to be necessary for life. On the basis of their assumptions, it seems to them that the conditions necessary for the life of the soul can no longer be present when the body ceases to exist. They do not notice that it was they who first created the idea of life upon which their thinking rests. They do not notice that they cannot believe that life continues after death only because their idea makes it impossible to think of an existence free of the body. They are prejudiced not by their desires, but by ideas from which they cannot free themselves. Many prejudices exist in this area, only a few examples of which follow. Consider the thought that the body, by means of whose processes the life of the soul runs its course, will one day decay into the outer world, where it will follow laws that bear no relationship to inner experience. This thought will allow the event of death to arise in your soul in a way that is without desire or personal interest. Experiencing this can lead to a pure, impersonal question, a question that demands an answer about the meaning of death. This will be followed by a feeling that death in itself is not so important. It is important only because it can shed light upon life. You will recognize that the riddle of life is to be understood through knowing the nature of death. That the soul longs for its own continuation in any case should lead us to be suspicious of all opinions we create concerning that continuation. Why should the facts of the outer world show any concern for what the soul feels? If you believe that like a flame your soul life will flare up and die away when the fuel of your body is consumed, you could well feel yourself to be quite senseless. From that point of view, a soul could certainly see itself as meaningless. When the soul turns toward the body, it should reckon with only what the body can reveal. Observing the body, it appears that laws are at work in nature that involve matter and forces in a fluctuating process of change, and that such laws also govern the body, and that after a certain time the body likewise is drawn into the universal process of change. You may use that thought in any way you wish. It is quite useful in natural science. However, it proves quite impossible when applied to the rest of reality. You may, for instance, decide that this view alone is scientifically clear and objective, and that everything else is only subjective belief. You can certainly imagine that to be the case. But if you are really unbiased, you will not be able to maintain it. And there is the crux of it. It is not important what the soul by its nature perceives to be necessary. What is important is what the outer world, from which the body is separated out, reveals. After death, the outer world absorbs the matter and forces of the human body, which are then subject to laws that are quite different to what happened to the human being during life. Such physical and chemical laws do not relate to the physical body any differently than they relate to any other lifeless thing in the outer world. Therefore, one cannot but conclude that this indifferent relationship of the outer world to the human body arises not only after death, but actually exists throughout human life. You cannot get any idea from physical life of the part played by the sensory world in the human body. You can understand it only if you realize something along these lines. Quote, "The world that I perceive now treats everything within me, everything that bears my senses and mediates the processes through which my soul lives, as I believe it will when I die." End quote. Thinking in this way takes into account that a time will come when you will no longer be as you now experience yourself. When truly faced with reality, no other picture of the relationship between the sensory outer world and the human body is tenable. The idea that the real participation of the outer world in the human body occurs only after death does not conflict with what we genuinely experience in the inner and outer worlds. The soul experiences nothing unbearable in the thought that the body's substances and forces decay according to the processes of the outer world that have nothing to do with the soul's own life. Even when completely and impartially dedicated to life, the soul cannot discover in its depths any desire arising from the body that would cause it to feel uncomfortable with the thought of the body's dissolution after death. The situation becomes unbearable only if we think that the substances and forces that return to the outer world take the enlivening soul with them. Such an idea would be as unbearable as any other that does not follow naturally from a commitment to what the outer world reveals. The idea that during our life, the outer world has a quite different relationship to human physical existence than it does after death has been created out of nothing. Reality will always reject it as senseless. On the other hand, the idea that the outer world bears the same relationship to the body during life as it does after death is always healthy. If I think the latter, my soul feels in harmony with what the facts reveal. It can sense that it is not in disharmony with facts that speak for themselves and to which we need add no artificial thoughts. People do not always pay attention to how beautifully the soul's natural, healthy feeling harmonizes with what nature reveals. This fact often appears so obvious as to be self-evident. Yet this very appearance of insignificance sheds light upon our question. There is nothing unbearable in the thought that the physical body will eventually dissolve into the elements. But the thought that the same could occur with the soul makes little sense. Many personal human reasons could cause the thought that the soul will dissolve like the body to appear meaningless, but objective consideration must leave them behind. An impersonal and objective dedication to what the outer world teaches shows that the soul must have the same relationship with the outer world during life as it does after death. The decisive point is that this fact arises as a necessity and can resist all possible objections. Whoever thinks this thought consciously will feel with immediate certainty that it accurately reflects reality. This is, in fact, how both believers in and deniers of immortality actually think. Of course, the latter will also claim that the conditions for the processes of life may be found in the laws affecting the body after death, but they are in error if they believe that they can really imagine that these laws exist in a different relationship to the body as the vehicle of the soul during life than they do after death. The only possible view is that the particular combination of forces that appears with the physical body stands in the same relationship of independence to the body as vehicle of the soul as that combination of forces which causes processes in the dead body. This independence is not present for the soul, but it is very much present for the substances and forces of the physical body. The soul experiences itself through the body. The body lives with, in, and through the outer world, but the body does not give the soul any greater authority over it than it gives to the processes of the outer world. You must, for example, come to see that for the circulation of the blood within the body, warmth and coldness in the outer world are just as authoritative as feelings of fear or the sense of shame playing in the soul. Thus, in this meditation, first you feel the laws of the outer world active within you in the particular combination of substances and forces that presents itself as the form of the human body. You perceive the body as part of the outer world, but you remain a stranger to its internal connectivity. Conventional science presently provides some clarity as to how the laws of the outer world come together in the particular entity that is the human physical body. We, of course, hope that this understanding will increase in the future. But such progress in understanding cannot change how the soul must think of its relationship to the body. On the contrary, it will show more and more clearly that the laws of the physical world exist in the same relationship to the soul both before and after death. To expect that progress in our understanding of nature will lead to our learning more about how physical laws apply to bodily processes as a mediator of soul life is illusion. Although we will learn to understand more clearly what occurs in the body during life, the soul will always feel the processes in question to be outside it, in the same way it feels the corresponding processes in the body after death to be foreign to it. For the soul, the body and the outer world must appear to be a collection of forces and substances existing autonomously and explainable as part of that outer world. Nature lets a plant arise, then dissolves it again. Nature holds sway, too, over the human body. It allows the human body to arise and pass away within its being. Consider nature in this light, and you can forget yourself and everything within you and feel your body as part of the outer world. If you think in this way about your relationship to yourself and to nature, you will experience for yourself what can be called the physical body. End of Meditation 1. This is a reading of the collected works of Rudolf Steiner, entitled A Way of Self-Knowledge and The Threshold of the Spiritual World. Collected works titles 16 and 17 in one book. This is Meditation 2, the elemental or etheric body. The idea of the soul that we are forced to create based upon the fact of death can drive us into complete uncertainty regarding our own nature. This happens when we believe that the soul cannot know any world other than the sensory world, and what reason can understand of it. Ordinarily, our soul life directs its attention toward the physical body. It sees this body pass over after death into the continuum of nature, which has nothing to do with how it experienced its own existence before death. True, if we have practiced and made the previous meditation our own, we know that the soul has the same relationship to the physical body during life as it does after death. But this insight takes us no further than the recognition of the inner independence of our own experience up to the moment of death. Observation of the outer world shows us what happens after death to the physical body. But we have no comparable observation of the inner experience of what happens after death. In its ordinary state, therefore, the soul cannot see beyond the boundary of death. When a soul cannot form concepts that go beyond the world that absorbs the body after death, then it will not be able to see anything of a soul nature after death, but only empty nothingness. For that to change, the soul must perceive the outer world with some other means than the senses and the mind that is connected to them. These belong to the physical body, and they perish with it. They can never lead further than the result of the first meditation, which consists only of the soul admitting to itself the following, quote, "You are bound to your physical body, and that body is subject to laws of nature, which stand in the same relationship to you as do all other laws of nature. Through them you are a part of the outer world, and the outer world is a part of you, as you see most clearly from what happens to your physical body after death. To live, the outer world gives you senses and reason, which makes it impossible for you to see what happens to your soul's life after death." Unquote. To admit this can lead to one of only two possible results. Either you suppress all further investigation of the riddle of the soul and give up hope of such understanding, or you make the effort to attain through inner experience that understanding which the outer world denies you. Such efforts can make your inner experience stronger and more powerful than what is given in ordinary existence. In ordinary life, our inner experience, our life of feeling and thought, has a certain intensity and strength. For example, usually you hold a thought only as long as there is an inner or an outer reason to do so. However, if you wish, you may pick one thought arbitrarily out of the great number available to you, and without any further incentive, choose to think through that thought repeatedly. Each time you do this, you will experience it more intensely. By repeating a thought, you can make that thought the single object of your inner experience, while at the same time holding at a distance all outer impressions and memories that might arise in your soul. In fact, you can make this complete and exclusive dedication to a thought or feeling a regular inner activity. By the activity of focusing on a thought in this way, we can strengthen the forces of inner experience, while inner experience in turn, as it were, condenses or intensifies. One can recognize the effects of this from the kind of self-observation that sets in after inner activity has continued over a sufficiently long period of time. In most cases, however, considerable patience will be needed before convincing results occur. Indeed, without years of patient practice, nothing of particular significance will be achieved. The results that are possible are of many different kinds. Here I can give only one example. You can use this example to continue along the path of meditation that I have begun to describe here. As I have said, you may practice this inner strengthening of soul life for a long time without experiencing anything in yourself that helps you to think any differently about the world than you normally do. But then, one day, something like the following can happen. Parenthesis, it is in the nature of such things that what I describe may well not happen to one person exactly as it does to another. Nevertheless, by gaining a picture of one such experience, we can reach a certain understanding of the whole domain that we are considering here. Parenthesis. A moment may come, then in the course of practice, when the soul inwardly experiences itself quite differently than usual. The experience generally begins when the soul rouses itself from sleep, as if into a dream. Immediately, however, it becomes apparent that this experience cannot be compared to what one normally knows as dreams. The situation is like this. You are far removed from the world of sense and reason, yet you experience things just as you do in your normal waking existence in the physical world. You feel compelled to represent what you experience within yourself, and to do so, you imagine using the concepts you have in normal life. Yet you know quite well that what you are experiencing is different from what those concepts normally relate to. You think of those concepts as only a way to express an experience you have not had before, one you know to be impossible in ordinary existence. It seems as though you are surrounded on all sides by thunderstorms. You hear thunder and see lightning, yet you know that you are in the room of a house. You feel permeated by a strength of which you were previously unaware. Then you imagine that you see cracks in the walls around you. You are prompted to say to yourself, or to someone you believe to be standing near you, quote, "This is serious. Lightning is going through the house. It is seizing me. I can feel myself struck by lightning. It is destroying me," unquote. After this series of images has passed, the soul's inner experience returns to its normal state. You find yourself remembering what you just experienced. If the memory is as alive and faithful as any other, you can make a judgment about what you experienced. Then you will know with certainty that you have been through an experience that neither your bodily senses nor your ordinary reason could give you. You will feel that your description of the experience, for yourself or for another, was only a way of expressing or communicating the experience, and that it had nothing in common with the actual experience. You will know that for such an experience your senses are unnecessary. Those who speak of hidden activity by the senses or the brain do not understand the true nature of such experiences as the above. They are simply attached to the description, to the talk of thunder, lightning, and cracks in the wall. Therefore, they do not believe that the soul experienced anything other than an echo of normal existence. They think that what was experienced was only a vision, in the pejorative sense of the word. Such people cannot think otherwise. They fail to take into account that the use of words such as thunder, lightning, and crack in the wall is only an attempt to portray the experience, and that it should not be confused with the experience itself. It is true, of course, that to the experiencer, these images appear as if they were actually perceived. Yet the person does not relate to the appearance of lightning as he or she normally would to lightning that is seen through the eyes. The vision of lightning, in a sense, is something that is spread out over the true experience. Through the lightning, the person actually sees something quite different, something that cannot be experienced in the outer world of the senses. To judge such experiences correctly, a soul that has had such an experience must be able to relate to the outer world in a completely healthy way after the experience is over. You must be able to compare the special experience with normal experiences in the outer world. Those who tend in ordinary life to be swept away by manifold enthusiasms are ill-suited to arrive at a correct understanding. The healthier, we might even say the more sober, our sense for reality, for what is real, the better prepared we shall be to assess the truth and value of such experiences. You can trust suprasensory experiences only when you know that you see things and processes of the world of everyday experience as they really are. When you have fulfilled all the necessary conditions for strengthening the soul, and have ascertained that you have not been deceived by a mere illusion, then you will know that you experienced something for which the body did not act as the medium of perception. You will know that your observation occurred directly through the strengthened soul, without intervention of the body. Thus you will have gained the idea of experience outside your body. Clearly, in this area, One can define the differences between dream or illusion and true out-of-body observation only by reference to the realm of outer sensory perception. Take, for instance, a person who has a very lively imagination when it comes to taste and who, by merely thinking about lemonade, feels similar to how he or she feels when actually drinking it. The living context of the whole, however, reveals the difference between the two experiences. It is the same with out-of-the-body experiences. To reach complete conviction in this area, you must be able to live into experiences in a completely healthy way. You must acquire the capacity to observe the various parts and interconnections so that you can correct one through the other. By means of an experience such as I have described, you can gain the ability to observe what belongs to your own self without using senses and reason. You will then not only know something different about the world than your bodily instruments permit you to know, but you will also know differently. This is particularly important. A soul that passes through an inner transformation comes to recognize more and more that it cannot solve the suffocating questions of existence in the ordinary world of the senses, because the senses and reason cannot penetrate deeply enough into that world. By experiencing things outside the physical body, souls that undergo such a transformation can penetrate more deeply into the world. The solution to the riddles of the soul lies in what may be gathered from those experiences and reports of them. An experience that occurs outside the body occurs in a quite different way than one that occurs in the body. This becomes clear by how we can assess the out-of-the-body experience when we return to our normal, wakeful state of soul, and our memory of the experience is sufficiently lively and clear. Usually the soul feels the physical body to be separate from the rest of the world and sees the body as belonging only to it. That is not the case with what you experience in yourself and in relation to yourself outside the body. In that case, you feel connected with everything you could call the outer world. You feel connected with everything in your surroundings in the same way that you normally feel connected to your hand. In the inner soul world, you no longer feel indifference toward the outer world. You feel yourself grown together, completely interwoven with what you might call, quote-unquote, the world. The effects of the world pass perceptibly through your being. There is no sharp boundary between the inner and outer worlds. The whole surrounding environment belongs to the observing soul, just as the physical head and hands both belong to the physical body. Nevertheless, just as you can speak of the head as being distinct from the hands and feet, you can still speak of a piece of that outer world as belonging more to you than the remainder of your surroundings. The soul calls a piece of the sensory outer world the physical body. A soul able to experience outside the physical body may further consider a part of the non-sensory outer world as also belonging to it. If you push forward and observe that area accessible beyond the sensory world, you will be able to speak of a body that belongs to you that is imperceptible to the senses. What we can call that body the elemental or etheric body. Just as simple reflection upon the relationship of the human being to the outer world of nature results in an idea of the physical body, so the soul's journey into areas that can be beheld outside the sensory body leads to a recognition of an elemental or etheric or formative force body. The end of Meditation 2. This is a reading of A Way of Self-Knowledge by Rudolf Steiner, Collected Works, Written Work, Volume 16 in the Collected Works. Meditation 3, Clairvoyant Cognition of the Elemental World. When you perceive phenomena through the elemental body rather than through the physical body, you experience a world unknown to sensory perception and ordinary rational thinking. To compare this world with something that is part of ordinary experience, consider the world of memory images. Like memories, the elemental body's suprasensory experiences rise up from the depths of the soul. In the case of memories, the soul knows that they relate to earlier experiences in the sensory world. Suprasensory images also refer to a world. Like memory images, they present themselves as something that we cannot dismiss as simple fantasy. They are wrested from inner soul experiences, and at the same time reveal themselves as inner experiences that relate to something outer, in quotes. By means of memory images, something that we previously experienced becomes present in our soul. Through suprasensory images, likewise, what exists sometime or somewhere in the suprasensory world becomes inner soul experience. The very nature of these experiences is such that we can look upon them as communications from a suprasensory world unfolding within us. How far you are able to take suprasensory experience along these lines depends upon how energetically you pursue the strengthening of your soul life. It makes no difference whether you receive the idea that plants are more than what you see in the sensory world, or you receive a similar idea about the whole earth. Both belong to the same realm of suprasensory experience. If, having acquired the capacity to perceive outside your sensory body, you observe a plant, you will then perceive, in addition to what your senses show you, a subtle form that permeates the whole plant. This form will present itself to you as a force being, and you will come to see this force being as that which forms the plant out of the substance and forces of the sensory world and causes the circulation of the sap. To use a workable analogy, though not a particularly accurate one, you could say that just as your soul raises your arms, something in the plant circulates the sap. You see something, quote-unquote, inner in the plant, and you feel that this inner nature of the plant has a certain independence in relation to what your senses see in the plant. You also feel that this inner plant nature must exist prior to the sensory perceptible plant. From this point of view, you observe how a plant grows and wilts, how seeds sprout, and how out of them new plants form. The suprasensory form, quote-unquote, force form, is strongest in the observation of a plant seed. In a seed, the sensible component is rather simple and inconspicuous, but the suprasensory component is complex, embracing everything that from the suprasensory world collaborates in the structure and growth of the plant. Suprasensory observation of the whole earth, likewise, reveals a force being that you can know with certainty existed before anything sensory arose upon the earth. This enables you to experience the presence of the suprasensory forces that collaborated in the formation of the earth in ancient times. What we thus experience with regard to plants or to the earth may indifferently be called their etheric, elemental, essential being or body, just as we may call the body through which we perceive when out of the body our elemental or etheric body. As soon as we begin to develop faculties of suprasensory observation, we will begin to be able to see in the things and processes of the sensory world, in addition to the sensible characteristics that we perceive with our normal senses, certain elemental essential beings. We will then speak of the etheric body of plants or of the earth, but that kind of elemental being is certainly not the only suprasensory being that we can experience in this way. Having recognized that the etheric body of a plant forms the matter and forces of the sensory world, and unfolds itself in a sensory body, we will also be in a position to observe beings that have an elemental existence without unfolding in a sensory body. In other words, for the observer of the suprasensory, they are purely elemental beings. Those who are able to observe in this way do not merely experience something added to the sensory world. They experience a world within which the sensory world seems, for example, like pieces of ice floating in water. If you could see only the ice and not the water, you would recognize only the ice and not the water as real. That is, if you hold only to what is revealed through your senses, you will deny the suprasensory world, of which the sensory perceptible world is a part, just as the pieces of ice floating in water are part of the entire mass of water. You will find that people who are able to observe suprasensory realities use expressions that are borrowed from sensory perception to describe what they see. Thus, you will find such observers describe the etheric body of a being of the sensory world, or of a purely elemental being, as a closed, multicolored light body. Flashes of color arise, glow, or flame, thereby communicating that these light or color phenomena are expressions of life. But what is being spoken of is actually completely invisible. In fact, the observer is well aware that what he or she perceives, the images of light or color, has no more to do with the suprasensory fact than writing, which communicates a fact, has to do with the fact that it communicates. In spite of this, the observer does not use sensory perception arbitrarily to express the suprasensory. During the experience, the observer actually experiences something similar to a sensory impression. This is because in the suprasensory experience, the observer is not completely free of his or her sensory body. The sensory body is still connected with the etheric body and thus conveys the suprasensory experience in sensory form. The description of an elemental being may therefore seem like a fantasy or visionary combination of sensory impressions. Nonetheless, the description is a true account of the experience, for the observer sees what he or she describes. The mistake that is sometimes made has nothing to do with the image as such by which one describes the experience. The mistake arises only when one claims that the image is reality, instead of understanding that it only indicates the corresponding reality. If someone born blind were to achieve the capacity described here, that person would not describe the elemental beings as, quote, flashing color phenomena, unquote. A blind person would describe things in terms of his or her experience. But for those of us who can see, descriptive expressions that speak of colors are perfectly appropriate. They enable us to communicate the sensation of what we have seen of the elemental world. This is true of how persons who are clairvoyant, as someone who can observe through the etheric body is called, communicate with those who are not clairvoyant, as well as for how clairvoyants reach a common understanding among themselves. In the sensory world, people live in sensory bodies. Thus, their suprasensory observations are clothed in sensory perceptible forms. To express suprasensory observations through the sensory imagery engendered by them is a useful method of communication for people in earthly life. What is important is that those to whom such descriptions of suprasensory experience are addressed have an experience in their souls that stand in the right relationship to the facts described. Sensible images are used only so that something may be experienced through them. In fact, they could never happen in the actual sensory world as they are presented which is their peculiarity and the reason why they call forth experiences unconnected with sensory perceptions. When you begin in clairvoyance, you will find it difficult to free yourself from using sensory images. As your ability increases, however, you will feel a need to devise more arbitrary forms of expression to recount what you saw. In that case, you will need to explain the particular signs or symbols that you use. The more the culture of our time demands that we make suprasensory insights known, the more apparent it will become that we must communicate these insights with the means of expression made available to us by everyday life in the sensible world. Suprasensory experiences can arise spontaneously and take a person by surprise. Those to whom this happens are then given an opportunity to learn something of the suprasensory world through their own experience, to the extent, at least, that they are graced by the light of the suprasensory world shining into their ordinary soul life. To produce clairvoyant observation from ordinary soul life at will, however, is a higher capacity. Achieving that capacity generally requires an energetic and continued inner strengthening of one's soul life. In this regard, much depends upon attaining a particular soul mood. A calm, detached relationship to the suprasensory world is necessary. Such a relationship is as far removed from the burning desire to experience as clearly as possible, as much as possible, of the suprasensory world, as it is from its opposite, disinterest in that world. Burning desire spreads a kind of invisible fog before our body-free gaze. Disinterest means that, though suprasensory things may actually reveal themselves, they are not noticed. This lack of interest sometimes manifests in an odd way. Many people quite honestly wish to experience clairvoyance, but unfortunately they begin with too definite a preconception of how such experiences should appear if they are to be recognized as genuine. When real experiences then happen, they slip past such people who show no interest in them because they do not fit their preconceptions. Involuntarily produced clairvoyance. A moment comes in the course of the soul's inner activity, when one realizes, now I am experiencing something I have not experienced before. The experience is nothing specific. It is more of a general feeling that you are neither in the dualistic sensory outer world, nor within yourself, as you are during ordinary soul life. Inner and outer experience flow together into a state of consciousness previously unknown to you, a state you know you could not have had through ordinary sensory experience of the outer world of the senses, nor in ordinary feelings and memories. As you experience this state, you notice next something pushing into it from a hitherto unknown world. But you cannot create a picture of this unknown thing. You experience it, but you cannot represent it. You also have the feeling that the physical, sensible body acts as an obstacle to representing that which is pushing its way into your soul. But if you now continue your inner soul exertion, after a time you will feel that you have overcome the resistance of your body. Your physical apparatus for understanding was, until then, capable of creating only ideas connected with sensory experiences. It was at first unable to propose an image for what the suprasensory world sought to reveal. To do so, it had first to be developed. Just as children are surrounded by the outer world, but must have their intellectual apparatus prepared by that outer world in order to create ideas about it, so people in general are unable without preparation to form ideas regarding the suprasensory world. Beginning clairvoyance, prepare their apparatus for forming ideas in much the same way as children do, but on a higher level. They allow strengthened and concentrated thoughts to act upon it. In this way, the apparatus is gradually transformed and becomes capable of taking the suprasensory world into the life of representation. You can feel how your soul activity works formatively on your body. At first, your body strongly resists the life of your soul. You experience your soul as a foreign body within you. Then you notice how your body is slowly adjusting to your soul experiences. Finally, just as you are unaware of your I, EYE, when looking at the world of color, you cease to feel your body when the suprasensory world appears before you. Before the soul can see into the suprasensory world, the body must become invisible, imperceptible. As a rule, once you have thus achieved a state of intentional clairvoyance, you will be able to produce this state by concentrating upon a thought that you can experience inwardly with special intensity. You will then find that dedicated concentration upon that thought produces clairvoyant activity. At first, you will not be in a position to determine exactly what you will see. Suprasensory phenomena and processes that you are quite unprepared for and therefore have no desire to produce will play into your soul. Nevertheless, with further inner strengthening, you will be able to direct your spiritual gaze to things you intend to see. Just as you can recall a forgotten experience by bringing forth in your soul something related to what you have forgotten, so as a clairvoyant you can begin with an experience that you have reason to believe is related to what you seek. If you concentrate intensely upon the known experience, after a shorter or longer period, what you wish to experience will often appear. In general, you should be aware that calmly waiting for the favorable moment is of the greatest value for the clairvoyant. You should never try to force anything. When the desired experience does not happen, it is best to wait and try again another time. The human cognitive apparatus requires a calm ripening for particular experiences. Whoever lacks the patience to wait for such a ripening will have flawed or imprecise observations. The end of Meditation 3. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner, A Way of Self-Knowledge and the Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is Meditation 4, The Guardian of the Threshold. Once you are capable of out-of-the-body observation, certain difficulties may enter into your feeling life. You find yourself forced into a quite different relationship with yourself than you had before. In ordinary experience, the world of the senses stands over against your soul in such a way that your soul regards the sensory world as outer and considers the experience of inwardness as its own property. But you cannot relate to the suprasensory outer world or environment as you relate to the sensible outer world. As soon as the soul perceives the suprasensory outer world, it flows together with it. The soul can no longer think of itself as separated from the suprasensory world in the way that we feel separate from the sensory world. In relation to the suprasensory environment, everything that the soul might call its own inner world takes on a certain character that at first is difficult to reconcile with the idea of inner life. You can no longer say to yourself, I think, or I feel, or I have my thoughts and I form them. Instead, you now have to say, something thinks in me, something allows feelings to light up in me, something forms my thoughts so that they arise in a quite specific manner to make their presence known in my consciousness. This feeling can have an extraordinarily crushing effect if your suprasensory experiences are of the kind that gives you the certainty that you are actually experiencing a reality and not giving yourself up to fantasy or illusion. You may, depending on how the experience occurs, see that the external suprasensory world wishes to feel and think for itself, but that it is hindered in what it wishes to bring about. At the same time, you may have the feeling that what wishes to enter your soul is the true reality, and that it alone can illuminate that which you have experienced until now as reality. By the form that it assumes, the feeling tells you that this suprasensory reality completely eclipses everything that you previously valued in the reality you knew. This feeling is crushing because it makes you feel that you have to take the next step. What you have become through your inner experience requires that you take this step. Not to take it would feel self-destructive, as though you were denying who you are. At the same time, you feel that you cannot take the step, or if you did attempt to do so, it would remain incomplete. All this then changes into a new conception, namely that as your soul is now, a task lies before it that it cannot accomplish. The suprasensory environment will not accept it in its present state. It does not wish to have the soul in its present state within it. The soul, thereby, comes to feel itself somehow in contradiction with the suprasensory world, saying to itself, quote, "You are not ready to flow together with this world, and yet only the suprasensory world can show you true reality and your relationship to it. Thus you have to cut yourself off from genuine observation of the truth." Unquote. This feeling will become increasingly decisive for the very worth of your soul. You feel that your life exists within an error, but a different kind of error than usual. Usually errors are errors of thought, but this error is lived. Errors of thought may be undone by replacing an incorrect thought with a correct one, but a false experience is part of the life of the soul itself. You, yourself, are the error. Therefore, you cannot easily correct it. Think as you will, the error is there, part of reality, part of your own reality. There is something devastating to one's sense of self in this experience. You feel that everything in your inner life is painfully repelled by everything you long for. The pain you feel at this stage of the soul's journey goes far beyond any pain you can experience in the sensory world, dwarfing all that you have lived and grown through until now. This can have a numbing effect. You stand anxiously before the question, where shall I find the strength to bear what is being laid upon me? Your soul must find the necessary forces within its own life, in what we may call inner courage, inner fearlessness. To advance in the soul's journey, you will now need to reach the point where the forces necessary for you to bear your experiences open up within you. These will give you an inner courage and fearlessness that are different from what is necessary for life in the physical body. This kind of strength comes only from true self-knowledge. Indeed, at this stage of development, you will recognize how little you really knew about yourself before. You gave yourself over to your inner experiences without examining them as you would examine a part of the outer world. At the same time, through the steps that led you to be able to experience outside the body, you received a special method for self-knowledge. You learned to consider yourself from a standpoint that is possible only when you are outside the sensory body. The crushing feeling that follows on this becomes the beginning of true self-knowledge. Experiencing the erroneousness of your relationship to the outer world helps to reveal your soul's true being as it really is. It lies in the nature of the human soul that such insight into itself is painful. You have to have experienced that anguish for yourself before you can understand how strong the natural desire is to see yourself as having value and meaning just as you are. It may seem like a hard fact to bear, but it is the case. You must learn to face freely the ugliness of your own self. Previously, you never experienced this ugliness because you never really penetrated your nature with your consciousness. Only in such moments do you notice how much you loved what you now perceive as ugly. The power of self-love thus reveals itself in its full magnitude. At the same time, you recognize how little you are inclined to renounce self-love. The difficulties that your own soul's characteristics already provide in your ordinary life and relationships seem great enough. Through true self-knowledge, for example, you experience that while you thought your feelings toward someone were friendly, in the depths of your soul you were actually nursing a hidden jealousy or hatred. You know that such unexpressed feelings will come to light one day. You know, too, that it would be quite superficial to say to yourself, quote, now that I know that this is the case, all I have to do is eradicate my jealousy and hatred, unquote. But you will soon discover that such thoughts prove very weak when the urge to satisfy your hatred or express your jealousy breaks from your soul with all the power of a natural force. Such moments of self-recognition come to each of us according to the constitution of our individual soul. They occur in conjunction with experiences beyond the body, because then one has true insight into oneself and is no longer confused by the desire to see oneself in the particular way one wants to be seen. Such insights into oneself are painful and crushing, but those who wish to gain the capacity to experience outside the body cannot avoid them. They have to happen, because those who walk this path must assume a special relationship with their own souls. Such self-understanding of universal human nature requires the greatest strength of soul. Observe yourself from a standpoint that until now has been outside your soul life. Say to yourself, quote, I have viewed and judged the things and processes of the world according to my human nature. I am now trying to imagine that I no longer see or judge things that way. But if I were to no longer see or judge things as I always have, I would certainly not be who I am. I would have no inner experiences. In fact, I would be nothing, unquote. It is not just people who think only about the world and the everyday affairs of life who would have to admit that they are nothing. Scientists and philosophers would have to admit the same. After all, philosophy, too, considers and judges the world only according to the characteristics of the human soul. But such a way of judging cannot merge with the suprasensory outer world. It will be rejected by it. This is why all that one was previously is rejected. Let me read that again. This is why all that one was previously is rejected. To enter the suprasensory world, you must look back at your whole soul, your capital I, as something to be cast aside. Until you enter the suprasensory world, however, you cannot avoid taking this I to be your true nature. Your soul must see the true human essence in this I. You say to yourself, through this I of mine, I must make ideas about the world. If I lose this I shall lose myself as a being. Your soul's strongest desire is always to guard the I, for it does not wish to lose the ground from under its feet. But as soon as you enter the suprasensory outer world, your soul will no longer feel what it feels in ordinary life. Your soul must step across a threshold, leaving behind not just this or that treasured possession, but its very own being. It must be able to say that it now sees that what it once valued as its most powerful truth may, on the other side of the threshold of the suprasensory world, appear as the greatest error. Faced with such a demand, a soul may shrink back. It may, in fact, feel powerfully that what it has to do is an abdication, a revelation of the nothingness of its own being. When approaching the threshold and being presented with the need for self-renunciation, the soul may feel more or less helpless. This experience can take many forms. The approach to the threshold can happen quite instinctively, and to people who think and act through their senses, the experience may appear very differently from what it really is. For example, it may feel like a deep aversion toward all suprasensory truth. In such a case, people might, for instance, consider their experience to be just dreams or fantasies, simply because, unknown to them, they harbor in the depths of their souls a fear of those truths. Such people may feel they can live only with what the senses and reason reveal. They therefore avoid approaching the threshold of the suprasensory world. They may cover up that avoidance by saying, for instance, that rational thinking and science cannot support the truth of what is beyond that threshold. The truth, however, is that such people love rational thinking and science as they know them, because this rational thinking and science are so strongly connected to their I. This is a very common form of self-love, something that we cannot take into the suprasensory world. A different situation may arise when someone does not stop instinctively at the threshold. He or she might approach the threshold quite consciously and then turn back, fearful of what lies ahead. Such a person will not easily efface the effects that approaching the threshold has upon normal soul life. These effects will lead to a feeling of powerlessness that then spreads throughout the entirety of the soul. The proper approach is for people to prepare in such a way that upon entering the suprasensory world, they can set aside what in ordinary life they feel most strongly to be the truth, and thus be able to perceive and judge things differently. But one must also understand that in resuming one's customary relationship to the sensory world, one has to use the feelings and way of reasoning that are valid for that world. One must learn not only to live in two worlds, but also to live in them in two quite different ways. A person must not allow his or her healthy power of judgment in the world of sense and reason to be adversely affected just because a very different way of judging must be used in the other world. Such flexibility challenges human nature. It is achieved only through continual, energetic, and patient strengthening of the soul. Those who have experienced the threshold feel that it is a blessing for the normal human soul not to reach that threshold. The feelings that arise in them are such that they cannot but attribute the fact that most people do not approach the threshold to a benevolent power, a being who shields us from experiencing the danger and terror of self-annihilation on the threshold. Behind the outer world, given to us in daily life, lies another world. A powerful guardian stands at the threshold to ensure that people experience nothing of the laws of the suprasensory world. For doubt and uncertainty about that world are more easily borne than the sight of what we must leave behind if we wish to enter it. Until we ourselves approach the threshold, however, we are protected from those experiences. Even though we may hear accounts of them from those who have approached or stepped over the threshold, we remain protected. In fact, such accounts can serve us well when we do approach the threshold. In this case, as in many others, it is better to undertake something when you already have an idea of what awaits you than to approach it without that knowledge. But what a traveler in the suprasensory world can gain in self-knowledge remains unchanged by such prior knowledge. Therefore, the assertion by clairvoyants, or those intimate with clairvoyance, that we should not speak of such things to those who have not resolved to enter the suprasensory world is not true. We now live in a time when we must become increasingly familiar with the nature of the suprasensory world if our soul lives are to be adequate to meet life's demands. The spreading of suprasensory insights, along with knowledge of the guardian of the threshold, is one of the tasks humanity must undertake now and in the future. The end of Meditation 4. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Way of Self-Knowledge. and the threshold of the spiritual world. This is meditation 5, the astral body. When one experiences a suprasensory outer world through the elemental body, one is less closed off from that world than one is from one's physical surroundings when one experiences them through the sensory body. At the same time, just as one bears the matter and forces of the physical outer body in one's physical body, it could be said that one's relationship to this suprasensory outer world is such that one unites with oneself certain substances of the elemental world to form an elemental body. You will notice that this is so when outside your sensory body you try to find your way about in the suprasensory world. Suppose some phenomenon of the suprasensory world, some thing or being, lies before you. It is there, you can see it, but you do not know what it is. If you are strong enough, you can drive it away. But you can do this only if you transfer yourself back into the sensory world by vigorously concentrating upon your experience there. You cannot remain within the suprasensory world while comparing the phenomena you see there with others. And yet it is only through comparison that you can discover the meaning of what you have seen. Vision in the suprasensory world is thus limited to simple perceptions of individual things. It cannot freely move from one thing to another. You feel yourself held fast to the particular thing. You may seek the source of that limitation, but you will find it only after further inner development has strengthened your soul. There then comes a moment, a particular instance, when the limitation is no longer there. Then you realize that the reason you cannot move freely from one thing to another lies in your own soul. You recognize that beholding the suprasensory world is different from seeing in the sensible world. In the sensible world, if your eyes are working properly, you can see anything visible there. If you see one thing, you can see another. But this is not the case in the suprasensory world. You develop an organ of suprasensory observation in the elemental body in order to experience a particular suprasensory fact. But if you wish to see something else, you must first develop the organ for that. The development of such suprasensory organs of perception feels like the awakening of an organ to a specific aspect of the suprasensory world. You will feel that in relationship to the suprasensory world, the elemental body is, as it were, in a state of sleep, as if it had woken up anew to see each particular suprasensory thing. We really can speak of a sleeping and waking in the elemental world. Sleeping and waking are not, however, alternating states in the elemental world as they are in the sensory world. Both are present to us at the same time. As long as we have not achieved the capacity to experience something through the elemental body, this body is asleep. It is always with us, but it is sleeping. It begins to awaken when we strengthen our soul life. At first, however, only a part of the body awakens. Then the more we awaken our elemental nature, the deeper we live into the elemental world. The elemental world cannot help the soul in this awakening. It does not matter how much you behold. Nothing you behold offers you any help in seeing anything else. In fact, there is nothing in the elemental environment that can help the soul achieve free movement in the suprasensory. Nevertheless, if you continue the exercises to strengthen your soul, you will increasingly achieve this mobility in certain areas. By means of this, you will become aware of something in yourself that does not belong to the elemental world, but which you discover in yourself through experiencing it. Namely, you realize you are a distinct being in the suprasensory world. a kind of guide or master for your elemental body, who gradually awakens that body to suprasensory consciousness. When you arrive at that point, a frightful feeling of loneliness overcomes the soul. You see yourself in a world that is elemental on all sides, and within those endless elemental expanses, you see yourself as the only being that cannot find another like it anywhere. It cannot be stated categorically that every path of development toward clairvoyance will lead to this terrible loneliness. But those whose path it is to consciously strengthen their souls through their own power will come to that point. Those too who follow a teacher who gives step-by-step directions so that they may advance in their development will certainly realize one day, it may come sooner or later, that the teacher has left them to themselves. They will find that their teacher has abandoned them to loneliness in the elemental world. Later, however, they will recognize that the teacher dealt wisely with them and had to turn them over to themselves when the necessity for such independence arose. At this stage in the soul's journey, you will see yourself as an exile, abandoned in the elemental world. You can move forward, however, if through inner exercises you have achieved sufficient soul strength. You will then begin to see a new world emerge, not in the elemental world, but in yourself. This world is different, both from the sensory world and the elemental world. Thus, to the first suprasensory world, the elemental or etheric world, we add a second. At first, this second suprasensory world is wholly an inner world. You will feel that you carry it within yourself, and that you are alone with it. To compare this state with something in the sensory world, consider the following. Suppose all our relatives died, and we carried in our souls only our memories of our loved ones. For us, our beloved would live on only as thoughts. That is how it is in the second suprasensory world. You know that you carry it within you, but at the same time you know that you are shut out of its reality. But the reality of this second suprasensory world that lives in the soul is quite different from the reality we experience as mere memory images in the sensory world. This new suprasensory world lives its own independent existence in our soul, in your soul. Everything in that world wants to leave the soul and wants to move toward something else. You feel a world within the soul, but one that does not wish to stay there. This makes you feel as if each particular thing in that world were tearing you apart. You might even have the experience of these particulars setting themselves free, as it were, ripping through something like the outer garments of your soul, fleeing it. You will feel the poorer for all that was torn in this way from your soul. At this point, you learn that anything suprasensory in your soul that you love for its own sake, and not simply because it lives in your soul, behaves in a specific way. What you love for its own sake, for what it is, will not flee your soul. It will, of course, push out of the soul, but it will take your soul with it, so to speak. This suprasensory content will lead the soul to where the suprasensory lives in its own reality. Whereas previously you carried only a kind of copy of that suprasensory essence within you, now a kind of union with the true nature of the real essence takes place. The love I refer to here must be the kind that can be experienced in the suprasensory world. In the sensory world, you can only prepare yourself for this kind of love. You do so by strengthening your capacity to love in this world. The stronger the love you are capable of in the sensory world, the more that capacity remains with you in the suprasensory world. The connection between this capacity and the particulars of the suprasensory world is such that you can, for instance, reach the true suprasensory beings that are in connection with the plants in the sensory world only when you love the plants in the sensory world. Here, an error can easily arise. A person may pass by plants in the sensory world quite without love, and yet that person's soul may conceal an unconscious inclination toward the plant world. In that case, this love can awaken when he or she enters the suprasensory world. Union with beings in the suprasensory world can depend upon soul characteristics other than love, such as respect or awe. In the suprasensory world, a soul can feel respect or awe for a being as soon as the reflection of that being arises within it. We must always include respect and awe among the inner soul qualities. Such soul qualities open the door so that you can come to know beings of the suprasensory world. A sure way of coming to know the suprasensory world opens when we free up the access to suprasensory beings by relating to their reflections within us. In the sensory world, you love a being after you have come to know it. In the second suprasensory world, you learn to love a being's image before encountering that being's reality, because the image appears before the meeting with the being. What the soul comes to know in this way is not the elemental body, but rather the awakener of the elemental body. A being exists within your soul that you experience as you would experience yourself if during sleep you were not unconscious, but felt yourself conscious outside your physical body, and upon awakening felt yourself to be the awakener. Thus the soul learns of the presence of a third nature within it that is apart from the physical and elemental bodies. We call this third nature the astral body, meaning by this, for the moment, nothing more than what lives within the soul's being as we have described above. The end of Meditation 5. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner, actually 2 books, entitled A Way of Self-Knowledge, and the book The Threshold of the Spiritual World. I am at the moment reading A Way of Self-Knowledge. Meditation 6, the I body, or thought body. The feeling of being outside the sensory body is stronger during experiences in the astral body than it is during experiences in the elemental body. In the elemental body, you feel yourself outside the realm of the sensory body, but you still sympathize with it. In the astral body, on the other hand, you experience the sensory body itself as something outer. When you cross over into the elemental body, you sense something like an expansion of your own being, whereas when you live into the astral body, you feel as if you were jumping over into another being. You feel a spiritual world of beings working into this being. You have a sense, too, that you are somehow connected or related to those beings. Gradually, you come to understand how these beings stand in relation to one another. For human consciousness, the world expands toward the world of the spirit. You may see the spiritual beings, for example, those who determine the sequential epochs and qualities of human evolution. These are the time spirits, or primal forces. You may also meet other beings, beings whose existence unfolds psychically, so that their thoughts are also real forces of nature. You will recognize then that it is only to our normal sensory perception that the forces of nature appear as our senses normally believe them to be. You will realize that in reality, wherever a force of nature is active, it is the thought of a being that is expressed, just as the human soul expresses itself through hand movements. This does not mean that you must theorize your way through to the beings who stand behind the processes of nature. For those who can live in the astral body, The relationship to those beings is just as concrete and non-conceptual as the relationship they enjoy in the ordinary world with other human beings. Among the beings into whose realm one enters in this way, a graduated order may be distinguished. One may therefore speak of, quote-unquote, a world of higher hierarchies. From this point of view, the beings whose thoughts appear to ordinary perception as natural forces may be called the spirits of form. In the sensory world, you view a plant as an outer being. Experience in the astral world requires that you feel your own being in the sensory world also as something outer. Unless a second experience is added to it, this experience of being outside what, from the perspective of ordinary life, must seem to be the full extent of your being, can feel tremendously painful. But if you engage in the energetic inner soul work that leads to the proper strengthening and intensifying of the soul's life, the pain need not become especially acute. This is because a gradual entrance into the second experience can occur at the same time one feels one's way into the astral body. This second experience consists in experiencing all that was previously in your own soul as a kind of memory. The result is that you begin to relate to your own capital I, as it was before, as you relate to memories in the sensory world. Only through such an experience can you become fully conscious that you really live in a very different world from the sensory world, and that is where your own true being is. From now on, you know that what you thought was your I and carried with you is something other than what you really are. Now you can stand over against yourself. You can form an idea of what stands before your soul, of which you said, quote, that is what I am, unquote. But now you no longer say, quote, that is what I am, unquote. Instead you say, quote, that is something I bear within me, unquote. As, in your previous everyday life, your I felt independent in relation to its memories, so now your newly acquired I feels independent of that earlier I. It feels it belongs to the world of purely spiritual beings. And from this experience, and not some theory, you recognize what your I being, as you viewed it before, really is. It now appears as a fabric of memory ideas that are produced by the physical, elemental, and astral bodies, just as mirror images are produced by a mirror. No more than a person considers himself or herself to be one with his or her reflection in a mirror, does a soul that has experienced itself in the spiritual world consider itself the same being that experienced itself in the sensory world. The comparison with the mirror image is naturally only an analogy. After all, the mirror image ceases to exist when you move away from the mirror. The fabric that is woven, as it were, from memories and represents what you thought was your being in the sensory world has much greater autonomy than a mirror image. In its own way, it has its own being. Yet in comparison with your soul's true existence, it is like an image of your own true nature, of your own nature. Your true soul being feels that this quote-unquote image is necessary for its self-revelation. It knows its true being is something else, something about which it could not have achieved any self-knowledge had it not first seen its own reflection in that world, which, after its ascent into the spiritual world, became its outer world. The fabric of memories, which you now look on as your former I, we may call the I-body, or thought body. In this context, the word body must be understood in a broader sense than usual. Body here means all that you experience as having to do with you, of which you say, not that you are that, but that you have that it's yours. Only when clairvoyant consciousness reaches the stage where you can experience that everything you call yourself is a sum of memories, only then can you have any real experience of what is hidden behind what appears as death. Only then will you have attained a truly real world in which you feel yourself to be a being who can hold, as in a memory, all that is experienced in sensory existence. For to continue its existence, what has been experienced in sensory existence requires a being in whom it can be retained, just as memories of sensory being. Let me read that again. For to continue its existence, what has been experienced in sensory existence requires a being in whom it can be retained, just as memories of sensory being are retained in the ordinary eye. Suprasensory cognition reveals that human beings exist in the world of spiritual beings where they hold their sensory existence within themselves like a memory. Therefore, to the question, what will become of all that I am now when I die? The clairvoyant researcher replies, you will be what you can retain of yourself by the strength of your existence as a spiritual being among other spiritual beings. You can cognize the nature of these spiritual beings, including your own. This knowledge is immediate experience. In this way, you will come to know that spiritual beings, including your own soul, have an existence for which sensory existence is a passing revelation. For everyday consciousness, as the first meditation showed, the physical body belongs to a world whose true relationship to the body is revealed only when it decays after death. But clairvoyant observation shows that the human I being belongs and connects to a different world by means of very different bonds than those that connect the body to the laws of nature. The bonds that connect the I being with the spiritual beings of the suprasensory world are not affected in their inner being by birth and death. These connections reveal themselves in the life of the sensing body in a particular way, one that expresses suprasensory connections. Since the human being is a suprasensory being and appears as such to suprasensory observation, the suprasensory connection between one human soul and another is unaffected by death. Thus, in its primitive form, the vital question enters ordinary consciousness. After death, will I see the people I know and am connected to in earthly life? Genuine research, based on experience, enables you to answer this question with a resounding yes. If you strengthen your soul life in the ways I have described here and in other writings, you will experience your own soul being's spiritual reality in the world of other spirit beings. Moreover, by means of certain feelings which you can develop, you can help bring about this experience. In ordinary sensory experience, you may believe that it is your fate to respond to one thing positively and to another negatively. Objective self-reflection, however, will show that such feelings as sympathy and antipathy, love and hate are among the strongest feelings that human beings can have. Our usual way of thinking considers that everything in life is necessary, that one must bear one's fate. This can take us some distance toward a detached attitude toward life. But more is necessary if we are truly to comprehend human nature. Certainly the usual way of thinking serves the life of the soul quite well. But one often notices that the sympathies and antipathies that people cast aside have disappeared only from their immediate consciousness. In truth, they have withdrawn into the depths of their being and exist there as a mood, or perhaps as a feeling of weariness or some other bodily feeling. True equanimity with regard to such tendencies can be achieved only when you proceed as you generally do when you seek to strengthen the soul, that is, by concentrated meditative dedication to a thought or feeling. The kind of thinking that produces mere intellectual insight is not enough. You must live intensely with such thoughts over a period of time, retaining them in your soul, while at the same time maintaining a distance from sensory experiences and memories. Practicing such an exercise will bring you to a certain basic soul mood toward your destiny. You can remove all antipathies and sympathies about your fate, so that finally you will be able to watch everything that happens to human beings like a detached observer watching a stream of water falling over a cliff and breaking upon the rocks. I do not intend to imply that you should become unfeeling and indifferent to your fate. Whoever is reduced to looking on everything that happens with indifference is certainly not on a fruitful path. You should certainly not remain unmoved in the face of the outer world just because what happens does not touch your own soul's destiny. Rather, you will see what plays before your eyes with pleasure or pain. Those striving for supersensory insight and cognition will not seek to be disinterested in life. Instead, they will experience a transformation of the kind of interest that their eye takes in all that touches it by fate. It may even happen that through this transformation, the liveliness of one's feeling is strengthened, not weakened. In ordinary life, people shed tears about what fate brings to their soul. You can, however, reach a perspective from which you have the same strong feeling, whether the misfortune is your own or another's. Generally, people can achieve this level of experience more readily in relation to blows from fate than they can, for example, with regard to fate-bestowed abilities. You do not so easily feel joy over someone else's ability. It is easier to feel joy when you possess that ability yourself. When self-reflection penetrates the depths of the soul, we discover much about the selfish joy we take in our own abilities and accomplishments. Living meditatively, intensively, and repeatedly with the thought that it makes no difference, as far as the progress of human life is concerned, whether you or someone else can do something, can bring you a long way toward a genuine equanimity about what you feel to be your innermost destiny. When properly directed, such a strengthening of the soul through the power that lives in thinking never leads to a simple numbing of your feelings about your capacities. Instead, you transform those feelings and experience the need to behave in accordance with that transformation. We have here an indication of the direction in which the strengthening of the soul life through the power that lives in thinking must lead. You learn to recognize something in yourself that appears to your soul as a second being within it. The meaning of this insight becomes clearer when we connect it with the realization that in the ordinary course of life, we ourselves bring about this or that event in our destiny. Often an event could not have happened had we not first acted in a certain manner. What happens to us today is often simply a result of what we did yesterday. To advance in soul experience, you may undertake a review of your life. Doing so, you can seek out everything that shows you how earlier in your life you yourself prepared the later events of your destiny. You can try to reach back to that point in childhood when your consciousness awoke, and from which moment on you can remember what you experienced. If you review the events of your destiny without your usual egocentric sympathies and antipathies, then, when you reach that moment of consciousness in childhood, you will be able to say to yourself, quote, "At that moment, it first became possible for me to feel myself within myself and to work consciously on my soul. Although this I was there before, I had not been conscious of its working upon me. Nevertheless, It brought me my capacity to know all that I now know." Unquote. Thus, something you cannot know by intellectual understanding can bring about a new relationship to your own destiny. You learn to view the events of your destiny with detachment. You watch them approach without judgment. You see yourself in the being who caused the events. Once you see yourself in this way, the conditions of your destiny, given to you at birth, seem to your soul something connected to you. You can then push through to the following realization, quote, "Just as I have worked on myself since I awakened to consciousness, so I was already working on myself before my present consciousness awoke." Unquote. Working your way through to a superordinate I being within the ordinary I leads not only to the recognition that your thoughts bring a theoretical understanding of such a higher superordinate I. It also leads to the experience of the living being of this I in its reality as power in you, and to the sense that the ordinary I is a creation of the superordinate I. This feeling marks the true beginning of seeing the spiritual nature of the soul. If nothing beyond this feeling occurs, that is because you have allowed yourself to stop at the beginning. At the beginning, the feeling may be dull, barely noticeable. It may remain so for a long time. But if you pursue with strength and energy the path that led you to it, this same feeling will, in the end, bring you to the vision of the soul as a spiritual being. Whoever has achieved that level of seeing easily understands that those who have no experience in this area are likely to believe that anyone who claims to have seen such a superordinate I has simply fallen prey to illusion, fantasy, or autosuggestion. A person capable of such vision knows that such objections arise only from lack of experience. Those who practice seriously all that I have described in this meditation will learn to differentiate between illusion and reality. The inner experiences and activities that a true soul path demands will lead them to exercise the greatest caution regarding illusion and reality in relation to themselves. If you strive concentratedly to experience yourself as a spiritual being in the superordinate I, you will consider the experience described at the beginning of this meditation to be central. The rest you will look upon as an aid for the soul's journey. The end of Meditation 6. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Way of Self-Knowledge and The Threshold of the Spiritual World. It's actually two books in one book. This is from the first part, A Way of Self-Knowledge, Meditation 7, The Nature of Experience in Suprasensory Worlds. We have seen what experiences a soul must have if it is to work its way through to the suprasensory worlds. These experiences can seem terrifying to many people. As a result, they might well think, "I don't know what would happen to me if I were to venture into those processes, or whether I should bear them." Unquote. Under the influence of feelings of this kind, the thought can easily arise that it is better not to interfere artificially in the soul's natural course of development, that it is better to surrender peacefully to guidance that remains unconscious, and wait and see what this guidance brings to one's inner life in the future. Such a thought will always be rejected when one realizes that we, human beings by nature, must help ourselves, and that if we fail in our duty and do nothing about the forces waiting to unfold in our souls, these forces will spoil. Forces of self-development exist in every human soul. When these forces and their meanings are experienced, there is no one who would not wish to obey the call to unfold them. No one who starts with a proper relationship to the processes to be worked through can be stopped from rising to the higher worlds. Such processes have been presented in the previous meditations. They were expressed in everyday language, which is the only way they can be expressed properly. Experiences on the path to supersensory knowing present themselves to the human soul in terms of familiar experiences, such as, for example, a heightened sense of loneliness, or perhaps the feeling that one is floating above a bottomless abyss. Experiencing such feelings produces the forces needed for this path of knowledge. They are the seeds that produce the fruits of supersensory cognition. In a sense, all these experiences carry deep within them something hidden. When we have these experiences, these hidden qualities are brought to their maximum tension. Quote-unquote something then bursts the feeling of loneliness, which is like a shell surrounding this something. This something then enters one's soul life to become a means of knowing. You must always remember that when you travel the right path, behind each experience, another awaits you. If the first experience is there, the other cannot fail to appear. This means that whatever you have to endure, you will find that a new power enters immediately. If you reflect on it calmly and peacefully, and give yourselves the time to notice what is trying to reveal itself in your soul, this power will allow you to bear what has happened. If something painful happens and you are convinced in your soul that powers exist that will allow you to bear the pain, powers with which you can connect, this will allow you to bear the pain. You will then be able to witness, as if you were an observer, experiences that would be unbearable in ordinary life. This is what allows those on the path to supersensory knowledge to live through the inward ebb and flow of many waves of feeling, and yet remain completely balanced in their sensory lives. It is, of course, quite possible that these inner experiences affect your attitude toward the sensory world in outer life. Then, for a time, you may not be able to deal with life as you did before entering on the path of knowledge. You will need to draw from what you have already achieved inwardly those powers that will enable you to cope again. When it is properly followed, there is no stage on the path of knowledge when you cannot do this. The best path of knowledge will always be one that leads to the suprasensory world by strengthening or intensifying soul life through inner absorption in thoughts or feelings. It does not matter whether you experience the thoughts or feelings as you would in a sensory world. What is important is that you live intensively with and in the thoughts or feelings, drawing together all the powers of your soul in them. During the time of inner absorption, your chosen thought or feeling should wholly fill your consciousness. Think of the thought that has created within your soul a sense of conviction. For the moment, leave aside the value of that conviction and simply live with the thought, so that you become completely one with it. This thought need not relate to things on a higher plane, although a thought that does may be more efficacious. For inner absorption, you can use a thought that simply reflects ordinary experience. Certain feelings can be particularly fruitful. For example, those representing the resolution to perform a deed of love, which you kindle within you into an intensified experience of human warmth and sincerity. If you seek cognitive experience, symbolic ideas acquired in life, or through the advice of those who are expert in this area, are especially effective. Such people know how fruitful these means are, because they know what the results were for themselves. Through such absorption, which can become a habit and even a necessity of soul life, just as breathing is a necessity of the body, you can draw together, concentrate, and thereby strengthen the powers of your soul. But you must succeed in maintaining, during the period of inner absorption, a state in which no sensory impressions or any memories of them intrude upon the life of the soul. All memories of what you have experienced in daily life, of what gave joy or pain to the soul, must be silenced. The soul must devote itself completely and solely to what you have determined shall exist in it. The powers for supersensory cognition develop properly only through what you can achieve by means of such meditation, whose content and form the soul has created by the application of its own strength. Where you have acquired the content of your absorption is unimportant. You can obtain it from a specialist in this area or from spiritual scientific literature. The important thing is that you yourself make what you have chosen an inner experience, and do not allow yourself to be distracted by what rises from your own soul or by what you consider the best content for absorption. The latter case has very little power. The soul feels related to it from the outset, and so does not need to make an effort to become one with it. What is most effective for the development of supersensory cognitive powers lies precisely in this effort we make toward absorption, and not in being united with the content of the absorption as such. One can, however, come to supersensory vision by another path. There are those who come naturally to inner absorption, to passionate experience, whereby supersensory powers of cognition can be released within their souls by nature. Such powers then often arise suddenly in souls that seem not at all predestined to have experiences of that sort. Supersensory soul life can arise in many different ways, but only by following the path of knowledge described here can one arrive at an experience of the supersensory that one is the master of, in the same way as one is the master of experience in ordinary sensory life. In all the other different ways that the supersensory world can break into the soul's experience, supersensory experience forces itself upon us. Consequently, we lose ourselves in it, or we are deceived about the value or meaning of those experiences in the real supersensory world. You must always be aware that the soul changes as it moves along the path of supersensory knowledge. Whereas you are not usually taken in by the deceptions and illusions possible in physical life, it may well happen that as soon as you enter the supersensory world, you naively succumb to them. Perhaps it is the case that in everyday life you have a healthy sense of the truth and pride yourself in not believing things simply because they satisfy your sense of self. And yet despite this, you may still see in the supersensory world only what is in keeping with your sense of self, your egoism. Consider how this egoistic sense of self participates in what you see. You see what your sense of self inclines you to see. You do not realize, however, that this egoism also directs your spiritual gaze. It is quite understandable, then, that you take what you see in the supersensory world to be the truth. The only protection against delusion is gradually by thorough self-reflection and an energetic will toward self-knowledge to prepare yourself to notice how much that egoism is present in your soul and when it is speaking. If we regularly and unsparingly practice our meditation, always aware that our soul may fall here or there into egoism, we can slowly become free of its dominating influence. To gain true, unhindered mobility in the higher worlds, the soul must acquire a new perspective and make that perspective its own. That is, the soul must understand that certain of its qualities act differently in the spiritual world than if you consider the moral qualities of the soul. In the sensory world, a distinction is made between natural and moral laws. If you wish to explain natural processes, you cannot apply your moral ideas. You explain a poisonous plant by natural laws. You do not place a moral judgment on it because it is poisonous. In the animal world, you can at best speak only of suggestions of morality. A moral sense a moral judgment in the real sense would only distort what we see there. It is only in human relationships that moral judgments begin to have significance for the value of existence. Once we are able to judge ourselves objectively, our assessment of ourselves always depends on how we judge ourselves morally. But nobody who considers sensory existence in the right light would view natural laws and moral laws as being identical or even similar. As soon as you enter the higher worlds, the situation is different. The more spiritual the worlds that you enter, the more the moral and the quote-unquote natural laws of those worlds coincide. When in ordinary life we say that an evil deed burns in someone's soul, we know we are speaking colloquially. We know that real burning is something quite different. This distinction does not exist in the suprasensory worlds. Hatred and envy are both forces whose corresponding effects we may call the natural processes of those worlds. In the suprasensory world, hatred or envy result in the being who is hated or envied devouring or even annihilating the hater or envier. Destructive processes that work adversely in the spiritual world are thereby formed. On the other hand, the effects of love in the spiritual world may be fittingly described as productive, beneficent, and radiating warmth. We can notice this in the human elemental body. In the sensory world, the act of a hand that commits an immoral deed must be explained by the same natural law that explains a hand that behaves morally. Certain elemental parts of the human being, however, are absent. Thus we can attribute the incomplete development of elemental organs to the lack of moral qualities, just as we explain natural sense-perceptible processes through natural laws. We should never conclude that a portion of the elemental body suffers from incomplete development because its corresponding sensory organ is not fully developed. We must always be aware that very different principles apply in each of the various worlds. A human physical organ may have developed incompletely, while the corresponding elemental organ may develop normally and, in fact, completely. The difference between the suprasensory and the sensory worlds is particularly significant with regard to everything having to do with quote-unquote beauty and quote-unquote ugliness. When you enter the suprasensory worlds, the way we use these concepts in the sensory world loses all meaning. In the suprasensory world, their inner experiences, what lives in them, to other beings, so that these can also participate in their experience. In the higher worlds, the capacity to reveal everything within you without hiding anything is called beautiful. This notion of beauty is identical to what we might call naked honesty, the sincere expression of what one carries within oneself. An ugly being is one whose outer appearance does not reveal what it contains, and who holds back its own experience for itself, hiding certain characteristics from other beings. Such a being withdraws from its spiritual surroundings. This concept of ugliness coincides with dishonest self-revelation. Lying and being ugly are one and the same reality in the spiritual world. An ugly being is one who lies. Furthermore, everything that we recognize in the sensory world as desire or wish means something quite different in the spiritual world. Desires that arise from the inner nature of the human soul in the sensory world do not exist in the spiritual world. What we could call desires in the spiritual world flame forth from what a being sees outside itself. A being there who lacks some quality that according to its nature it feels it should have will see another being who has that quality. Then it cannot help but see that other being before it continually. In the sensory world, the eye naturally sees what is visible. In the suprasensory world, a being is always guided by the lack of a quality into the vicinity of one who is complete in that regard. The sight of that being is a constant reproach. It acts as a genuine force to impel the being who is burdened by the lack to wish to correct its defect. This kind of experience is completely different from desire in the sensory world. In the spiritual world, free will is not affected by such relationships. A being can resist the feeling aroused by what it sees. If it does so, it will slowly move away from the being after whom it sought to model itself. A being who resists a better example will consequently find itself placed in a world where its living conditions are worse than those of the world for which it was, in a sense, predestined. From these examples, it is apparent that the human soul must transform its ideas when it enters the supersensory world. To describe the supersensory world correctly, concepts must be transformed, expanded, or dissolved into others. That is why there is always something inaccurate when one describes the supersensory world using unmodified concepts coined for the sensory world. It is worth reflecting on the fact that the concepts that we use are fully meaningful only in the supersensory world. In the sensory world, these concepts are used only more or less symbolically, or simply to indicate something. This is why someone can experience a lie as something truly ugly. Nevertheless, we must always remember that compared to the supersensory meaning of our words, their use in ordinary life is only an echo of their supersensory meaning, produced because all worlds are interconnected, and because these connections are dimly felt and unconsciously thought in the sensory world. Yet we must remember that in everyday life, a lie that we might feel to be ugly need not be ugly in its outer appearance. In fact, it would be a confusion of these ideas if one sought to explain something ugly in sensory life as coming from some lie or deception. True, in the supersensory world, the situation is such that a lie, when it is really seen, appears as something ugly. Here again, however, deceptions may occur, and you must protect yourself from them. For instance, a being may come before you in the supersensory world, whom you catch from sensory life. It reveals itself to you as beautiful. In this case, you will see correctly only if you can penetrate to the being's inner foundation. You will then experience how the quote-unquote beautiful manifestation is only a deceptive mask. What you thought to be beautiful, based on your sense-based understanding of that idea, will then become the object of your hate. At that moment, the evil being ceases to be able to create the illusion of beauty, but must reveal its true form to you, a form that can only be an incomplete expression of what lives within it. Phenomena like these demonstrate particularly well the necessity of transforming our ideas when we enter the supersensory world. The end of Meditation 7. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Way of Self-Knowledge, and The Threshold of the Spiritual World. It's actually two of his works put together. I'm reading the last section of A Way of Self-Knowledge, entitled Meditation 8, Beholding Your Previous Earthly Lives. When the soul's journey into the supersensory worlds is undertaken properly, one cannot really speak of dangers. If the instructions given to the soul were dangerous to human beings, such a journey would not serve its purpose. This purpose is always to strengthen the soul, to gather its powers, so that we can bear the experiences we must undergo if we wish to behold and understand worlds other than the sensory world. In the supersensory worlds, beholding, perceiving, and understanding have a different relationship to one another than they do in the sensory. This is an essential difference between the two worlds. Someone who hears something about a part of the sensory world legitimately feels that he or she can fully understand what is said only through the personal experience that perception provides. People believe they have to see a landscape or a painting to understand it. On the other hand, you can thoroughly grasp the suprasensory worlds simply by accepting an accurate description of them with unprejudiced judgment. To grasp and experience all the life-supporting, life-fulfilling powers of the spiritual worlds, a person needs only a description from someone who can see those worlds. Only those who are in a position to observe outside the physical body can attain true cognition of such worlds from observers. But grasping what they report allows a soul to gain insights into those worlds. It is quite possible, therefore, for those who have no insight themselves into the spiritual worlds to fully understand those worlds and their characteristics. They will understand them as in accordance with the disposition of their souls they will and must. Hence we may take the themes for our meditative absorption from the rich store of ideas we have gathered for ourselves about the spiritual worlds. This is the best kind of material for absorption and leads most surely to the acquisition of spiritual vision. It is often believed that understanding other people's cognitions of the spiritual worlds before one has oneself achieved direct cognition of them is an obstacle to the development of one's own suprasensory vision. But this does not reflect the facts. On the contrary, you will achieve suprasensory vision more easily and certainly if you have previously understood some content of suprasensory vision than if you have not. Whether someone stops at simply understanding or continues to strive toward actual suprasensory vision has arisen. Should that desire exist, one can do nothing other than seek the opportunity to truly set forth upon the journey into the suprasensory worlds. Beginning in our own time, more and more people will wish to understand the suprasensory worlds. True observation of human life shows that starting in our time, human souls have entered a condition in which they cannot enter into the necessary relationship to life without understanding the suprasensory worlds. Once your soul's journey, all that you call, quote-unquote, yourself, that is, your being in the sensory world, and you experience yourself in a newly attained higher I, you will be able to behold your life's course beyond earthly existence. The reality will then arise before your spiritual gaze that existence in the spiritual world precedes existence in the sensory world, and that the true causes of the formation of sensory existence lie in that spiritual existence. You will learn that before you received a sensory perceptible body and entered this earthly life, you already lived a purely spiritual life. You will see how the person you are now, with your capacities and instincts, was prepared in a previous existence in a purely spiritual world. You will see yourself living as a spiritual being before you entered the sensory perceptible world. In the sensory world, you strive to live as a sensory being with soul capacities and qualities that you have borne with you and unfolded from birth. But it would be a mistake to ask how you could have desired capacities and tendencies that may now seem so unpleasant. It makes no difference whether or not something pleases the soul in sensory life. The nature of the soul's aspiration in spiritual life is very different from what it is afterward in earthly life. The ways of knowing and willing are quite different in each world. In spiritual existence, you know that to develop fully you need an earthly life. You also know that during that earthly life, your soul may run its course in an unlikable or crushing manner. Yet you strive toward earthly life, because during spiritual existence, you pay little attention to what is likable and needed to unfold your being properly. The same is true of your destiny in life. You look at what you like or dislike, and you see how you prepared for these during your spiritual existence. You see how you yourself provided the means that then caused you to experience this joy or that pain on earth? So long as we experience ourselves only in sensory existence, we find it incomprehensible that we ourselves caused this or that situation. And yet the fact is that when we were in spiritual existence, we had what we might call a suprasensory insight, saying to ourselves, quote, I must go through these painful or unlikable things, because only these experiences will advance me to the next stage in my whole development, unquote. Mere opinions formed on the basis of the experience of sensory life will never allow us to recognize how far earthly human life takes us in our overall development. Cognition of a spiritual existence preceding earthly existence provides the reasons for your striving during your spiritual existence for a particular earthly life and destiny. Earthly life. The experiences you had and the capacities you gained during the course of that life will cause you, during the following spiritual existence, to wish to improve upon those incomplete experiences and to develop those yet undeveloped capacities in your next earthly life. For example, in spiritual existence, you may feel so deeply about an injustice you did to someone that you feel you have disturbed the cosmic order and need to live again with that person in another earthly life to correct the injustice. As you develop further, your view will expand to include a series of previous earthly lives. In that way, you can understand through observation the true life course of your superordinate I. You see that human beings pass through the totality of their existence on earth by means of repeated lives, and that in between those lives there run purely spiritual lives. In this way, cognition of repeated earthly lives is made available to accurate observation. Parenthesis, to counteract repeatedly occurring misunderstandings, I should mention something that is described in greater detail in my other works. The totality of a human existence does not develop in such a way that life repeats itself eternally. A certain number of repetitions occur, but these are preceded and followed by quite other kinds of existence, while the course of existence itself in its totality shows itself to be a wisdom-filled developmental process. Parenthesis. The knowledge that human beings evolve and develop through repeated lives can also be acquired by reasoned observation of sensory existence. In my books titled Theosophy and titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, as well as in other smaller works, I have attempted to give proof of repeated earthly lives and their interrelations in a form appropriate to modern science and in accord with current theories of evolution. In these works, I try to show how consistent thinking and investigation, when it really takes scientific research to its logical conclusion, must lead logically to formulating the modern theory of evolution in such a way that the essence of what is to be human, the individual nature of the human soul, is seen as something that evolves by passing the spiritual. The evidence presented in those books could, of course, be extended and made conclusive. Nevertheless, even without this, I believe it is legitimate to believe that proofs in the realm of the spirit have the same scientific value as other scientific proofs. There's nothing in spiritual science and natural science. I must admit, however, that it is quite obviously much more difficult for spiritual scientific proofs to achieve recognition than it is for proofs in the natural sciences. This happens not because spiritual science lacks rigor, but because the people to whom its proofs are presented do not feel the basis in sensory facts that make it easy for them to agree with natural scientific proofs. But that has nothing to do with the strength of the proofs. Anyone who is in a position to compare natural scientific proofs with spiritual scientific proofs have the same value as the former. Thus, to what an observer of the spiritual worlds can describe of repeated earthly lives, we may add the force of what we can give as supporting proof. The one can help the other, so that by understanding alone, we can be convinced of the reality of the repetition of the whole human life cycle. Here, we have attempted to show a path that ascends beyond understanding alone to the suprasensory vision of this repetition. That's the end of Meditation 8. And there is an afterword that will come after this. One container entitled Way of Self-Knowledge and The Threshold of the Spiritual World. They are the collected works numbers 16 and 17 in one volume. This is the last part of A Way of Self-Knowledge, the first book in the section. And it is the afterword to the 1918 edition. Practicing the second of these meditations makes it clear, and later meditations make it even clearer, that this path of the soul decisively rejects all so-called clairvoyance associated with bodily illness or abnormality. The path of soul described here excludes all visionary or mediumistic phenomena arising from such conditions. Even sensory perception and the thinking based upon it represents a higher realm than the inner state from which such soul contents come. For in perception and thinking, a person lives more fully in the suprasensory realm and depends less upon the body than when a disordered soul life leads the soul astray by presenting the content of processes originally intended to serve the body. These processes deviate from their natural tasks in a distorted way, leading to ideas that are based neither in objective perceiving nor in active willing. Among the soul functions of normal consciousness, only thinking can free itself from perception by abnormal bodily processes. Clairvoyant vision, as I use the term, does not sink below thinking into deeper organic processes. Rather, it rises to realms that begin with thinking, when thinking is inwardly illuminated by the soul and controlled by the will. From such self-controlled thinking, the soul develops clairvoyant vision as it is meant here. Thinking is the paradigm for vision. What these meditations describe as suprasensory vision is, however, essentially different from ordinary thinking and leads to an experience of suprasensory worlds that thinking alone cannot enter. But the life that unfolds in such vision is none other than the life developed within thinking. The soul must live in its suprasensory visions and illuminations with the same consciousness with which it lives in a thought and moves from one thought to another. The relationship of the soul to these visions is essentially different from its relationship to ordinary thoughts. Certainly, suprasensory vision has a psychic connection to its corresponding reality that is similar to the connection memory has to the experience of reality that it is recalling. But during the activity of suprasensory seeing, the power of memory itself plays no role in the soul. What you have once imagined, you can remember again, even if the imagination is pure fantasy. Still, unless you have developed another power, in addition to the power of vision, one that allows you to recreate in the soul the same conditions that led to the vision, what you experienced in clairvoyant vision disappears from consciousness the moment the vision ceases. You can remember the conditions, and through them repeat the vision, but you cannot directly recall the vision. Whoever has attained the necessary insight in these matters can use it as a means of cognizing the reality that corresponds to the vision. You can recall a perception or an experience without having the experience or the perception again when you remember it. Similarly, when you remember a vision, the remembered vision does not itself contain the real content of the vision. From this, you can recognize that the suprasensory reality corresponding to the vision is no more illusory than perception is in sensory reality. People can easily fall into error here if they have not familiarized themselves sufficiently with the nature of such visions, and therefore judge reports of these things on the basis of their preconceptions. They think that what arises in clairvoyant consciousness has to do with the play of fantasy, or an interweaving of ideas overflowing from the unconscious depths of the soul like vague memories. Those who make such judgments do not know that genuine clairvoyant consciousness exists only in contents of the soul that by their nature cannot go down to the organic depths, and that as soon as they arise, resist being grasped by the power of memory. The natural course of clairvoyant life differs from that of ordinary soul life in important ways. In everyday soul life, for instance, practice or familiarity plays a fruitful role. Repeated performance of an act increases the ability to perform that act skillfully. How could we progress in life, art, or any kind of learning if we could not increase our proficiency through practice? But this is not the case with the acquisition of clairvoyant vision. Someone who has a suprasensory experience does not become that much more skillful a second time. In fact, precisely because someone has had an experience once, that experience will in the future be elusive. The experience, in a sense, tries to flee. Therefore, in order to repeat a suprasensory experience, one must undertake specific exercises to strengthen the powers of the soul. The soul must be stronger the second time than the first. This is a source of bitter disappointment for beginners on the path to the suprasensory. Those who undertake the exercises for strengthening the soul's powers described in this book can easily have suprasensory experiences. At first, they may become joyful about their progress, but they will soon notice that they cannot repeat the same experiences. Then their souls feel empty in relation to the suprasensory. What they then realize is that the efforts that led to an initial experience do not lead to a second one. Instead, stronger, often quite different efforts are necessary. However difficult it is, one must win through to the realization that the laws of suprasensory experience are often different from, even contrary to, those of physical experience. But one must not therefore conclude that knowledge of suprasensory experience can arise simply by thinking about the corresponding sensory processes in reverse. How things stand in each case must be discovered through suprasensory experience in each individual case. Another characteristic of suprasensory experience is that these visions light up for clairvoyant consciousness for only a barely measurable moment. One could say that the instant they arise, they are already gone. This means that only a quick awareness and agile adjustment of attention leads to noticing a genuine vision. Those who have not developed in their souls this agility of consciousness, coupled with an attitude of attention, may have visions, but they will have no knowledge of them. That is why so many people deny the existence of the suprasensory world. Suprasensory experience is really much more widespread than people usually think. Interaction with the spiritual world is actually something quite common and universal. But the ability to follow this interaction cognitively, with one's power of consciousness working swiftly, is one only with difficulty. You can prepare yourself for this capacity if you practice forming a rapid overview of the consequences of certain life situations and then acting accordingly. The habit of repeatedly reconsidering and hesitating over a decision, should I or shouldn't I, results in lost time and procrastination, and it leaves one ill-prepared for observing the spiritual world. But those who develop the capacity for maintaining in life the appropriate presence of mind will bring something essential and necessary to suprasensory experience. If we were to gain and use the faculty for suprasensory experience, difficulty. You can prepare yourself for this capacity if you practice forming a rapid overview of the consequences of certain life situations and then acting accordingly. The habit of repeatedly reconsidering and hesitating over a decision, should I or shouldn't I, results in lost time and procrastination, and it leaves one ill-prepared for observing the spiritual world. But those who develop the capacity for maintaining in life the appropriate presence of mind will bring something essential and necessary to suprasensory experience. If we were to gain and use the faculty for practice forming a rapid overview of the consequences of certain life situations and then acting accordingly, the habit of repeatedly reconsidering and hesitating over a decision, should I or shouldn't I, results in lost time and procrastination, and it leaves one ill-prepared for observing the spiritual world. But those who develop the capacity for maintaining in life the appropriate presence of mind will bring something essential and necessary to suprasensory experience. If we were to gain and use the faculty for suprasensory experience without changing ourselves first, then we would be unable to fulfill our daily tasks. Only when they develop out of a healthy life in sensory reality can suprasensory capacities be acquired in a healthy way. If you turn your back on that life or believe you can approach the suprasensory world through eccentric peculiarities, you are on the wrong path. True clairvoyant vision has the same relationship to the processes of normal consciousness as normal consciousness has to sleep consciousness, whose content arises before the soul as dreams. Just as unhealthy sleep disturbs and undermines normal consciousness, so healthy clairvoyant vision cannot rest upon the foundation of a negative or impractical attitude toward normal life. The more firmly you stand in life and the more you understand your tasks in intellectual, feeling, moral, or social existence, the healthier will be the soul capacities that you can then bring to an experience of suprasensory worlds. The meditations in this book speak of that kind of healthy clairvoyant vision. You will find nothing that is visionary, diseased, or fantastic in the usual sense on this path to knowledge of the suprasensory world. The end of part 1, A Way of Self-Knowledge. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner. It's actually 2 books, A Way of Self-Knowledge and The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is the beginning of part 2, the book, The Threshold of the Spiritual World. Introductory remarks. This volume contains short aphoristic descriptions of aspects of the world and human nature that become visible when spiritual cognition steps over the boundary that separates the world of the senses from the spiritual world. My presentation of these descriptions is intended to be neither systematic nor complete. Instead, my intention has been to present, in a free manner, a few descriptions of certain spiritual experiences. From this perspective, these descriptions, as well as those in title A Way of Self-Knowledge, should be considered supplementary to my other works. Nevertheless, I have tried to provide descriptions that stand alone and do not require any familiarity with my other works. People dedicated to working toward knowledge of spiritual science will always feel a need to consider spiritual life from fresh points of view. While every presentation is by nature one-sided, the one-sidedness is more marked in descriptions of the spiritual realm than it is in those of the sense-perceptible realm. Therefore, a single presentation will never satisfy someone truly interested in spiritual knowledge. Thus I have attempted, in works like the present one, to describe from a different point of view spiritual facts I have already portrayed elsewhere. Such presentations are complementary, like photographs of the same object taken from different angles. With each different perspective, there is an approach to present some knowledge that cannot be presented from another. The material in this volume offers those who seek spiritual vision points of departure for further meditation. If you seek such points of departure in order to apply them in your own soul life, you will notice that this is so. Written by Rudolf Steiner in Munich, August 1913. End of introductory remarks. Aphorism 1, titled Trust in Thinking, the Nature of the Thinking Soul Meditation. For waking daily consciousness, human thinking is an island in the river of soul life that flows by in impressions, sensations, feelings, and so on. Once we have understood a feeling or impression, that is, once we have created a thought to illuminate it, we are more or less finished with it. Even amid a storm of passions and emotions, a certain calm arises when the bark of the soul reaches the island of thought. The soul trusts naturally in thinking. Were it to lose this trust in thinking, the soul would lose all certainty in life. Once we begin to doubt thinking, healthy soul life stops. Even if thinking cannot always bring us clarity about something, at least we need the comfort of knowing that we could attain that clarity if only we were able to summon sufficient mental strength and sharpness. A person can come to terms with being unable to bring clarity to something through thinking, but the idea that thinking itself could not bring satisfaction, even if one were to push as deeply into it as should be necessary to attain the complete clarity required by a particular situation, that idea is unbearable. This attitude of the soul toward thinking lies at the heart of all human striving for knowledge. Certain states of mind can dampen it. Nevertheless, in its own dark depths, the soul always feels it can think. Thinkers who doubt the validity and power of thinking deceive themselves about the basic tone of their souls. Often it is the very sharpness of their thought that, by a kind of excess, creates their doubts and perplexities. If they really did not trust thinking, they would not torture themselves so much with doubts and riddles, which are themselves only the results of thinking. If you develop this feeling of trust in relation to thinking, you will find that thinking contains not only something that you form inwardly as the power of the human soul, but also a power that is independent of both you and your soul, and that bears within it a cosmic being, toward whom you must work if you wish to inhabit a place that belongs simultaneously both to you and to the world that is independent of you. There is something deeply calming in being able to surrender oneself to the life of thought. In it, the soul feels it can get away from itself. The soul needs this feeling just as much as it needs the opposite feeling, that of being able to be totally within itself. Between these two lies the oscillation necessary for a healthy soul life. Wakefulness and sleep are only the extreme manifestations of this oscillation. In wakefulness, the soul is in itself. It lives its own life. In sleep, the soul loses itself in universal cosmic experience and is, in a sense, free of itself. We can also see these two extremes of the pendulum-like movement of the soul in other states of inner experience. Living in one's thoughts, for example, is an instance of the soul's getting away from itself, whereas living in feeling, sensation, emotion, and so forth are all instances of the soul's dwelling in itself. From this perspective, thinking gives the soul the consolation that it needs in the face of feeling abandoned by the world. You are certainly justified in wondering, quote, what am I in the general stream of world events that runs from infinity to infinity? What am I with my feelings, wishes, and deeds, which have meaning only for me? Unquote. As soon as you have truly felt what it is to live in thought, you will be able to counter this feeling of abandonment with another perspective. Quote, the thinking involved in this stream of world events raises me up, and my soul with me, and I live in those events when I allow their essence to flow into me through my thinking. Unquote. Thus you can feel yourself taken up into the world and feel legitimate within it. This attitude of the soul results in a kind of strengthening, which the soul experiences as deriving according to wise laws from cosmic powers. It is not a great leap from this perspective to one that says, quote, it is not merely I who think, for it thinks in me. World becoming expresses itself in me, and my soul provides only the stage upon which the world lives as thought. Unquote. Philosophies can, of course, reject this attitude. There are many grounds on which the idea that, quote, the world thinks itself in the human soul, unquote, can be made to seem obviously false. We must recognize, however, that this is an idea that can be acquired only through inner experience. Only those who have acquired it in this way can fully understand its validity. They know that so-called refutations cannot shake that validity. Anyone who has thought his or her way through this thought can see quite clearly the real value of most so-called refutations and proofs, which, as long as one remains falsely convinced of their content, often appear quite infallible. Thus, it is difficult to communicate with those who find such counter-proofs convincing. They have no choice but to believe in them, for they have not done the inner work required to understand the inner experience that brought the other person to the recognition they think is false, or perhaps simply foolish. Anyone who wishes to become familiar with the practice of spiritual science will find such meditations on thinking useful. The work of this kind of meditation is to bring the soul to a state that opens a doorway into the spiritual world. That doorway will remain closed, no matter how ingenious the thinking or how fully scientific the approach, unless the soul prepares to advance to meet the approaching spiritual experiences, or indeed even the account of them. A good preparation for understanding spiritual insights is to feel frequently what strength lies in the mood or attitude of soul when one meditates the thought, quote, "In thinking, I experience myself united with the stream of cosmic existence," unquote. The value of meditating this thought lies much less in the abstract understanding of it than in what is to be gained by repeatedly experiencing the strengthening effect it has on the soul if it flows powerfully through one's inner life. It expands in the soul like a deep spiritual breath of life. Far more than cognizing the content of such a thought, it is experiencing it that is important. Let the thought be present only once in your soul with sufficient conviction, and you can understand it. But if it is to bear fruit in the understanding of the beings and facts of the spiritual world, then, when you have understood it, you must repeatedly bring it to life again in your soul. Again and again you must fill your soul with the same thought. Only that thought must fill your soul, excluding all other thoughts, feelings, and memories. Repeatedly concentrating on a thought that one has completely penetrated gathers the forces of the soul, forces that in normal life are scattered. The soul strengthens itself in itself, and the powers that have been gathered together become organs of perception for the spiritual world and its truths. This brief description indicates the right way to proceed in meditation. First, you work your way through to grasping a thought that you can fully understand with the means provided by everyday life and ordinary thinking. Then you sink yourself repeatedly into that thought, become absorbed in it, and make yourself wholly one with it. By living with a thought known in this way, your soul gains strength. Above, a thought about the nature of thinking itself was chosen as an example, because it is particularly fruitful for meditation. But what was said about meditation applies to every thought that we thoroughly penetrate. It is especially fruitful for a meditator to know the mood of soul that results from the pendulum-like movement of soul life as described above. It is the surest way to come to the feeling in your meditation that the spiritual world has touched you directly. This feeling is a healthy consequence of meditation. It should radiate its strength into everything you do during the rest of your waking day. But it should not be a continuous, ever-present prolongation of the meditative state. Rather, you should feel, quote, "Strength flows into my life from my meditation experience," unquote. If you carry your meditative state into daily life like an ever-present imprint, something will spread from it that disturbs the natural simplicity of daily life. Then, during meditation itself, your meditative state will no longer be either strong or pure enough. The true fruits of meditation are brought to maturity only when we raise our meditation and meditative state above the rest of life. Meditation will have the best effect upon our lives when we experience it to be something special something uplifting. The end of aphorism number 1 and the introductory remarks as well. This is a reading of the 2 volumes, 16 and 17 of Steiner's collected works entitled A Way of Self-Knowledge, and also the book, The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is The Threshold of the Spiritual World. Aphorism number 2, Cognizing the Spiritual World. Insight into the results of spiritual science comes easier when, in ordinary soul life, you focus on what produces concepts that can be expanded and transformed such that they can then gradually approach the processes and beings of the spiritual world. This path requires patience. Without it, you will be tempted to imagine the spiritual world as too much like the physical, sensible world. Indeed, unless you walk this path patiently, you will be able to form neither a true picture of spirit itself, nor of how it relates to human beings. Spiritual events and beings press toward those who have prepared their souls to perceive them, but they impose themselves upon us in a way that is completely different from the way physical facts and beings do. We may, however, gain an idea of this very different mode of appearance if we contemplate the process of memory. Long ago, or perhaps more recently, you experienced something. Then, at a certain moment, occasioned by this or that, a memory of the event rises out of the substrate of your soul life. You know that what has arisen corresponds to an experience, and you relate it to that experience. But in the present, in the moment of remembering, you have nothing more of the experience than a remembered image. Imagine an image arising in your soul that is like a memory image, but is not a picture of something you experienced before. It expresses something foreign to your soul. This gives you some idea of how the spiritual world first appears in the soul that has been sufficiently prepared. Because the spiritual world first appears in the soul in the form of images, people who are insufficiently familiar with the workings of the spiritual world will always object, saying that all supposed spiritual experiences are nothing more than vague memory images, which the soul does not recognize and so takes to be revelations of a spiritual world. One cannot deny that it is certainly difficult to differentiate between illusions and reality in this realm. Indeed, many people who believe they have had perceptions of the supersensory world have in fact merely seen only memory images that they do not recognize. To see clearly in the spiritual world, a person must learn about the many possible sources of illusion. For instance, you may have once seen something so fleetingly that its impression did not fully enter your consciousness. Later, a very vivid image of it, perhaps in a highly altered form, arises within you. You may well then swear that you never saw it before, that you have had a genuine inspiration. This is one of the reasons why it is quite understandable that the results of suprasensory vision seem highly questionable to those unfamiliar with the special features of spiritual research. In my book, titled How to Know Higher Worlds, I explain the gradual development of spiritual vision. If you read that book carefully, you will certainly be prepared to distinguish between illusion and spiritual reality. Nevertheless, the following must still be said. Spiritual experiences occur, at least in the beginning, as images. They rise as pictures from the depths of prepared souls. The important thing is to have the right relationship to those pictures. In fact, they have value for suprasensory perception only if the way in which they present themselves shows that they are not to be taken literally. If we take them as they appear literally, they have little more value than common dreams. We must consider them as if they were letters of the alphabet laid out before us. We do not focus upon the form of the letters. Rather, we read in them what is expressed through them. Just as something written does not need to be described in terms of the form of the letters, so the images that form the contents of the suprasensory vision do not require to be understood as pictures. Of themselves, they make us turn completely away from their pictoriality and lead the soul toward the suprasensory process or being they express. You cannot complain that a text from which you can learn something new consists only of well-known letters of the alphabet. Similarly, you cannot object because the images in suprasensory consciousness contain only things borrowed from normal life, which to an extent they do. What those images borrow from normal life is unimportant for genuine suprasensory consciousness. The important thing for suprasensory consciousness is what the images express. To cognize the spiritual world, you must first prepare your soul to see the pictures that arise in the spiritual field of vision. At the same time, you must carefully develop the attitude that you will not remain with the images, but will rather relate them in the right way to the suprasensory world. True suprasensory vision, therefore, has not only a capacity to see an inner world of images, it also has another capacity, one comparable to reading in the sensory world. When you begin, you must imagine the suprasensory world as lying completely outside normal consciousness. Nothing at all of ordinary consciousness can enter that world. The soul is touched. Contact with the spiritual world is established when the powers of soul life are strengthened by meditation. Through these soul powers, pictures arise from the flux of soul life. In themselves, these images are like a great tableau, woven entirely by the soul itself. To be precise, they are woven from powers the soul has gained in the sensory world. The images woven in the soul can be compared only to memory. The clearer we are about this, the better we shall understand clairvoyant consciousness, for then we shall have no illusions about its pictorial nature. On the contrary, we will develop a proper feeling for the way we should relate to the images of the suprasensory world. That is, we will learn to read through the images. Of course, we are brought much closer to the nature and processes of the sensory world through our sensory impressions than we are to the suprasensory world through suprasensorially beheld images. Indeed, we could even say that those images are initially a kind of curtain that the soul places between itself and the suprasensory world when it feels touched by that world. It is important that you find your way to suprasensory experience step by step. Experience gradually provides a proper interpretation, a right reading. More importantly, suprasensory experience, the vision itself, will demonstrate that what you see has nothing to do with memory images drawn from ordinary experiences. Many absurd things are asserted in this area by people who are convinced, or at least believe they have been convinced, that they have had certain suprasensory insights. How many there are who, convinced of the reality of repeated earthly lives, relate certain images that arise in their souls to experiences of a previous earthly existence. You should always be suspicious when such images seem to point to a previous earthly life that in one way or another is like one's present life, or when they allow you to use an imagined earlier life to make it easier to understand rationally your present life. When a true impression of a previous earthly life arises in real suprasensory experience, it is usually one that would be impossible to think up based upon all the desires and goals of your present life. For instance, you may receive an instantaneous impression of a prior earthly life in which you possess faculties or the like impossible in your present life. Such images that accompany our more important spiritual experiences rarely come from memories of ordinary life. Usually they are images we would never have thought of ordinarily. This is true to an even greater extent in the case of genuine impressions from the purely supersensory worlds. For example, it is often impossible to form images from ordinary life that relate to the existence between earthly lives, that is, to the period between your last death and your present birth on earth. From that state, you can learn that while you were in the spiritual world, you developed interests in people and things that completely contradict the corresponding interests you actually developed during earthly life. You recognize that in earthly life, you are often led to develop affection for something that you avoided during our spiritual life between death and birth. Everything about the life between death and birth that could arise from memories is necessarily different from the impression you receive from real perception of the spiritual world. Naturally, when I describe things in this way, those unfamiliar with spiritual research may object. They may say, quote, "I can see you are very fond of this idea, but human nature is complicated. Every interest, every affection has its opposite secretly mixed into it. It comes to you at a definite moment in connection with a specific thing. You take it to be a pre-birth experience. But perhaps it is actually explicable through quite natural facts that may lie in the subconscious soul," unquote. Generally, we cannot say much against such an objection, since in many cases it is certainly correct. It is not easy to obtain incontestable knowledge through supersensory consciousness. It is true that someone supposed to be a spiritual researcher can err by attributing a subconscious memory to an experience of pre-birth spiritual life. But it is also true that spiritual scientific schooling leads to a level of self-knowledge that includes the subconscious soul, and that thereby genuine spiritual science can free itself from illusions in this regard. Here we need affirm only that true supersensory insights are those in which, in the act of cognition, one can differentiate between what comes from the supersensory worlds and what comes from imagination. This capacity to differentiate is acquired through experience in the supersensory worlds. As a result, one can differentiate between perception and fantasy, just as one can tell the difference between a red-hot poker you touch with your fingers and one you simply imagine to be hot. The end of aphorism 2. This is reading from the double volume A Way of Self-Knowledge and The Threshold of the Spiritual World. I'm on The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is aphorism 3, entitled The Human Etheric Body and the Elemental World. We come to acknowledge and cognize a supersensory spiritual world by overcoming certain obstacles in our souls that from the outset normally oppose any such acknowledgement. The difficulty here has to do with the fact that these obstacles are effective in the soul's existence, but do not rise into consciousness in ordinary life. A great deal lives in the human soul, of which the soul is initially unaware, and which it must gradually come to know, just as it must learn about beings and processes of the external world. Before cognizing it, the spiritual world is something quite foreign to the soul. It has no attributes that the soul can experience in the sensory world. Thus the soul may find itself facing the spiritual world and see there only a complete nothing. In this case, the soul feels as though it were looking into an endless, empty, deserted abyss. This feeling of facing the abyss, a kind of dread, actually exists in the depths of the soul. At first, the soul is unconscious of these depths. The soul feels only that this experience of dread is related to fear, and that it lives in this fear without knowing it. Not only is what the soul knows important in its life, what actually lives in the soul without its knowledge is also important. When the soul tries to employ thinking to refute or prove the spiritual world, it is not because the reasons it finds are compelling in themselves. It is because it is looking for a kind of anesthetic for the feeling of dread just described. People do not deny the spiritual world or the possibility of knowing it because they can prove its non-existence. They do so because the soul wishes to fill itself with thoughts that conjure away its fear or dread of the spiritual world. To become free from this desire for a materialistic means of anesthetizing the dread, one must have an overview of soul life in its totality. In the study of the soul, therefore, it is important to understand materialism as a psychological phenomenon of fear. This dread of the spirit becomes understandable once we can acknowledge that the processes and beings of the sensory world are the outer expression of spiritual processes and beings. This understanding begins when we recognize that the body that we perceive, which is all that external natural science is concerned with, is the expression of a subtle suprasensory body. This etheric body contains the sensible or physical body in much the same way as a condensed kernel is contained in a cloud. Taking the physical body as the first part of the human being, the etheric body is the second member or part. The basis of the life of the physical body lies within it. The etheric body, however, is not separated from the outer world to the same extent that the physical body is. When I speak of an outer world in relation to the etheric body, I am not referring to the physical outer world that we can perceive through the senses. I mean rather a spiritual environment that is, in relation to the physical world, suprasensory, just as the human etheric body is suprasensory in relation to the physical body. From this point of view, the human being is an etheric being in an etheric or elemental world. When we become conscious of the fact that we always exist as etheric beings in an elemental world, the awareness of this fact, of which we are ordinarily unconscious, is something quite different from normal experience. This knowledge enters suprasensory cognition. Suprasensory consciousness then knows something that is always there, but is hidden from normal consciousness. In ordinary consciousness, when people wish to refer to the being that presents itself in their physical bodies, they speak of that being as capital I. In the sensory world, then, healthy soul life depends upon feeling oneself separate from the rest of the world. To designate some external process or being as belonging to the I would violate this health. But this is not the case when one experiences oneself as an etheric being in the elemental world. In the elemental world, your own being, your I, merges with certain processes and beings around you. You must, therefore, find your etheric nature in something that is not inner, in the sense that you have become accustomed to understand that concept in the sensory world. Forces, processes, and beings exist in the elemental world that, even though they are in a sense outside, must be considered as if they belonged to one's own I. As an etheric human being, you are woven into the nature of the elemental world. In the physical sensory world, you have your thoughts. These are so close to you that you can regard them as belonging to your I's existence. The interaction of forces and processes in the etheric human being seem just as inner and just as intimate as thoughts in the sensory world, but they do not act like thoughts. They are like beings who live with and in the soul. Therefore, suprasensory cognition needs more inner strength than the soul normally needs to maintain its independence from its thoughts. The fundamental preparation for true spiritual vision, therefore, consists in so strengthening and empowering the soul that it feels itself as an independent being. The soul must feel itself a separate being, not only when it contains thoughts, but also when the powers and beings of the elemental world enter its field of consciousness as part of its own being. The power of the soul, through which it holds its own as an elemental being, is also present in ordinary human life. At first, the soul is unaware of this power, but it does have it. To have it knowingly, the soul must arm itself. It must acquire the kind of inner strength of soul that it gains in the preparation for spiritual vision. So long as you cannot commit to developing this inner strength, you will have an understandable dread of admitting your spiritual environment. Unconsciously you will reach for the illusion that the spiritual world does not exist or cannot be known. That illusion will help you past your instinctive dread that your own being, your I, is intertwined or merged with a real outer spiritual world. If you understand the facts described above, you will recognize that there is an etheric human being behind the physical or sensory human being, and an etheric elemental or suprasensory world behind the physical world. Just as in the sensory world, physical consciousness finds thoughts that are not independent and not real, so in the elemental world, clairvoyant consciousness finds real beings that have some degree of independence. As you live into the elemental world, you will begin to see that the partially independent beings exist there in a greater context. Looking at the limbs of the human body, you observe first their partial independence. Then you recognize that they exist as parts within the total body. Suprasensory consciousness will similarly see the individual beings in the elemental world existing as living members of a greater spiritual body. Further suprasensory experience will then lead you to recognize that greater spiritual body as the Earth's elemental, suprasensory, living body. The etheric human being feels itself to be a member of this life body of the Earth. To advance in spiritual vision in this way is to gain ever deeper insight into the nature of the elemental world. That world is alive with many kinds of beings. You can express the activities of these real beings or forces only by indicating their various characteristics in pictorial form. You will find beings there that are related to everything that seeks duration, density, and weight. We can call them earth souls. If we do not fancy ourselves too clever and are unafraid of images that indicate reality but are not that reality, we could call them gnomes. You will also find beings that, on account of their attributes, we could call air, water, or fire souls. Then there are also other beings. These certainly appear as if they were elemental or etheric beings, but you will recognize that something of a higher kind of reality than that of the elemental world lies hidden in their etheric natures. You will learn that you cannot understand the true nature of those beings with a level of suprasensory knowledge sufficient for the elemental world, any more than you can achieve an understanding of the true nature of the human being with mere physical consciousness. The beings whom we can call earth, water, air, and fire souls stand with their activities in a certain relationship within the earth's life body. There they have their tasks. But their activity reaches beyond the realm of earth. If you come to know them better through suprasensory experience, you and your consciousness will be led beyond the realm of the earth. You will see how this earthly realm is formed from another realm. You will see, too, how spiritual seeds are unfolding within the earth that will, in the future, enable another realm, in a sense, a new earth, to arise. In my book titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, I mentioned why that out of which the earth evolved is called Old Moon, and why we call the world toward which the earth is moving Jupiter. It is important to understand these terms correctly. Old Moon refers to a long-gone world from which earth was formed by transformation. Jupiter, in the spiritual sense, means a future world toward which earth is now evolving. That's the end of aphorism 4, and here's a small summary. A subtle, etheric human being underlies the human physical body. This etheric being lives in an elemental, etheric environment, just as physical human beings live in a physical environment. The elemental environment is part of the suprasensory body of the earth. The earth, for its part, represents the metamorphosis of an ancient world, Old Moon, and is the preparation for a future world, Jupiter. Schematically, we can consider the human being in the following way. 1. The physical body is sensory surroundings through which we recognize ourselves as independent I beings. 2. The subtle, etheric body in elemental surroundings through which we recognize ourselves as part of the Earth's living body, and thereby indirectly as participating in 3 successive planetary conditions. That's the end of the summary and the end of aphorism 3. This is a reading from The Threshold of the Spiritual World, aphorism 4, entitled Repeated Earthly Lives and Karma, the Human Astral Body and the Spiritual World, Ahrimanic Beings. The soul finds it particularly hard to recognize that something is at work in the life of the soul that is as outside its consciousness as is the ordinary so-called outer world. Believing that this state of affairs might threaten its own independent existence, the soul unconsciously bristles at the knowledge of it. Instinctively, it averts its spiritual gaze from it. Although science has recently accepted this fact, at least in theory, the soul has not fully experienced the fact itself, or the consequences of inwardly grasping and imbuing itself with it. Once we achieve a vivid conscious experience of this larger environment to consciousness, we learn to understand that there is an inner kernel in the soul's nature. This kernel is like an independent being in relation to everything that unfolds in the realm of conscious soul life between birth and death. That is, our consciousness discovers a being in its depths whose creation it feels itself to be. At the same time, our consciousness also feels the physical body, its bearer, with all its powers and characteristics, to be the creation of this being. In the course of such an experience, the soul learns to feel a spiritual being ripening within it, a being that evades the influences of conscious life. You come to feel how this inner being grows not only ever stronger, but also more independent during the life between birth and death. You come to recognize that during the life between birth and death, the relationship between this being and the rest of your experience is the same as that between the developing seed in the being of a plant and the complete plant that it becomes. The only difference is that the plant seed has a physical nature, whereas that of the soul is a spiritual one. This experience leads one to think that there are repeated earthly human lives. For within this somewhat independent kernel of its being, the soul feels the seed of a new human life. It feels that after experiencing life after death in the spiritual world, an experience of purely spiritual life conditions that cannot be experienced while one is clothed in an earthly physical body, the seed will carry the fruit of its present life forward into a new life. This thought necessarily gives rise to another, that our present sensory life between birth and death is the result of other long-ago lives on earth. During those lives, the soul developed a seed that after death lived in a purely spiritual world. There it remained until it matured enough to be reborn and begin a new earthly life. The process is like a seed that becomes a new plant. First it separates from the old plant in which it developed in order to live for a time in other life conditions. Then it becomes a new plant. By means of exercises that prepare the soul in an appropriate way, suprasensory consciousness can learn to dip into the process that in a certain way forms an independent kernel in one lifetime, which then guides the fruits of this life over into the next. This guide, having at once the nature of an image and of a being, and as if wishing to reveal itself as a separate being, arises from the waves of the soul as a second self. This second self seems independent, set above the being we previously called myself. It appears to inspire that self. As myself, I flow into the second self that is above and inspiring me. Without knowing anything of it, your ordinary consciousness lives in what suprasensory consciousness recognizes as this state of affairs. Here again, your soul must have sufficient strength to hold itself erect. Faced both with a spiritual world with which your soul has merged, and with a spiritual being who you are in a higher sense, but who exists outside, who you feel you are in the sensory. Let me read that again. Faced both with the spiritual world with which your soul has merged, and with a spiritual being who you are in a higher sense, but who exists outside who you feel you are in the sensory world, you must be able to maintain your balance. This second self as image and being rises out of the waves of the soul differently in various individuals. In my plays titled The Portal of Initiation, titled The Soul's Probation, titled The Guardian of the Threshold, and titled The Soul's Awakening, I tried to show how different human individuals work their way through to an experience of this other self. Although the soul in ordinary consciousness feels no inspiration from its other self, inspiration is nevertheless present in the depths of the soul. But that other self does not make itself known through thoughts or inner words. It acts through deeds, processes, and events. It is this other self that leads the soul through the details of its life destiny and evokes its capacities, tendencies, and talents. The other self lives in the entire destiny of a human life. It accompanies the self that is conditioned by birth and death, and shapes human life with all its joys, exaltation, and pain. Just as physical human beings ordinarily call themselves I, so suprasensory consciousness, when it meets this other self, learns to call the totality of life's destiny I. In this way, what we call by the Eastern word karma unites with the other self, the spiritual I being. Thus the course of our life is inspired by our own permanent being, which continues from life to life. This inspiration works in such a way that the destiny of one earthly life is the consequence of the previous lives. You learn to recognize yourself as another being, so to speak, different from whom you are in sensory existence. This being manifests itself in sensory existence only through its effects. Once our consciousness enters this world, we are in what we can call the realm of the spirit, as distinct from the elemental world. In the realm of the spirit, we find ourselves standing completely outside the circle, where all the experiences and events of the sensory world play themselves out. We look from a different world back toward one we have, in a sense, left behind. But we also come to realize that as human beings we belong to both worlds. We experience the sensory world as a kind of mirror image of the spiritual world. But it is a mirror image in which the processes and beings of the spiritual world are not simply reflected. Rather, it is one in which, though only a reflection, the processes and beings lead independent lives. It is as if you looked at yourself in a mirror, and while looking you saw your reflection take on a life of its own. We come to know the spiritual beings who produce the independent life of this reflected image of the spiritual world. We feel that these spiritual beings originally belonged to the spiritual world, but they left the stage of that world, to unfold their field of activity in the sensory world. Thus we find ourselves confronted with two interacting worlds. We can call the spiritual world the world above, and the sensory world the world below. You learn to meet these spiritual beings in the world below by shifting your point of view, as it were, to the world above. One kind of spiritual being presents itself in such a way that you find in these beings the reason we experience the sensory world as material and substantial. Thereby you recognize that all material things are in truth spiritual, and that the spiritual activity of these beings has condensed into matter, the spiritual element in the sensory world. Although certain names are at present unpopular, we still need them for what we see as real in the spiritual world. Therefore, we shall call the beings who cause materialization in the sensory world ahrimanic beings. Now, in relation to these ahrimanic beings, we may say that their own original territory is in the mineral realm, where they rule and where they reveal their full nature. In the plant realm and in the higher realms of nature, ahrimanic beings achieve something different. This difference first becomes comprehensible when you consider the elemental world. Seen from the realm of the spirit, the elemental world also appears as its reflection. But the reflection of the spiritual realm is not nearly as independent in the elemental world as it is in the physical world of the senses. Ahrimanic spiritual beings have much less influence in the elemental world than they do the sensory world. Nevertheless, out of the elemental world, they develop, among other things, the activity that is expressed in the death and annihilation of existence. Thus we can say that for the higher realms of nature, the task of the ahrimanic beings is to cause death. To the extent that death is a part of the necessary order of existence, their task is justified. When you observe the activities of ahrimanic beings from the spiritual realm, you will notice that their activity is connected with something else in the world below. Since their arena is the world below, they do not feel bound to the order that would be proper to their powers in the world above, where they originate. In the world below, they strive for an independence they would never have in the world above. This is particularly visible in the effects ahrimanic beings have upon human beings as the highest natural realm in the sensory world. Ahrimanic beings seek to make soul life, insofar as this is united with sensory being, independent. They attempt to tear it free from the world above and incorporate it in their own world. As a thinking soul, the human being originates in the world above. The thinking soul that can behold the spiritual world enters that world above. What unfolds in the world of the senses and the thinking related to it bears within it what may be called the influence of ahrimanic beings. In a way, these beings want to give a kind of eternal existence to sensory thinking in the sense world. Since their forces bring death, they want to wrest the thinking soul from death's clutches and let only the other parts of the human being flow into annihilation. It is their intention that the force of human thinking remain behind in the sensory realm and there take on an increasingly ahrimanic life. What I just described expresses itself only through its effects in the world below. Human beings may strive to let their thinking souls be permeated by those forces that recognize the spiritual world and live and have their being there, or they may avert their thinking souls from such spiritual forces and use their souls to grasp only the sensory world. The temptation to do the latter comes from the ahrimanic forces. The end of Aphorism 4. This is a reading from the Collected Works of Rudolf Steiner, volume 16-17. I'm reading the second part, entitled The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is Aphorism 5, titled The Astral Body and luciferic beings, the nature of the etheric body. From the viewpoint of the spiritual world, we can observe, in addition to the Ahrimanic beings, spiritual beings of another kind at work. These beings have taken the sensory and elemental worlds as their chosen sphere of action. They are beings who wish to free the feeling soul completely from the sensory world, and in a certain sense to spiritualize it. Life in the sensory world belongs to the cosmic order. While the human soul lives in the sensory world, it undergoes a development appropriate to the sphere of its existence. That the soul is interwoven with the realm of the senses is an effect of the activity of beings that one meets in the world above. The beings who wish to tear the feeling soul from the conditions of sensory reality oppose this activity. These opposing beings will here be called the luciferic beings. Hence, luciferic beings have a mode of existence in the sensory world. In a certain way, they catch sight of everything that is ensouled or possessed of feeling, in order to draw it out of the sensory world and incorporate it in a cosmic region akin to their own nature. Viewed from the world above, the effects of these luciferic beings is also noticeable in the elemental world. Within that, they strive to establish control over a domain of forces that they intend should not be touched by the weight of the sensory world, even though the nature of the world above prescribes that those forces should be woven into the sensory world. Ahrimanic beings stay within their bounds when, according to their function in the cosmic order, they cause only the temporary annihilation of existence. Similarly, luciferic beings do not overstep the boundaries of their realm when they fill the feeling soul with forces that enable it to find the motivation to rise above the misfortunes of the sensory world and experience itself in relation to them as a free and independent being. But when luciferic beings wish to create a special realm of the spirit, separate from the general order of the world above, when they wish to translate soul beings in the sensory world into this separate realm, then they do overstep their bounds. You can see how the activity of the luciferic beings in the sensory world pushes in two directions. On the one hand, these beings must be thanked for the fact that human beings can raise themselves above the simple experience of sensible reality. It is not just the sensible world that fills us with joy and uplifts us. We can find pleasure and elation in what lives in appearance itself, in what transcends the sensory world as the phenomenon of beauty. Seen from this perspective, luciferic activities have participated in all the important flowerings of culture, especially in the realm of art. Human beings can also live in free thinking. We are not limited to describing sensible things. Our thoughts need not reproduce things with photographic realism. We can also extend creative thinking beyond the sensory. We can philosophize. But an excess of luciferic forces in the soul can be the source of much fantasy and confusion. In this connection, the soul may seek to unfold its activity without conforming to the conditions of higher cosmic order. Philosophizing without solid insight into the cosmic order, stubbornly thrashing around in arbitrary conceptions, excessive insistence on one's favorite adopted opinion, all of these constitute the shadow side of luciferic activities. With its other self, the human soul belongs to the world above, but it is also part of existence in the world below. If we have undergone the proper preparation, suprasensory consciousness can experience itself consciously in the world above. this does not change anything regarding the facts of our situation for suprasensory consciousness. It only gives us conscious knowledge of what we know to be the case for every human soul. Every human soul belongs to the world above. But when human beings live in the sensory world, each soul is allocated a physical body, which is subject to the processes of that world. In addition, the soul is given a subtle, etheric body that lives within the processes of the elemental world. The powers of the Ahrimanic and Luciferic beings act upon the physical and the etheric bodies. Those powers are spiritual, suprasensory in nature. To the extent that the human soul lives in the spiritual world above, it is what is known, if I may be permitted to use the expression, as an astral being. There are many reasons that justify using the expression astral being. For instance, the astral nature of the human being as such is not subject to the conditions effective within the sphere of the earth. Spiritual science recognizes that the laws that must be taken into consideration in the human astral being are not the earthly laws of nature, but the laws at work in the processes of the world of the stars. The use of the term astral body, therefore, seems justified. To the recognition of the physical sensory body and the subtle etheric body, therefore, we must now add a third human body, the astral body. In connection with its primal nature, the human astral body has its roots in the world above, that is, in the real spiritual realm. Within that realm, it is a being like others who have their sphere of activity in that spiritual world. To the extent that the elemental and sensory worlds are reflections of the spiritual world, we must consider the etheric and physical human bodies to be reflections of the human astral nature. However, in the etheric and physical bodies, forces derived from Luciferic and Ahrimanic beings are at work. Since those beings are of spiritual origin, it is natural that we find in the physical and etheric bodies something of an astral nature. Indeed, students can easily mistake the astral element in the physical and etheric bodies for the actual astral body. Let me read that again. Indeed, students can easily mistake the astral element in the physical and etheric bodies for the actual astral body. This is the result of a spiritual perspective that simply accepts the pictures of suprasensory consciousness and cannot understand their meaning. Yet this mistaken, quote-unquote, astral body is precisely the part of human nature that directs our actions against the lawfulness that truly fits human beings in the cosmic order. Misunderstandings and confusion in this area arise so easily because the attainment of knowledge of the astral nature of the soul is quite impossible for ordinary human consciousness. Nor is such knowledge attainable at the first stages of suprasensory consciousness. Consciousness of our true astral nature is attained only when we experience ourselves in our etheric bodies. For it is in the etheric body that we see the reflected image of our other self and the world above to which we belong. We see the etheric reflection of the astral body together with the Luciferic and Ahrimanic beings it contains. Later aphorisms will show that the I that people in ordinary life consider to be their essence is not the true I, but a reflection of the true I in the physical world. From the viewpoint of the etheric reflection of the astral body can likewise produce an illusion of a real astral body. As a consequence of growing accustomed to the world above, suprasensory consciousness also gains true insight into how the world below reflects the world above in human beings. It becomes clear that the subtle etheric body as people bear it in their present earthly existence, is not really the reflected image of what corresponds to it in the world above. It is altered by the activities of the luciferic and Ahrimanic beings. The spiritual archetype of the etheric body cannot fully reflect itself in us on earth because of the activity of the luciferic and Ahrimanic powers in terrestrial nature. When suprasensory consciousness travels beyond the earth to a sphere where a complete reflection of the primal image of the etheric body is possible, it finds itself before its present earthly state, before even its previous moon state, in a far distant past. For this we need to grasp how our present earth developed out of a moon stage, and how that moon stage developed out of a sun stage. In my book titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, I explain the use of the terms moon stage and sun stage. Prior to reaching its present stage of development, the Earth was once at a sun stage, and it developed out of this into a moon stage, and then it became Earth. During the sun stage, the human etheric body was a pure reflection of the spiritual processes and beings of the world of its origins. For suprasensory consciousness, it is clear that those beings consist entirely of unalloyed wisdom. Thus we can say that during the sun period of the earth, in a far distant past, we received our etheric bodies as a pure reflection of cosmic wisdom beings. And during the following moon and earth periods, the etheric body changed to become what it now is in human nature. That is the end of aphorism 5. There is a following summary. Within us, we bear a psychic center to our being that belongs to a spiritual world. This center is our permanent human essence. It unfolds through repeated earthly lives. During one earthly life, it develops as an independent being within our ordinary consciousness. Then, following physical death, it lives in a purely spiritual world. After the appropriate amount of time, the results of that previous earthly life are reborn in a new earthly life. Because each earthly life follows as the consequence, founded in cosmic order, of the previous one, this permanent center becomes the inspirer of our destiny. Each human being is this permanent entity. We live in this entity as though it were another self. To the extent that as beings we are that other self, we live in an astral body just as we live in a physical and an etheric body. Just as the environment of the physical body is the physical world, and that of the etheric body is the elemental world, so the surroundings of the astral body are the spiritual realm. Beings of the same kind and origin as our other self act in the physical and the elemental worlds as Ahrimanic and luciferic powers. We can understand the relationship of our astral body to the etheric and physical bodies by observing how those powers act. The original source of the etheric body is to be sought for in a long past state of the earth, its so-called sun period. Schematically, we may observe within ourselves the following relations. A. The physical body in the physical sensible environment through which we recognize ourselves as independent beings. I. B. The subtle etheric body in the elemental environment through which we recognize ourselves as a part of the body of earthly life, and thus indirectly as a part of a series of 3 sequential planetary states. C. The astral body in a pure spiritual environment through which we are part of a spiritual world of which the elemental and physical worlds are reflections. Our other self lies in that world and comes to expression through repeated earthly lives. And that is the end of aphorism 5 and the following summary. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner, The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is Aphorism 6, entitled The Guardian of the Threshold, Some Characteristics of Suprasensory Consciousness. Our experience in the sensory world places us outside the spiritual world, where, as we have seen, our nature is rooted. We can understand the part sensory experience plays in human nature when we remember that to enter the suprasensory worlds with suprasensory consciousness, we must strengthen precisely those soul powers that we can acquire only in the sensory world. When its powers have not been strengthened in this way, the soul feels a certain dread of entering the suprasensory world. To escape having to make such an entry, the soul will even search for quote-unquote proofs to establish that entry is in fact impossible. If the soul is strong enough to enter the suprasensory worlds, it will, when it enters, find in itself the powers that will allow it to assert itself as an independent being. It will then experience in the field of its consciousness not only thoughts, but also beings. Such is the nature of the elemental and spiritual worlds. It will also feel that it could have gathered the forces needed for this only in life in the sensory world. Then it will realize why it had to be led through the sensory world on its journey through the cosmos. This insight occurs particularly through suprasensory consciousness's experience of thinking. When you enter the elemental world, your consciousness becomes filled with beings that you perceive pictorially, but you cannot develop an inner activity in relation to these beings in the elemental world that is like the life of thought you develop in the sensory world. And yet it would be impossible to find your way in this elemental world if you did not enter it through thinking. This is what it means to be a human being. Without thinking, you could certainly see the beings of the elemental world, but you would not really know who any of them were. You would be like a person who is faced with a text that he or she could not read. The eyes of a person who cannot read see exactly the same thing as the eyes of one who can, but the writing has meaning and substance only for a reader. The activity of thinking, exercised by suprasensory consciousness during its sojourn in the elemental world, is by no means the same as that which occurs in the sensory world. Rather, when correctly beholding the elemental world, a thinking being, for instance, a human being, perceives the meaning of the world's powers and beings. A non-thinking being would perceive only images without understanding their meaning and real nature. If, when you enter the spiritual world, you do not see with your soul as a thinking being, you might well, for example, take the Ahrimanic beings for something quite different from what they are. The same is true also of the Luciferic and other beings of the spiritual world. But a clairvoyant gaze in the spiritual world, strengthened through thinking, will see Ahrimanic and Luciferic beings for what they are. If you view the spiritual world armed with insufficiently powerful thinking, then Luciferic beings will gain control of the clairvoyant world of images. They create the illusion in the observing soul that it is penetrating deeper and deeper into the spiritual world it seeks. In actuality, however, the soul is just sinking deeper into the world that the Luciferic powers are preparing, a world of the same nature as their own. In such a case, the soul would certainly feel as if it was becoming increasingly independent, but in fact it would be growing accustomed to a spiritual world that did not correspond to its nature and original source. It would be entering a foreign spiritual environment. The sensory world conceals from us such beings as the Luciferic beings and others like them. Therefore, in the sensory world, consciousness cannot be led astray. The deceiving beings are simply not present there for it. Thus it can gain enough strength in its thinking without being confused by them. One of the instinctive characteristics of healthy consciousness is that it will wish to enter the spiritual world only to the extent it has in the sensory world sufficiently strengthened itself to behold it. Consciousness clings to the way it experiences itself in the sensory world. It feels in its element when it can experience the thoughts, feelings, effects, and so on that it owes to the sensory world. How strongly consciousness is attached to those experiences is revealed at the very moment that we truly enter the supersensory worlds. Just as, at particular moments of our lives, we cling to our most beloved memories, so too, when we enter the supersensory worlds, all possible tendencies arise of necessity from the depths of our souls. At that moment, we become aware how fundamentally we are bound to the life that connects us with the sensory world. This dependency reveals its full reality, without any of the illusions we otherwise invent for ourselves in our ordinary lives. In a sense, this revelation is our first achievement in the supersensory worlds. Entering the supersensory world, we gain a piece of self-knowledge, of which we had hardly any intimation before. We are shown all that we must leave behind if we are to enter in a fully knowing way a world that we in fact inhabit continuously. What we have made of ourselves as human beings, consciously and unconsciously, in the sensory world, arises vividly and distinctly before our soul. The result of this experience is that people often let fall away further attempts to enter the supersensory worlds. They realize with clarity that if their stay in the spiritual world is to be successful, besides leaving behind their attachment to the sensory world, they must learn to feel and perceive very differently. To be successful, then, one must decide to shape a very different inner soul state than one had before. In other words, you must add a new state to the one you have already acquired. But what actually happens at the moment of entering the supersensory world? You see the being you have always been. But now you no longer see that being from the customary standpoint of the sensory world. Rather, you see yourself from the standpoint of the spiritual world. You see the being you have always been and its reality without illusion. You see it in such a way that you feel yourself permeated with the cognitive powers that can measure that being's spiritual value. When you see yourself in this light, it becomes clear why people dread entering the supersensory world, and how strong you have to be to enter. You see how you hold yourself back as a knowing being. In fact, the more accurately you see through yourself in this way, the more strongly the tendency arises to remain in the sensory world with the consciousness connected to it. Heightened knowledge coaxes those tendencies out of their hiding places in the depths of your soul. You must cognize these tendencies. Only that can overcome them. But it is above all in that act of cognition that your tendencies most powerfully demonstrate their strength. They want to overpower your soul. Your soul feels itself drawn down into measureless depths. This moment of self-knowledge is of great seriousness. Too often we philosophize and theorize too much about self-knowledge. This diverts the soul's gaze away from the seriousness connected with the question of self-knowledge. Despite this seriousness, it is immensely satisfying to reflect upon how human nature is organized in such a way that our natural instincts prevent us from entering the spiritual world before we are mature enough. How satisfying it is to know that the first and most important meeting with a being of the supersensory world is a meeting with the full reality of our own being, which will in turn lead us onward in our development. Concealed within you is a vigilant being who keeps careful, solicitous watch over the border that you must cross when entering the supersensory world. This spiritual being within you is you yourself. Your ordinary consciousness can no more recognize it than the eye can see itself, EYE. It is the guardian of the threshold of the spiritual world. When you experience the sense that you are not only that being, but also outside that being, facing it, in that moment you recognize the guardian. As with other experiences in the supersensory world, it is the soul's strengthened and strengthening capacities that make the guardian of the threshold visible. Although clairvoyant vision requires that meeting the guardian be raised into knowledge, meeting the guardian is certainly not an event that occurs only to those able to behold the spirit. The same situation occurs for all human beings every time they go to sleep. For then we are all confronted by ourselves, which is exactly the same as standing before the guardian of the threshold. This lasts just as long as we are asleep, for in sleep the soul rises to its suprasensory essence. But the soul's inner strengths are not of themselves enough to call forth the consciousness of this. To understand supersensory experience, particularly in its tender beginnings, it is very important that the soul attend to the fact that it may already have begun to have supersensory experiences without being able to form any knowledge of them worth speaking of. Clairvoyance begins very delicately. People often expect to see things they could reach out and touch, and they therefore pay no attention to the clairvoyant impressions that flit past. Or it may be that they simply do not wish to acknowledge these impressions as clairvoyant. Certainly they occur in such a way that their very appearance prepares you to forget them. Such clairvoyant impressions enter the realm of consciousness so faintly that they can remain quite unnoticed, like pale clouds in the soul. Because clairvoyance begins so delicately, and because people usually have misleading expectations regarding intuitions of the spirit, many people who seriously seek the spiritual world will at least at first miss it. Here again, encounter with the guardian of the threshold is important. If you have strengthened your soul for self-knowledge, then meeting with the guardian can be no more than a first delicate flitting past of spiritual perception. You will not, however, forget it as easily as you might forget other suprasensory impressions, because you are more strongly interested in your own nature than in other things. On the other hand, the encounter with the guardian is not necessarily among the first suprasensory experiences. Strengthening of the soul can take various directions, and the path the soul takes can lead it first to other beings or processes in the spiritual field of vision. Nevertheless, relatively soon after you have entered into the suprasensory world, this meeting with the guardian will occur. The end of Aphorism 6. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner, The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is Aphorism 7, entitled I, capital feeling, I feeling, the human soul's capacity to love and their relationship to the elemental world. When the soul consciously enters the elemental world, it finds itself forced to change many of the ideas gained in the sensory world. If you have strengthened the soul's powers appropriately, you will be able to make such changes. Indeed, you must attain that strength of soul and not shy away from doing so. Otherwise, when you enter the elemental world, you will be overwhelmed by the feeling that you are losing the solid ground the solid ground needed to build up will in your inner life. Unless you hold on to them as tightly as you did when you gained them, the ideas you gained in the physical sensory world will not impede your entry into the elemental world. You cling to these ideas only because your soul has the habit of doing so. For a consciousness that initially experienced only the sensory world, it is completely natural that it should become accustomed to taking the form of ideas developed there as the only one possible. In fact, it is more than natural. It is necessary. The life of the soul would never achieve the inner unity and the stability it needed if it did not develop its consciousness in a sensory world ruled by fixed and necessary ideas. Everything given to the soul by living in the sensory world aids it in entering the elemental world without losing its independent, self-contained, and stable nature. We must therefore strengthen and empower our soul life. Then, when the soul enters the elemental world, its independence is not held unconsciously, but is held clearly and consciously. If the soul is too weak to experience the elemental world consciously, then when it enters that world, its independence disappears, just as a thought disappears when impressed so feebly on the soul that it does not live on in the memory. A weak soul of this kind cannot enter the suprasensory world consciously. Each time a weak soul tries to enter the suprasensory world, the being in the soul, whom we call the guardian of the threshold, throws it back into the sensory world. And if, in the attempt, the soul gets a taste of the suprasensory world that it still remembers after sinking back into the sensory world, then this prize from another realm can confuse its thinking. It is, however, quite impossible to fall into such confusion if one cultivates the kind of healthy power of judgment that can be acquired in the sensory world. By strengthening our powers of judgment, we develop the soul's proper relationship to the processes and beings of the suprasensory worlds. To live in those worlds consciously, the soul must possess a natural tendency that it cannot develop as fully in the sensory world as it can in the suprasensory worlds. This tendency is unreserved devotion to what you experience. You must dive down into experience and be able to unite with it. And you must be able to do that to such a degree that you see yourself outside your own nature and feel yourself within another. Your own being must transform into the one you are experiencing. Without this capacity for transformation, you cannot experience anything genuine in the suprasensory worlds. For the basis of all experience in the suprasensory worlds is the conscious knowledge that says, "Now I have transformed myself in a particular way. I am united vitally with another being whose nature has thus transformed me." To transform yourself in this way, to feel yourself into another being, is to live in the suprasensory worlds. You come to know the beings and processes of those worlds. You notice that how you relate to a particular being is especially dependent upon how close its nature is to your own. Distinct shades of experience arise that, especially in the elemental world, one could characterize as sympathy and antipathy. For instance, when meeting an elemental being or process, you may feel a sympathetic experience arising in your soul. Through this experience of sympathy, you come to understand the nature of that being or process. Do not imagine, however, that these experiences of sympathy or antipathy differ only in strength or degree of intensity. In the physical world, you may indeed speak of experiences of sympathy and antipathy as being only stronger or weaker. But in the elemental world, you can differentiate sympathies and antipathies not simply by their strength, but also by their color. Just as you experience the sensory world as many-colored, likewise will you experience the elemental world as manifoldly sympathetic and antipathetic. Here we must remember, too, that in the realm of elemental beings, antipathetic does not connote that we inwardly turn away from something. Antipathetic simply refers a characteristic of an elemental being or process that relates to a sympathetic characteristic of another process or being, as the color blue relates to red in the sensory world. We can speak of a sense that people can awaken in their etheric bodies for seeing the elemental world. That sense can perceive sympathies and antipathies in the elemental world, just as the eye, EYE, perceives colors, or the ear tones in the sensory world. Just as in the sensory world one object is red and another blue, to spiritual sight some beings of the elemental world radiate a kind of sympathy and others a kind of antipathy. This experience of the elemental world through sympathy and antipathy, again, does not occur only to the supersensibly awakened soul. It is always present in every human soul. It belongs to the nature of the human soul. In ordinary life, however, knowledge of this part of human nature is not developed. People have within them an etheric body, and this connects them in hundreds of ways with the beings and processes of the elemental world. At one moment we are interwoven with certain sympathies and antipathies in the elemental world, and at another moment with others. The soul cannot live constantly as an etheric being, and so the sympathies and antipathies are not always active in the elemental world in a clearly articulated way. In sensory existence, the states of waking and sleeping must alternate. Likewise, in the elemental world, the soul's experience of sympathies and antipathies must have an opposite state. The soul can withdraw from all sympathies and antipathies and inwardly experience only itself. That is, it can consider and feel only its own being. That feeling of self-being may become so intense that we can speak of willing our own being. The state of the soul in its own pure, original nature is not easily portrayed. Other than the soul's strong, pure sense of self, or capital I feeling, there is nothing like it in the sensory world. Indeed, we can describe that state as it is experienced in the elemental world only by saying that the soul's necessary devotion to experiences of sympathy and antipathy causes it to feel the urge to say to itself, I will be wholly for me. I will be only in me. Only by a kind of unfolding of the will can the soul wrench itself from its state of unreserved devotion to the experiences of sympathy and antipathy in the elemental world. In the elemental world, this living in oneself is like the state of sleep, whereas devotion to processes and beings corresponds to the waking state. If the human soul is awake in the elemental world and develops the will to experience itself, that is, if it feels a need for elemental sleep, it can achieve that self-experience by returning to the waking state of sensory life with a fully developed feeling of self. For when saturated by the feeling of self, the experience of the sensory world is nothing other than elemental sleep. It is the freeing of the soul from elemental experiences. It is literally true to say that for suprasensory consciousness, the life of the soul in the sensory world is a spiritual sleep. A person who, having developed spiritual vision in the right way, awakens in the suprasensory world will retain the memory of soul experiences in the sensory world. If you did not retain that memory, other beings and processes would be present in your clairvoyant consciousness, but your own being would not. You would then have no knowledge of yourself. You yourself would not live spiritually, but other beings and processes would live in your soul. Thinking this through, you will understand why a properly developed clairvoyant must place significant value upon developing a strong capital I feeling. The I feeling, developed in connection with clairvoyance, certainly does not first come about through clairvoyance. Clairvoyance simply helps us learn to recognize what was always present in the depths of our soul, but remained unconscious for ordinary sensory life. Strong I feeling comes about not through the etheric body, but through the soul's experience of the physical sensory body. If the soul does not bring this I feeling, developed through its experiences in the sensory world, into the clairvoyant state, it will soon become evident that the soul is inadequately prepared for the experience of the elemental world. But an essential characteristic of human consciousness in the sensory world requires that the soul's self-feeling, its I experience, though present, be muted. This gives the soul the opportunity to experience in the sensory world training in the noblest moral force, compassion. If a strong sense of self were to dominate the soul's conscious experiences in the sensory world, then moral instincts and ideas could not develop properly. They could not bring forth the fruit that is love. Devotion, a natural impulse in the elemental world, is not the same as what we call love in normal human experience. Elemental devotion is based on an experience of oneself in another being or process. Love is an experience of the other in one's own soul. To experience love, however, a sort of veil must be drawn in the soul over the self-feeling or I experience present in its depths. Then, because its own powers are muted, the joys and sorrows of the other arise in the soul. In this way, love, which is the source of the most genuine moral impulse in human life, germinates. Love is for us the most important fruit of human experience in the sensory world. If you penetrate the nature of love, or compassion, you will discover how the spiritual expresses its truth in the sensory world. I have already said that it is in the nature of the suprasensory to transform itself into something else. If the spiritual in physical human life transforms itself in such a way that the sense of self is muted and then rises up as love, then the spiritual remains true to its own elemental laws. We can say that with suprasensory consciousness, the human soul awakens in the spiritual world. But we must also say that through love, the spirit awakens in the sensory world. Wherever love and compassion are active in life, we can perceive the magic breath of the spirit blowing through the sensory world. Therefore, when properly developed, clairvoyance never blunts love and compassion. The more the soul becomes properly accustomed to the spiritual worlds, the more it will feel lovelessness and the lack of empathy and compassion as a denial of the spirit itself. The experiences of a consciousness on its way to clairvoyance demonstrate quite particular characteristics. The I feeling required for experience in the suprasensory worlds is easily muted. Often it is like a faint guttering out memory. At the same time, as soon as one enters the suprasensory world, feelings of hate or lovelessness, as well as immoral impulses, become strong soul experiences. They present themselves to the soul as accusations that have come alive. They become gruesomely real pictures. In order not to be tortured by those pictures, suprasensory consciousness often grasps after spiritual forces that can weaken their impressions. But these powers then permeate the soul with forces that can spoil the clairvoyance one has gained. They drive clairvoyance away from the good realms of the spiritual world and direct it toward the bad. On the other hand, genuine love and true kindness of the soul are experiences that strengthen consciousness, giving it the forces it needs to enter into clairvoyance. I said that we must prepare the soul before it can have suprasensory experiences. It must be added that a genuine capacity for love and a desire for true human kindness, compassion, and empathy are among the many means of such preparation. An excessive I feeling in the physical world works against morality. A weak I feeling means that the soul that is surrounded with storms of elemental sympathies and antipathies lacks inner certainty and stability. Inner certainty and stability can be present only when a sufficiently strong I feeling rises from experiences in the physical sensory world into the etheric body, even though the etheric body may remain unknown to us in normal life. To develop a genuinely moral attitude in our souls, we must mute the I feeling with tendencies to compassion and love. The end of Aphorism 7. This is a reading of the book The Threshold of the Spiritual World by Rudolf Steiner. Aphorism 8, entitled The Boundary Between the Sensory and the Suprasensory Worlds. To understand the relationship between the different worlds, we must understand that a force that has to develop its activity according to cosmic order in one world can, when it unfolds in another world, direct its activity against this cosmic order. This is why two opposing powers must be present in the human etheric body: the capacity to transform oneself into other beings, and the strong I feeling or sense of self. In the physical sensory world, these powers in the human soul can be developed only when that life is muted. In the elemental world, however, they balance one another, thereby making human nature possible, just as in the physical world, sleeping and waking make human life possible. The relationship between two such counteracting forces could never be such that they extinguish one another. Rather, their relationship must be one in which each is developed and acts to balance the other. I feeling and the capacity to transform oneself into another work on each other in this way only in the elemental world. In the sensory world, only the results of the mutual relationship and interaction of these two forces can be effective within the cosmic order. For if the capacity for transformation, which the etheric body must have, were active in the sensory world, one would feel something in one's soul that did not conform to the physical body. The physical body stamps us firmly in the sensory world. It places us within it as particular personal beings. But the etheric body does not place us in the elemental world in the same way. In order to be a complete human being in the elemental world, a person must be able to take on the most varied forms. Were we unable to do so, we would be condemned there to complete isolation. We could know only ourselves. We would feel unrelated to any other beings or processes. It would be as though in that world no other beings or processes existed. On the other hand, if we develop in the sensory world the same capacity for transformation that we need for the elemental world, then personal identity would be lost. We would live in contradiction with ourselves. In the physical world, this capacity for transformation must remain a force at rest in the depths of the soul. A force that gives the soul its basic mood, but one that does not develop in the sensory world. Suprasensory consciousness must acquire the capacity for transformation. Were it unable to do so, it could not observe in the elemental world. Suprasensory consciousness thus acquires a capacity that it can use only while active in the elemental world, and that it must suppress as soon as it returns to the sensory world. Suprasensory consciousness must therefore always be aware of the boundary between these two worlds. It must not work in the sensory world with capacities that are appropriate only to the suprasensory world. If the soul, knowing it is in the sensory world, were consciously to allow the etheric body's capacity for transformation to continue its activity there, then normal consciousness would be filled with thoughts that do not correspond to sensory reality. The soul's thought life would become confused. Awareness of the boundary between the worlds is a necessary precondition for the proper activity of suprasensory consciousness. Those who wish to achieve suprasensory consciousness must take care that knowledge of the suprasensory worlds does not creep in to disturb ordinary consciousness. By meeting the guardian of the threshold, one gains an understanding of the soul's situation in the sensory world. The meeting shows whether one's soul is sufficiently strong to banish from physical consciousness the suprasensory forces and capacities that should not be active in it. If one enters the suprasensory worlds without the self-knowledge provided by the guardian of the threshold, the experiences of those worlds can be overwhelming. They can force themselves into physical sensory consciousness in the form of illusory images. These images then take on characteristics from the sensory world, with the result that the soul wrongly considers them to be reality. However, developed clairvoyance would never consider images of the elemental world to be real, in the same sense that physical consciousness must consider experiences in the sensory world to be real. Only the soul's capacity for transformation brings the images of the elemental world into the right relationship with their proper corresponding reality. Neither should the second necessary force in the etheric body, the strong I feeling, enter the soul's life in the sensory world in the way that would be appropriate in the elemental world. Were that to happen, it would be the source of immoral inclinations in the sensory world, at least to the extent that such tendencies are connected with egoism. Observing the cosmos, therefore, spiritual science sees in egoism the origin of evil in human activity. One would misunderstand the cosmic order if one were to believe that this order could exist without the forces that form that source of evil. If these powers were not present, the etheric human being could not develop in the elemental world. Indeed, so long as they operate only in the elemental world, such forces are thoroughly good. They cause evil only when they do not remain in the depths of the soul, where they can regulate the relationship of the human being to the elemental world. When these forces are displaced into the soul's experiences in the sensory world, they transform themselves into egoistic impulses. They then act counter to the capacity to love and become the origin of immoral activity. The movement of strong I feeling from the etheric body into the physical body not only strengthens egoism, but also causes the etheric body to weaken. Suprasensory consciousness discovers that as egoism becomes stronger in sensory experience, I feeling becomes weaker in the suprasensory world. In the depths of our souls, we are not strengthened, but weakened by egoism. And when we step through the gates of death, the egoism that we develop in the life between birth and death weakens the soul for experiences in the suprasensory world. The end of Aphorism 8. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner, The Threshold of the Spiritual World. Aphorism 9, on the nature of the spiritual worlds. If the soul enters the suprasensory world with suprasensory consciousness, it learns to know itself in a way that is inconceivable in the sensory world. Through its capacity for transformation, the soul discovers that it can perceive beings that are to a greater or lesser degree related to it. Likewise, it becomes aware that in the suprasensory world, it encounters beings to whom it is not only related, but with whom it must compare itself if it is to learn about itself. The soul observes that through their suprasensory experiences, these suprasensory beings have become what the soul itself has become by means of its experiences in the sensory world. For the soul encounters beings in the elemental world who have developed powers and capacities that human beings can develop only because they have, in addition to their other bodies, a physical body. Elemental beings have no physical bodies, but they have developed in such a way that by means of their etheric bodies, their soul is similar to the human soul that is developed through the physical body. These suprasensory beings are somewhat like human beings, but they differ from them in that they are not subject to the conditions of the sensory world. They have no senses of the kind human beings have. Their knowledge is similar to human knowledge, but they have not acquired it through the senses as we do, but by a kind of rising up of thoughts and other soul experiences from the depths of their nature. Their inner life also lies within them. They bring it up from the depths of their souls, just as human beings bring up memories from the depths of their souls. Thus, in the suprasensory world, we can learn to know beings who have become in that world what we can become in the sensory world. Even though they can be like human beings in the ways I have described, these beings nevertheless exist at a higher stage in the cosmic order than we do. They form a realm of reality above humanity, a higher hierarchy of the chain of beings. Despite some similarity, their etheric body differs from that of human beings. Whereas we are woven into the suprasensory life body of Earth through the sympathies and antipathies of our etheric bodies, neither these beings nor their psychical lives are bound to the Earth. If we observe what those beings experience through their etheric bodies, we shall find that they have experiences in their souls that are similar to our own. They have thinking, they have feelings, they have will. Through their etheric bodies, however, they develop something that human beings can develop only through their physical bodies, consciousness of their own being. As human beings, we would know nothing of suprasensory existence if we did not bring the forces we develop through the physical body into the suprasensory worlds. Suprasensory consciousness learns to understand these beings by gaining the ability to observe with the help of the etheric human body. Suprasensory consciousness raises the human soul into the world where those beings live and act. Not until the soul experiences itself in that world do the images or ideas that provide insight into those beings enter consciousness. For these beings do not participate directly in the physical world, and therefore they do not reach into the human physical body. Experiences that are possible only through the physical body do not exist for them. They are spiritual suprasensory beings, who, one could say, do not set foot in the sensory world. If we do not observe the boundary between the sensory and the suprasensory worlds, we may force to enter our physical consciousness suprasensory images that are not true expressions of those beings. Those pictures arise through an experience of luciferic and Ahrimanic beings. These are beings who are similar in nature to the suprasensory beings described previously, but who, in contrast to them, have shifted their field of life and action into the world that human beings can perceive through the senses. Through an experience with the guardian of the threshold, you can learn to pay proper attention to the boundary between the suprasensory and sensory worlds. You can then observe luciferic and Ahrimanic beings from the suprasensory world with suprasensory consciousness. Then you will learn to recognize their true nature, and you will learn to distinguish them from the other spiritual beings who have remained within a field of activity appropriate to their nature. It is from this perspective that spiritual science must describe luciferic and Ahrimanic beings. The nature of the luciferic beings indicates that their appropriate field of activity lies not in the physical world, but, as it were, in the elemental world. If out of the flood of images in the elemental world, images arise that penetrate the human soul, and if those images enliven the human etheric body without taking on an illusory existence in the soul, then luciferic beings can be present and active in those pictures without violating cosmic order. Ideally, luciferic beings act upon the human soul in a liberating way. They raise the soul in such a way that it is no longer simply interwoven with the sensory world. But if we allow the kind of life that the soul ought to unfold only in the elemental world into the physical world, If we allow our physical feelings to be influenced by antipathies and sympathies that should prevail only in the etheric body, then Luciferic beings will gain an influence that is contrary to designs of cosmic order. Such Luciferic influence is always present whenever, in the sympathies and antipathies of the sensory world, a kind of love is active that is not based upon compassion for the life of another sensory being. If you can love a person for the characteristics that he or she brings forth to meet you, then no Luciferic element can mix into that love. Love that is founded upon qualities manifesting in sensory existence keeps its distance from the Luciferic element. Love that is not grounded in the beloved in this way, but is instead grounded in the person of the lover, tends toward a Luciferic influence. If you love someone because he or she has qualities toward which your nature, as the one who loves, tends, you love that person with the part of the soul that Luciferic elements can approach. Consequently, we should never say that Luciferic elements are always evil, because the human soul must love the processes and beings of the supersensory worlds luciferically. A contradiction to cosmic order occurs only when we direct toward the sensory world the kind of love that should instead draw us toward the supersensory world. A love for the supersensory rightly evokes in the loving being a heightened sense of self. But love sought in the sensory world for the sake of such an increased sense of self amounts to a Luciferic temptation. Love of the spiritual, when sought for the sake of self, is freeing in its action. But love of the sensory, when it is sought for one's own sake, does not act to free. Rather, through the gratification of such love, Rather, through the gratification such love seeks in the sensory world, such love fetters the self. Ahrimanic beings become apparent in the thinking soul in much the same way that Luciferic beings appear in the feeling soul. They chain thinking to the sensory world. They divert thinking from the reality that thoughts have meaning only when they appear as part of the great order of cosmic thought, which cannot be found in sensory existence. The Ahrimanic element must exist in the world into which human soul life is woven. This element exists as a necessary counterweight to the Luciferic element. Without the Luciferic element, the soul would dream away its life, merely observing sensory existence and finding no reason to rise above it. Without the counteraction of the Ahrimanic element, the soul would fall prey to the Luciferic. It would give very little significance to, and have no desire to learn about, the sensory world, despite the fact that some of the conditions necessary for its existence are in that world. The Ahrimanic element acquires its proper meaning in the human soul when it leads to a life in the sensory world that is appropriate to the soul, when we accept the sensory world for what it is and forego everything in it that is of a transitory nature. Clearly, it is quite wrong to think that to avoid falling victim to the Luciferic and Ahrimanic elements, one should eradicate them in oneself. For instance, if you rooted out the Luciferic element within you, your soul would no longer strive for the supersensory. Or if you were to destroy the Ahrimanic element, you could no longer give the sensory world its full significance. You can bring yourself into a proper relationship to these elements only by creating a proper counterbalance to each with the other. All the detrimental effects of these beings arise because they occasionally occur in an unrestrained form and are not brought into proper harmony through the counteracting force. The end of Aphorism 9. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is Aphorism 10, entitled Cosmic Beings of the Spiritual Worlds. When clairvoyant consciousness comes to life in the elemental world, it finds beings who can develop a life there that human beings can achieve only within the sensory world. But these beings do not sense their self, their I, in the way human beings do in the sensory world. Much more than we, they penetrate their I with their volition. That is, they will themselves into existence. They experience their existence as something that through their will they give themselves. These beings do not feel, as we humans do, that they bring forth their own thoughts. Rather, they feel that their thoughts are inspired, that they are things that exist not in them, but in the cosmos. To such beings, thoughts seem to radiate into their being from the cosmos. These beings can never doubt that their thoughts reflect the pattern of thought that is poured out over the world. They do not think their own thoughts. They think the thoughts of the world. By means of their thoughts, such beings live in cosmic thought. But it must also be said they will themselves. The feeling life of such beings forms according to their willing and thinking. They feel themselves as members of the cosmic whole. At the same time, they feel the need to will themselves in a way that corresponds to this cosmic whole. As a soul, they can see spiritually. Let me read that again. As a soul that can see spiritually grows accustomed to the world of these beings, it comes naturally to understand its own thinking, feeling, and willing. In the elemental world, the human soul could not develop in an etheric body its capacities of thinking, feeling, and willing. Willing would remain merely a weak, dreamy force, thinking a vague, fleeting reflection of the world. A sense of self would not even exist. For all these things, a human being must be clothed in a physical body. When the human soul rises above the elemental world into the actual spiritual world, it experiences clairvoyantly conditions that are even more different from the sensory world than are those of the elemental world. In the elemental world, many things still remind us of the sensory world, but in the spiritual world we are faced with completely different relationships. We can accomplish nothing there with only the concepts we can acquire in the sensory world. Nevertheless, it is in the sensory world that we must strengthen our inner soul life, so that from it we can bring into the spiritual world that which makes our stay there possible. If you do not bring a strengthened soul life into the spiritual world, you will simply become unconscious. Your presence of mind there would be something like that of a plant in the sensory world. As a human soul, you must bring into the spiritual world that which, though not existing in the sensory world, still gives evidence there to its existence. You need to be able to form concepts in the sensory world that, though suggested by that world, have no direct correspondence with things or processes in that world. In the spiritual world, anything that is a reflection of something in the sensory world, or that describes some sensory process, is meaningless. Whatever you perceive with your senses or substantiate with concepts applicable to the sensory world does not exist in the spiritual world. In a certain sense, when you enter the spiritual world, you have to leave behind everything that applies to ideas based on the senses. What does remain in the soul when it enters the spiritual world are those thoughts formed in the sensory world that do not correspond to things or processes in it. Among these thoughts, of course, can be those that are mistakenly formed. If such mistakes are present in your consciousness when you enter the spiritual world, their very existence will demonstrate that they do not belong there. They will act so as to impress upon the soul the urge to return to the sensory or the elemental world in order to substitute the right idea for the false one. When, on the other hand, the soul brings correct thoughts into the spiritual world, something in that world that is related to them strives to meet them. The soul feels that beings exist in the spiritual world, the whole of whose inner existence is the same as that of the thoughts in the soul. We might call the body of such beings a thought body. In their thought body, these beings experience themselves as independent, just as human beings in the sensory world experience themselves as independent in the physical body. Some thoughts a human being acquires are permeated with feeling. Thoughts of this kind are appropriate to strengthen the life of the soul so that it can receive an impression of the beings of the spiritual world. First, you must intensify the feeling of devotion that you developed for the sake of the capacity of self-transformation in the elemental world. That is, in your devotion to the being into whom you will transform yourself, you do not experience sympathy or antipathy. Rather, you surrender to that being in such a way that it can live in your soul in its own way. If you strengthen this capacity, the capacity for perception in the spiritual world will arise. In a certain sense, each spiritual being speaks to the soul in its own way. A spiritual interchange thereby arises that consists of a language of thoughts. You experience thoughts, but you know that you experience beings in those thoughts. To live in beings that do not merely express themselves in thoughts, but are present in them with their own being, that is what it means for your soul to live in the spiritual world. Let me read that sentence again. To live in beings that do not merely express themselves in thoughts, but are present in them with their own being, that is what it means for your soul to live in the spiritual world. With regard to beings of the elemental world, the soul feels that cosmic thought is streaming into them, and that they will themselves in accordance with its in-streaming. Beings who do not need to step down into the elemental world to develop what human beings develop in the sensory world, but achieve that stage of existence while in the spiritual world, these the soul feels consist entirely of thought substance. The soul has the feeling that cosmic thought does not simply radiate into these beings, but that their being lives in that interweaving of thoughts. They allow cosmic thought to think and live in them completely. Their life unfolds in the perception of the language of cosmic thought. Their will consists of their making themselves manifest in the form of thoughts. Their existence in thought, in turn, has a significant effect upon the universe. Thoughts that are beings speak with other thoughts that are also beings. Human thought life is the reflection of the life of these spiritual thought beings. During the time between death and a new birth, the human soul is as interwoven with the life of those thought beings as it is with the sensory world during physical existence. At birth, or more accurately at conception, when the soul enters sensory existence, its permanent thought nature acts upon it to form or inspire its destiny. What remains of the soul from previous earthly lives works in human destiny, just as the pure living thought beings work in creation. When suprasensory consciousness enters this spiritual world of living thoughts, it feels itself to be in surroundings that are completely different from the sensory world. In the spiritual world, the sensory world is seen as another world, just as, in the sensory world, the spiritual world is another world. For spiritual perception, the sensory world loses everything we perceive of it in sensory existence. All the characteristics and qualities we can comprehend through the senses, or through sense-related reasoning, disappear. On the other hand, from the perspective of the spiritual world, we see that the true primordial nature of the sensory world is itself spiritual. It is from the spiritual, rather than from the sensory world, that the soul's gaze discovers spiritual beings who unfold their activities so that the universe, which, when looked at through the senses, is the sensory world, arises out of the confluence of their deeds. Seen from the spiritual world, all the characteristics, forces, matter, and so forth of the sensory world disappear. They reveal themselves as mere semblance. From the point of view of the spiritual world, we face only beings. These beings are the true reality. It is the same with the elemental world. When seen from the perspective of the spiritual world, everything there that is not a being disappears. The soul feels that in the elemental world, too, its concern is with beings, who, by letting their activities converge, allow an existence to appear, which, when perceived by the organs of sympathy and antipathy, is the elemental world. An essential aspect of becoming accustomed to the suprasensory worlds is the realization that in place of the states and characteristics that surround our consciousness in the sensory world, there are beings. The suprasensory world is revealed, finally, as a world of beings. Aside from those beings, everything else that exists there is the expression of their deeds. Furthermore, the sensory and elemental worlds also appear as the deeds of those beings. The end of Aphorism 10. This is a reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner, The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is Aphorism 11, entitled On the First Rudiments of the Physical Body. In Aphorism 5, I mentioned that moon and sun existences preceded our present earth existence. Only with regard to the moon existence, however, does clairvoyant consciousness receive impressions reminiscent of earth existence. Such impressions cannot be gained when clairvoyant vision turns its gaze backward to the primal distances of the earth's sun existence. For that sun existence reveals itself as a world consisting entirely of beings and their deeds. To receive an impression of sun existence, one must maintain a distance from ideas that can be gained in the earthly realm of mineral and plant life. Such concepts are useful only for understanding the earlier states of the earth itself, or in the case of concepts gained from the plant kingdom for ancient moon existence. Only concepts stimulated by the animal and human realms can lead to the earth's primordial sun existence. Such concepts, however, must do more than merely picture what the senses perceive as the nature of those realms. Suprasensory consciousness finds within the human etheric body powerful forces that form themselves into images expressing the etheric body's cosmic origins in the deeds of spiritual beings during the old sun period. We can then follow the development from those beginnings through the moon and earth periods. There we find them transformed, and through that transformation they became what we now see as the activity of the human etheric body. Understanding the human physical body demands a different activity of human consciousness. At first, the physical body appears to be simply an outer stamp or impression of the etheric body, but more precise observation reveals that if the physical body were only a sensory physical manifestation of the etheric body, human beings could never have developed their being fully in the sensory world. Had that been the case, a kind of willing feeling and thinking would certainly have arisen, but not of a kind that could be integrated in such a way that a conscious I experience could then arise in the human soul. This becomes especially clear when consciousness begins to develop the characteristics of spiritual seeing. As human beings, we initially develop the I experience only in the sensory world, where we are clothed in physical bodies. Thus sheathed, we can then carry that experience into the elemental world and further into the spiritual world, thereby penetrating the etheric and astral bodies. As human beings, we have initially etheric and astral bodies in which I experience does not take shape. It is in the physical body that I experience must first occur. Indeed, when we consider the physical body from the perspective of the spiritual world, we can see that it contains something essential, whose truth is not fully revealed even in the spiritual world. When consciousness clairvoyantly enters the spiritual world, the soul becomes accustomed to the world of thought reality. There, it is the I experience alone which enters that world by an appropriate strengthening of the soul that is not woven simply out of cosmic thoughts. I experience finds nothing in its surroundings akin to its own nature in the world of cosmic thought. To feel something of that sort, the soul must continue its path in the suprasensory. On its journey into the suprasensory, the soul must arrive at experiences in which thoughts abandon it, where all sensory experience and all experiences of thinking, feeling, and willing lie, as it were, behind it. Only then does the soul, for the first time, feel united with an essence that forms the basis of the world and precedes all that one can observe as a sensory, etheric, and astral being. Eventually, then, we shall feel ourselves to be in a still higher realm than those spiritual worlds we have come to know. We shall call this world, which only the I can experience, the supra-spiritual world. Seen from that world, even the realm of thought reality appears as an external world. If you follow the path of suprasensory consciousness through its various stages, suprasensory consciousness will attain an experience that we can describe approximately as follows. Once the soul feels itself within the etheric body and feels that its environment is the elemental processes and beings, then it knows it is outside the physical body. Although the physical body, when seen from without, is transformed, it remains present as a real being. Viewed by spiritual vision, it breaks into two parts. One expresses the deeds of spiritual beings who have been active since the beginning of Earth existence. The other expresses what had already been present during the Earth's moon existence. This is how things remain as long as consciousness experiences itself only in the elemental world. In that world, consciousness can discover how the human being as a physical being was formed during the moon state. When consciousness enters the spiritual world, yet another part of the physical body separates off. This is the part formed by the deeds of spiritual beings during the moon state. Another part remains behind. This is the part that was present as our physical human nature during the Earth's sun state. But when we consider from the perspective of the spiritual world all that occurred during the sun period as a result of the activities of spiritual beings, we see that something of that physical nature still remains. What remains reveals itself as the deed of spiritual beings from the supra-spiritual world. We can see that it was already present at the beginning of the sun period. Therefore, to find the origins of the physical human body, we must go back to an earth state preceding the sun period. In my book, titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, I tried to justify calling that condition of the Earth's existence the Saturn state. In this sense, the Earth was Saturn before it became Sun. During that Saturn state, the first outline of the human physical body arose from general cosmic processes through the deeds of spiritual beings. During the following sun and moon periods, as well as during our present Earth period, these rudiments were transformed through the activities of other spiritual beings to become the present human physical body. The end of Aphorism 11. This is a reading of the book The Threshold of the Spiritual World by Rudolf Steiner. This is Aphorism 12, entitled The True I of the Human Being. When the soul experiences itself in the astral body, in an environment of living thought beings, it knows that it is outside the physical and etheric bodies. It feels that its thinking, feeling, and willing belong to a limited area of the world, but that its own primal being could encompass much more. Thus, in the spiritual world, the clairvoyant soul can recognize that, quote, in the physical world, I am confined to what I can observe through my senses. In the elemental world, the etheric body limits me. In the spiritual world, I am bound to the extent that I find myself upon a cosmic island, and I can feel my spiritual existence extending only as far as its shores. But beyond those shores is a world I could perceive if I could penetrate the veil woven before my spiritual eye, EYE, by the deeds of living thought beings, unquote. The soul can work its way through this veil if it continues to unfold the capacity for unreserved devotion and sacrifice it needs for life in the elemental world. In order to be protected from the reduction, darkening, and even the annihilation of consciousness that can occur in the suprasensory worlds, it must continue to strengthen those powers that grow through sensory experience. In the physical world, in order to experience thoughts within itself, the soul needs only its naturally given strength. In the elemental world, those thoughts are reduced to become dreamlike experiences, which are forgotten the very moment they arise. That is, if the soul, before entering the elemental world, has not worked to strengthen its own inner life, its thoughts there will not be at all conscious. Above all, the soul must strengthen the force of its will, because in the elemental world, thoughts are not just thoughts, but something with their own inner activity and their own life. In the elemental world, the will must hold on to thoughts, or they will withdraw from the sphere of consciousness. In the spiritual world, thoughts are completely independent living beings. There, for thoughts to remain in consciousness, the soul must be able to unfold the same strength within itself that the physical body unfolds for it in the sensory world, and the etheric body's elemental sympathies and antipathies develop for it in the etheric world. In the spiritual world, however, the soul must relinquish all these. The experiences of the physical and elemental worlds exist there only as memories, and the soul itself is outside these two worlds. The spiritual world surrounds it. At first, this spiritual world makes no impression upon the astral body. The soul must learn to live by itself, on its own memories. Initially, the content of its consciousness is only, I was, now I stand before nothingness. But when memories arise out of experiences that are not simply reflections of sensory or elemental processes, but that instead represent free thought experiences arising from these processes, then a conversation in thoughts begins in the soul between those memories and the apparent nothingness of the spiritual world. And what arises as a result of that conversation becomes the conceptual world within the astral body's consciousness. At this point in its development, the soul needs the strength to enable it to stand at the shore of the only world it has known and confront the apparent nothingness before it. This apparent nothingness is at first a true nothingness for the life of the soul. Yet in a sense, the soul still has the world of its memories behind it. It may, as it were, hold on to those memories. It may live within them. And the more it holds on to them, the stronger becomes the forces of the astral body. With that strengthening begins the conversation between the soul's previous existence and the beings of the spiritual world. In this conversation, the soul comes to experience itself as an astral being. To use an expression reflective of ancient traditions, the soul experiences itself as an astral being in the cosmic word. By cosmic word, I mean the cognitive deeds of thought beings that occur as living conversation among spirit beings in the spiritual world. Such spiritual conversations are, for the spiritual world, exactly the same as deeds are for the sensory world. If the soul now wishes to enter the supra-spiritual world, it must wipe out all its memories of the physical and elemental worlds through its own will. It can do this only if the experience of spiritual conversation has made it feel certain that it will not completely lose its own existence, even if everything that until now made it conscious of that existence is destroyed. The soul must place itself before a spiritual abyss, and there seize the will to forget its willing, feeling, and thinking. It must renounce the past in its consciousness. We could describe this decision as the resolution to bring about a complete sleep of consciousness. This is done not by the condition of our physical or etheric body, but through our own will. But this decision must not be made with the intention of returning, after a period of unconsciousness, to our previous state of consciousness. Rather, our intention must be for our consciousness only to enter oblivion by its own will. We must remember that we can enter oblivion in this way only in the spiritual world. We cannot do so in the physical or elemental worlds. In the physical world, annihilation, which appears as death, is possible, whereas in the elemental world there is no death. To the extent that human beings are part of the elemental world, they cannot die. They only change into other beings. In the spiritual world, too, no decisive transformation in the strict sense is possible. For there, no matter what you may change into, what you have experienced in the past reveals itself as your own conscious existence. For that memory existence in the spiritual world to disappear, the soul must force it to sink into oblivion by a willed decision. Suprasensory consciousness can arrive at that willed decision only if it has won the necessary strength of soul. When this happens, the true nature of the I arises out of the oblivion that the soul called forth. The supra-spiritual environment gives the human soul knowledge of this true I. Just as suprasensory consciousness can experience itself in the etheric and astral bodies, so can it also experience itself in the true I. Spiritual vision does not create the true I, for the I is present in the depths of every human soul. Suprasensory consciousness merely experiences knowingly something previously unknown to the human soul, something which nonetheless belongs to its nature. After physical death, human beings gradually grow into the spiritual environment. We emerge there, at first, with memories of the sensory world. Although we no longer have the support of our physical bodies, we are nevertheless able to live consciously in those memories, because the corresponding living thought beings clothe themselves within them. Thus, memories in the spiritual environment after death no longer have the kind of shadowy existence they had in the physical world. Then, at a point in time between death and a new birth, those living thought beings of the spiritual environment act with such strength that without our willing it, the previously described process of forgetting occurs. At that same time, experience in the true I rises to the surface. By strengthening the soul's life, clairvoyant consciousness brings about as a free spiritual deed something that occurs, so to speak, naturally between death and birth. Nevertheless, the memory of a previous earthly life can occur in physical experience only when in that earthly life we have turned our thoughts and concepts toward the spiritual world. For a clearly recognizable memory of something to arise in consciousness, we must have known of it earlier. Thus, to be able justifiably to expect to remember a previous earthly life during the one following it, we must acquire knowledge of ourselves as spiritual beings during this present earthly life. This knowledge need not be gained through clairvoyance. But for those who gain direct knowledge of the spiritual world through clairvoyance, a memory of a former life can arise in the soul during earthly lives that follow the one in which they gained the knowledge. This memory is like a memory within sensory existence of something one has experienced for oneself. A memory occurs of something that was experienced. For those who penetrate spiritual science with understanding, even if without spiritual vision, that memory is comparable to those we have in sensory existence of events that we have only heard described. That is the end of aphorism 12, and this is the summary. As human beings, we bear within ourselves a true I, which belongs to a supra-spiritual world. In the sensory world, this true I is concealed by our experiences of thinking, feeling, and willing. Even in the spiritual world, we first become aware of it only when we extinguish in ourselves the memory of all that we can experience through thinking, feeling, and willing. Knowledge of the true I arises out of the forgetting of everything experienced in the sensory, elemental, and spiritual worlds. The human physical body reveals its true nature when the soul considers it from the supra-spiritual world. It then becomes evident that the rudimentary outlines of the human physical body came into being during the general cosmic processes at work in the Earth's Saturn state. The physical body developed into what it is now in the Earth's subsequent Sun, Moon, and Earth phases. In line with the above, we can consider the entire nature of the human being schematically as follows. Through the physical body, in the sensory environment, human beings recognize themselves as independent I beings. This physical body was formed in its rudimentary outlines during a far distant Saturn stage of the Earth. It developed into what it is now during the Earth's 4 planetary transformations. Through the subtle or etheric body in the elemental environment, human beings recognize themselves as members of the Earth's living body. The first outlines of this etheric body were formed from universal cosmic existence during the Earth's Sun stage. It then developed into what it now is during the Sun, Moon, and Earth stages of planetary transformation. Through the astral body in a spiritual environment, human beings are part of a spiritual world. The astral body contains the other self, which realizes and expresses itself through repeated earthly lives. Finally, through the true I in a supra-spiritual environment, human beings discover themselves as spiritual beings, even though all experience of the sensory, elemental, and spiritual worlds, that is, all experience of the senses of thinking, feeling, and willing, pass into oblivion. That is the end of the summary. I'm also going to add here another small section entitled Remarks on the Relationship of the Descriptions Given Here to those given in in title Theosophy and title An Outline of Esoteric Science. The words used to describe the soul's experiences in the elemental and spiritual worlds must be adapted to the special quality of those experiences. In naming them, we need to be aware that experiences in the elemental world are quite different from experiences in the sensory world. The basis of those experiences is the soul's capacity for transformation and its awareness of sympathies and antipathies. The terms used will necessarily reflect something of the changing nature of those experiences. Therefore, the terms are not as fixed as they would be when used for the sensory world. Those who do not take this into account will easily find contradictions between the terms used in this volume and those used in my books titled Theosophy and titled An Outline of Esoteric Science. We can resolve those contradictions by recalling that in both those texts, terms were chosen to characterize the soul's experiences during the whole developmental period between birth, conception, and death, and between death and rebirth. In this book, on the other hand, terms were chosen that would be appropriate to the experiences of clairvoyant consciousness when it enters the elemental world and the spiritual realms. From Title Theosophy and Title An Outline of Esoteric Science, you learn that soon after the soul separates from the physical body with death, the body I have here called the etheric body also separates from the soul. The soul then lives in the being I refer to as the astral body. After separation from the soul, the etheric body is transformed in the elemental world. It merges into the beings that form the elemental world. In that metamorphosis, the human soul no longer accompanies the etheric body. At the same time, the soul, after death, experiences the processes in the elemental world as its outer world. Title Theosophy and Title An Outline of Esoteric Science describe experience in the elemental world from the outside, as the soul's passage through the soul world. Thus, we must think of what I there call the soul world as the same as what, from the perspective of suprasensory consciousness, I here call the elemental world. Therefore, between death and birth, when the soul separates from the astral body, as described in Title Theosophy, the soul continues to exist in the being referred to here as the true I. In order that the soul should no longer accompany it, the astral body then does what is characterized here as forgetting. In a sense, it plunges into a world where there remains nothing that it can perceive through the senses or experience through willing, feeling, and thinking as they developed in the human physical body. The soul's true I then experiences that world as its outer world. If we wished to characterize the experiences in that outer world, we could describe the journey through the spiritual realm, as is done in Title Theosophy and Title An Outline of Esoteric Science. When the soul experiences itself in the true I in the spiritual world, it has around it what formed within it as soul experiences during sensory existence. Between death and birth, within the world described here as that of living thought beings, the soul finds everything in its inner existence that it experienced through its sensory perceptions and through thinking, feeling, and willing. That is the end of the book. There will be an afterword attached as well, however. This is a reading of Rudolf Steiner's book, The Threshold of the Spiritual World, and this is the afterword to the 1918 edition. When a soul wishes to acquire the capacity to penetrate knowingly into the suprasensory world, it must first strengthen its powers so that it can, from within outward, develop an activity that is fundamentally picturing in nature. But such imagining or visualizing must be exercised to a greater degree than it is in ordinary consciousness, where it is used in connection with sensory perception. There, imagining is much weaker than perception. If imagining were practiced with only that ordinary intensity, the soul would never develop the faculties for entering the suprasensory world. Although imaginative representation or picturing remains just that, it must become as strong as perception. It cannot stay at the level where it weaves a shadowy copy of visible things. It must concentrate itself into actual visible images. One creates living images. But in suprasensory perception, you do not use your soul's strength only to linger in these images. You direct your attention away from the images themselves and toward your own activity of creating them. By doing so, you will find an inwardly strengthened self-awareness. As you practice this soul exercise for weeks, months, or perhaps longer, you may also notice that by becoming aware of your strengthened self-awareness, you enter into a relationship with the suprasensory world. At first, contact with that world is chaotic. You experience it through general feeling impressions. Slowly, however, an objective, differentiated world of images forms out of the chaos. You will then realize that your practice of creating images now makes it possible for outer spiritual reality to weave together with the images produced by your strengthened self-awareness. These images reveal themselves to be reflections of an objective suprasensory world. More precisely, this is the experience the images woven in soul encountered by the soul on its way to the spiritual world. See Aphorism 2. If while striving for suprasensory consciousness, you clearly experience these inner processes, you will find them to be an infallible way to distinguish suprasensory reality from illusory fantasy. In Aphorism 2, I write that the images of a consciousness at the beginning of suprasensory experience, quote, are initially a kind of curtain that the soul places between itself and the suprasensory world when it feels touched by that world, unquote. The use of the word curtain is justified, for at first those images serve only to raise self-awareness into the suprasensory world. By means of the images, you experience yourself as a spiritual being, but you do not see through them any objective suprasensory outer world. It is like having sightless, unilluminated eyes in your physical organism. The outer world cannot unfold its activities to them. In a sense, you have to allow your own constant activity within the pictures, weaving in your soul, to render them spiritually transparent. Let me read that sentence again. In a sense, you have to allow your own constant activity within the pictures, weaving in your soul, to render them spiritually transparent. Gradually, they will become transparent through their own development. They will become such that you no longer see them, but you feel them living in your soul. And through that living, feeling in the soul, you perceive the nature of suprasensory reality. As we enter the suprasensory world, one of the first perceptions our heightened self-awareness initially enables us to see is how we are connected to the beings of that world through sympathies and antipathies. Aphorism 9. These experiences make us aware that to enter the suprasensory world, our thinking must leave the sensory world. You can, of course, describe what you see in the suprasensory world with images taken from the sensory world. For example, you could say that a being reveals itself through the appearance of colors. Those who hear such descriptions of suprasensory beings, however, should never forget that a genuine spiritual researcher intends to say only that what he or she experienced is something like the impression of the corresponding color on sensory consciousness. Those who imply by their description that what was before their consciousness was the same as sensory color is not a spiritual researcher, but a visionary or a victim of hallucinations. Experiences of sympathy and antipathy, however, present the first suprasensory impressions of the suprasensory world. Some people are deeply disappointed when spiritual researchers say that they use images taken from the sensory world only to illustrate what they see in the suprasensory world. Such people do not really strive to know a suprasensory world different from the sensory. They want the suprasensory world to be a kind of double of the sensory world. They think that the suprasensory world should merely be subtler, more etheric than the sensible world. They believe that understanding it should not require thoughts any different from those needed to understand the sensory world. Those who truly wish to approach the spiritual world must become comfortable with acquiring new thoughts and new ideas. Those who can imagine only a watered-down, misty duplicate of the sensory world will never grasp the suprasensory world. The power of memory, a well-practiced human capacity that plays such a significant role in the soul life of ordinary consciousness, plays no such role in perceiving the suprasensory world. In order not to misunderstand Aphorism 9, you must take that into account. The human soul possesses the power of memory for its life in the physical world. This is because it exercises its activity in this life through its bodily organization. When the elevated soul faces beings and processes in the suprasensory world, it no longer exercises the power of memory. At first, the soul can only view what that world presents, but no memory of those impressions remains after the soul returns to its physical body. However, this situation does not continue. The soul takes from its experience in the physical world an echo of its faculty of memory. Through this, it is able, while in supersensory experience, to know, I am the same here in the spiritual world as I am there in the sensory world. Without this capacity for memory, the soul would lose the internal coherence of its self-awareness. Apart from that, self-awareness, elevated to the supersensory world, also acquires the ability to transform the impressions of that world so that they impress the body, just as sensory impressions do in the physical world. This enables the soul to retain a kind of memory of suprasensory experiences that would otherwise be forgotten. In the physical world, the effect of impressions enables us to remember them later. In the suprasensory realm, however, we must do something that enables us to remember those experiences later when we return to normal consciousness. Everything in suprasensory experience must occur in the full light of consciousness. Spiritual researchers nevertheless have difficulty retaining their memories of suprasensory experiences. They cannot easily tell them to others, quote unquote, from memory. When they have to recount their experiences, spiritual researchers often have to recreate the soul conditions under which they had the particular experiences so they can see again what they are asked to recount. The relationship between supersensibly experienced pictures and their corresponding reality, see aphorism 10, is not as simple as that which exists between soul impressions and sensory objects or processes. In the case of suprasensory images, consciousness must completely see through this relationship. It is not as simple as having a table in front of you. In that case, the table stands before the soul, and what then happens in the soul is not conscious, or if it is quite shadowy. When perceiving a suprasensory being, even if you have made the image of it transparent, as described above, you will experience that image as a feeling experience within your self-consciousness. And precisely because you have immersed yourself in this feeling experience with suprasensory consciousness, the reality arises before the soul. But this experience can and must be clearly distinguished from the experience of the image. You must not allow these two experiences to flow into one another, for that is the source of illusions about what you have experienced. The end of the afterword, and that is the end of the reading of the book by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Threshold of the Spiritual World. This is from the collected works of Rudolf Steiner. It is actually two volumes, volumes 16 and 17. The first, volume 16, is entitled A Way of Self-Knowledge, and the volume 17, the one I've just finished reading, is called The Threshold of the Spiritual World. You encounter a spiritual being. And it might be the case that you and this other being experience that same sympathy, and the soul forces that you have developed flow into it in the same way. This is how we perceive the beings of the upper hierarchies and the elemental world. I would like to give you just one example, one that should not be taken as crude, but rather as entirely objective. You can develop forces not only in relation to your sense of color, you can also develop all sorts of soul forces. Just think of making an effort to feel self-knowledge, about how it is really taken up in the soul when one does something quite foolish. In everyday life, we simply pass over such feelings. We do not become conscious of them. But if you really want to develop your soul, you must have a feeling for the inner experience of doing something really dumb or foolish. And you will notice that when you do something foolish, soul forces of the will stream outward and can be thrown back at you by something. But they are thrown back in such a way that when we perceive the reflections, we mock and ridicule ourselves. This is an actual experience. If you pay attention to what happens when you do something dumb, you will feel ridiculed and mocked. And now you can develop the feeling of what it is like to be mocked by the spiritual world. Then if you go to a place where there are the kinds of nature spirits that we call gnomes, you will have the power to perceive them. You gain this power only by developing the feeling that I have just described. The gnomes behave in such a way that they are always mocking, making all sorts of gestures and grimaces, laughing at you, and so on. But you can perceive this only when you observe yourself in moments of feeling foolish. It is a matter of gaining intimate powers through these exercises of immersing ourselves in our surroundings with our will. Then our surroundings will come alive and be truly living. So we can say that while our life between birth and death becomes an organ of perception in the spiritual organism that we inhabit between death and a new birth, our will becomes a participant in the spiritual surroundings that envelop us. We can see how the will streams outward, both in initiates and in those who have died. For example, in the seeing of gnomes. And if you see gnomes, this is as an example of the elemental world. Now, think about the fact that there was a philosopher in the second half of the 19th century who made a big impression on many people, Schopenhauer. As you know, he had a big influence on Nietzsche and on Richard Wagner. Schopenhauer traced the origins of the world, as others have done, to other origins, to what he called will and representation. He said that will and representation are what lie at the foundation of the world. But then, influenced by the Kantian way of thinking, he went on to say that representation is always nothing but a dream image, and that you can never penetrate through that image to reality. The only way to get through to reality is through the will. The will leads us to the reality of the thing. Schopenhauer went on to philosophize in an impressive manner about representation and will. He is always on firm ground, so to speak. But he is also one of those people that I described as walking up to the gates, but then remaining outside of them, not going inside. If you actually take him at his word, then the world is merely a representation, and it is also merely a dream image. And you can then refrain from trying to recognize the world in the representation, but still recognize the representations themselves for what they are and do something with them in their own soul, in your own soul. In other words, meditate upon them, concentrate on them. If Schopenhauer had gone one step further, he would have said, quote, I must dispense with the representation. If it is merely a product of my inner life, then I have to make use of it internally. Close quote. If Schopenhauer had taken this step, then he would have been led to further cultivate the representation by reworking it through meditation and concentration. And when he said that the world is will, indeed, when he started to describe the will in the natural world, parenthesis, as he did in the brilliant treatise titled On the Will in Nature, close parenthesis, he did not take his own statement seriously. When he described the will, he made use of the representation as an aid, and this denies all of the power of knowledge. This is the kind of foolish idea that is the equivalent of grabbing yourself by the hair to pull yourself out of the swamp. What would he have had to do if he were going to take his statement, quote, the world is will, close quote, seriously? He would have had to say, quote, all right, so that means you have to pour your will out into the world. You have to use your will in order to slip into the things themselves. You have to immerse yourself in the world and send your will out into the world so that you experience the color blue, not merely as a representation, but rather Attempt to feel how the will immerses itself in it. You need to experience your own dumbness, not merely as a representation, but rather experience it in such a way that you can take up the things that can be experienced in this process of doing something foolish. Close quote. You see again that it is possible to arrive at a spiritual aperçu, an aperçu that needs only to be taken up seriously. Readers aside, the word is A-P-E-R-C with a little mark underneath the C, U. A-P-E-R-C-U. And a reader's aside, aperçu. If Schopenhauer had gone on, then he would have said, quote, if the representation is really just a represented image, then we have to work with it internally. If the will is truly in things, then we have to immerse our will in the things, and not merely describe how the will lies in things. Close quote. Here again you see an example of how a significant philosopher of the 19th century led us right up to the gates of initiation, and then did everything in his power to close and lock those gates. Whenever you really take up life, you will see signs everywhere that the time is ripe to pluck the fruits of spiritual science. We need only to take these matters very seriously. Above all, we must learn to take people at their word, for spiritual science is not at all destined to defend its own correctness. The others, that is, its opponents, do this more than anyone else. But they are not aware that they do it. They have not an inkling of that fact. Let us take a certain sort of person who was very commonly found in the 19th century, an atomic materialist. One of those people who believed that at the basis of all the appearances of life lay the movements of atoms, who thought that behind the visible and audible world was a world of atoms in motion, and that these motions incited processes that we perceive as the sensible world. There is nothing spiritual in the world. The spirit is simply a product of atoms in motion. The processes and effects of atoms are all there is. So where did this idea of swirling atoms come from? Did somebody see them? Did somebody discover them through an actual experience of them? If that were true, then the atoms would not actually be the very thing that they are supposed to be, something that exists behind the experience of the world. If they have a reality, how are we supposed to find them? Let us assume that these atoms in motion do exist. Our reasoning cannot parse them out from the sense perceptions that we have. What would human beings need in order to be able to speak about this world of atoms? They would need to have clairvoyance. The whole world of atoms must be a product of inner vision, of clairvoyance. And we could simply turn to the materialists of the 19th century and say, quote, we do not need to prove that clairvoyance exists, because you must either stop propagating your theories or admit that you are clairvoyants, or able to perceive these things, at least to the extent that you are able to perceive the atoms that move behind the sensory world. For it makes no sense to speak of the materialist world of atoms if the powers of clairvoyance do not exist. If you think it is necessarily the case that there must be a moving world of atoms behind the sensory world, then you are proving to us that clairvoyance exists. Close quote. This is what it means to take people seriously, even when they themselves do not take the things they say seriously. If you take Schopenhauer seriously, then you would conclude, quote, if you say that the world is will and that our representations are nothing more than images, then you have to submerge yourself in the world through the will and dive into thinking through meditation and concentration. We are taking you seriously. You, on the other hand, do not take yourself seriously. Close quote. On a fundamental level, this is the case for all similar things that come under this kind of consideration. Herein lies one of the deeply significant aspects of the spiritual scientific worldview, that it takes seriously the things that others do not take seriously, but treat only superficially. The proofs of spiritual science are always to be found in its opponents. But people do not notice that their claims and the things that they think simultaneously negate the very thing that they imagine they are claiming or thinking. The claims of Schopenhauer and of the atomists negate the very things that both seem to want to claim. Schopenhauer negates his own system with his claim that everything is will and representation. But in the moment that he refuses to embrace the one he seeks to move beyond, he stands at the brink of leading people into spiritual scientific development. We are not the ones who form the spiritual scientific worldview. How does this spiritual scientific worldview take shape? It enters in and is to be found everywhere in the world. It enters into life through unknown gates and windows, and it will find its way into the cultural life of humanity, even if others do not take it seriously. But something else can be recognized when such considerations really lead us to see how little human beings are immersed in their own spiritual processes, and how little they really take themselves seriously, even when they are brilliant, serious philosophers. People weave a sort of fabric of ideas and representations, but they shy away from doing any sort of true inner work with the fabric of ideas that would further their experience with the fundamental forces of the world. So it is that we see, and again we mentioned this yesterday, that over the centuries, the great triumphs of natural science are simultaneously the things that have led people to a very superficial way of thinking. The more glorious the developments of natural science, the more superficial this research into the very origins of existence has become. We can find some truly shining examples of this very thing. Let us assume that we have a person who has spent a period of time unconcerned with the spiritual world, but who then experiences a transformation that causes him suddenly to care about the spiritual world, to develop a desire to know something of the spiritual world. Let us say that we experience this when we are immersed fully into spiritual science. What would be needed in the case of this person who has shown little interest in the spiritual world, but who now, at a major crossroads in life, turns toward the spiritual world? It would be interesting to know what is happening in the soul of such a person. Whenever possible, we would try to enter into the soul of such a person, and it would be useful for us to know, as I have often said here, that the often used saying, quote, "nature makes no leaps," close quote, is completely false. Nature makes leaps everywhere. When the green leaf becomes the colorful petal of a flower, nature has made a leap. And when a person who has shown no interest in the spiritual world changes so that he suddenly is interested in spiritual science, this is also a kind of leap. And we would do well to find out what has caused it. We will gain some information about the various spiritual well springs that we have often spoken of here, and we will see how something like this could occur. We will ask ourselves, how old is this person? We know that every 7 years, something new is born in human nature. At the age of 7, it is the etheric body. At the age of 14, the astral body, and so on. We will then take everything that we know about the etheric body and the astral body, and so on, and that means we will take it up inwardly and not externally. Then we will be able to gain some information about what is happening in such a human soul. You could also proceed differently. You might become interested in the fact that people suddenly move from an external life into a life that is interested in spiritual truths and religious depth. A person might consider spiritual science to be a foolish fantasy, and when you conduct research into that person, and the processes that are playing out in his soul, you might find what induces him to consider it so foolish. But then you could do the following. You might write, let us say, 192 letters, or even more, to people who have supposedly undergone such a transition. You could write letters to people all across the continent and ask them to respond by describing what brought about this change in their lives. Then you would receive all sorts of answers. One person might say, quote, "When I was 14 years old, my life led me into all sorts of excesses. My father grew angry about this and trounced me thoroughly, and he beat me into a feeling for what the spiritual world is." Close quote. Another might say, quote, "I saw a man die." Close quote. So just assume that you have received 192 letters in response, and you lay them out in stacks. You make one stack of letters in which the author says that he or she took up these things out of a fear of death or of hell. Then you make a second stack in which the author says that he or she is imitating or following in the footsteps of someone they consider good. And you make another stack of another type of letter, and so on. You often have to group things together loosely for these stacks. Then you make another stack for people with other egocentric motives. And now you have these results. You have sorted the 192 letters. You have counted up how many letters there are in each stack. And now, with just a simple calculation, you can say what percentage of people had each type of motivation. For example, you might find out that 14% of people make this sort of change out of fear of death or hell. 6% because of egocentric motives, 5% because they have been gripped by some sort of altruistic feeling, 17% are striving after some sort of moral ideal, probably the sort of connected with the Society for Ethical Culture, 16% because of a crisis of conscience, 10% because they are following the teachings of someone they consider good, 13% because they are imitating someone else whom they consider religious, 19% because of social pressures or needs, and so on. You can also proceed by trying to lovingly immerse yourself in a soul that has gone through this change. You can attempt to conduct research on his or her interior life. For this, you need spiritual science. Or you can do something like what I have just described. The person who did this is a certain Starbuck, and he has written a startling book about such things. This is the most extreme version of an externalization of the matter. It is the opposite of what one must have a feeling for in spiritual science. Spiritual science always attempts to penetrate into the interior of things. The tendency that has arisen in this materialistic age is to take up even religious life through the use of the famous and beloved techniques of statistics. For this is, quote, unassailable research, close quote, as we have been shown all too clearly. It has a quality that is loved by those who do not want to go through the gates of spiritual science. One can truly say of it that it is easy, very easy. We already mentioned yesterday why so many people do not want to turn fully toward spiritual science. It is too difficult for them. Statistics, on the other hand, are easy, truly very easy. Now, these days, people are also conducting experimental soul science. I have to tell you a good bit about this experimental soul science if I am to really give you a concept of it. It is called experimental psychology. People think it has a lot of promise. I will describe to you only the beginnings of what people have started to do with these experiments. Let us say that we have 10 children sitting before us, and then we write a sentence on the board in front of these children, something like this, quote, TH ellipsis, HA ellipsis, WO ellipsis, Y ellipsis, ACC ellipsis, LO ellipsis, close quote. Then you take the clock and say, quote, you tell me what you can read there, close quote. The child does not know at first, but he thinks about it for a while, and then it comes to him, quote, Through hard work, you accomplish lots. Close quote. And then you make a note of how much time it took the child to come up with the sentence. You need to have a lot of sentences ready, obviously, because it can be challenging to come up with something like that. Over time, the children will be able to do it more quickly. Then you make note of how many seconds the first one needed and how many seconds the second one needed to complete the sentence, and so on. Then you figure out the percentages and do further work with the data statistically. In this way, you can test their adaptability to external factors, as well as other things. This methodology in experimental psychology has a stylish name. It is called intelligence testing, whereas the earlier methodology I described was called, quote, testing the religious nature of human beings through experimental means, close quote. You see, my dear friends, the things that I am presenting to you here in a few broad strokes are really nothing to laugh about, because there are far more philosophy positions open to those who are working with this future discipline of soul science than there are positions open to those who take seriously, even in a small way, the things that are discovered only through the inner observation of the soul, not to mention the things that we talk about. In these times, you have to be able to conduct experiments. These are some examples of the kinds of experiments being conducted now, and they have widespread support in the world. Physics and chemical laboratories are being built. There is an endless literature on the topic. Indeed, you can experience it for yourself. I will mention this just as a short aside. A friend of ours, one of the members of one of our northern branches, applied to write his doctoral dissertation at the local university. He made every effort, of course, just as one adjusts one's speech when speaking to children, to meet them at a level they can understand. He made every effort to leave out everything that he had learned and gained from spiritual science. All of it was left out. But now, at the defense of this dissertation, a man was on the committee who was an expert in these things, who had his finger on all of these different methodologies, so to speak. He did not accept the dissertation at all. This is a case that the Storting in Norway is already dealing with. The committee member, who is an experimental psychologist, is firmly convinced that he is standing firmly on the scientific ground of the present, and that the future belongs to his soul science. Nothing in particular should be said against this experimental psychology. After all, why should it really be uninteresting to experience the kinds of things it has to say? To be sure, it is actually quite interesting. There is no reason why you cannot do things that way. But it is a matter of how these things are brought into life, and whether they are used to kill off true spiritual science and genuine knowledge of the soul. We must always continue to stress that we do not want to deny the work of others investigating the soul by examining the sensory world and registering responses using methodologies like the 192 letters. This befits the capacities of the researchers. But we must keep in mind the nature of the world into which spiritual science is now stepping. We must be clear about this. I am well aware that people might come forward and say, quote, "He is at it again, complaining terribly about experimental psychology and picking it all to pieces," close quote. People could just as easily say, quote, "You insulted Goethe and his Faust around Easter time and picked it to pieces too," close quote. People who cannot understand that describing something is different than the kind of criticism practiced in the usual sense of the word will always misunderstand such things. By describing such things, I hope to place them within the collective whole of human life. Spiritual science is not meant to practice criticism, and what it says cannot actually function as criticism. It is another thing to have clear vision. And this is how someone looking towards science can arrive at the insight that science actually externalizes all of human striving, even when it comes to religious matters. It does not look inward, but rather considers humanity from without. In practical life, people are not quite so credulous. The statistics of the insurance agencies can calculate approximately when a person will die. I've mentioned this before. In other words, you can make calculations for an 18-year-old boy and estimate when he will die, because he belongs to a group of people in which so and so many die within a certain number of years. After that, the agency makes the insurance quotes, and they are distributed quite properly. This all works out well. But if that same person were to then be preparing himself in everyday life for the year in which the insurance agency said he would probably die, he would be considered a fool. The system does not determine anything about your life. Statistics have just as little to do with your religious beliefs. We must learn to see all of these things. By doing so, you will struggle your way toward a feeling in which intuitive knowledge can be found. But it will be particularly difficult to bring what I would call the pinnacle of our spiritual science into current world culture. That is, the knowledge of the Christ. Knowledge of the Christ as the purest, holiest, and highest thing in spiritual science is what everything in spiritual science is leading toward. In many lectures, I have attempted to make it clear that precisely in this age, the Christ impulse, which entered through the mystery of Golgotha, must awaken the soul into a state of responsiveness through the instrument of spiritual science. I have tried to make the various workings of the Christ impulse clear in many different ways. Just think about the lecture on the Maid of Orleans or Constantine. In many different ways, I have tried to make it clear that the Christ impulse has moved through the centuries in the unconscious, but that now we are living in a time in which it must step into human life much more consciously. This is an age in which a true knowledge of the mystery of Golgotha must enter in. You will not be able to learn to recognize and know this mystery of Golgotha unless you truly take up and immerse yourself through spiritual science in the ideas and imaginations that were touched upon at Easter, the concepts of Christ in connection with Lucifer and Ahriman. We are living in an extremely difficult time, in a time of great pain and suffering. You know that I cannot say something descriptive of these times for the reasons that I have already mentioned. I do not want to do that either. I want to touch upon something from an altogether different angle, something that is connected with what we are discussing today. This time of pain and suffering has awakened something in the human soul. And all of us who are experiencing this time and are concerned about what is happening will notice that in this age, a great deepening of the human soul is coming in from one side. It is a deepening of the human souls that are standing in the midst of these current events and that have distanced themselves from all religious life, where the sensibilities and feelings have become totally materialistic. But in the messages we receive from them through letters and other means, we find that through their painful connection with these current events, they have begun to rediscover their religious feelings. It is characteristic of this moment that people who would never have let such words cross their lips before are starting to talk about God and a divine order. It is really true that you can experience a great sense of religious deepening on the part of people who are experiencing these things firsthand. But another fact can be called up that is just as clear as the one I have just mentioned. Take a look at the characteristic passages from the letters that come from the battlefields, the one in which you can find this characteristic deepening of religious feeling. They write a good bit about how they have found God again, But they also say almost nothing, and few people have really noticed this, about the Christ. We hear them speaking about God, but not about Christ. This is a very significant fact. A religious feeling is on the rise in this time of great pain and suffering. Of great suffering and pain. A religious idea in the abstract form of the idea of God. However, we almost cannot speak at all of a similar deepening of the sense for Christ. I say almost. Naturally, we see it in a few places, but generally things are as I have just described them. From this you can see that our age is at a point where human souls feel a need to seek a connection with the spiritual world again, but also that it is hard for us to be led to what we call the Christ impulse and the mystery of Golgotha. This is why it is necessary for the human soul to be given an imagination of the whole of humanity. This is why it is necessary that we not only seek community with the things that we live with during one lifetime, but also that we turn our spiritual eyes toward all of the ages and all of the beings that we have been and have been with as souls throughout several lifetimes on the earth, several different ages, during several different ages. This leads us gradually to understand the powerful necessity in our souls to recognize that humanity undergoes descending and ascending periods of evolution. We must feel at one with humanity in its evolutionary process. We must look back to the moments of Earth's origin and witness its descending and ascending stages of evolution, at the middle of which stands the mystery of Golgotha. We must feel at one with all of humanity and feel at one with the mystery of Golgotha. The human soul stands closer to the spatial cosmos than to the temporal cosmos. The temporal cosmos being the one that has unfolded during the course of the stages of evolution. But we are led to the temporal cosmos when we start to feel united with the whole course of human evolution. For once we begin to feel this, we cannot help but see that a certain moment of human evolution came about at a point when something entered into human evolution that could not have come about purely through human powers. It had to enter human evolution by having an impulse from the spiritual world itself penetrate into the world through a human body, which happened at the beginning of the Christian calendar. It was a moment when heaven made contact with the earth. Here we are touching upon something
digitally narrated using the voice of Edward Herman. 26 reasons why this book can change your entire life. For the first time in my 25 years of lecturing and teaching at world-famous Carnegie Hall in New York City, I am presenting the accumulation of my studies of ancient secrets from India, China, Tibet, and the philosophers of the Golden Age of Greece in one simple, practical, and easy-to-understand book which can help you change your life for the better. How to use your metaphysical miracle power will do the following things for you. 1. You will be able to perform miracles in your own life, just as the master metaphysician Jesus, the Buddha, Confucius, and other great philosophers and teachers have in the past. There are many different forms of miracles, from healing the sick body to the healing of mental and emotional disturbances, healing of social sickness, healing of financial ailments, and the healing of unhappiness, discontent, and fear and worry. 2. You will learn how to release your mind from the limitations of matter and soar into the inspiring and lofty realm of the spiritual dimensions of life. Here it is that all the great souls of history have received their divine inspiration and intuitive guidance for achieving their high goals. 3. You will discover for the first time that there is a miracle-working power within you, which you tap for every purpose in life. This miracle worker, which guided such geniuses as Columbus, Newton, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Lincoln, Edison, Pasteur, and Burbank, is ready to do your bidding when you once learn how to tap this astounding power. You will change the course of your own destiny, just as these geniuses changed the course of history for all mankind, when you once get on the spiritual wavelength of greatness, which this book charts. 4. You will be guided step by step to the unfoldment of your own higher spiritual and mental gifts. You will become an extraordinary person when you once learn the method for unfolding the three minds that are encompassed by your own consciousness. Most people live one-dimensional lives, and they never know the pure joy of an expanded cosmic consciousness that comes to those who discover the 4 dimensions of life, which this book explores. 5. You will learn how to tap the secret hidden treasure troves of the invisible universe, which can bring you illimitable wealth and success. What great metaphysical secrets did such men as Rockefeller, Morgan Baruch, Vanderbilt, and Astor possess? Why could these men accumulate hundreds of millions of dollars? This book will reveal how you may tap a power that is behind all material riches. The metaphysical Aladdin's lamp of riches will be placed in your hands. How you use this tremendous power is up to you. 6. You will be shown how the great mystics and masters of the Far East were able to literally command the secret forces of life and cause them to bend to their will. Do you want to control other people for good? Do you long to have power over the erratic forces of nature? Do you want to project a sense of mastery and magnetism over those you meet? This dynamic principle of universal command and control is given fully in this book. It is the first time it has ever been given in printed form to the general public. 7. This book reveals God's secret of creation. It shows how you may use the same divine principle of creativity that will cause you to create in the image and likeness of that which you hold in your consciousness. You can energize the creative idea that you hold in your mind and produce its exact counterpart in the outer, objective world. 8. You will be shown the metaphysical brain projector principle, which reveals how you can project your innermost dreams and aspirations and see them become clothed in the garments of reality. You can become a creative giant through this principle alone. 9. Do you want to change your personality for the better? Improve your appearance. Add strength, youth, and vitality to your body. This book reveals a metaphysical principle from Tibet and China, known as the moon blending and sun blending exercises. People have used this principle alone to perform seeming miracles of transformation in their lives. 10. Learn about the miroscope of your mind, how it can act as a giant electronic telescope or microscope and give you an expanded consciousness which encompasses the entire universe. Just as man has expanded his horizons in his attempts to conquer space, so too, when you harness this tremendous metaphysical concept of the miroscope, you can enlarge the horizons of your life and include universal vistas that bring you greater joy, success, and fulfillment. 11. Do you resent the 8 hours a night that are spent in sleep? Learn through this book how you can harness those extra 8 hours a night and take fantastic astral journeys into the dimensions of the past, present, or future, and explore hidden secrets of other planets, other ages, other races and cultures with your astral body or higher mind. What man calls dreams can now be controlled and directed into fertile fields of metaphysical inquiry that yield rich and rewarding results. Improve the memory, learn foreign languages, discover new worlds through this dream projection method. 12. Learn how to perform the daily miracles of solving problems, living in harmony with others, and attracting to yourself the friends and loved ones that you desire. 13. Learn how you may enter the mystical land of Shangri-La, where you can achieve a state of spiritual exaltation, which makes you impervious to external pain and discomfort. What great power do the mystics of India possess that can cause them to lie on a bed of nails or walk on red-hot coals and feel no pain? 14. Learn John D. Rockefeller Sri's crammed, jammed pocket full of money theory, which has its entire basis in metaphysics. You need never be in want again the rest of your life if you once master this tremendous secret. 15. Discover the art of premonstration and demonstration, which can make you externalize conditions and things that you hold within the spiritual center of your being. Instantaneous miracles are possible for those who learn this great power. 16. Unlock your own higher psychic and prophetic gifts and learn the art of precognition or foretelling the future. How does the bee know how to build its six-sided honeycomb? What inner intelligence tells the caterpillar how to weave its cocoon and become a butterfly? This divine intuition is within your mind. Discover how to use this great power. 17. Find out how you may use the miracle healing power of divine mind through the spiritual forces of faith and prayer. The same technique that the master metaphysician Jesus used for his amazing miracles of healing is known today and may be used by those who know how to invoke the power of divine mind. 18. Learn how you may magnetize and attract to yourself money, jobs, material things, people and conditions that you wish to have in your life. The dynamic law of mental and spiritual magnetism works miracles in the lives of those who know how to use it. 19. Learn how to plant spiritual seed money and reap a harvest of abundance and plenty. The tithing principle that is revealed by the mystics of the Far East works wonders for those who are trying to demonstrate more money and greater success in their lives. 20. Discover and utilize the 10 dynamic mental and spiritual laws that can work modern miracles for you. These dynamic laws are based on ancient knowledge that goes back to the time of the great pharaohs in Egypt. The art of transmutation, the secret power of transfiguration, the miracle of utilization. All these dynamic forces can help you perform modern miracles. 21. The illimitable realm of the cosmos is explored in this book, which shows you how you may attune your mind and soul to the greatest geniuses of the ages. You may duplicate their astounding mental and physical feats and find yourself in possession of cosmic power that will astound you. Michelangelo, Marco Polo, Columbus, Edison, Plato, Socrates, and Burbank. All the great geniuses of history had cosmic consciousness. Learn how to tune in on illimitable mental and spiritual power. 22. You will be shown how to channelize the greatest power in the universe through the 6 basic emotions that you possess. Through these emotions, you will learn how to create inspiration, dynamic energy, and creative gifts and talents that will truly delight and amaze you. The greatest things in the world were created by man through the spiritual fire released by the great emotion of love. Learn how to harness this dynamic power. 23. Study and apply the mastermind principles that were used by all the great mystics, prophets, and teachers. When these mastermind principles are fully understood, one can become a master of life and perform miracles of healing, demonstrations, and achievements that are not possible for ordinary mortals. 24. Learn and perform the 15 ways that you can use the metaphysical miracle power of your higher mind to bring you wealth and success. One decision made $1 million for one man. You can duplicate these principles in your life. 25. Study the 10 golden keys that can help you unlock the doors to life's most profound mysteries. Learn how nature lavishes her abundance on those who are in tune with her dynamic mental and spiritual laws. There are billions of dollars of resources open to all human beings who are aware of this secret. 26. Create the miracle of vital good health and long life by tapping the dynamic solar and atomic energy of the universe. Some people in the Himalayas are said to be 200 years of age. What are the secrets of their long life and vitality? Tap the power of your higher mind, which can reveal these priceless secrets of long life, energy, and rejuvenation through dynamic, vitally breathing, right diet, and spiritual exercises. I dedicate this book to my thousands of lecture members and students throughout America, who have been a constant source of inspiration and encouragement in my 30 years of public work. Introduction. Throughout history, there have been great and illumined souls who have been able to use the power of their higher minds to perform seeming miracles. These men and women used a cosmic force which is in the universe and which anyone may use when he once learns how to focus this higher power within his own mind. There are stupendous miracles such as healing the sick, causing the blind to see, making the crippled walk, but these are not the only miracles with which we are concerned in this metaphysical study. There are the little everyday miracles which you may begin to perform immediately that relate to your health, to your work, to increasing your income, to finding happiness in love and marriage, and to healing your mind of confusion, discord, and unhappiness, so that you may find inner peace and security. You will learn in this study that you too may become a miracle worker, that you may wave the mental wand of faith and create out of the substance of your thoughts and inner dreams the concrete things that you desire in your life. You may tap the power of this higher cosmic mind and create magnificent works, even as did the geniuses of the past who used this miracle-working power. Beethoven used this higher mind within to create beautiful music, even though he was deaf. Edison tapped this power of the higher cosmic mind within and created over 300 inventions, from the motion picture camera to the electric light bulb, which bless our lives today. Edison used the power which we shall study together, and there is no reason why you may not achieve greatness through this self-same metaphysical power. Lincoln was a miracle worker, and although a martyr, like Gandhi and John F. Kennedy, he brought the miracle of unity and greatness to a strife-ridden nation. J.P. Morgan was a financier and industrialist, but he used the metaphysical miracle power which we shall study together to build one of the great financial empires of all time. This miracle power is not dead today. It is still being used by men like Paul G. Getty and Howard Hughes, Ford and Rockefeller, to create wealth that not only benefits the ones who created, but also blesses the world through the public libraries they endow, the research foundations they create, and the artistic gifts and treasures which they give to our great art galleries and museums. The miracles of Lourdes are well known, and I have stood in the sacred grotto, and I have seen the discarded crutches, wheelchairs, and braces that the sick have left there when their miracles of healing came, and they walked away healed by a miracle power that worked for them, but which does not seem to work for others. The spectacular miracles that the master metaphysician Jesus performed, and which we see at places like Lourdes, are not the only evidences that this metaphysical miracle power exists and may be tapped by ordinary mortals. There are other evidences in our own age that this power is alive today and may be used to heal millions of still unborn persons and to save the lives of hundreds of millions today. Salk used this higher miracle power to develop his vaccine for polio. Fleming developed penicillin through this higher intuitive mind. Madame M. Curie discovered radium by listening to the inner cosmic voice that guided them. And Pasteur certainly was a miracle worker unequaled in history for the perception that caused him to perfect the use of vaccines in the treatment and prevention of disease. The miracles that Buddha and Jesus performed through the use of metaphysics were indeed formidable. They seemed to set aside the natural laws of the universe and to bring into mental focus some higher, dynamic spiritual law that worked miracles. However, this power did not end with them. This miracle-working power is still alive today and may be tapped by any person who will spend a few hours studying the principles and spiritual laws set forth in this book. The Age of Modern Miracles. Today, as never before, we live in an age of modern miracles. Jesus walked on the surface of the sea, but modern man not only skims over the surface of the sea, but is able to swim hundreds of feet below the water in his modern atomic submarines and sail around the world without resurfacing. Through the miracle of the ether waves, man is able to project his voice and sights and sounds thousands of miles through time and space. The miracles of radio, television, Cinerama, and Telestar prove that man lives in the midst of a vast cosmic sea of intelligence which will respond to his own dynamic thought currents and bring him amazing miracles of sights and sounds which would have been impossible 100 years ago. The modern electronic telescope is a 20th century miracle which reveals the invisible world that exists in another dimension of time and space. Through the miracle of extrasensory perception, man may discover another dimension of mental and spiritual power in which he may unlock mystical doors to secrets of the past and future. The higher cosmic mind within you is more powerful than the electronic telescope. It was that higher mind which invented this electronic marvel. What of the miracles of modern automobiles, trains, jet planes, atomic power, superspeed highways, modern chemical and industrial inventions that gave us new products like plastics and nylon, and 1,000 other substances which give us luxuries and comforts in this miracle age that no other age in history has ever been blessed with? Truly, we live in an age of miracles. Now let us study together how you also may tap this miracle-working power of metaphysics and channel it in your own mind so you too may become a miracle worker and create for yourself and your loved ones the destiny that you desire. Chapter 1. The Metaphysical Miracle Power Within You. There is a miracle-working power in the universe which man may tap and use for every purpose in his life. This power flows throughout all creation. It creates and sustains all living things. It is a cosmic intelligence which works under certain dynamic mental and spiritual laws. When you once learn how to recognize this power and channel it through your own higher mind, you can literally become a miracle worker. Some people call this higher power God. Others name it cosmic mind or divine mind. By whatever name you choose to call this metaphysical power, the fact still remains that man can never really comprehend this stupendous creative intelligence, but he can use it to perform everyday miracles of health, abundance, love fulfillment, happiness, and peace of mind. The miracle within an egg. When I was 10 years of age, I went to church with my foster parents and heard the minister preach a sermon about miracles. I did not fully understand the things he talked about. When we got home, my foster father took me by the hand to an incubator in which some eggs were about to hatch. As we looked through the glass door of the incubator, I saw the first tiny beak begin to break through the shell of the egg. My father said, "That, my boy, is a miracle, what the preacher was talking about this morning." I looked up at him in puzzled wonderment and said, "The miracle to me is how that chicken got in there in the first place." Truly, the mystery of life itself is a miracle which no man may comprehend. A full-grown chick coming out of that imprisoning shell in 21 days is one of life's most profound miracles, and yet we know that this occurs as routinely in nature as the sun rises and sets, or the moon gravitates around the earth, and the earth around the sun, under its own magnetic and gravitational laws. By utilizing this known law of the universe, man is able to fly his jet planes and his spaceships, and soon may be exploring the moon and other planets in outer space. Yes, we live in an age of miracles, and the greatest miracle of all is your own mysterious birth, the creation of your own perfect body in 9 short months' time. Think of the miracle of your eyes, which can relay vibrations of color and form to your brain, and correctly interpret what you see in the outer world. Think of the miracle of your memory, which can store billions of impressions in your lifetime, and recall any of them instantly from the filing cabinet of your brain. Think of the miracle of your acoustically perfect ear, which can hear the thousands and millions of notes in a symphony and accurately separate the instruments from which they issue. Think of the miracle of your heart, which pumps the blood through your body every few moments perfectly, and which continues to beat even when you are asleep. You will readily see that some higher intelligence within you automatically performs all these vital functions without even your conscious volition or concern. This shows that metaphysical power is within you, subject to your control and direction. You are immersed in a vast sea of etheric intelligence, very much like a fish in water. Like the fish, you are not consciously aware of the substance in which you move and have your being. This life force is a pulsating, moving, dynamic power that gives life to all of Earth's creatures. When you once learn how to work with this miracle power, you may motivate and shape your life in any chosen direction and build a destiny that encompasses health, happiness, and success. The art of premonstration. There is a dynamic law in metaphysics which states, that which you wish to achieve you must first mentally conceive. I call this, in our study, the art of premonstration. You may want to achieve the building of $1 million fortune, and you may feel that you cannot be happy until and unless you do attain such a fortune. It is almost impossible for your mind to conceive such a large sum of money unless you use the art of premonstration first. There are 5 separate steps which you must take to invoke the art of premonstration. They are: 1. Picture clearly in your mind the thing you wish to demonstrate or achieve. 2. Make a blueprint of the thing or things you are trying to achieve. That is, review it in all its details in your mind first. Then sit down and write out the plan in detail. 3. Sit quietly in silence and ask the higher mind within the steps you should take to achieve the things you are asking for. 4. Now visualize yourself doing these things as if a mental motion picture were being projected on a giant screen in the outer world. This is premonstration, seeing the thing in your mind before it actually takes place in the outer world. 5. Demonstration follows premonstration. That is, the things you have been mentally projecting are acted out in your life, just as though they had actually occurred. Demonstration is the 5th and final step in premonstration. A true life case history. Let us examine a true life case of the art of premonstration, which occurred to a student of mine who attended my lectures and classes at Carnegie Hall. A lady past 40 years of age was tired of living in a small apartment in the city. Her husband worked in New York and made a good salary. They could not afford to move to a home of their own in the suburbs. They both wanted a home more than anything else in the world. After the lady had come to several of my classes, she learned of the art of premonstration, and she went home and proceeded with confidence to take the 5 steps I have given above for achieving the dream she and her husband had conceived. There did not seem to be any way open for this couple to achieve their dream of owning their own home. They had only a few $1,000s saved up. They had no children, and the lady did not work. How could they possibly achieve the fulfillment of their dream? First, they sat down and discussed the type of home they wanted. Then they cut pictures out of home magazines which pictured the house more clearly. These pictures they put into a large album titled, Our Scrapbook of Destiny. Then, after they had pasted all the pictures in their scrapbook, they sat down and wrote out a full blueprint or plan of how many rooms the house would have, the type of yard, the location they would like, and they both read this description over every day and visualize the house in all its details. The next step, number 3, they both sat in the silence for half an hour each night, asking for guidance as to what they should do to demonstrate the house they desired. Step 4 was spent in discussions and daydreams, in which they visualized themselves entertaining their friends at small dinner parties in their own home, working in the garden, and involved in all the little intimate details that go into actual living in a home. The 5th step was a matter of acting out the life they planned in their own home. They began to feel that they had already found the house, that they had moved into it. They began to mentally furnish the house. They window shopped and picked little items for the various rooms, and acted as though the dream were already a reality. Then began the actual quest for the house. The higher mind within, which they asked for guidance, led them to search the real estate sections of the daily papers. They saw nothing matching their mental dream house. But one day a friend told them of a home in the country that belonged to a recent widow who wanted to sell and go to Europe to live. The couple rushed to New Jersey to see this home. It was the dream house they had pictured in every detail. But the lady wanted $25,000 cash. They had only $3,000 in the bank. In talking to the widow, however, they were so enthusiastic and their dream was projected so vividly that before the interview ended, she offered to let them move into the house without any payment whatsoever, if they would take over the first mortgage and pay her $250 a month. This was the exact amount they paid each month for rent, and so they accepted the deal. An extra little dividend was added to the purchase of the house. The widow let them have her furnishings for $2,000 cash. They were easily worth $10,000. Dreams precede actions. In using the art of premonstration, we are using an old law in metaphysics which states, dreams precede actions. God's dream of his creation must have preceded the building of the universe from the tiniest atom to the most intricate constellations. Your mental dream becomes the blueprint which assembles from the unconscious all the elements that go into the fulfillment of your dream. Reality is only an outward manifestation of the inner dream. Einstein proved in his theory of relativity that mental energy is convertible into its exact physical equivalent, and that all matter, in turn, is convertible once again into its invisible counterpart. A skyscraper or bridge that appears to be solid reality is only a mass of vibrating atoms, and they are held together by an invisible law called gravity. When these atoms disperse or disintegrate, they go back into the earth and disappear. To assemble any kind of matter, the human mind must have a form or dream upon which to build. This dream can take any form, like the primitive idea man had when he saw a stone rolling down a hillside and dreamed of a wheel attached to a cart. Scientists call the wheel the greatest invention of all time, for from it issued the modern automobile, airplane, jet propulsion, and even our space age. After the dream, it was relatively simple for man to perfect a functional wheel that could propel man from place to place and free him from being a beast of burden. Since time immemorial, man has dreamed of being able to fly like a bird. The dream crystallized into solid reality when the great artist Leonardo da Vinci wrote on his design of the world's first airplane, "Man shall grow wings." His airplane could only glide, since the motor had not yet been invented, but a self-propelled airplane was already on the way to being a reality, with that first sketch and building of a flying machine. The Wright brothers carried the dream a step further toward reality, after another man had dreamed a motor into existence. The entire universe is built on a dream. To create the world of your choice, learn how to daydream constructively. The steps which you have just studied on the art of premonstration show you how to carry that initial daydream from its first inception of the idea to the complete fulfillment or demonstration, which we call reality. How great men in history have used this power. Great men in history have used this metaphysical power. They looked about them, at the world in which they lived, and saw the many imperfections, the evils, the poverty, the wars and disasters that periodically plagued humanity. And they asked themselves the question, how can I make this a better world? From this initial premise or dream, these great men were guided by their higher minds to discoveries, inventions, and methods by which they changed the destinies of all men and created the reality of a better world for us to live in. As you look about you at the world of reality, you must recognize the fact that we still have a long way to go before we come into the utopia of which man dreams. See the reality, but do not let it blind you to the higher dream towards which all men are striving. The world today needs to learn how to use this metaphysical miracle power more than at any other time in history. Over 25 million people in our country are handicapped in some way, blind, crippled, and sick. In 5,000 years of so-called civilization, man has only known peace for something like 100 years. The rest of that time he has been at war somewhere on the face of the earth. We have social maladjustment, juvenile delinquency, dope addiction, and criminality on a large scale. There are over 8 million alcoholics. Many people still live in slum conditions in this, the richest nation in the world. Millions of people still live on a starvation diet in this world that could produce plenty for all. Never have we known an age in which humanity suffered greater agony of mind and spirit. Humanity needs to use a greater force than book knowledge alone to help man achieve the dream of peace, prosperity, and happiness for which he so desperately searches. See what miracles these great men of history produced when they once learned how to unlock the metaphysical power of their higher minds. Columbus used this power when he searched within for guidance to new lands. This power of the higher mind told him that the world was round, not flat, as everyone believed in that age, and his dreams of discovering a new world were fulfilled. Burbank perfected new products by using this higher mind within. He was able to change growing things and create new species because he tapped this metaphysical miracle power. Michelangelo, the great artist and sculptor, turned to this metaphysical miracle power for gigantic new concepts in art that caused him to create the most perfect statues in marble that man has ever produced. His energy and creative power blossomed even when he was in his 70s and was called back out of retirement by the Pope to do his murals in the Sistine Chapel, which have been called some of the greatest art ever created by man. Pasteur, Edison, Franklin, Einstein, Florence Nightingale, Joan of Arc, Newton, Plato, and Marco Polo, all these great men and women of history had divine guidance in the discoveries, inventions, and creative genius they manifested. Alone, they could never have produced such greatness had they not turned to this miracle power within which we are studying together. They became geniuses and developed almost superhuman power of mind and spirit. What hast thou in thine house? Start today to work your little everyday miracles. Do not wait for a better or more auspicious time. The moment you study this method, you can begin to perform the miracles in your life that you desire and which will give you and your loved ones a better life. The Bible says, What hast thou in thine house? One man changed the entire destiny of the South using this metaphysical principle. I visited Tuskegee Institute in Alabama when the great scientist and educator, George Washington Carver, was its leader. He showed me through his laboratory where I saw dozens of products he had created from the lowly peanut, which revolutionized the industry of the South. There were plastics, wallboard, insulating materials, asbestos, varnishes, paints, fodder for cattle, and all kinds of other products made from the peanut. Dr. Carver looked within his own mind for the miracle-working power that could lead him to perfecting and creating all these new products. He did not go to New York City or some other center and search for wealth and power. He busied himself using the materials at hand, and the divine mind within guided him unerringly in taking the right steps for achieving a great destiny and benefiting the world. Look around you today, in whatever environment you exist, and see what you can do to improve your life or change the conditions around you. The miracle power begins to work for you the moment you realize that it is a living, dynamic intelligence which exists within your own mind. The miracle-working Father within. The great master metaphysician Jesus spoke of a Father within who doeth the work, in referring to his amazing miracles. For centuries, people have been puzzled as to his exact meaning. Now, in our scientific age, we know that every person possesses this miracle-working Father within. It is the higher mind, the spiritual intelligence that works in all of nature. It is the power that gave you life, the divine mind that causes you to breathe, that keeps your blood flowing through your veins and arteries. It is the intelligence in your cells that builds and repairs the body, which heals the sick, which creates the child in its mother's womb in 9 months' time. Like all great forces in the universe, this Father within is invisible, but it is as real and more powerful than the physical and material universe which it controls. This divine mind, which some call God, is in the fourth dimensional world where the miracle-working power resides. You can tap this divine mind which works miracles through a simple daily regime, which we shall now study together. It can be invoked this very moment through the power of faith to do your bidding. Like the Aladdin's lamp of the fairy tale, there is also a magic genie within your consciousness, which you can summon to assist you in carrying out the daily miracles of living. Let us see below how you invoke this magic genie of your higher mind for performing daily miracles. The miracle-working regime. 1. First, believe in this miracle-working power. Have faith that this miracle power of your higher mind can do for you what it has done for the great ones of the past. Daily invoke this higher power by opening your day with a short prayer, something like this. Father within, I now humbly ask that you take over my affairs for this day. Guide me to say and do the right things all day. I have faith in the Father within, and now place myself in the divine center of all good and constructive action, knowing that only that which is good can come to me. I am now the center of divine action, and everything I do will be prompted by the higher divine mind within me. 2. Look about you each day and be aware of the miracles that this Father within has created, and which are already at work for you without any conscious effort on your part. The life force flows within you, giving you health and energy to carry out your day's activities. The miracle power in the soil has grown the food you are to eat this day. Coffee will come from Brazil. Sugar from beets or sugar cane is already in existence. Eggs are being created on some farm from chickens that already exist. Beef is being nourished somewhere for your table tonight. Rubber is being grown or manufactured artificially for the tires of your car. Steel, iron, and coal have been built into the earth for your use in machinery, radio, TV, motion pictures. All exist because this miracle power put the elements into creation long before you were born. The oil which runs your car, which gives you heat in winter and cold air in summer, was starting to be created 1 billion years ago. The wool for making your clothing exists somewhere already on a distant flock of sheep. The cotton for shirts, dresses, and other items is now growing on some far-off plantation. Be aware of this miracle-working power of divine mind that is at work in the universe and is even now working for your own good. 3. Sit down for at least half an hour daily and concentrate on the power of this higher divine mind within you. Ask this power to give you perfect health. If you are sick and wish it to heal, you have faith in this power. Know that the miracles of healing are daily taking place in millions of human bodies, and the same power can work for you. When you cut your hand, what force within your body heals it? This force weaves new skin, sends the phagocytes to the wound to kill the invading bacteria, and creates new cells to take place of old ones. When a bone is broken, this same miracle-working power within rushes supplies of calcium and other elements to the fracture, rebuilding the bone and even making it stronger at the juncture where it was broken. 4. When you go to bed at night, the last thing you should do is spend a few moments instructing this divine mind within what miracles you wish it to perform for you during the time you are asleep, or the next day when you are awake. You may make up your own suggestions to the divine metaphysical mind, or you might use a statement for general well-being, such as this. Father within, I now go to sleep, confident that you will heal and repair my body perfectly while I sleep. I ask for divine guidance in all my activities tomorrow and in the days to come. I especially desire peace of mind and harmony in my home and work. I ask for new ideas to improve my finances and to bring me security for the future. I ask for the miracle of divine love to flower in my life and to bless all those within the center of my activities. I now go to sleep confident that I shall awaken on the morrow refreshed, healed, revitalized, and rejuvenated mentally and physically. 5. To concentrate the power of this higher divine mind within, sit down each day and make out a list of the positive and constructive things you want to happen to you. This list should include your working conditions, your home, your social life, your gifts and talents, your finances, and your state of health. Do not be afraid to ask the indwelling Father for anything you desire, for remember, He created the universe and all therein for you to use and enjoy. Your list might look like this. A. I desire a change in my work. Guide me to the finding of a new job doing. State the type of work you wish. B. I wish to make an extra $1,000 so I may buy the things I wish: a new TV set, a car, an air conditioner. Specify the things you desire and visualize them clearly. C. I wish to have romantic fulfillment and to find a mate who embodies these qualities. List the kind of mate you would like to marry, giving the traits, appearance, etc. D. I would like to travel. Guide me to the means for taking trips to. List the countries you wish to visit. One lady in our lecture group listed travel on her miracle guidance chart, and she soon found work on an ocean liner as a manicurist. She met a wealthy widower on this cruise, fell in love with him, and married him when the cruise ended. She achieved another objective which she had on her guidance chart: the finding of a suitable mate and financial independence. You never know from what channel your good will come to you. When you once release the tremendous power of your higher divine mind, you will begin to see miracles occurring on all sides of you. Things will happen that you never consciously realized were possible before. Have faith in this power and never doubt its spiritual reality, for the very fact that you exist is living proof of a miracle-working power in the universe that is greater than any other force in existence. Chapter 2. How to work miracles through metaphysical commands. We have learned that the miracle power is within you, and that it can work for you when you use a certain regime, which we studied in Chapter 1. Now let us learn how to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands that we shall give to the indwelling Father who performs the miracles we desire. The cells of your brain and body are like tiny batteries. They possess atomic and electrical charges that are diffused throughout your entire body. Science now has discovered that when we are sick, the brain and body cells have in some way become short-circuited, and their charges of electricity, magnetism, and life force are depleted. The miracle-working power of the divine mind within is what normally keeps the brain and body healthy. It is prejudiced in favor of health, not sickness; life, not death; success, not poverty; happiness, not misery; peace, not conflict; love, not hate. When you wish to work miracles of health or success or love happiness, you must learn to go to the very foundation of your life and work with the divine intelligence that has been implanted within your mind and body. To focus this creative miracle power, you must stir the positive, healing emotions into vibrant action with creative metaphysical commands. Let there be light. The first dynamic creative command in the Bible is, let there be light. Under the impetus of this forceful statement, the invisible atoms and molecules of unlimited space were set into motion, and all creation began. Light is synonymous with spirit or intelligence. Darkness represents ignorance and the forces of evil. So too, there are two opposite polarities in all of life. One represents the force of good or God, the other the force of evil, or, as religionists call it, the devil. Just as God used this dynamic command, let there be light, to start all creation, so too, you can summon up all the creative powers of your brain and body by using a similar creative command to invoke the miracle-working power that can change your life from a negative, fear-filled, and unhappy one to one of health, happiness, and fulfillment. Just as we have light and darkness, so too we have opposing states of consciousness, which constantly struggle for supremacy. These two states of consciousness can be created through the words you think and speak. These words set up little electrical and magnetic charges within the brain, and then communicate themselves to the nerves and muscles of the body, setting into motion the conditions embodied in the words. The master metaphysician Jesus said, "If ye abide in me, and my words abide in you, ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you." John 15:7. What does this mean? It means that the creative intelligence of the divine mind within is unlocked through the use of words or creative commands. Positive words, thoughts, and emotions will release positive creative power within your body, whereas negative thoughts, words, and emotions will release destructive power within your body. Many modern doctors will not allow certain words to be used in the presence of their patients because they know that negative words can be harmful to the patient and decrease the healing power within the body. Focalize your creative miracle power. Everyone has a vague idea that he wants to be happy, that he would like a healthy body, that he would like to have a fortune, but most people occasionally release enough creative power through their positive thoughts and emotions to just barely get along in life. Some unconsciously use the right creative commands, and then they see amazing results in their lives. However, most people are so steeped in the consciousness of negative thoughts, words, and emotions that they are never able to achieve the big dramatic results that bring them complete fulfillment and happiness. To achieve the complete release of this inner miracle power, you must learn how to focalize the creative energies of your mind and your emotions. Just as the sun's rays can be focused through a magnifying glass and set fire to a piece of wood or paper, so your creative mental energies can be focalized through a process of concentration and dynamic mental action that can literally kindle the creative flame of genius within yourself. Secret of spiritual communication. Just as there is communication between fellow men through the use of words, there is a spiritual communication which can be invoked between man's conscious mind and the divine mind within. The conscious mind is the seat of reason, logic, and rationality. The soul is the seat of the higher divine mind within man, where spiritual communication takes place. When we pray, we reach out with spiritual language to this hidden, secret center within the soul and invoke God's help and guidance. The language of the soul is as real as the language which mankind uses to communicate with his fellow men. When you wish to invoke the divine mind within to carry out your wishes and aspirations, you must use this method of spiritual communication. To release the dynamic energy of this higher mind, you must see to it that the words you use in this spiritual communication are the right ones. Let us examine two states of consciousness that are represented by opposing words in the following listing. Life, death. Peace, war. Riches, poverty. Good, evil. Health, sickness. Youth, age. Joy, misery. Beauty, ugliness. Love, hate. Confidence, fear. When you wish to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands, you must be sure that you approach the divine center of your consciousness with words of spiritual communication that represent the positive, life-giving, healing qualities of divine mind. When you invoke the images of negative words given in the right-hand column, you will release mental and chemical forces that deplete your energy lower your vitality, and create negative and destructive circumstances within your body and in the outer circumstances of your life. Science confirms miracle power. At last, in this scientific age, science confirms the miracle power that man possesses within his brain and body and soul. A series of laboratory experiments taken with school children showed that the sugar content of the blood could be raised or lowered by the experimenter at will. Two groups of children of the same age were taken from the same grade in school. These two groups were given the same problems to solve. The group were told that they could easily solve the problems, that the solutions were easy, and during the time they worked, they were given encouragement and praise for their efforts. The B group were told that the problems would be difficult to solve. They were told they could not easily solve them, and they were discouraged and depressed by the teacher. The A group finished their tasks quicker, with fewer mistakes than the B group, but the most startling part of the entire experiment was the fact that when the blood of the A group was analyzed, it was found to be higher in sugar content than the blood of the B group. This extra flow of sugar from the liver gave the A group more energy and helped them perform their tasks more quickly and accurately than the B group. It was also found upon analyzing the blood of the B group that it showed less sugar and more fatigue acids than that found in the A group. This was scientific proof that the creative energy of the mind and body, the glandular flow, and all the other activities of the brain and body are radically affected by the words, thoughts, and emotions that are imprinted upon our consciousness. How to give positive creative commands. The divine mind within carries out your instructions and commands. It had tremendous power, for it is the creative mind that originally created you and the entire universe. Within you is a spark of the divinity which brought you into existence, just as within the chick is the creative power which makes possible the miracle of future new life through the egg. Your creative commands reach this divine center of your being and release the miracle working power that can cause you to do anything you wish. This power can heal your body if you are sick. It can keep you healthy and strong and youthful as you grow older. It can guide you to your right work. It can give you songs, inventions, poems, stories, any kind of creative ideas you desire that might make you a fortune. All these things and more can this divine mind within do for you if you once learn how to invoke its dynamic, creative power through your creative commands. The regime for giving your higher mind creative commands. Each day, when you arise in the morning, give your higher mind a series of creative commands made up of the life-giving, positive words you will find in the left-hand column just presented. You can make up your own powerful commands or use those given here. Say these statements aloud if possible. If not, then say them quietly to yourself. Repeat them several times to give them greater effectiveness. Then, during the day, as often as you can, whenever you feel the need for more energy, more power, more intuitive guidance, say the particular creative commands that fit the situation. 1. Life. I am life. The life force now flows through my brain and body, filling me with energy and vitality. I now breathe deeply, and the life force is strengthened and fortified. I am young. I am strong. I am powerful. I now meet all challenges with new courage and optimism. The divine center of my being expands and grows more powerful under the impetus of divine mind. 2. Peace. I am now at the center of peace and poise and power. All disharmony and conflict fade away. I know the joy of perfect serenity, and like a peaceful lake, reflect the blue of the heavens. My serene soul now reflects the joy and radiance of the divine countenance, and I am at peace with the world. 3. Riches. I now command the forces of life to bring me abundance and prosperity and riches. I ask for divine guidance to my right place in life. The treasures of the universe were created for me, and I now accept abundance. 4. Good. I am good, and therefore I attract only that which is good into the orbit of my experiences. As God is good, I am now a channel for the perfect expression of God's goodness through my daily activities. I give out good, and good comes back to me. I operate under the law of good, and evil has no power to touch my life. 5. Health. I summon the miracle working power of my higher mind to heal my body of any and all negative conditions known as sickness. I command the life-giving forces within my brain and body to so regulate my glands and operate within my organs that I shall know health, vitality, energy, and strength. 6. Youth. I now energize my brain and body with the consciousness of youth. I recognize that the life force or divine energy is never old, sick, or tired. Therefore, my body can know only the enthusiasm and energy of youth. I am now in the consciousness of immortality and divinity, and the soul is ever young, and in the eternal image and likeness of God. 7. Joy. I vibrate on the plane of joy and happiness. I am filled with the vibrancy and thrill of life. I rise on wings of hope and optimism to new planes of consciousness, where all my dreams come true. I am happy and I radiate that happiness to everyone I meet. 8. Beauty. I am filled with the ideal of spiritual beauty, which overcomes the limitations of the physical self. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and I now see the beauty of sunrise and sunset, of oceans and mountains, of bright blooming spring flowers, of blue skies, and all the hidden beauty of my daily life. I am surrounded by beauty, and its creative miracle now changes my world from one of drabness to a wonderland of magic and enchantment. 9. Love. I now live in the radiant consciousness of love. I send out love to everyone I meet. This radiant stream of divine love negates all hate and resentment. I am like a loving, trusting child, having faith in all people and knowing that the divine image of love is within the soul of every living human being. 10. Confidence. I now surround myself with an aura of confidence and poise. I no longer fear anything in life. I know that the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. I radiate confidence in my business and social life. I am at ease in the presence of others, and operate with confidence and poise in every situation. Speak the metaphysical creative word. Have the miracle. When you once practice this form of spiritual communication with the divine mind that is at the center of your being, you can speak the creative word and have the miracle almost at once. As you grow stronger and stronger in the use of these creative commands for working miracles, you will be amazed at how quickly and easily all the forces of nature will bend to your will. Case history. She asked for and got $100,000. A lady who had a 17-year-old daughter came to my lectures and classes in Carnegie Hall for about a year. Her husband was dead, and she had worked hard to bring up and educate her daughter, but they had never been able to make more money than just enough to get along. After this lady had learned the metaphysical method for performing miracles, she asked the divine mind within for the sum of $100,000. She did not know how such a vast sum could ever come to her, but she did have faith that the power within could bring her that sum of money. One day in meditation, she suddenly had a vision that she would win the money through buying a sweepstakes ticket. She had never gambled in her life, and she was astounded when this vision came to her so strongly. She bought a ticket in the Irish sweepstakes, and when the drawing occurred, her ticket was chosen for one of the biggest prizes, $144,000. She won that amount when the race was run, since her horse came in first. She came into the fortune she had dreamed about, and was able to do all the things she had wanted to do all her life. I have never bought a sweepstakes ticket in my life, and I certainly do not urge any other person to go about his demonstration of a fortune through this unreliable medium of gambling, but in this instance, perhaps there was no other way by which this lady could have had the materialization of her fortune, and divine mind might have given her the intuitive guidance to buy that ticket. The power works in various ways for various people. It may take longer in some cases, but if one persists and has faith in this miracle power, it will ultimately bring one the things of which he dreams. The regime for releasing miracle power through creative words. 1. Concentrate your creative power of mind by organizing your thoughts into positive patterns, rather than negative ones. Remember, thoughts are things. You create the outer circumstances of your life by your inner thoughts. Each day, practice thinking positive thoughts of health, happiness, peace, prosperity, and joy. 2. Make it a practice to eliminate all negative words from your vocabulary and supplant them with only positive words. When you talk to other people, use only creative commands. Learn to practice saying things that express positive convictions, such as, "I'm happy. I am healthy. I can succeed. I can do that. I will be a success. I will have money. I will overcome my problems." Henry J. Kaiser, who is worth hundreds of millions, showed a friend who once visited his home in Hawaii a dictionary in which he had carefully cut out the word impossible. This was one of the secrets of his success. He refused to express any words that were negative and lived on in the positive conviction that he could accomplish anything he desired. 3. Daily, practice raising your energy levels by using energy-producing words which you repeat over and over, such words as love, success, happiness, good, achievement, God, harmony, peace, charity, brotherhood, forgiveness, faith. Great men in history have always used this theory for producing the positive chemistry of mind and body by using magnetically charged words that help them raise the creative energy levels of their consciousness. When Napoleon was preparing to become crowned as emperor, he strode back and forth before a full-length mirror, repeating over and over these words. "I'm Emperor Napoleon I." It is said of Caruso, the great Italian tenor, that when he was waiting in his dressing room to go on stage, he would stand before his mirror and sing, "I am Caruso." He would sing this over and over, up and down the scales, fixing the image of his greatness indelibly upon his inner consciousness. 4. While you are working to build your higher consciousness, you must practice, very much like an actor does for a stage role. Stand in front of your mirror in the morning before going to your office and practice your dynamic word commands in a firm, confident voice. You can make up your own statements or use these. "I command the forces of life to do my bidding. I demand the best that life has to offer. I expect respect from everyone I meet. I request from invisible sources my supply and abundance to meet all my needs in life. I have important work to do this day, and I shall achieve greatness. I take on qualities of superiority in my personality and conduct, and therefore I become superior." It was a wise man who said, "If you wish to become like Voltaire, you must think, act, and talk like Voltaire." 5. Form the mental habit of having faith in yourself and in the power of the divine mind within you. Express this faith in daily words and actions. Take on the expressions of a successful person if you wish to be more successful. If you wish to materialize riches and abundance, begin today to act like a person of substance. Dress like a person who is important, and if you have only one suit, be sure it is neat and clean at all times. Chapter 3. New Dimensions of Miracle Power Through Metaphysical Mental Imagery. In a study of miracles performed by the great men of history, I have discovered that most of them used new dimensions of miracle power through mental imagery. They were able to expand their states of consciousness to include new combinations, new ideas, and new concepts, which no one else had previously formed. What is the imagination? It is defined in the dictionary as the act or power of forming mental images of what is not present, the act or power of creating new ideas as by combining previous experiences. An image is a visual impression of something. In metaphysics, we employ mental imagery more than anything else to achieve fulfillment of that which we desire. The first place where the Bible speaks of mental imagery is in the story of creation in Genesis, where it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. The imagination is a God-given function with which man may perform the same miracles as God himself. It is within man's imagination that this divine function exists, and which man may use to create in the image and likeness of his innermost thoughts. Mental imagery as a spiritual function. Joubert said, "Imagination is the eye of the soul." All great things have been created through the art of mental imagery. This applies not only to our material world of skyscrapers, bridges, industry, and our jet and space achievements, but also to the world of the intellect. Einstein's theory of relativity was a mental concept. Rockefeller's great financial empire was formed in his mind through mental imagery before it became a reality. The miracle of mental and material creativeness which formed the Hilton chain of world-encircling hotels was born in Conrad Hilton's imagination years before it became an outer reality. When the Master Jesus performed his miracles of healing the sick, making the blind see, and feeding the multitudes with the loaves and fishes, it was a stupendous act of mental imagery focused through the higher spiritual dimensions of mind. The building of the first car was an extension of the mental imagery that first produced a horse-drawn wagon. Henry Ford carried the mental pattern further in his imagination and visualized the assembly line method, which produced the modern miracle of cheaper transportation that put America on wheels. How to form big mental concepts. To image a thing is to form a mental concept first. Then the projection of this mental concept to the outer world is an almost automatic function, which involves the mechanism of the higher mind, the sympathetic nervous system, and the reflex actions of the muscles and nerves. You may ask what you will of life, but you will only achieve it by first forming the correct mental images of what you desire. Ask yourself, what do I want of life? Image it clearly in all its details. This should include the things you want to do, the person you want to be, the things you want to have. You possess within your mind a metaphysical brain projector, which is capable of projecting to the outer world the mental images that you have built within. Just as a motion picture projector sends out a beam of light which focuses on a screen the picture on the film, so your brain projector can only project a picture if it is clearly imprinted upon the cells of your brain. If there are no images on that film, there can be no outer projection. Let us see how this works. There can be no successful projection unless you have first fixed the mental image of success upon your consciousness. What is the picture you hold of your success? Is it mediocre or big? Is it an image of your own business or working for someone else? Do you visualize a different job from the one you are doing, which you do not like? To have a great destiny, you must have big mental concepts. Here is the regime for building these big mental concepts, which can cause your higher mind to project the creative pattern you hold to the outer world of reality. 1. Sit down for at least a half hour a day and concentrate your mind on building big concepts. If you are making $100 a week, expand your image to $200 a week. Visualize yourself earning that money first. Do not make the mistake of raising your mental sights too rapidly, for you must really believe you can earn $200 a week before you can project that success image to the outer world. After you have built this mental concept for a week or two, you may be prompted to enroll in a special course in evening high school, a course that will actually project you into a future job paying the bigger salary. Example: a woman of 50 attended my classes in New York for several weeks. Her husband had died, leaving her some insurance money, but not enough for future security. She told me in a personal interview that she had tried to get a job, but no one wanted an old woman, as she put it. I told her to change that mental concept of herself at once. She had let her hair become dingy and gray-streaked. I advised her to search within her own mind to see what she really liked and wanted to do. She knew a man who was a judge, and one day she visited his court and became fascinated at seeing the stenographer taking notes on a stenotype machine. She told no one of her plan at the time, but she enrolled in a course in stenotyping, and when she had finished her course, she began to project the mental concept that she would one day be a court stenographer. A few months later, her judge friend told her that his secretary was leaving to be married, and he needed a good stenotype operator. It was only then that she revealed her secret to her friend, that she was a trained stenotype operator. He hired her at a good weekly salary, and this woman, who had felt that she was old and finished in life, began at 50 a new career that paid her well and gave her new dignity and self-respect. Miracles can truly occur through the use of mental imagery. 2. Look around you in your everyday life and see what conditions you would like to change or improve. Almost all great things have been accomplished because someone looked about him and was discontented with the way things were and wanted to change and improve them. This exercise should apply not only to your physical environment, but also to your mental gifts and talents. Perhaps you want to play the piano, or sing, or do public speaking. This desire to change the circumstances of your life can be extended to all departments of living. Visualize yourself playing the piano, writing the book, taking the trip, making a bigger sum of money. And soon you will be guided by the divine mind within to doing the things that you have created through mental imagery. 3. Constantly strive to increase your knowledge of the world in which you live. The power of imagery increases when you possess a mind that has many highly developed facets. Your imagination can only compile new and more effective forms of imagery when your brain has absorbed many new ideas. It is true, he who has imagination without learning has wings but no feet. The imagination must be developed through knowledge and solid facts. Make it a point to study all branches of knowledge so you will be well read and will have an appreciation of the better things in life. The Chinese say, "Man with good education seems to have much luck." 4. Mentally practice actions that you would like to have take place in your life so that your imagination will be more fully exercised. For example, practice aloud and before a mirror, asking your boss for a raise in salary. Then practice selling some product to a prospective buyer. Make a speech before the Congress in which you plead some universal cause, such as peace or brotherhood. Visualize yourself buying a Cadillac or other fine car, driving it, showing it off to your friends. Do the same thing with buying your own home, investing money in the stock market, or taking a trip to some place you want to go. The ability to create mental images depends on exercise, just like physical development of a muscle. If you can pass a series of such mental images through your mind daily, you will soon find yourself reflecting these mental images in your daily life and doing the things you have held as mental concepts. 5. Mentally set some high goal for yourself and let this goal constantly inspire you to make bigger efforts to achieve your goal. You might, in your mental imagery, plan what you would do if you suddenly inherited $1 million. You might laugh at the thought that you would ever come into so much money, but remember, you are using a metaphysical miracle power that can work its miracles for you, as it has for thousands of others in the past. Examples. Here are 4 examples of students in my classes who used this power of mental projection through the imagination and who came into unexpected sums of money. One young lady received money through a large insurance policy that a relative had made out in her name years before. A man had a sum of money come to him from reparations paid by Austria to those whom the Nazis had robbed when they occupied Austria during the war. A third member of our lecture group came into a large sum of money through the settlement of a court case involving a patent infringement. Another lady in our group sold her first novel, which she wrote after learning how to exercise her imagination. She was given a substantial advance payment for the book, and later received thousands of dollars from a movie company that bought the book. 6. Do not accept the limitations that might exist at the present moment in your life. In your mental imagery, see these circumstances changed by time into the new conditions that you hold in consciousness. If you were a shoeshine boy in Texas and someone told you that you would one day become President of the United States, it might almost appear laughable. And yet, a boy named Lyndon Baines Johnson made that type of amazing transition in a period of a few short years. He used these principles of mental imagery to amass his vast fortune, and even if he had not become president through chance, his life still would be counted a successful one. 7. Talk to your higher mind, just as you would talk to a person, telling it your secret aspirations and desires, and then sit quietly in the silence and let it guide you to taking the right steps, which will fulfill your destiny. Sammy Davis Jr. had every known limitation in his early life, but he kept telling himself, "I can do it," and visualizing and imagining his future success, until he finally won through and became a great star. Another instance of a man of the same race who has amazed everyone in the boxing world who has used this principle of imagination and mental projection, is Cassius Clay. Some people might consider his confident statements about victory in the ring as mere braggadocio, but the fact remains, he has up to this point fulfilled every promise he made to himself. 8. Perhaps you are not living the life in this moment that you would like to live in the future. You may be in the wrong work, and you may not be able to make a change at present. You may not have enough money to do the things you desire, and you may feel that you can never change these negative circumstances of your life. Should you let your situation depress and discourage you? Indeed not. By using the metaphysical miracle power that your higher mind can release in your everyday life, you can soon alter these negative conditions and create a positive, happy, successful future for yourself. In the meantime, make it a point to see your present environment through rose-colored glasses, and in your imagination, see the perfection you dream of in your inner world. How a child saw spiritual reality. I remember I once visited a place on the Pacific called Balboa. There were charming white stucco houses on the side streets facing the ocean, with purple and red bougainvillea spilling over their trim roofs. Suddenly I found myself at the end of the street, and there was a shabby little house that had been built of packing cases and odds and ends of lumber. It was obviously inferior to the other cottages that lined the streets. Playing in the yard of this shabby house was a little boy of 8 or 10, with blue eyes and a shock of golden hair. I pointed to the shabby shack and added, "Does anybody live in that house?" The boy looked up at me with a big smile on his bright face and said, "Yes, I live there. Ain't I lucky?" This child was seeing the true spiritual reality behind his life, not the ugly, limited shack, which had caught my attention. He had the blue Pacific at his doorstep. The golden California sun bathed his world with beauty. He had the unlimited vision, beauty and spirit of youth to buoy him up, and to him, this little shack in which he lived was a palace, and he felt himself fortunate to be living in it. This is the mental attitude that you must bring to your own life. You may not live in the most perfect home at present. Your job may not be to your liking, and you may not have all the money you would like to have, but don't let your discontent with your present situation blind you to the metaphysical miracle power within your mind, which can change these negative conditions, if you will, but hold the right mental images and concepts in your consciousness. Chapter 4. The Master Key That Opens Doors to Metaphysical Miracles. There is a master key which you may use to open miraculous doors to the secrets of the entire universe. This key is desire. In metaphysics, we call desire the divine emotion, for it is the master key which the Creator used to evolve the entire universe. When everything was created, God placed this divine emotion into all living creatures, and it serves as the motivating power that stirs all things into creative action. It is the desire to get out of that egg which causes the chick to begin to peck his way out of his prison. If this desire were not inborn, he would never know the breath of life. It is your desire for life that keeps the life force pumping through your body, propelled by your heart and glands. It is your desire for success that drives you on and gives you the motivation to seek out the means for making a fortune. It is the desire for happiness that causes people to overcome all kinds of discouraging obstacles and strive to achieve this desirable goal. This one master key alone can help you unlock doors to the mysteries of the universe. The Master Jesus knew of this master key principle. He said, "Ask and ye shall receive, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you." There is a metaphysical miracle in this great spiritual formula which can help you unlock the doors to the invisible treasures of the universe. Do you recall the story of Ali Baba and the fairy tale? Before the door to the hidden treasures would open for him, he had to first learn the magic word. When he said the magic word, the door swung open, and he found unlimited wealth. The magic word, ask. Now let us analyze the metaphysical principle involved in the words ask, seek, knock. The first letters of these three words spell ask. You can only ask for something that you desire first. This is the beginning of creating any kind of a miracle. You must use the master key of desire before you can motivate the invisible forces of cosmic power, which work through your divine mind. Your mortal mind asks, and the higher divine mind within you answers. It knows all the secrets of the universe. It is the divine power which formed your body in 9 short months' time. If you are sick, isn't it natural to go to the master physician within who knows all the chemicals and elements from which your body was created? The miracle of healing through desire. If you want a miracle of healing, isn't it logical that the mastermind that rules the entire universe should know how to bring about the miracle of health? Think of the mystery of your heart alone, that little organ about as big as your fist, which pumps night and day, sending your bloodstream throughout your entire body, carrying the impurities to the kidneys, then pumping fresh, clean blood with its load of life-giving oxygen once again to your cells. Think of the miracle of your digestion. Solid food is broken up into liquids that are easily assimilated by a process known as osmosis through the walls of your intestines. The bloodstream is then able to carry necessary nourishment to all parts of your body. As if this weren't enough of a miracle, think of the even greater miracle when your body sends out a cell to the bloodstream for a particle of iron, or magnesium, or sodium, and the blood brings that element or mineral to the exact place where it is needed, be it in a brain cell or in a toenail. It is the master key of desire at work in your body and brain cells which makes possible this great miracle of life and of healing. Desire as a dominant and divine emotion. Desire is a powerful emotion within your brain. It is able to set up magnetic wavelengths, which reach out into time and space and attract the very things that are desired for fulfillment and growth. The cactus plant isolated in the desert must have moisture to live. In its desire for moisture, the plant sends its roots deep into the desert sand and causes it to attract any moisture that exists below the surface of the soil. Many a desert traveler, dying of thirst, has been saved because he knew that the cactus plant had a reservoir of life-giving moisture within its leaves, and by cutting leaves open and drinking it, he lived. Your emotions, working through the master key desire, can set up wavelengths of magnetism to attract to you all the elements you require for a healthy, happy, successful life. Let us learn more about this master key, which all the great teachers and prophets have used since time immemorial to produce their great miracles. The reason why such great teachers as Moses, Buddha, Confucius, and Christ were called masters is because they had completely mastered life by knowing of and controlling this master key emotion of desire. Ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Also, what things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. This is why, in my teachings of metaphysics, I have named desire the divine emotion. It is the master key that helps us work the miracles which the Master promised we could also do. And greater works than these shall ye do. If you believe this statement literally, then you are on the way to performing miracles in your own life, which will astound you. What things do you desire? Before you can ask the miracle-working power that dwells within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite and clear-cut. Someone has said, metaphysics is the language of the soul. In any form of communication, there must be words that set up patterns of action and reaction. To reach the higher mind within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite, and be shown how to make out a blueprint of destiny, which can help you consolidate and concentrate these desires through your emotions. 1. Desire for a better life. 2. Desire for good health, youth, and vitality. 3. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. 4. Desire for happiness. 5. Desire for friends and social recognition. 6. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. 7. Desire for cultural achievement. 8. Desire for the right work and creative expression. 9. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. 10. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. A truly balanced and perfect life should contain all of the above 10 desires, fully expressed in all departments of your life. It is when one or more of these elements is missing that one feels a sense of incompletion and unhappiness in his life. Emotions, the building blocks of desire. Before we begin to use the master key of desire to shape your future destiny, let us study the basic emotions, the building blocks which desire uses for creating your future. There are positive emotions and negative ones. The positive emotions can be used to charge your mind and body with dynamic energy and to help you overcome the negative forces in life that are constantly opposing the positive ones. Positive emotions. Negative emotions. Faith. Hate. Love. Fear. Hope. Worry. Expectation. Jealousy. Enthusiasm. Envy. Anticipation. Revenge. Self-confidence. Resentment. Charity. Despair. Goodness. Avariciousness. Unselfishness. Discouragement. How to use positive emotions to charge your mind constructively. You can use the 10 positive emotions to charge your mind with dynamic energy and to instill within your body cells the life force which will keep you healthy, vital, and youthful into an advanced old age. In fact, through this metaphysical method of implementing the master key of desire with the positive and constructive emotions, you can learn how to live to a useful, creative, and energetic old age of 100 years or more. Some of the masters of the Himalayas who have learned this great secret have been known to live to be as much as 200 years of age. With our modern scientific study of geriatrics, which has to do with the processes of aging, it has been found that if we could entirely remove the poisons and fatigue acids caused by the negative emotions and insulate the mind and body only with positive emotions, man could live to an incredible old age. The body has the ability to repair itself perfectly, but it must use chemicals and elements which flow from the glands or which we take into the body through the foods we eat. Our thoughts and emotions help set the stage, chemically speaking, for the glands to release valuable chemicals for the body's perfect functioning. If the emotions are negative, they poison the body cells and make possible disease and the aging process. How to achieve a better life. First, let us take each of the magic keys of desire and use them to open channels for the fulfillment of that which you desire. Everyone has a right to the best that life has to offer. However, there is no guarantee that you will receive this until and unless you first will yourself to believe that a better life is possible. This will require the use of several positive emotions. Let us check our list of positive emotions now and choose those which will help stimulate the brain and body and release the energy and magnetism necessary to lead you to a better life. The better life includes security, peace of mind, and fulfillment of your innermost dreams and desires. The first emotion you should tap is that of faith, number 1 on our list of positive emotions. Faith is literally a miracle worker. The Master Jesus said, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall ye do also. And greater works than these shall ye do." John 14:12. This is a powerful statement of faith. If you literally believe in the miracle-working power of your higher divine mind, nothing shall be impossible for you to achieve. You might think that this is limited, but actually it is not. You might say, "But if I wanted to become President of the United States or have $10 million, it would be impossible." Actually, you do not really believe it is possible. Therefore, you do not have faith. The dynamic law of expectation. This brings us to another important emotion for achieving the better life that you desire. This is our fourth emotion on our list, expectation. Do you really expect a better life in the future? Or do you constantly spend time and energy on bewailing the past and regretting the mistakes you made in the past? One man I knew in California lost his chance to become wealthy in the early days by practically giving away his property on Wilshire Boulevard. After the Second World War, this property sold for millions. He kept regretting this mistake and talking about it constantly. One day I told him to begin concentrating on the future and to expect his good fortune. He began to change his mental attitude, and soon he found some undeveloped land in San Fernando Valley, where he began a housing development that made him a vast fortune. The same mental energy he was dissipating with negative emotions, when converted into positive emotions, made him rich. What other positive emotions on this list might be tapped to bring one a better life? Enthusiasm is a needed ingredient in any success. Self-confidence must exist within the mind of any person who wishes to succeed in any venture. There must be the emotion of goodness, the desire to do good for others and to be good. This is a chemical force within the brain and body that is positive and dynamic. There should be unselfishness, a desire to share your good with others. It can be seen now that all these emotions help implement the master key of desire and direct the mental and physical energies in the direction of bettering your life. A desire for good health, youth, and vitality. There is no greater treasure in the world than good health. The body is prejudiced in favor of life and health. When we become sick, it is because the emotional and chemical balance of the body has been upset and thrown out of balance. When God created the human body, He meant for it to function perfectly and to repair itself through the chemicals released by the glands or taken into the body through the diet. The glands are triggered by your emotions, and if you should become sick, you can help the divine mind within in the healing process by learning how to maintain the correct mental and emotional balance that is conducive to healing. This does not mean that you should try to heal yourself, for in our age we must realize that doctors and drugs are still playing a very important part in the healing arts. However, even doctors know that very often the right mental and emotional attitude of the patient can bring about a healing when other things fail. The emotions that create sickness. It is now known in the science of psychosomatic medicine that diseases can be created by negative emotions. A woman who was a chronic worrier and had difficulties in her marriage developed violent attacks of hay fever and asthma. Nothing seemed to help her until it was brought out in an interview with the doctor that she worried constantly. This affected her marriage and led to further complications. When she was given the positive emotions of hope, self-confidence, unselfish love, and enthusiasm by which to live her life, she became a changed person. She soon overcame her tendency to worry. She became more spiritual in her approach to her marital problems, and in 6 months' time, her condition had improved so much that she was almost entirely free of symptoms and discomfort. Another instance that proves the destructive power of the emotions was that of a man who developed ulcers. They became so aggravated that he was advised to have an operation. Then a psychosomatic medical expert was called in, and he questioned the man while he was under a fluoroscope, an instrument like an X-ray machine which permits the doctor to watch the patient's internal organs. As the doctor repeated a list of words, such as house, sky, water, dog, etc., he finally came to the word mother-in-law, and the patient's stomach was observed to jump as if it had been shot. Then the doctor knew that this man was sick because of trouble with his mother-in-law. Questioning proved that this was indeed the trouble. The wife's mother lived in the house with the couple and interfered constantly in their marriage. When she was moved out, the patient had a miraculous healing. Fear, the great destroyer. One of the most destructive of all emotions is that of fear. Any prolonged state of fear that persists for months or years can set the stage for almost every type of disease known in the human catalog, from heart trouble and high blood pressure to arthritis and sugar diabetes. A woman walked under a tree one hot summer evening, and a tree frog dropped into the bosom of her dress. The shock of fear was so great that a few weeks later she developed sugar diabetes. The negative emotion of hate is another one that destroys the body's glandular and chemical balance and causes sickness. Hatred, worry, Jealousy, greed, and selfishness are all high on the list of those destructive negative emotions which destroy the body's health and produce every known type of ailment. To keep your body in good health and to have vitality and youthful energy until a ripe old age, use the following emotions on our positive list. Faith. Believe that your higher mind which created you knows how to sustain you and keep you in good health. Faith coupled with prayer is an unbeatable formula for achieving miraculous results in healing or in keeping the body normally healthy. Most of the authenticated cases of true spiritual healing, called by many miracles, were found to be due to this spiritual combination of faith and prayer. The Master Jesus knew this profound metaphysical secret, and in his revelations he constantly referred to the need of faith combined with prayer. What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark 11:24. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him. James 5:15. The positive emotion of hope is also a valuable aid for keeping the body healthy. This, coupled with expectation, anticipation, and love, furnishes an emotional background for healing in the body which is truly miraculous. New life through positive emotions. A man was in a deep coma, and the doctors had given him up for dead. He had a combination of disorders, including a diseased heart, high blood pressure, and ulcers. Finally, one of the doctors who attended him decided to try an experiment. In a rational moment, when the man rallied briefly from his coma, this doctor said to the patient, "Your 10-year-old son needs you desperately. If you die, how will he ever be able to go through college and get an education? You want him to have a better life than you did. You must live for your son's sake, at least until you have sent him through college." The doctor who reported this case says that the man went back into the coma, but it turned into a deep sleep, from which he awakened in a few hours' time. The man became healed and lived for some years after. When his son graduated from college, the man became ill again and in a few months' time died. Many people who retire at 60 or 65 years of age, who feel that their usefulness is ended, often die in from 3 to 5 years from their retirement. The emotional anticipation and eagerness to see what tomorrow will bring is a powerful glandular stimulus and keeps people alive for many years. Old people especially should be made to feel that they are wanted and needed. It gives them that reason for living, which every person requires to keep him going. The miracle power of love. One of the greatest positive emotions for maintaining good health or even for healing the body is that of love. This is the emotion that makes the world go round, and it helps release magnetism, electricity, and healing power in every cell of the brain and body. In cases where people are unhappy and frustrated in love, it has been observed that they develop every known type of ailment. Just as the negative emotion of hatred seems to create all kinds of ailments, so too, an absence of the positive emotion of love can cause the body to literally shrivel up and die. Love as an emotion can be made to work its miracle for you in many other forms than romantic love or marriage. Daily express your love of friends and neighbors by doing little acts that show how much you care. There is love of family, love of country, love of humanity, and love of God. All these are miracle-working forces that can radically affect your life and change it for the better. This one emotion of love alone can keep you alive and healthy to a very advanced age. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. What emotional reservoir shall one tap within the brain and body for achieving the third desire on our list? Now that you have seen how we can couple our desires with our emotions to release the miracle-working power of the higher mind, you can work to couple these emotions with any of the desires that you may have and begin to see the results that you can achieve immediately. This should be an exercise that you perform every day. In fact, you can start your day's activities by choosing some outstanding emotion that will be your golden key for that day. On Monday, you might choose the positive emotion number 1, faith, and all day continue to hold that emotion in your consciousness. On Tuesday, you might choose emotion number 2, love, and let that be the golden key to dynamic action for your day. You can do this with each day of the week, and even coupled to emotions for some days, until you become so expert at releasing the flow of miracle-working power that every situation in life will be motivated by compelling and dynamic energy motivators. Your desire for success, fulfillment, and riches can be motivated by the following positive emotions: enthusiasm, self-confidence, anticipation, hope, and faith. However, many people have achieved fame, fortune, and greatness through the emotion of love. This is one of the most dynamic motivators of all, and we shall study further the miracle-working power of this divine emotion in other sections of our study. Desire for happiness. Happiness is a state of mind more than anything else. It depends to a great extent on the emotions that are indulged habitually. Some people are happy in almost any environment or under very trying circumstances, whereas others may have a fortune, beauty, popularity, and everything to live for, and still be miserable. One remembers such movie stars as Marilyn Monroe and Carol Landis, and several millionaires who committed suicide in the past. Their problems were based on personal failures, not on lack of money, popularity, or success. In a study of the emotions which charge the mind with complete happiness, we find that all 10 given on our list of positive emotions are important. If you will study these carefully, you will see that each emotion tends to give something of its quality to the mind which harbors it, and soon, when you have practiced these positive emotions, your mental attitude will be colored by them, just as if you wore a pair of mental rose-colored glasses. Desire for friends and social recognition. No person can live his life isolated from other people. You must be able to indulge the social reciprocity that brings other people into your life, and this can be done by bringing into play the following emotions: love, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, good, and unselfishness. We shall have much more to learn about this desire for friends in another section of our study, but you can begin immediately in this important department of your life to do something about ending loneliness and personal unhappiness, and building the magnetic aura in your personality that will attract friends into your orbit of activities and give you the feeling that you are loved and desired by others. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. This basic desire for love, marriage, and children is one of nature's most compelling emotions. Without love, life is a tomb, Browning said, and this is a great truth. It was the magical healing power of love that awakened in Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which made her fall in love with the great poet and marry him, when she had been ill and bedridden for many years. Through love, she suddenly became healed and bore him a child in her early 40s. The emotions which engender love, and which you should indulge if you are searching for fulfillment in this department of your life, are faith, hope, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, goodness, and a great deal of unselfishness. True love is one of the most unselfish of all emotions and will not thrive in an atmosphere of selfishness. Desire for cultural achievement. Man shall not live by bread alone, we are told in the Bible. You will need balance in your life to counteract work and the pursuit of fame or fortune. What shall a rich man do when he has achieved a vast fortune? The great men of history have always used their wealth to advance the causes of culture and learning. Carnegie endowed libraries, Mellon founded an art gallery. Rockefeller bestowed his millions on the Rockefeller Foundation. Nobel left his fortune in trust to be given out in the famous Nobel Peace Prizes, and for the recognition of great authors. Henry Ford left his heritage in the Ford Foundation, and Guggenheim endows many worthy causes through the Guggenheim Foundation. The positive emotions which should be indulged for cultural achievement are love of humanity, charity, faith, enthusiasm, goodness, and unselfishness. Desire for the right work and creative expression. As work is a most important ingredient of any person's life, it is vital that each of us be in the right work and possess the right motivation, which will make work less a burden than a pleasure. As we should never literally retire, but always have some activity which engages our time and attention throughout life, it is important that the correct emotions motivate this vital department of life. The emotions of love, hope, expectation, anticipation, self-confidence, charity, goodness, and unselfishness should all be indulged daily in relation to our right work and creative expression. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. To balance work and play, one needs spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. The emotions of love, faith, hope, charity, good and unselfishness should be indulged daily. To this should be added the spiritual communication, what we call prayer in religion, which should be a part of our daily lives. Talking to the God power within can be done, not only in the morning and at night, but many times during the day when one feels a need of communication with a higher power. Little short prayers such as, "Thank you, God," when you have an unusually happy experience, or when you see a bright blue sky and sunshine, or flowers blooming in your garden. These little prayers keep one in touch with the spiritual source of all life and power and propel us in the direction of peace, health, and happiness. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. This desire is the civilizing emotion which causes people to rise from the plane of animalism to that of divinity. Man's war-making propensity is a leftover of the barbarism and savagery of primitive times. Only when man is infused with high moral and idealistic aspirations does he rise in the scale of evolution from animalism to the realm of dignity and divinity. The Ten Commandments are moral laws upon which civilization has been built. The Golden Rule is another great spiritual revelation for man's higher moral conduct. The emotions which trigger this desire are faith, love, hope, charity, good and unselfishness. Daily regime for emotional control. It must be remembered that the emotions have been given to mankind for a definite purpose, for our enjoyment, and also to trigger the chemistry within the body that can motivate us in any chosen direction. The negative emotions should be avoided as much as possible, and the positive emotions should be implemented and exercised every day. Following are some pointers which you should follow for daily emotional control. 1. When you awaken in the morning, two emotions should instantly be activated: the emotions of enthusiasm and expectation. You should look forward to your day's activities with joy and eagerness. If you awaken with a negative emotion such as fear or despair, instantly begin to work to awaken the emotions of enthusiasm and expectation by looking forward with eagerness to some special activity which you plan for that particular day. If that does not work, then think of something which you plan to do in the future, which will make today's work worthwhile, such as a trip to Hawaii or Europe, the buying of a new car or a home of your own, a visit to a friend's or relative's home for a special event. This future projection of your desires will tend to animate you and cause you to face your day's activities with renewed zest. 2. When you meet some person in your day's work who represents one of the negative emotions, such as anger, fear, or hatred, try transmuting the emotion to its opposite positive one. See what you can find good in the person. Try to send out loving thoughts instead of hateful ones. See if you can't win him over as a friend instead of thinking of him as being an enemy. This art of transmutation will soon begin to color your life experiences with pleasant, positive emotions that will soon reflect in better health and a happier state of mind. 3. Use your emotions to raise the energy level of your body. Remember, the positive emotions trigger a flow of sugar from the liver, where it is stored, to your bloodstream. When you are preparing to do some strenuous work that will require a great deal of energy, think of the rewards you will receive from this work, or how it will help educate your son or daughter, or the ways in which it will benefit you in the future. And instantly this emotional charge will release amazing new power in your body which will make the task easier and more pleasant. Example: a frail 98-pound woman was driving herself and her brother in one of the early Fords that weighed about 1,400 pounds. The car went out of control on a corner and ran into a ditch where it overturned, pinning the brother underneath. There was no one to help them, and the frail 98-pound sister single-handedly lifted that car with her bare hands so her brother was able to get out from under its crushing weight. This miracle of a superabundance of energy can be attributed to the automatic functions of the higher mind, which somehow gave this woman the strength she needed for her task. She might never, under normal circumstances, be able to duplicate this feat, but in the emergency of the moment, some powerful chemical force was released within her body that gave her superhuman strength. 4. Carry cards in your pocketbook which you can use for emotional charges each day when you especially need them. During a period of depression over your finances and work, you might read on your card, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," and all the rest of the 23rd Psalm. The 91st Psalm is also good for this purpose. It can be also a statement of faith or love that you make up or which you have read in some inspirational book. Throughout the day, you can use these little metaphysical energy boosters to help keep your level of energy high and your spirits bright. 5. Each day, check on your negative emotions and see if perhaps they are killing your energy and producing headaches, colds, asthma, arthritis, or other disabling diseases. Are you actively hating someone or something? Hate is a crippling emotion. Do you resent or envy some person with whom you work? Resentment and envy are mild forms of hate. They release chemicals in the bloodstream which can poison the blood. Science now knows these chemical reactions to emotion can produce all kinds of ailments. Do you indulge fear and worry all day long? This is another emotional state that releases excess adrenaline and causes the heart and brain to become overstimulated, producing many ailments. 6. The body lives on food, air, and chemicals. You can change the body's chemistry by changing your thoughts from negative to positive. You can learn how to eat the right foods which will give you good chemical balance. There are many wonderful books written by experts in this field. But what about your breathing? The breath helps purify your bloodstream and remove the toxins and wastes that accumulate all day long. With the positive emotions that you indulge, be sure that you stop several times a day. Go to an open window and take deep, long breaths of fresh air. The lungs of most people are only partially developed because they are shallow breathers. Later in our study, we shall talk more about this important subject. God has placed in the air about you the most necessary ingredients for maintaining health and vitality. Chapter 5. How to get miracle power through dynamic concentration. The life force which motivates the entire universe is a concentrated dynamic force, which you may tap and use as a miracle working power in your own life. This life force is in every atom and molecule of the created universe, from the microcosm, man, to the macrocosm, the universe. When this atomic power is concentrated into a little 2-inch cube, it can set into motion a chain reaction in the atmosphere, which can level an entire city. When this same atomic power is concentrated in an electric dynamo, it can furnish electric power, heat, and energy for the entire human race and change the course of civilization. Concentrated atomic power is the secret force that all the great mystics and masters throughout the ages have taught for working miracles of every kind. Concentration focuses attention. The main reason why most people fail in life is because they are not able to focus the power of their higher minds on the achievement of their life goals. The miracle working power is within them, as we have already learned, but they do not know how to concentrate it in a steady, radiant, and dynamic stream of energy that can dissolve all obstacles and bring them the complete fulfillment of their life dream. An example of how concentration of the sun's rays can dissolve the hardest known substance is this. An emerald is one of the hardest of all known minerals. It cannot be melted in a furnace heated 7 times 7. If that emerald is put into a glass cube where the sun's rays are focused on it, it will completely disintegrate into liquid form in a few hours' time. So too with your mind. Concentration focuses attention. And when the rays of your mind are focused and concentrated on achieving a goal, solving a problem, performing a miracle of healing, or any other objective, all the atomic energy of your mind, body, and soul is released in a dynamic stream of power that can literally perform miracles. Concentration built an empire. The true life story of David Sarnoff, head of the vast financial empire built by him, is proof of how concentrated mental power can create miracles. When Sarnoff was a boy, he became fascinated by the inventions of Marconi, the comparatively new wireless and telegraphy. The ability to send electrical vibrations through the air and receive them at great distances seemed to him a miracle. He concentrated all the powers of his mind on this new medium of communication and worked as a telegraph operator at a few dollars a week. Every new invention he followed with avid interest, and when radio came into existence, he associated himself with that new development. Finally, with the discovery of television, the ultimate miracle which focuses pictures in action, sound and color on a screen in the home, Sarnoff found his ultimate goal fulfilled and became head of Radio Corporation of America. If Sarnoff had vacillated and broken up his concentration during those years of study and research, it is doubtful if he would ever have achieved his present position as head of a vast industrial and financial empire. The mind that is scattered and which lacks concentration and dynamic power seldom ever achieves rich rewards in life. The miracle-working power of the higher mind within you works best when you focus that power on some specific goal or objective. Concentrated power brought him millions. Conrad Hilton was once at a party at my home in Bel Air, California, and in talking to him I learned how completely he built his vast worldwide chain of hotels through this power of dynamic concentration. He told me that when he was a young man in Texas, he thought constantly about going into the hotel business. Finally, his opportunity came to manage a small hotel, and he did this so successfully that soon he was running a much larger hotel. He concentrated the power of his mind on absorbing as much knowledge as he could on the operation of hotels, and he read and studied everything he could get his hands on about his absorbing subject. He was 40 years of age before he had his first opportunity to operate a big hotel, the Waldorf Astoria in New York. His enthusiasm and his great ability attracted financial backers, and he was on his way to becoming one of the world's greatest hotel operators. Even now, in his 70s, Hilton has the vibrant energy and youthful enthusiasm of a man of 30. Concentrated mind power has not only kept his mind alert and young, but the vibrations have extended to his body cells and given him the energy of a young man. No one can dance better or longer at a party than Conrad Hilton. Let us define what concentration is, so we will better understand why the higher mind can release miracle power through dynamic concentration. Concentration is the ability to focus the attention on some specific object, or on some state of mind, or an emotion at will. Most of us are able at times to so focus the power of the mind, and we occasionally feel a spurt of energy and power, but we lack the ability to focus this power through concentration at will. This is the difference between those who perform seeming miracles and those who live in a world of failure, frustration, and fear. Everyone has this power to focalize the higher mind on the achieving of a great goal in life, but most people lack the ability to do so at will. Atomic power within your mind. The atomic energy which is dispersed throughout the universe is also within your own human brain. When you think, you use atomic power. When you send your thoughts out into the universe in a radiant stream of concentrated energy, you can stir the atoms and molecules of space and in the minds and bodies of other people, and actually motivate them into action. Sometime try the simple experiment of looking at another person whose back is turned to you with the concentrated thought that in a few moments he will turn and look at you. The atomic energy emanating from your mind is so powerful when it is concentrated that it can lodge in another human brain and motivate it into some form of action. Dr. Rhine, in his experiments at Duke University, proved that mankind is on threshold of great new powers through control of the higher centers of his brain. He proved that some people can actually transmit thought patterns and images to another mind. Some of his experimenters were able to motivate cards and dice to such an extent that it was beyond the laws of chance. When this miracle working power is better understood by scientists, they will realize that the great mystics like Jesus, Buddha, Zoroaster, Moses, and Confucius knew the secrets of atomic mind power and were able to use them to perform miracles of transmutation, healing, and materialization. In this, the atomic age, man will soon perform greater miracles than any he has known up to the present time. In an article in the New York Times, one scientist predicted that in a few short years' time, man will be able to harness the magnetic rays of space and create space vehicles that will travel at the speed of 200,000 miles per hour. It sounds incredible, I know. But what of our present space vehicles which rotate around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour on the invisible rays exerted on them by gravity? This is one of the miracles of our age. And when man begins to explore the dimensions of mind and spirit further, we shall discover whole new worlds of wonder and excitement. Projecting thought forms. In the dimension of the mind, there are vast forces latent. When once stirred into dynamic action through intense concentration, the mind is capable of projecting thought forms which can lodge in space and which other people are able to pick up and discern. This power of projecting thought forms is very much the same as the principle which causes sounds and pictures to be transmitted by electrical pulsations and projected into the atmosphere, and then to be received by the television tube. Electrical pulsations, which are invisible but potent, radiate throughout time and space. We may tap these radio waves with our electrical machines and use them for telephone, radio, and television. They operate our machines in stock exchanges and cause messages to be sent out for thousands of miles in our telegraph and communication. Media. Think how much more powerful your brain is than these machines. Your brain created these machines, therefore it has more power than the things it creates. Your brain also works on electrical vibrations or pulsations. It can receive the mental thought forms which other minds send out. It can also project these thought forms to other people. How many times do people have both written a story, or invented some machine, or discovered some scientific secret at the same time, without being aware that any other person had done so? These are cases of mental projection of thought form, cases in which other minds were able to focus on the screens of their minds and then project in a creative pattern. A simple illustration of how this mental projection works is found in the experience of a student in one of my classes in Carnegie Hall. This young lady was a secretary for a big business executive. She had been with the firm 3 years and thought she deserved a raise in salary, but her boss was extremely taciturn and reluctant to give her a raise. After studying our lesson on how to project thought forms of the things she wanted, she began her practice of this art on her boss. Each day at lunchtime, she sat for a full 5 minutes and did nothing but concentrate her mind on her boss. She talked to him mentally, just as if she were talking to him in person. Her mental thought forms went something like this: I deserve a raise in salary. Mr. X, you will give me my raise. You will give me $10 more a week. I now project this thought form to you. You will receive it, and you will act upon it. She then visualized herself standing before her boss, being told of the raise. She saw herself thanking him, and then she mentally pictured what she could do with that extra $500 or more a year that she would receive. Every day while at work, and for 5 minutes every night before going to sleep, this girl concentrated the power of her mind on projecting these mental thought forms. 2 weeks went by and nothing happened. She was beginning to get a little discouraged, but she continued her mental projection. One afternoon, her boss called her into his office. She went in with her dictation pad, thinking he wanted to dictate some letters. But when she stood before him, there was a strange expression on his face, and he said, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel you deserve a $10 raise in salary. From now on, you will receive $10 more each week. The girl was so startled, she could hardly blurt out her thank you before leaving the office. It was a small miracle, but it worked, and it gave her confidence in the power of her mind to project thought forms of the things she wanted to happen to her, and she was soon on the way to achieving every goal that she desired. Concentrated power brought him millions. The only man who was able to convince George Bernard Shaw that his plays should be brought to the screen was Gabriel Pascal. One evening, when I was a guest at his home with Greer Garson and many other Hollywood celebrities, Pascal told me how he performed this seemingly impossible feat. Pascal had concentrated on Shaw's plays for months. He mentally projected them into motion picture form. He visualized himself becoming a famous producer and bringing the beauty and drama of Shaw's plays to an audience of millions throughout the world. To all other offers to make movies of his plays, Shaw had said no. Pascal hitchhiked his way to the country home of the famous playwright. He didn't have money enough to take a bus or taxi. He gained admission to Shaw's home, and when confronted by the angry and unfriendly playwright, he told him of his intense desire to bring his plays to the screen. So powerful was Pascal's mental concentration and projection that he was able to convince the playwright that he would do full justice to his plays in the new medium. Before Pascal left that day, Shaw had signed a paper giving him the sole rights to all his stage plays. Pascal was a student of mental and metaphysical sciences for years. He knew how to project his mental powers and convince Shaw that he should trust all his great works to the care of this man of vision. It turned out that Pascal was able to make millions of dollars for himself through this act, and also to further enrich and beautify the world with Shaw's great art. Regime for concentrating mental power. The late Thomas Watson Sr., who headed one of the world's biggest organizations, the International Business Machines, known as IBM, had one motto, which was printed on a large card that all his employees could see every day. That word was think. The concentrated power of many minds, infused with this idea, built a great organization. The miracle power PF, your higher mind begins to be released to their outer world when you begin to think. But how shall you think? There are many different ways, but the great men of history all used the same mental principle and technique. They concentrated all the power of the mind on one single thought or objective at a time. This ability to concentrate your mental power in a dynamic pattern of thought can be deliberately cultivated. Most people think in a vague and confused pattern of thought. This scatters the mental and physical energies of the mind and body and achieves nothing except restless action. Columbus would never have discovered the New World if he had not concentrated all the powers of his mind on selling this new idea to Queen Isabella. He never gave up this one obsessing thought, no matter how discouraged he was. Even when his men rebelled and mutinied, he continued holding the mental image in mind that there were new worlds beyond the known horizons of his time. Joan of Arc was a peasant girl, with no previous military experience, but her visions of conquest and her intense concentration on achieving victory for the armies of France won for her the opportunity to prove the truth of her visions. Marie Curie and her husband concentrated for 20 years on discovering radium, and they never faltered once in their search for the precious element which they finally discovered. Marian Anderson, the great singer, once told me after a concert in Carnegie Hall that when she sings, she concentrates her voice in a great golden magic circle of love, which she projects to her audience. In the vibrancy and beauty of that voice, there is love for the entire human race. This is what has made her one of the great singers of our time. Jascha Heifetz, the violinist, whom I once visited backstage at that same Carnegie Hall, told me he had concentrated for 20 years for 8 hours to 10 hours a day on creating beautiful music with his violin before he gave his first big concert. You can easily see that these great men and women have used the miracle power of their higher minds to perform the miracles they have achieved in their life work. You have the same power, the same ability, if you will use the higher divine mind within your mind and concentrate all its dynamic force upon the objectives you are trying to attain. These 10 concentrated steps can make you a genius. 1. Sit down for half an hour each day and be conscious of your mind. Ask yourself questions such as, who am I? What is my purpose in life? What is the goal I am trying to achieve? What steps should I take to achieve that goal? Are my thoughts concentrated, or are they vacillating and diffused? 2. Sit down at least once a week and write down your life goal or goals. You can have more than one, but you should take each goal up in turn and concentrate on it exclusively for several moments in your periods of concentration. Don't just write down, I would like $1 million. If you use the power of your higher mind, you will undoubtedly attract all the money you will need for everything you wish to do in life. The written desires might be something like this. A. I desire a better job where I can make more money. B. I desire a higher education and would like to be able to finish college. C. I desire a romance with someone I can love and marry. D. I want a home of my own and enough money to live comfortably in security and peace. E. I would like to own a car. F. I would like to travel to foreign countries. G. I desire friends and an interesting social life. H. I want greater wisdom and knowledge. I desire gifts and talents. I want to play the piano or guitar or violin, etc. I would like to sing, or act, or paint pictures, or write stories. The above is a sample only of the type of concentrated desires many people have. You can make up your own list. When you once write it down, look at it every morning when you arise, and every night just before you go to bed, and read it carefully. You will carry these thought forms with you while you sleep, and your higher mind will project them to the outer world, where they will begin to take on a life of their own and clothe themselves in the form of reality. 3. Practice for 15 minutes before your mirror with this exercise in concentration. Visualize yourself before the Congress in Washington, D.C. making a speech on some special subject. You can choose any subject and you can say anything you wish, for no one will have the power to stop you from talking. You can talk out loud or talk to yourself, whichever you wish. Or you can go into the office of the President of the United States and talk to him on some subject you wish him to act upon. The purpose of this exercise in concentration is to give you greater power in thinking new and original thoughts, so you can project thought forms that are vivid, dynamic, and interesting. Later, when you wish to use this same concentrated power to project your thought images for some specific thing, you will be able to do so with greater ease. 4. On another day, concentrate for 15 or 20 minutes on memory recall. Go back to the earliest days you can remember as a child and recall the sights, sounds, and impressions you received. Try to remember conversations, the faces of those you knew, your childhood playmates, teachers, relatives, and friends. Recall the Christmas or birthday parties you had, the places you lived, the books you read, the movies you saw. This exercise can be indulged at night just before going to sleep. It will cause you to drift off into sleep easily and will help you develop your memory for future benefits. 5. Listen to a musical selection on radio or Victoria and concentrate on the various instruments to see how many you can identify. 6. Look out of your window and see how many separate things you can see. Then close your eyes and reproduce them. 7. Concentrate your mind on one word such as home, and then see how many different words will come into your mind in association with that word. You will find this exercise helpful in building your power to use words in writing or in speech. Then take words from a dictionary and concentrate on using them in sentences. This exercise can be done in writing or in speech, or you can merely think the words and their associations. 8. Fix your eyes on one subject in your room and concentrate on it as long as possible without blinking. When you feel discomfort, close your eyes a moment. Soon you will have the power to use the magnetic eye, which can hold and control other people. Then practice looking at a flower and close your eyes and try to see it in color and form. 9. Sit for a half hour or more and concentrate the power of your mind on some person or persons you wish to influence for some good purpose. Do not project mental thought forms that are evil or selfish, for there is a metaphysical law which decrees that we receive back in life that which we project in our thoughts. The law is stated in the Bible as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Be sure then that you sow only mental seeds that are good and constructive. 10. Read a page from a book and then close the book and concentrate on the meaning of the words you have read. Do not try to reproduce the words exactly as written, but try to find the hidden meaning of the words. This exercise in concentration will help create originality of thinking within your mind. Einstein, one of the most brilliant men of our age, once said that the greatest genius who ever lived used only 1/10 of the potential power of his mind. Just think what a genius you can become if you use even half of the power of your brain potential. There is nothing you cannot achieve if you will only concentrate the miracle power of your higher mind through your conscious volitional mind. Control your thoughts. Think at will what you wish to think, and you will literally become a genius. It is said of Napoleon that he had tremendous powers of concentration. He arranged matters in his mind as if the facts were in drawers. When he wanted some special fact or information, he merely opened a mental drawer and took it out. All thoughts are filed in the brain in sequence and order. One fact will draw out others related to it. This is what makes some men such great thinkers and leaders. They are able to draw on these stored sense and memory impressions through the power of concentration, and when they need them, they merely turn to this mental cabinet where they are stored and draw them out. Chapter 6. The Metaphysical Fourth-Dimensional Power Source. In metaphysics, we learn that there is a fourth-dimensional power plane that can give one supernormal powers of the mind and body. It is in this fourth dimension of mind and spirit that man is able to perform astounding miracles. All the great mystics and teachers of the past have known of this fourth dimension, and by tapping the vast storehouse of power that resides therein, they have been able to rise above the limitations of time and space and matter and achieve miraculous results. The term metaphysics was coined by Andronicus of Rhodes, who edited Aristotle's philosophical works. That section of philosophy that dealt with matters above and beyond the physical and material planes of existence he called metaphysics, from two Greek words, meta and physica, which means literally that which is above and beyond the realm of the physical. Miracle response centers of the brain. Within your human brain, there are miracle response centers which operate on a higher frequency or wavelength than the ordinary, everyday centers which regulate your body's functions, such as digestion, breathing, circulation of the blood, repairing of the body, and the other automatic functions. The all-knowing intelligence, which man calls God, has put into his universe everything that man needs for his existence. Let us see how this power works in nature. A beaver knows instinctively how to cut down trees, chop them into small sections, and then build a dam across a stream. This knowledge is inborn in the beaver. Scientists took two beavers into their home for observation. They left them alone while they went out for the evening. When the scientists returned, the beavers had carefully cut the legs off the tables and chairs, and dragged the pieces of wood to a corner where they constructed a dam for an imaginary stream. A beaver knows no other way of life than to build dams, and he will construct them wherever he is. A spider will spin a geometric web that is perfect in design, and he knows how to sit in the center of that web and wait for his victim to fall into its tenuous strands. A hummingbird constructs an involved, elongated form of nest that hangs suspended from a tree branch, where its young will be safe from predatory creatures. The bee knows how to take an essence from a flower and turn it into easily digestible honey for its young. And while it is busy taking essences from flower to flower, nature has made it earn its living by pollinating fruits and flowers for mankind's benefit. Truly a miracle of creative productivity. The maple seed is a two-winged pod which this intelligence of the cosmic mind has created for a specific purpose. If the seed were to drop in the shade of the mother tree, it would never germinate and grow. This higher mind in nature has given the maple seed wings so that a vagrant breeze can carry it aloft and away from the tree to some fertile patch of soil where it can reproduce its own kind. The three planes of consciousness. There are three planes of consciousness which we shall now study. To fully develop your metaphysical power potentials, you must know how to reach the miracle response centers which you possess within your own consciousness. All the great men and women of history who achieved great things had this ability to release the power of the higher mind in creative activity. This is what distinguished them from ordinary mortals. There are three types of mind which are explained below. 1. The conscious mind. 2. The subconscious mind. 3. The cosmic mind. The conscious mind is the storehouse of human memory. The subconscious mind is the storehouse of preconscious memory. The cosmic mind, which William James named the superconscious mind, is the storehouse of cosmic memory. Most people operate entirely on one plane of consciousness, the conscious mind. They read something and do not retain it in their memory. They see physical and material objects, but they do not fully comprehend what they see. They live a one-dimensional life that is purely physical and material. They lack sensitivity to the higher pulsations of the universe, and their lives are marked by poverty, unhappiness, and limitation. Such people settle for a job and a small income for the rest of their lives. They seldom broaden the horizons of consciousness by exploring the wonders of the universe. They complain about the lack of opportunities in the world. They grumble because their lives are drab and lack excitement and fulfillment. They do not realize that they create their own prisons, in which they are confined for a lifetime. A prison or a palace? The story is told of a man who was sentenced to prison, and when he was put into his cell, he found another man sitting there writing by the light of a candle. The newcomer looked about him at the incredible squalor and misery of the rat-infested cell, and cried, "What a miserable place! Surely I will die here." The man who was sitting at a low table writing stopped and looked up. He asked, "How long is your sentence?" The other prisoner replied, 6 months. "Surely I cannot survive in this wretched cell." The other man smiled gently and said, "I have been here 12 years. He returned to his writing of Pilgrim's Progress. The man was Bunyan, and he was busy creating his immortal book, which has given inspiration and courage to millions. One man, the new prisoner, was living in the consciousness of limitation and saw only the wretched prison cell where he was to remain for 6 months. Bunyan was living on the fourth dimensional plane of the higher cosmic mind, where he created his own world and rose above the limitations of his environment. You can create a prison or a palace in the unlimited dimension of your higher consciousness. When you once discover this secret for rising above the limitations of time and space, which all the great ones of history have known, you will be able to perform seeming miracles and transcend your environment and rise above your limitations. Helen Keller is a perfect example of someone who has been able to rise above the limitations of the third dimensional world and soar into the illimitable, lofty realms of the cosmic plane of consciousness. Deaf, dumb, and blind, this great woman has been able to achieve immortality and to benefit millions of handicapped persons with her example of courage, faith, hope, and vision. Poverty, a state of consciousness. Most people do not realize that they literally imprison themselves because they live in a consciousness of limitation and barrenness. When they once learn how to release the power of the cosmic mind with its unlimited power, they can change their environment, become successful, and fulfill their every dream and desire. When the kulaks or peasants of Russia were freed in the revolution, they inhabited the palaces of the czars and former rulers. They fed their horses in the rosewood pianos, chopped up the priceless antique furniture, and built fires on the white marble floors, and tore down the valuable hand-woven tapestries from the walls and used them for blankets for their horses. They now had the same environment that royalty had created and used, but their limited consciousness caused them to make hovels of the magnificent palaces. Perhaps you have been limiting yourself in life by accepting the seeming limitations of material and physical conditions in which you exist. It is true that there are obstacles, problems, interferences in all human destiny. If life did not have these obstructions, man would not grow strong and learn how to rise above the limitations of life. Sometimes through misfortune or handicaps, we are literally pushed into the mainstream of life's turbulence, and we must either sink or swim. It is in such times that man must soar into the realm of the cosmic dimension and grow wings of the soul so he may rise above his limitations. Greatness through the fourth dimension. Many of our greatest geniuses of history achieved imperishable fame through the fourth dimensional plane of metaphysics. Lincoln was uneducated and born in a log cabin, and through stimulating the miracle response centers of his higher mind, he achieved greatness. When Lincoln's brother wrote him from Illinois asking for a loan of several $100s, Lincoln wrote back telling him that if he could not see opportunities all about him where he was, he would never achieve success and fulfillment. The state of Illinois became one of the richest in our Union, proving what Lincoln told his brother, that opportunities were all about him, if he could but have the vision to see them. President Franklin D. Roosevelt rose to greatness, despite a crippling attack of polio, which kept him in a wheelchair for many years. Lord Byron, the great English poet, was born with a club foot, and yet, through his cosmic illumination, he achieved immortality. He was able to go to Greece when that country struggled desperately for its freedom from Turkish rule, and he gave his life in battle with the Greeks. Today, throughout Greece, Byron is honored with statues and memorials to his unconquerable spirit. Florence Nightingale ignored the limitations of her time, which decreed that women should remain in the kitchen, and went out into the battlefields to nurse the wounded and dying. Through this sacrifice, she freed women for all time and raised the profession of nursing to new and greater dignity. George Washington Carver was born to slave parents, and yet rose above the limitations of race and color to found Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. He once showed me little packets of flower seed that he put into every letter he wrote, and which went all over the world to people who wrote him. He said, "I send these seeds out with thoughts of love. Whoever sees them bloom must reflect the love and beauty of the flowers. One cannot hate his fellow men when he loves nature." Edison and Beethoven both became deaf, and yet they were able to rise above this limitation and achieve greatness in their fields. Milton was blind, but his Paradise Lost and Regained have won for him a high place with the immortals of all time. The unlimited fourth dimension of spirit. The list is endless of those great men and women who rose on wings of the soul, through cosmic consciousness, to achieve immortality. They rose into the unlimited fourth dimension of spirit and tapped the metaphysical power plans which gave them supernormal ability. You possess this same ability that these great ones have had for tapping the higher dimensions of mind and spirit. Now let us learn how to utilize the three planes of consciousness we have learned about. The conscious mind, storehouse of human memory. The conscious mind is the dimension of ordinary, everyday activity. It is here that all awareness begins. Most people live 24 hours a day on this plane of consciousness. This plane is important, for it concerns such things as food, clothing, shelter, jobs and money, friends, physical love, and creature comforts. There is nothing wrong with living on this plane of consciousness, for without it, there could be no physical or material existence. The only mistake some people make is that they live entirely on this plane and their lives become warped and unbalanced. I once knew a woman who was worth $25 million. Her husband had died and left her this vast fortune. She was living entirely on the physical plane of consciousness. She started going to nightclubs and drinking excessively. She frequented gambling houses and horse races and lost thousands of dollars. She began taking sleeping pills and pep pills, and soon her brain centers became confused and disoriented. Finally, this unfortunate woman committed suicide. She had everything to live for, but life became unbearable because she had never unlocked the other planes of consciousness, which might have saved her. Regime for living on the conscious mind plane. A. Develop awareness of what your conscious mind is. It is your volitional mind which makes your decisions and carries them out. Be aware of your body, its sensations, its appetites. Sit for 5 minutes a day when you get up in the morning and be aware of your physical self, your emotions, your inner and outer sensations. Be aware of your hands and the power they possess for creativity. If you paint or type or play a musical instrument, stop and analyze the amazing dexterity of your hands as they perform some task, and be aware of the power you possess to do a variety of astounding things. The ability to use your hands raises you above the level of the animals. Be aware of this power and every day give time and attention to your body's needs. The right food, good fresh air, exercise, rest and sleep to restore the body. B. Fix your mind on your objective in life. Let this also be a daily 5-minute exercise, preferably when you awaken and your mind is fresh. Consciously ask yourself, what is my life goal? What am I doing to achieve it? What can I do today to further this life goal? What am I doing that might be harmful and injurious to myself and my interests? You can also do this exercise at odd moments while waiting for a bus or when you are having your lunch at work. This keeps the conscious mind constantly focused on your true life goal and keeps you from getting confused as to your life objective. C. Cultivate affirmative power consciously. The conscious mind and its memory patterns are motivated by conscious volition. You can color the fiber of your mind with either negative or positive suggestions. People constantly tear down the positive habit patterns of their brains with such negative statements as, I can't. I'm afraid I'll fail. I know I won't be able to do it. I'm unlucky. I was born to lose. I once met a man who had tattooed on his right arm the words, born to lose. He began to tell me a story of defeats, disappointments, failures, and frustrations that was truly awesome. Early in life, his father had deserted the family, and he had never known security as a child. His mother took to drink. He ran away from home at an early age, and soon he was also drinking excessively. He went from job to job, and finally, as a seaman, when he was drunk one night, he had the words, "Born to lose," tattooed on his arm. From that time on, his bad luck increased, and he wound up by telling me that he was doomed by fate from the moment he was born to an existence of misery and poverty. Unfortunately, my acquaintanceship with him did not extend beyond the moment, so I could not show him that his own conscious, volitional mind was the cause of all his misery and bad luck. Affirmative power is cultivated by giving yourself conscious suggestions, which lodge in the miracle response centers of your mind and produce the equivalence of that which you affirm. Change your statements of "I can't" to "I can." Change "I won't" to "I will." Begin to think affirmatively. I can be healthy, strong, youthful, and radiant. I will succeed in my work. I shall attract money enough to meet all my needs. People will like me and be friendly with me. I attract only that which is good. Soon you will begin to form mental habit patterns by using these affirmative statements that are positive, and that will shape your life in the image of what you most frequently think. D. Develop conscious control of your brain centers. Concentrate for a few moments each day on your 5 centers of touch, feeling, taste, sound, and sight. Be aware of the physical world around you through these 5 senses. Soon you will store vibrant, live, emotional experience in the memory patterns of your brain, which will help shape your entire future destiny. E. Learn 3 new words every day to exercise your memory centers. You can vary this by learning poems, biblical quotations, or some other positive statements that will help you fix images within your brain. F. Practice memory recall of past scenes and events. Be sure to recall only those memories which are pleasant and positive. Most people recall operations, sicknesses, disasters, and failures, and each time they recall such negative memories, they are imprinting them more indelibly upon the sensitive convolutions of the mind. G. At least once a week, for a full half hour or more, be conscious of your memory. Write down a list of words and see what associations come to you from the past. Such words as home, mother, love, baby, country, flag, office, people, ocean, glory, happiness, beauty, good, and friends might form such a list. You can make up your own. Then write down all the words or thoughts that your mind recalls. You may unlock some valuable vein of memory, which will lead you to some great accomplishment in your present life. The subconscious mind, storehouse of racial human memory. The subconscious mind has often been confused with the superconscious or cosmic mind by students of metaphysics. It is true that tremendous power resides within your subconscious mind, and that you can use it to great advantage by knowing how to release its stored-up power. The subconscious is where all the racial memories are stored. When nature wants to create another human being, she releases the pattern which is held in the racial memory of all human beings. This is stored in the subconscious mind. The subconscious knows how to form that child in the mother's womb perfectly in 9 short months' time. The chemical formula is within the mother's genes and cells of her brain and body. The cosmic mind, which we shall study shortly, holds the secret pattern for all creation, but it is the subconscious mind which is the tool within man that nature uses for evolving that pattern. The subconscious might be called the second dimension of life experience. It is the automatic mind which motivates all living creatures, causing them to perform their life functions through instinct. When you want to achieve something great, you consciously choose your objective then. By stimulating the subconscious mind, you set into motion the higher forces which create that image you hold in your consciousness. The Master Jesus, who knew how to unlock this tremendous power of the subconscious mind for healing, spoke of this power as the Father within, who doeth the work. Again, he said, the Father and I are one. In our modern study of metaphysics, we know that the subconscious mind within man can make him sick or keep him healthy. Let us learn how to tap this dimension of the subconscious mind. Emile Coué first discovered the tremendous power that existed in the subconscious mind for healing the sick. Use the system he taught for giving your subconscious mind the right, positive autosuggestions it needs when you go to bed at night. Repeat over and over the suggestions you want to incorporate in your subconscious mind. You may use the following or make up your own. I desire a better memory so I can recall anything from the past that I choose. I wish to change my personality so I will be more magnetic, compelling, and attractive. I would like to attract a better job where I can use my creative gifts and talents to best advantage. I need $1,000 to accomplish my present objective. I want to attract this money from unexpected sources. I wish to find a home that I can afford. It is to be located in the country and will have a small garden and 5 rooms. I would like to play the piano, or sing, or type, or write stories or songs. Whatever creative gift you desire, ask for it. I want better health, more energy and vitality, and a healing of the condition that I now have. It is important that you be specific when you command the forces of your subconscious mind. You can say your autosuggestions aloud or to yourself as you lie in bed preparing to go to sleep. Say each autosuggestion over at least 10 times, and repeat this process every night and every morning for the rest of your life. The habit patterns of your subconscious mind will be built in about 3 months' time if you conscientiously do this exercise. And soon you will be able to command this power at will, and it will sometimes work instantaneous miracles for you. Write some of your autosuggestions down on small cards that you can carry in your purse or pocket, and several times a day, look at them and repeat them. These can be suggestions for specific things you desire, or they may be pep statements such as, I feel wonderful. Everything I do today will be successful. I radiate love to everyone I meet. I am life. I am youth. I am love. I charge my mind with power. I have faith that only good will seek me out. I am a dynamic center of cosmic light, peace, and beauty, and become a magnet for all good. C. Read, memorize, and absorb positive knowledge from self-help books to keep you constantly charged mentally in a positive way. Avoid reading destructive and negative books and magazines that deal in horror, sadism, and degeneracy. D. Choose programs on television and movies that are inspiring, uplifting, and constructive. Avoid those programs that dwell too much on bloodshed, violence, and disaster. E. Charge the batteries of your brain by giving yourself tasks to perform that are creative and positive. Example, when a magnet loses its power to attract to itself iron filings, it is given work to do by placing a piece of iron on it until it is once again charged. You can use this same process to charge your brain. By associating your mind with some uplifting and inspiring thought, you automatically charge its electrical and magnetic power. The emotions and thoughts which help charge the subconscious quickest are a desire to unselfishly help others, a love of people, and a desire to do something good for them. The emotion of love manifested on any of its various planes. Love of family, love of humanity, love of friends, love of country, love of God, forgiveness to those who have harmed you in any way. Example, a woman who suffered from crippling arthritis for 20 years finally confessed that she had hated her sister all those years for taking her boyfriend away from her and marrying him. She had remained a spinster all those years, hating her sister. When she was told to forgive the sister and send her loving thoughts, she changed the mental charge of her subconscious mind from hate to love, and within 6 months, her arthritis disappeared. F. At night, when you retire, give your subconscious mind a list of the things you want it to do for you. The subconscious may send through the thought for making $1 million while you sleep, as it did to Edison when he invented his electric light bulb. He had been trying for weeks to invent a filament that wouldn't burn out immediately. Everything he tried failed. Finally, he gave his subconscious mind instructions that he wanted a filament that would last for many hours. One night he awakened as if someone had nudged him, and he hastily wrote down the idea that came through. The next day, he hastened to work out the details of the idea, and the electric light was born. The cosmic mind, storehouse of cosmic memory. The third dimension of mind is that mind which seems to be above the physical and material universe, and which in metaphysics we call the cosmic mind. It is within the cosmic mind that all universal consciousness exists. When you once learn how to tap this vast repository of universal memory, you may consort with the immortals of all ages and share their thoughts, emotions, and creative genius. Let us now study the method by which you may tap this cosmic mind and enjoy unlimited freedom of movement in the vast universal realms of great art, music, literature, poetry, and philosophy. A. Study the lives of the great geniuses of history and mentally take on the luster of their minds and the greatness of their profound thoughts. For example, choose Burbank and from him take the essence of his creative genius. This was made up of curiosity about the workings of nature, patience in his many experiments with growing plants, faith in the inherent miracle of all life that infuses all living things, vision, the ability to see new forms and create them through imagination, courage, to be able to continue in the face of numerous failures and obstructions. You can see how you can borrow cosmic greatness from a genius like Burbank by knowing his life and his work, and then emulating the pattern of greatness as established by him. From Carnegie, you can emulate the qualities of imagination, persistence, desire for a better life, unselfishness, which caused him to give to America 1,200 public libraries and that great cultural institution, Carnegie Hall. From Edison, you can emulate the cosmic qualities of a desire to do good for others, faith in the miracle power that worked through him, joy in creativity, a love of humanity, a desire to change the world for the better, patience, perseverance, hope, and optimism. From Beethoven and Mozart, you may emulate the cosmic qualities of beauty, harmony, joy, and rhythm. Also their creative patterns of hard work, diligence, patience, and love of humanity. This process of studying the lives of the great can be extended to every realm of human endeavor, from philosophy and science to art, music, literature, and invention. B. Mentally hold a conference with great men whose thoughts and works have enriched the world. Example: you might have a business problem which you do not know how to work out. Call upon the cosmic knowledge used by Vanderbilt, Morgan, Carnegie, Schwab, and other business geniuses. The same thoughts which motivated them when they lived are still in existence today on the cosmic plane of consciousness, and you may tap this plane as easily and readily as these men did. You may wish the inspiration of great music. Turn to the recordings of such geniuses as Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, Bach, and Strauss, and when listening to their living music, you can recreate the inspiration and emotional beauty that caused them to create their vibrant masterpieces. You may require the transcendental wisdom and beauty of words, which were created by such great men as Shelley, Keats, Milton, Dante, Shakespeare, and Hugo. Turn to the works of these or other great authors and rekindle once again the cosmic flame which burned brightly for them, and which through them inspired the entire human race. You may require the cosmic knowledge of a man of science for some specific task in your life. Turn to the lives and works of such men as Newton, Galileo, Leonardo da Vinci, Pasteur, Einstein, Salk, and Fleming. The same cosmic inspiration that motivated them can, through their works, enkindle your brain and imagination with the same creative fire they used, and cause you to create works of greatness. C. Have a high and noble purpose for living, and you will reach out to the cosmic mind and draw inspiration and help for every action in your life. Hetty Green made over $100 million in her lifetime, but her greed and selfishness were such that she became a miser and never knew the joy and excitement that comes from sharing your money with other people. You can tap cosmic mind power by having an unselfish desire to help the world become a better place in which to live. Nobel made his fortune through munitions and gunpowder, but he left his fortune in trust for the Nobel Peace Prize to be given every year to the man who does the most for peace, as well as for literary greatness. Carnegie once said that in the future it will be considered sinful for a man to die rich. He left most of his fortune to foundations for the good of humanity. Rockefeller Sr. has been criticized by many for the methods he used to accumulate the early fortune he made. However, after his death, he left his money to the Rockefeller Foundation, which has discovered some of the great advances made in science and medicine, which can help all of humanity. Andrew Mellon endowed a vast art gallery so he could share his love of beauty with the world. The fourth dimensional plane of spirit. When you have explored all three planes of consciousness, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the cosmic mind, you have at your control all of the vast forces which man may tap and use for his physical, material, mental, emotional, and psychic needs. There is still one other plane to be explored. This is the fourth dimensional plane of pure spirit or essence, which flows in, through, and around the physical and material, giving it its form and substance, but never being imprisoned by matter. Einstein was working on a theory before he died, which explained all matter, all creation, in terms of this divine essence or spirit. In religion, this essence is called the Holy Ghost, but in metaphysics we know that the power which Jesus, the healer, used, and which all the great mystics have used to perform miracles of healing and other great creative actions, was on the fourth dimensional metaphysical plane. In other words, the plane that is above and beyond the physical and material universe. Great forces alive in the invisible. There are great forces alive in the invisible fourth dimensional plane. It is there that electricity ebbs and flows in a vast tidal wave of power. When Franklin tried his experiment with a kite and key, he proved that this stupendous cosmic power existed. Later Galvani, Marconi, Edison, and other creative geniuses harnessed these tidal waves of power that exist in the invisible dimensions of time and space. Magnetism is another of these vast cosmic forces, which man is only now beginning to learn how to use. Newton and Galileo both showed mankind that this mysterious fluidic substance ebbed and flowed throughout the created universe, and could be used by mankind when he once understood it. Now our spaceships are probing interstellar space because we have learned how magnetism works through the gravitational force, or third law of motion, which Newton discovered. Capillary attraction in all growing living things is another one of these mysterious invisible forces, which is motivated by the divine essence behind all creation. When you once learn how to tap this enormous reservoir of invisible power, you can truly become a Superman and perform deeds that would be called miracles by all who witness them. Jesus knew how to transmute substances, how to heal the sick, now to feed the multitudes with a few loaves and fishes, how to walk on water, raise the dead, turn water into wine, and perform other incredible miracles through the use of the law of transmutation and transfiguration. All of this has been documented in history. How to tap the fourth dimensional plane of spirit. A. Use the two miracle keys of faith and prayer to unlock the vast reservoirs of latent power within your human psyche. Have faith that this power is alive today and is working for you, as it did for Jesus and other great teachers of the past. Use prayer as the spiritual language with which you can communicate to the divine mind within your own consciousness. The spark of divinity is alive within all human beings. You can talk to God as easily as you talk to your friends. Prayer is the language of the soul, and when you hold Holy Communion with your divine self, you will be admitted into many mysteries of the universe, and you will be given powers that will astound you. B. Intensify your spiritual magnetism by holding in your consciousness the spiritual qualities that all great mystics have told us about. These qualities are truth, love, peace, charity, goodness, forgiveness, faith, and worship of the divine force, which created all life. These qualities of the divine should be indulged and exercised as much as you exercise your physical body. The mind, the emotions, and the soul of man require certain stimuli, and on the fourth dimensional plane, man must live in the awareness of his divinity and act accordingly. Base and ignoble actions destroy this divine image, and man sinks back to the primitive plane of an animal. C. Master the negative emotions which destroy the divine image. These emotions we have learned elsewhere in our study. They are fear, hatred, anger, revenge, envy, jealousy, greed, selfishness, and malice. The only way that you can really master these emotions is through substitution of a positive emotion in place of the negative one. D. When you wish to stir the miracle response centers of your consciousness, use the secret that the Tibetan mystics have used for centuries. Visualize a golden cord tied to the forehead. See this golden cord reaching out into infinity, where it contacts the cosmic mind of the Creator. When you practice projecting your spiritual essence to the divine, breathe deeply 10 or 15 times, and then close your eyes and visualize the divine essence flowing from the cosmic mind to your mind. Slowly say the mystic words, Om Mani Padme Om, 10 or 15 times. Breathe deeply before saying the words, and then hold the Om a little longer than the other words. You will feel a sense of exhilaration when you perform this mystic ritual, and it will give you great power and endurance when you need it. You can tap this high plane of the fourth dimension of spirit when you perform charitable acts. This is one of the reasons why all the great mystics and prophets stress charity in their teachings. The spirit of outpouring is a divine act, as the sun pours forth its rays to nourish the earth and to give life to all mankind. The cosmic mind is a generous and loving force that bestows its treasures lavishly on mankind. Duplicate this generosity of the divine mind in your own life, and you will see immediate changes in your own life affairs. Being charitable does not mean that you must give money to others. Giving takes many different forms. You can give kindness, love, beauty. You can share your life experiences with those less fortunate. You can give smiles and kind words to those with whom you work. The spirit of kindness and generosity can become a mental habit which infuses your entire personality. It will win friends for you and cause you to be loved by everyone you meet. Chapter 7. All riches possible using miracle power consciousness of metaphysics. You can use the miracle power consciousness for many different purposes in life. You may want to become an outstanding success in the business or professional world and build a vast fortune. You can use this power for this purpose. There is nothing wrong with utilizing the riches that are in the universe. They were given to man by the Creator and should be used intelligently. The Bible speaks of the love of money being the root of all evil. It does not say money itself is evil. It is the greedy, selfish person who accumulates a fortune for his own self-aggrandizement who is sinful. If you use the miracle power consciousness to attract a fortune and use your money intelligently, you can be as rich as you wish to be. How to build the rich consciousness. There is a law in metaphysics, which is called the law of cause and effect. It is also referred to as action and reaction. There can be no effect without a predisposing cause. If you want to become rich and successful, you must set the causes into motion, which will lead to the effect of producing riches. This is a law in everything in the mental and physical worlds. What is consciousness? It is the state of being conscious, of having awareness. It is the totality of one's thoughts, feelings, and experiences. A rich consciousness must first be created before you can truly enjoy the blessings of life. This consciousness can be built even if you are poor and do not have any material resources. Example: a man who has never been exposed to any artistic or cultural experience might go to the Metropolitan Museum in New York City, where there are magnificent art treasures from all over the world. He might enjoy the experience a great deal, but it is unlikely that he will really understand what he sees or fully appreciate the works of art. Why? Because his consciousness has never been fully developed in relation to art. A person who has studied art, who has read books on the lives of the artists, and who knows something about symmetry, composition, form, and color, will appreciate the beautiful paintings more than one unversed in this knowledge of great art. The rich consciousness must first be built before you can truly enjoy the free riches of life, or attract the material abundance which riches represent. If you were rich, what would you do? Let us ask a hypothetical question. If you were really rich, what are some of the things that you would do? You would buy magnificent paintings for your home. You would probably have expensive, leather-bound volumes for your library. You would own a luxurious car with a chauffeur to drive you anywhere you wanted to go. You would travel to foreign places and seek out the pleasures and amusements of nightclubs, horse racing, and yachting. You would frequent the best hotels, eat the finest food, and go to the opera and theater to see fine shows. You can actually live the rich life and enjoy the same things that millionaires enjoy without being rich. When you once build the rich consciousness, you will enrich your life. And then, if you want a fortune, the miracle power within you can show you how to attain it. Here is how the rich consciousness is built. 1. Be aware of the priceless treasures of life that are all about you and which you can enjoy with very little money. For instance, you cannot own a Rembrandt painting, which would be worth $1 million or more, and which few millionaires can afford to own, but you can buy magnificent reproductions of the greatest art treasures in the world, such as the Mona Lisa, the Blue Boy, the Last Supper, and other great paintings, which can adorn the walls of your home. If you are not near a great art gallery, like the Metropolitan in New York, you can purchase books which reproduce the world's great art treasures and enrich your consciousness by studying the lives and the works of the great artists of the past. 2. You may not have a fine library of leather-bound first editions in your home, but you have access to a public library, which is a repository for the world's greatest literature. Here you may borrow books which you can read and fill your consciousness with the noblest thoughts and inspirations of the greatest literary geniuses of the past and present. Also, most of the finest books are now being reproduced in paper-bound volumes, which almost anyone can afford. 3. Study the lives on great and successful men of history through reading biographies and autobiographies. Then emulate their lives and thoughts. Learn from the mistakes of these men and try to enrich your consciousness by absorbing as much knowledge as you can from their examples and life works. 4. You may not have your own limousine and chauffeur, but what about your local forms of transportation? You can have, for a small sum, a vast streetcar or subway or bus with a liveried chauffeur who does the driving for you. Isn't this as much yours as if you owned it? Then, too, think of how little bother it is. You need not take care of it or put gas in it or worry about repairs. It is all done for you by a vast network of employees that you need never contact. Instead of lamenting the fact you do not have a car, build first the consciousness of riches, which can eventually lead you to owning your own car. 5. You may long for a mansion and landscaped gardens, but did you ever stop to think that you already possess illimitable riches in public parks, zoos, botanical gardens, that no millionaire could ever afford to keep up? I remember in my walks about Bel Air, where I had a home in California for many years, I came to a vast 10-acre estate with a huge wire fence around it, and the words, "Electric Gate, Keep Out," on the front. In the center of this estate was a huge mausoleum of a house. I never saw any people on its rolling lawns. No one was ever out in the yard enjoying the flowers and imported expensive trees and shrubs. It was a lonely and deserted wilderness, and the multimillionaire who lived there was never at home to enjoy his mansion. Surely you can find more happiness in your own comfortable small apartment or home than is represented by this outlay of wealth. You can build a rich consciousness and enjoy the public parks and the beauty of gardens all around you, without ever having to worry about watering the plants or paying the gardeners to keep them up. 6. You may complain that you cannot afford to go to the theater and opera or concerts. Your hometown may not have these special entertainments which only the rich can afford. You need not be rich to have entertainment fit for a king. You have radio and television, which can bring into your home in one evening alone entertainment worth many millions of dollars. With the flip of a dial, you can be personally entertained by such great stars as Jack Benny, Milton Berle, Lucille Ball, Jackie Gleason, Bob Hope, Red Skelton, and Danny Thomas. You can turn to the telephone hour for culture and fine music. You can even have Johnny Carson, Ed Sullivan, and occasionally the Beatles and Elvis Presley, if you want modern entertainment and vaudeville. Then think of the multi-million-dollar movies that you can tune into of an evening. You can be entertained by not only our present stars, but by a youthful John Barrymore, Errol Flynn, Clark Gable, Gary Cooper, and Tyrone Power, who have long since departed this earth. Garbo, Dietrich, Rita Hayworth, Lana Turner come to you in the magic of eternal youth and beauty on your home TV, and it costs you only the initial price of your set. A potentate of the Far East, with all his millions, could never afford the wonder and luxury of a radio or television set. You are already as rich as Midas, but you may not have the consciousness of the abundance you truly possess. The rich universe in which you live. To help you build the miracle power consciousness that can bring you illimitable riches, let us examine the rich universe in which you live. Most people remain in poor circumstances in life because they are not aware of the riches that God has placed here for us to enjoy. Ponder on the following facts the next time you begin to bemoan the fact: there are not enough riches for all people. In Russia, there is a forest 3,000 miles square. In that one forest alone, there is enough lumber and building material to build a mansion the size and beauty of the White House in Washington, D.C. for every family in the world. In Brazil, there is a vast area of untapped treasures, where there is more than enough wealth to furnish the world with gold, diamonds, silver, iron, coal, zinc, tin, copper and mahogany, rubber and fruits, to supply the entire world for generations to come. Poverty is in the mind of man, not in God's universe. Then, add to this the wealth that exists in the sea. Now they are finding diamonds, gold, and oil in the seas of the world that promise to furnish mankind with an abundance of treasures for generations to come. Remind yourself constantly that you live in a rich universe, and that everything God created was for you and your loved ones. There is no poverty in nature. Poverty is man-made. The cost of the ships that were sunk at Pearl Harbor alone would have furnished water to nourish the entire desert wastes of the West. Enough produce could have been furnished there alone to feed the starving millions of Asia. $4 billion, the cost of creating one single atom bomb, could have wiped out poverty in America and fed the rest of the world for years. In America alone, we store millions of pounds of butter, dump millions of gallons of milk, oranges, potatoes, and burned produce that could easily feed the entire world. The next time you hear someone speak of the lack and limitation that is in the world, remind them of these facts. Enrich your consciousness by being aware of the true riches that exist in this universe. Soon you will be able to attract all the money you need to furnish you with every luxury and comfort you desire. Do these things to release the miracle power for building a fortune. 1. Absorb as much knowledge as you can about the world in which you live. Study the great examples furnished by men and women of the past. Learn all you can about art, music, literature, science, and invention. Make it a point to learn how rich men have made their fortunes. Go to your public library and get books on the lives of such men as Carnegie, Rockefeller, Mellon, Vanderbilt, Morgan, and Astor. Then try to apply the knowledge you have gathered to your own life. 2. Have a sincere desire to elevate yourself in life. Raise your standards, have high ideals, do things that will carry you a step higher in intellectual and cultural fields. You might enroll in a course in public speaking, study art or music or writing. Go to art galleries and then study books that tell you of the lives of the great artists. You will be better able to attract the finer things of life if you build a consciousness that comprehends worthwhile achievements. 3. Build your sense of awareness of the treasures that you already possess by taking a daily inventory of the riches you now enjoy. On Monday, you might study something about a great artist like Rembrandt or Da Vinci. On Tuesday, you might listen to some fine music by Beethoven or Mozart, and then learn something about the composers' lives by reading books in your library. On Wednesday, you might be aware of the good things on television, instead of lamenting the bad things. Study the life of Edison, Marconi, Sarnoff, the men who made this modern miracle possible. On Thursday, you might enjoy the luxury of the fruits you see in the marketplace or have on your table. Become curious about the man who perfected so many fruits and flowers and vegetables. Study the life of Burbank and see how he used the miracle power of his higher mind to create new forms of fruits and vegetables which enrich your life today. This study regime should continue throughout your entire life and should extend to art, music, literature, history, science, philosophy, psychology, industry, and religion. Soon you will find your consciousness is tremendously enriched, and you will stimulate the response centers of your higher mind, giving you greater power to attract into the orbit of your daily experiences the riches and abundance which you desire. 4. Visualize and imagine the type of world in which you wish to live. Mentally select the home environment in which you believe you would be happiest. Then strive to create as much beauty, charm, and cleanliness in your present environment. Soon you will attract to yourself the right home that you have lived in your imagination. 5. Have an objective in life, a reason for wanting to make a fortune. You may want a beautiful home, a car of your own, a college education for your son or daughter, a fur coat, a small boat. Whatever it is, have the objective clearly in mind. Write it down on a sheet of paper and read it over every day until you have built the consciousness of abundance. Then have the patience to wait for fulfillment of your dream. 6. Clear your mind each night when you retire of all negative thoughts that you have accumulated during the day. Your consciousness is built by an accumulation of ideas and thoughts. If you think you can succeed and attract riches, you will have a better chance than if you tell yourself 100 times a day that you will fail, that there aren't enough riches to go around, or other negative thoughts. 7. Strive to be worthy of the best that life has to offer. Build your consciousness of quality and riches by wearing the best clothes you can afford. Eat in the restaurants that represent quality. Choose your entertainment on television or movies with the intention of improving the quality of your mind. Read good books. Be conversant with the classics of the past in art, music, and literature, as well as the modern trends in these fields. 8. Use the riches you now possess and appreciate and enjoy the free gifts of life. Sunshine, fresh air, beautiful flowers, smiling faces of children, music, good food, friends and loved ones. These emotional values are also riches of the spirit, and they should not be neglected while you search for material treasures and possessions. A test to determine your state of consciousness. Your answers to the following questions will determine to what degree you have achieved the enrichment of your consciousness. If your scoring is low at present, do not be discouraged, but strive to achieve a higher rating through restudying this chapter. To determine your grade, give yourself credit for 10 points on each question that you answer yes. If your score is 90%, it is excellent. 80% to 90% is very good. 70% to 80% is fair. 1. Do you spend at least 1 hour a day in improving your mind by studying things that pertain to your personality? This includes your voice, your manners, and the social graces. 2. Do you appreciate and enjoy good music? 3. Do you read books considered classics? Books by writers such as Dickens, Shakespeare, Victor Hugo, Dumas, Milton, Dante. 4. Do you seek out friends who are cultured and refined? 5. Do you try to keep your present home neat, clean, and orderly? 6. Are you utilizing the riches that you already possess fully? 7. Do you visit your local museums, art galleries, and cultural institutions often? 8. Do you try to raise your standards and avoid doing things that are common, cheapening and coarsening to your personality? 9. Do you select your clothing with taste and an eye to quality and style? 10. Do you spend at least half an hour a day in meditation and contemplation of the mystery of life, searching for beauty, goodness, truth, happiness, and love? Chapter 8. 10 Keys that Unlock the Metaphysical Forces of Your Mind. Your mind possesses vast reserves of power and knowledge within its domain. When we speak of mind in this study, we mean the totality of consciousness, which scientists call the conscious, the subconscious, and superconscious minds. In metaphysics, we add another dimension to mind. This is the divine mind, which is often called cosmic mind or universal intelligence. It has been found that in psychological experiments where people were hypnotized, they possessed amazing knowledge that they did not have in their conscious states. Some people could speak foreign languages fluently, although they had never been abroad or studied such languages. Others knew how to play the piano or some other instrument. Still others knew about countries and strange places where they had never been. Where were these reserves of knowledge stored? If they were not in the conscious mind, then they must have resided in some other part of consciousness where the person was not even aware of them. One man who had a very poor mind for mathematics could add, subtract, and multiply long lists of figures while in a state of hypnosis. Miracle superforces of geniuses. Certain men and women throughout history have known how to release these miracle superforces of the divine mind and perform feats that astounded people. Joan of Arc was such an example. She was a poor peasant maid who had never been away from her village. When she began to hear voices and have visions, people thought she was obsessed with evil spirits. She saw in her visions that she would ride at the head of France's victorious armies, and the voices told her she would one day save France. When she finally convinced the French generals of the veracity of her visions, they put her at the head of their soldiers, and she led them to victory after victory. Were her visions delusions? Or rather, were they induced by some superforce within her consciousness that knew of her divine destiny? We are inclined to believe the latter, for too many times in history men and women have had this kind of divine vision and have achieved miracles that were impossible for ordinary men and women to perform. In his Experiments in Extrasensory Perception, a noted authority tells of an instance where a young woman's father died, leaving her impoverished. After the funeral expenses were paid, there was no money left for food in the house. One night this woman had a realistic dream in which her father came to her as she had known him in life and told her of a secret compartment in an antique piece of furniture in the living room where she would find a large sum of money hidden in big bills. Upon awakening, the woman could still hear the sound of her father's voice in her ears. She arose and went to the antique dresser her father had told her about. She reached into a recessed area behind one of the drawers and there found the money in the secret compartment she had been told about. How Napoleon unlocked this superforce. Napoleon called upon the miracle superforce of his higher mind and won for himself a position as Emperor of France and nearly conquered the entire continent in his 20-year rule. He believed in astrology and was told early in his life that he was destined to become a king. He believed that he was destined to liberate the people of France from tyranny and poverty, and to unite all of Europe in a great confederacy over which he would rule as emperor. When he consulted mystics and seers, they confirmed his own inner conviction that he was born to rule. This idea became an overpowering, magnificent obsession in Napoleon's mind. He began to study the art of warfare, of political and diplomatic strategy, and finally, when he felt the stars were auspicious, he set out on his rendezvous with destiny. There is no doubt that Napoleon tapped some higher power, another dimension of mind than his own conscious mind, to rise to the heights he ultimately attained. What were the miracle keys that he used to unlock the superforce of his mind? The 10 miracle keys to all greatness. In a study of metaphysics, we find that there are 10 keys that unlock the miracle superforce of the mind. We shall study each of these keys in turn and see how to apply them to your own life. With these keys, you can unlock doors of consciousness where the miracle superforce resides. The key of imagination. Your destiny is forged in the workshop of your imagination. It is in his imagination that man can truly grow wings of the soul and soar above the limitations of mortal mind and become godlike in his dreams and aspirations. That which you can conceive, you can achieve. The very act of picturing a condition you desire sets into motion certain superforces within your higher mind that begin to create the conditions imaged. Einstein gave the world a mathematical formula which perfectly states the metaphysical law for using creative imagination to materialize the destiny we desire. Einstein's formula is expressed mathematically as E = mc². What this formula says is that energy and matter are convertible. Mental energy possesses its equivalent in matter and is as real as so-called material energy. All physical and material things are actually manifestations of energy. The energy in a thought produces its own materialization. An idea is as real and solid as a bridge or a skyscraper. The concept of love is as real and permanent as the sun or the earth. The fact that mental energy cannot be seen or felt does not argue that it has no existence. Let us examine this metaphysical concept further below. I have reduced it to a practical formula which utilizes the imagination as the energy-producing miracle force. It is dream, dare, and do. What is your big dream in life? It is through your imagination that you must picture what I call your big dream of life. There can be no actual achievement of your dream, the daring and the doing of our metaphysical formula, until you first have the picture in your imagination of the things you want to attract in life. The dream stirs into action the miracle super forces of your higher mind, and the mental and spiritual energy that it sets into motion externalizes in creative patterns. Do you dream of achieving some high goal in life? If you do, it must be specific and clear-cut. Otherwise, the super forces of your higher mind are not activated sufficiently to bring it into being. I remember in my first year in high school in biology class when we were studying the sprouting of plants, we were given home study work where we were told to plant bin seed and then watch them mature. I was so anxious to see the miracle of growth and evolvement that I kept digging up the poor bin seed until it gave up in discouragement and died. The picture of the mature bin, the sprouts, the roots, the final edible vegetable inherent in the seed, were all there in the invisible dimensions of time and space, waiting for the final creative pulsation in the soil. But the law of growth could never work when it was constantly disturbed. This same law applies to your life. In your imagination, you plant the seed of the crop you wish to reap. The super forces of your higher mind are ready and waiting to mature the destiny you want. But you must hold the picture firmly in mind. Then let the higher power mature your dream and externalize it into its physical and material equivalent. One man's imagination changed the world. One of the most imaginative men in history was Jules Verne, who lived between 1828 and 1905. He wrote more than 100 books, and in his imagination created the first submarine, helicopter, radio, television, and dirigible. Simon Lake invented his submarine from inspiration he received when he read Verne's story 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Verne's imaginative pictures were fanciful, but they were converted into rational and productive products by men who read his literary works and were, in turn, inspired by them. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin when he saw his pet cat trying to reach through the bars of a cage to get at his canary. In his imagination, Whitney visualized steel bars holding back the cotton seed, while iron claws drew out the fluffy white cotton between the bars. This one invention revolutionized the industry of the South. The miracle super forces of man's higher mind were stimulated by the power of the imagination to produce such modern great things as the printing press, wireless, radio, television, automobile, typewriter, harnessing of electricity, the splitting of the atom, and the creation of such miracles as the electronic microscope, the 200-inch telescope at Palomar, and now, man's ultimate triumph of mind over matter, the creation of spaceships that are on their way to the moon and distant stars. How to stimulate your imagination. 1. Read a scene in a book or magazine, and then in your imagination try to project that scene in all its details. Add to it what you wish and make the scene come to life vividly, trying to see the characters, the environment, the action, and any other details that are described in the story. 2. Think back to your childhood and recall some scene that you enjoyed, such as a Christmas, Thanksgiving, or birthday. In your mind's eye, try to recall the people who were there, the things they said and did, the food you ate, and any other details that you can remember. 3. Picture your perfect dream home. Cut pictures out of home decorating magazines and let them serve as a stimulus to your imagination. Visualize a party in the dream home. See the friends you have invited, work in the garden, and do any other activities in your mind which you might perform in such a home in reality. 4. Stand before a mirror and imagine that you are speaking before a vast audience in an auditorium. You can speak aloud or to yourself. Make up a talk on some subject with which you are conversant. This speech can be a short one of 2 minutes, or it can be longer. The brain centers are stimulated by such an exercise and make it possible for you to speak more fluently when you need to express yourself. 5. Imagine yourself having $1 million. This mental exercise will help you stimulate the miracle response centers of your brain for building a fortune. If you cannot imagine yourself being rich, it will be difficult to ever attract a fortune. 6. Imagine yourself standing on the prow of a boat headed for some exotic land like Hawaii. You can use pictures from travel magazines to help stimulate your imagination in relation to this exercise. Some people have used travel pictures and literature to stimulate the miracle response centers of their brains, and soon they found themselves actually visiting the places they had imaged in their minds. The second key, curiosity. It was curiosity that caused Columbus to sail the seas in search of new lands. If he had been satisfied with the popular belief that the earth was flat, he never would have embarked on his voyages of discovery. It was curiosity that caused the scientist Fleming to wonder why green mold on bread in a test tube killed germs. His curiosity led him to the discovery of the life-saving penicillin, which is called a miracle drug, and which has saved the lives of millions of people. It was curiosity that led Galvani to experiment with his galvanic battery, from which so many inventions have come. Curiosity has been implanted in the consciousness of man for a specific purpose. This divine emotion makes him discontented with the world as it is and causes him to search for new ways to change things, to improve them, and to give man greater comfort and luxury. How to develop curiosity. 1. Look about you in your work and see how you might improve conditions. Many an invention has been born because man's natural curiosity caused him to wonder if he couldn't improve on the methods being used in his business. A man sitting at a lecture was disturbed by a woman's big hat. He became curious as to how to convert this obstruction to something positive, and before he left the auditorium, he had an idea for a new hat pin, which made him a fortune. 2. Look at some invention such as radio or television, and try to figure out the principle involved in its mechanism. 3. Look around you in your garden and see the fruit, vegetables, and flowers, and try to reason out the method by which they draw the nourishment from the soil to create their products. It was this type of curiosity that led Burbank to develop so many new types of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. It was curiosity that led George Washington Carver to convert the lowly peanut into plastics, insulating materials, fodder for cattle, varnishes, oils, paints, and many other products, which helped revolutionize the industry of the South. 4. When it thunders or lightnings, try to understand the reason why. Look up the facts in an encyclopedia. 5. Stimulate the curiosity response centers of your brain by wondering how other people live in other parts of the world. Study books in your library showing the customs and habitats of people in Asia, Africa, South America, and Australia. 6. When you listen to beautiful music or read interesting stories, try to analyze the emotions that prompted the composers and authors to create their works. The third key, knowledge. It is through the intellect that man rules the universe. The pen is mightier than the sword. Your miracle super forces of the mind are more easily motivated and released when you fortify yourself with knowledge. This does not mean that you must be a college graduate to succeed in life. Many great men have risen to high positions who did not have a formal education. Wisdom is very often an innate trait, and some of the great philosophers like Socrates and Plato founded their own schools. Henry Ford was not a college graduate, but he had innate wisdom. He absorbed knowledge sufficient for his purposes and succeeded in his chosen field. Bacon said, "For knowledge too is itself power." All knowledge begins with this precept by Socrates: know thyself. The regime for building knowledge. 1. Observe the universe about you and stimulate all 5 senses by absorbing the sights, sounds, and experiences that surround you every day. 2. Reason out why things happen in the physical and material universe under the law of cause and effect. 3. Study specialized knowledge that fits your business or profession, and keep up to date on latest developments in your field by subscribing to magazines dealing in such matters. 4. Expand the horizons of your mind by absorbing as much knowledge as you can about as many things as possible. Take an interest in civic events in your community. Join clubs and organizations that have a wide diversity of interests. 5. Learn by example through emulating the lives and thoughts of great men of history. Read their biographies and autobiographies. Find out what they thought, how they worked, what books they read. Learn everything you can about their lives, and then use them as models by which you shape your own life. 6. Study books on psychology and find out how the human mind works. You will not only be better able to cope with your own life problems by knowing psychology, but such a study will help you understand other people better and improve your relationship with them in your social life and business world. 7. Every day learn some new word or fact that will add to the sum total of your knowledge as you grow older. Most people make the mistake of closing their minds to new ideas when they close their high school or college books. The human brain is illimitable in its ability to absorb more and more knowledge as we grow older. Scientists now find that an older person who has kept his brain agile and active can learn and retain new facts as readily as a young person. 8. Keep your brain agile and exercised by studying a foreign language course, or working out mathematical problems, or studying public speaking, singing, dancing, music, writing. Any activity that is new to you and which will keep your brain and body cells active and youthful will not only add to your sum total of knowledge, but will actually give you better health and more vitality. Scientists now find that the brain centers are tied in some mysterious fashion to various organs and centers of the body. When any of these brain centers are left undeveloped, they atrophy, and the parts of the body which are tied in with these brain centers begin to deteriorate and weaken. This is why scientists now urge old people to take an active interest in all kinds of hobbies and avocations when they retire. A man once asked J.P. Morgan why he didn't retire. He said to the great financier, "You're worth over $100 million. You surely don't need more money. Why don't you retire?" Morgan asked the man, "When did your father retire?" The man answered, "In 1908. "Why?" "When did your father die?" Morgan asked. "In 1911, the man answered. "That's the reason I don't retire," Morgan replied. 9. Have a planned reading regime for your future. Try to read a book a week, not just fiction, but books that will help you improve your mind and add to the sum total of your knowledge. It is good to vary the subject matter of these books so that you expand your horizons of thinking to encompass many fields. You might get a simple book on astronomy and discover the fascinating cosmic world of outer space. You might study a book on science and invention to learn of the miracles being produced by men's minds in our atomic age. Biology is another fascinating subject, which will teach you secrets about the vibrant and expanding world in which you live. You might also study the various philosophies of the ages, beginning with the Greek philosophers and then going into the teachings of the Far East and the comparative religions of the world. History is another all-engrossing subject for you to study, for through learning about the past, you can know what mistakes to avoid in the future. The fourth key, affirmative will. The miracle superforces of your mind are unlocked by this fourth key, affirmative will. Most people are buffeted by the forces of life. They vacillate back and forth between two possible courses of action, not knowing which to do until it is too late. They are very much like the mule which hesitated between two piles of hay, not knowing which to go to, and starved as a consequence of his vacillation. Affirmative will summons all the super forces of your conscious and subconscious minds into a positive, dynamic focal point which drives you towards your objective without hesitation or hindrance. There are two opposing forces in life, and man is constantly forced to make a choice between these two. There is the will to succeed and the will to fail. The will to be healthy and the will to be sick. The will to live and the will to die. The will to be rich and the will to remain poor. The will to happiness and the will to misery. The will to love and the will to hate. The will to good and the will to evil. The will to peace and the will to war. Man must choose his destiny. Man can choose his destiny. He is different from all other living creatures in that he has this power of choice. By exercising your affirmative will, you can select the events that make up your destiny, just as the artist chooses the scenes he will paint and the colors with which to paint those scenes. If he does not like what he painted, he cannot blame it on the scene he is copying, but on himself for his own inability to accurately reproduce the scene from nature. There are two types of will in life also. They are: 1. Passive will. 2. Affirmative will. The passive will can create mental images of success and riches, but lacks the capacity to execute these images into reality. Many would-be millionaires daydream about having $1 million, but they lack the affirmative will to put their daydreams into motion. How to use affirmative will. 1. The will is fashioned from the mental habit patterns that you build. From the time you were born, you began to build habit patterns for almost every act of your life. You rise in the morning and bathe, brush your teeth, shave or make up, put on your clothes, lace your shoes, and prepare to go to your day's work. You do not give much conscious attention to these daily actions, for you have built habit patterns that take care of most of them. If your daily habit patterns have been negative ones, and your mind is filled with thoughts of fear, failure, and disaster, then your auto-conditioning will all be in favor of these negative emotions, and your actions will be correspondingly negative. Change the habit patterns of your mind from negative ones to positive ones. This is easier said than done, but it can be accomplished if you use the power of your affirmative will. Smokers who wish to stop know how difficult it is to change their habit patterns. They must make a superhuman effort to give up the habit of smoking. How do you change your habit patterns? In the same way they're created. By performing the mental or physical act over and over again, until it is so deeply ingrained in your consciousness that it becomes automatic. Then we call the action a habit. 2. Use creative commands to your higher consciousness, which we studied in Chapter 2. The higher centers of your brain are stirred into action by creative commands. Let these be given each morning as you start your day's activity. Then all during the day use little energy boosters to keep your spirits high and your energies at their maximum peak. You can say a dozen times a day, "I feel wonderful. I am able to overcome this problem. I am now dissolving these obstacles through the power of my will. I like people and they like me." 3. Try not to let negative experiences in life prove too discouraging. Everyone has these negative conditions to cope with. Even the millionaire has his problems. When some condition arises that tends to get you down, say to yourself, "This too shall pass away." Another good statement to dissolve these unwanted negative experiences is this: the solution to the problem is already on the way. 4. The affirmative will must be exercised every day of your life. Otherwise, you are apt to slip into negative and passive habit patterns that affect your entire future destiny. Every day, exercise the will to live. How? Have an intense desire to live for some specific cause or person. You may want to educate your children. You may want to own your home. You may desire a fortune to help other people. The more altruistic and unselfish your purpose for living, the greater will be the life energy that flows from your higher mind. Many people who have lost the will to live die early in life because they have no one to live for and nothing they want to accomplish. When people are motivated by a desire to live for some purpose, they often have a release of the life force that keeps them going until they're 100 or more. Grandma Moses was an example of how this super force of the mind can enormously extend the normal lifespan and give one many years of creative, useful activity. At 76 years of age, she began to paint, and soon was selling her paintings at enormous sums. She lived to be over 100, and there is no doubt that her renewed interest in creating helped stimulate the miracle super forces of her brain, infusing her body cells with life-giving energy and purposefulness. 5. Every day, exercise the affirmative will to succeed. Do this by planning each day's activity with one thought in mind, to make it as successful as possible. It is good to write down a day-by-day plan, so as to focalize your mind's energies on the things you want to accomplish. Just as a housewife makes out a shopping list for the market, so you should make out a list each day of what you wish to accomplish on that day. List your appointments, your day's work, the sales you wish to make, the money you are going to spend, the purchases you plan, the social engagements you will have. A neat and orderly mind ensures a neat and orderly life and destiny. 6. Exercise daily the affirmative will to attract more money. Money is an idea more than it is an actual material thing. In ancient times, such strange things as tea, fur, stones, pieces of iron, tobacco, and other objects served as money. You can only attract more money when it becomes a habit pattern in your thinking every day. The reason 60% of all college graduates achieve their goal in life is because they were trained in college to think in terms of being successful in their chosen professions. They formed the mental habit patterns of success. Every time you spend $1, think of its value. It is said that John D. Rockefeller Sr. never tipped more than a dime. One day someone asked him why a man as rich as he was didn't tip more. Rockefeller replied, "Why a dime is 10% interest on $1 for a full year." Money works under the law of the harvest. When you plant a seed in the ground, it usually produces 10 to 20 times the yield of the original seed. When you give money out, make it a point to bless it and know that it will yield you abundance. The 5th key, divine ego. Most people who fail in life do so because they are using the wrong type of ego power. They are so obsessed with excessive self-interest that they lose their perspective and ignore the rights and interests of others. Such people are called egotists. This type of egotism is destructive and causes people to dislike one. Do not misunderstand me. We need some ego, a great deal of self-interest for purposes of self-preservation. But in our metaphysical studies, we convert this power of the psyche which consciously controls the impulses of the id, as it is called in psychology, into the divine ego. The changes in your personality and ego drive will be miraculous when you once institute this method of unlocking the miracle superforces of your mind. How to build the divine ego. 1. Realize that you were created in the image and likeness of God, as the Bible tells us. This is a spiritual idea, not a physical one. When you once accept the premise that you are divine and immortal, then you will begin to be godlike in your thoughts and actions. Voltaire said, "To be a hero, think heroic thoughts." To be divine, you should pattern your thoughts and actions after the divine image. What are the godlike thoughts and actions which you should emulate? God is described in the Bible in 2 ways. God is good and God is love. If you pattern your thinking after goodness and love, with all their ramifications, you cannot help but reflect goodness and love in all your relationships with others. 2. Cultivate the habit of unselfish actions in relation to others. Share your good with other people. Share your happiness. Instead of talking about yourself and your problems when you meet other people, make it a point to show interest in them and their activities. 3. Work in community projects such as the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. Enter into charity drives for such worthwhile organizations as the Heart Fund, the Polio Fund, the Lighthouse for the Blind, American Legion, and veteran organizations. Volunteer to work a few hours a week in foundling homes for orphans, in veteran hospitals for soldiers, in prisons and other public welfare groups. Such expanded interests do more than merely help the unfortunate. They help you in building the divine ego, which can enrich your life and give you blessings of health, happiness, and prosperity by releasing the miracle superforces of your higher mind. 4. Have a high master motive in life. Desire success and money not only for yourself and your family, but also so you can help better the world through your creative efforts. There are many master motives which propel man towards his destiny. Desire for power, desire for money, fame, glory. a desire for wisdom, a desire for material things, a desire to bring peace to the world, to work for brotherhood and tolerance, a desire to spiritualize your mind and find new dimensions of the soul. The higher your master motive, the greater the drive for success and fulfillment. 5. Overcome the animalistic emotions of greed, hatred, selfishness, and envy. The divine image within your consciousness cannot flourish in such an atmosphere of negativity. 6. Implant in your consciousness the positive forces of charity, beauty, truth, justice, faith, and love. And soon you will see the divine inspiration that flows through your consciousness from the divine mind within you. 7. Spend a few moments each day in spiritual contemplation and meditation. In such mystical periods, search within for life's true meaning. Try to find the divine prototype within your own immortal soul. Pray to God for guidance and inspiration every morning when you arise and every night when you go to bed. 8. When you feel the gravity pull of Earth's problems, fears, and worries, stop whatever you are doing and retire for a few moments into the stillness of the cathedral of the soul, and say to yourself, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God." This powerful affirmative spiritual statement from the Bible reaffirms your sense of divinity and will help you once more restore peace and tranquility within your consciousness. Write down on a small card these words. Carry them with you in your pocket or purse and look at them several times. Let each man think himself an act of God, his mind a thought, his life a breath of God. The 6th key, perseverance. Perseverance means the ability to continue doing something in spite of difficulties or opposition. Many times a person who wishes to succeed will stop making the effort because of the many obstacles that he has to face. If he persisted just a short time longer in many cases, he would undoubtedly have won his goal. A miner in the Nevada desert had struck a vein of gold in his claim, which brought him a few $1,000s, and then petered out. The miner became discouraged and sold his equipment to a junk man for a few $100s. The new owner kept digging, and after a few hours, he broke through a wall of stone where he hit a vein of gold that produced $40,000 worth of pure ore. That gold mine brought the new owner $5 million in the next few years. You may be on the verge of achieving your greatest success if you but persevere a little longer and do not give up. About 20 years ago, I visited Lucille Ball on a set at RKO Studios in Hollywood. After lunch, we had a photograph taken together, and the young and radiantly beautiful star told me rather sadly, "This is my last day at RKO. My contract ends today, and they are not renewing it." I expressed my surprise and regrets, but the irrepressible Lucille said, "Oh, don't worry about me. Someday I'll come back and buy the joint." A few years ago, Lucille Ball returned to the studio that had fired her and paid about $15 million for the entire studio. Talk about miracles. This red-haired, talented young lady who went on to fame and fortune on television was able to stir the miracle superforces of her mind by her amazing perseverance in never giving up and by fulfilling the promise she made to herself in jest, to eventually buy the studio that had fired her. There is a powerful and stimulating force within your psyche, which works miracles when you respond to the challenges of life with perseverance and courage. How to utilize perseverance. 1. Work with the law of cycles in nature. There is a time in every life when fate presents a set of circumstances which can bring one success and fortune. Learn how to study and be aware of these cycles, and then take advantage of the opportunities that arise with confidence. Shakespeare spoke of these cycles in men's lives in these words: "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Amid it, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries." 2. When you come to those periods of stagnation in your life when nothing seems to happen, learn how to utilize that time study and prepare your mind for the time when your good fortune will come. Persevere in what you are doing and do not give up, for like the miner in the desert, your greatest good fortune may lie just within your grasp. 3. In nature, all things mature slowly and in their right season. Spring is for planting the seed, summer is for growth and evolvement, fall is for the harvest, and winter is for rest and relaxation. This same cycle exists in human destiny. If your fortune does not come in your youth, the springtime of life, remember this is not always the time of the harvest. It is the time of planting. Evolve, develop your mind, prepare for the future when you are young, but do not always expect the fortune of which you dream, for it must also follow this law of nature. If you are in the summertime of your life, that is, your mature years, and you still have not achieved your success, then you must re-examine your life and see what you have done that is wrong, and after correcting your mistakes, persevere and wait for your success. 4. No matter how discouraged you may become, try not to give up. Remember that throughout history, most great men and women who ever achieved anything worthwhile were told by others that they would fail. The mob consciousness is always one of discouragement, defeat, and disaster. When Fulton invented his steamboat, thousands of people gathered along the Hudson to watch its attempt to go upstream against the current. As the steam began to rise from its funnel, the mob shouted, as with one voice, "It won't start! It won't start!" Then, as the boat began to move against the current, the mob continued their chanting. Only this time they changed it to, "It won't stop! It won't stop!" 5. When you persevere in your efforts, you build electrical and magnetic current in your brain and body cells, which charges your muscles and nerves with a superabundance of dynamic energy. It is much easier to succeed when you have conditioned the miracle superforces of your mind with the idea that failure is impossible. Your continued efforts to achieve your goal is also proof to the indwelling miracle worker that you have faith in your ability to achieve your objective. The 7th key, magnetic attraction. Magnetic attraction exists between all of the particles that make up the visible and invisible universe. It is this etheric flow of invisible substance which keeps our planets rotating in their orbits, the Earth and Moon around the Sun, and all the billions of other planets in outer space rotating around each other, without ever colliding or deviating from their orbital paths. In fact, this law of magnetic attraction, which Newton named gravity, is so accurate in its workings that we set our Earth clocks by the stars. We can predict to the minute where any given star in our solar system will be even 10 centuries from now. It was this tremendous power of magnetism which Jesus used to perform most of his miracles. By summoning up the reserves of life magnetism within the person's body and brain, the master metaphysician could heal the sick and even infuse new life into the dead. How to release magnetism. 1. Magnetism is in every cell of your brain and body, but it is scattered throughout the body. When you wish to summon it for any specific purpose, you must concentrate your mind on the act which you wish to perform. If you are trying to magnetize another person, you should concentrate on that person. Project your thoughts to him. Say his name over and over and direct your thoughts to him, just as if you were talking to him in person. The person need not be near you, but can be at a great distance. It has been proved that when people are apart, even as far as 3,000 miles, they can transmit their thoughts to each other. An instance of how the ether waves act as magnetic currents, which the human brain may tap, is that of a young lady who went to visit relatives in San Francisco in the days before planes were making the transcontinental trip. While she was on the lengthy train trip, her father had been taken seriously ill and was near death. The girl's mother frantically concentrated her thoughts on her daughter, sending her this message: "When you get off the train, call home. It is urgent." As the train approached San Francisco, the girl became more and more restless, with a vague sense of unrest and worry. As soon as she got off the train, she telephoned her home and learned of her father's serious illness. She boarded the next train for home. 2. You can use magnetism for many different purposes. To magnetize others, as we have learned above, to attract people to yourself that you like, or to attract money and material things. To show how this magnetic attraction works in one's life, Let me tell you of an instance where magnetism attracted a famous movie star to me when I was an unknown, struggling for recognition in Hollywood. It was the year of the Great Depression, and I had gone to Hollywood, but could not find work. Finally, I took a job in a photographic studio with Edwin Bauer-Hesser, a famous photographer of movie stars. I had concentrated my mind on meeting Mary Pickford for at least a year before going to Hollywood. At that time, Miss Pickford was known as America's sweetheart, and every boy and man in the country considered her the ideal woman. Before going to Hollywood, I had studied palmistry, astrology, and other mystical arts to better understand myself and other people. One day, Miss Pickford came into the studio to have some photos taken to publicize her new picture, Coquette, which she was making with Buddy Rogers. While the photographer was preparing his equipment, I helped her pass the time by reading her palm and telling her about herself with astrology. The amazing thing, which I did not know at that time, was that I had psychically tuned in on her marital split-up with Douglas Fairbanks Sr., which was being kept a secret from the world. I told her details about her life which astounded her, and she invited me to a big party she was giving for Lord and Lady Mountbatten of England the following week. At that party, I met William Randolph Hearst, who later was to change the entire course of my life through worldwide publicity he gave my work in the mystical sciences. The magnetic attraction which I had created by concentrating on Miss Pickford undoubtedly brought about the series of incidents which led to our meeting and eventually helped fashion my entire future career. 3. Magnetize your mind by daily passing a series of pictures and thoughts through it of the people you want to meet, the things you want to do, the trips you wish to take, the money you want to attract, the new job you wish to have, the home you want to live in, the gifts and talents you would like to develop. Of course, there is more to this miracle power than merely passing the pictures and thoughts of your goal objectives through your mind. But the process of magnetic attraction must begin by having these image concepts firmly in your mind. Later, in our deeper study of magnetism on the cosmic and spiritual planes of consciousness, we shall explore this subject further. The best way to fix these magnetic thought images in your mind is to write them down where you can see them and read them over every day. This helps in the process of magnetizing them. 4. The magnetism of your brain and body can be built through a conscious regime. As magnetism is in the air all about you, it is vitally important that you breathe deeply and consciously when you wish to increase the fund of magnetism within your body. I'm able to overcome headaches and other minor physical discomforts by taking 10 or 15 deep breaths, holding them to the count of 4, and then exhaling. One can also go to sleep more easily by doing this, for it helps build the body's magnetism and relaxes the tense nerves and muscles. The first time I stepped out onto the vast stage of Carnegie Hall to deliver my first lecture in New York City, I would normally have been a little uneasy. However, having studied yoga breathing and occult sciences for some years, I quickly inhaled 10 or 15 times, charging my brain and body with vast funds of magnetism, and I stepped out onto that stage with a feeling of calmness and tranquility. Always before a lecture, I use this method for quickly recharging the batteries of my brain and body with new electrical and magnetic power. The miracle super forces of your brain are stirred into magnetic action by deep breathing, so do not neglect this vital function. Most people only breathe with the upper parts of their lungs, and the lower parts atrophy from disuse. Breathe deeply and hold the breath for 4 or 5 counts, then exhale. Do this at least 4 or 5 times a day. When you are fatigued from your work, instead of taking another cigarette or a glass of alcoholic stimulant, try the magnetic act of deep breathing. It will give you instant energy and lengthen your life by many years. The 8th key, divine inspiration. Someone has said, inspiration helps man grow wings of the soul and rise above Earth's prison house. Divine inspiration raises man even higher into the realms of transcendental peace, beauty, and joy. Anything that stimulates your mind emotionally to creative thoughts and actions can be said to be inspiring. Divine inspiration releases the miracle superforces of your higher mind to such an extent that you are given supernormal powers and energies that are unknown to the average person. All geniuses had this ability of charging their higher minds with divine inspiration, and releasing a veritable flood of creative and inspiring ideas. In music, these great composers had this divine inspiration: Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, and Bach. In art, divine inspiration motivated such geniuses as Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Raphael. In literature and poetry, divine inspiration was shown by Shakespeare, Dante, Milton, Homer, Byron, Keats, Wordsworth. In exploration and discovery, men like Marco Polo, Columbus, De Soto, and Ponce de Leon undoubtedly had divine inspiration. In science, Newton, Pasteur, Galileo, Edison, Einstein, Fleming, and Salk had divine inspiration. This is only a small list of the great ones of history who were motivated by divine inspiration. In every field of human endeavor, there have been literally thousands of men and women who possess this form of inspiration in their creative works. The regime for releasing divine inspiration. 1. When you want to stimulate the miracle response centers of your higher mind, use the transcendental power of beautiful and inspiring music to aid you. This means classical and semi-classical music, not the discordant forms of new and modern jazz, which tend to overexcite the brain centers. Waltzes, Hawaiian music, and even modern ballads may be used to relax the mind and body. But for high inspiration, it has been found that the great, enduring classical compositions are best for inducing the highest forms of inspiration. It has been found that in industry, when people work with music playing in the background, their output increases, their energy level is higher, and there is a decrease in fatigue and in accidents. This proves the efficacy of music as an inspirational force to stimulate the higher response centers of the human psyche. 2. When you wish divine inspiration, align yourself with the natural grandeur and beauty of the universe. Stand at the ocean's edge and observe a sunrise or sunset. Look up at the lofty mountaintops and visualize the peace and serenity to be found there. Observe the sun, the moon, and stars, and project your mind to lofty pinnacles of achievement, using these natural wonders as ideals and inspiration. Be aware of spring with its rich verdure and multicolored blooms. See the power and majesty of flowing rivers and placid lakes, reflecting the blue of the heavens and fluffy white clouds. Stop your work occasionally and walk in a park if you live in the city. Go to a botanical garden, a zoo, or some nearby field, and let your mind be inspired by the richness and variety to be found in nature. This will help recharge your mind and body with energy and bring you a sense of serenity and peace. 3. Divine inspiration can be released within your mind by a study of the great religious books of the world. You should make it a point to learn what all the great teachers and prophets have taught. Study the Christian Bible, the Talmud, the Quran, the Buddhist Bible, and any other spiritual revelations that interest you. 4. Memorize quotations from the Bible, which you can repeat daily when you feel the need of divine inspiration. I have found the 23rd Psalm and the 91st Psalm helpful. You may also use the Lord's Prayer as given in the Bible. 5. Study the transcendental philosophies of some of our great minds. The golden age of Greece was shaped by such men as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Let their inspired thinking help elevate your consciousness to new and lofty pinnacles of nobility and grandeur. Our own American philosophers, Emerson and Thoreau, are also worthy of study and emulation. 6. You can receive divine inspiration through doing charitable acts for others. Helping to inspire those who are less fortunate than yourself is a wonderful way to recharge your brain and body with new inspiration. You can also help inspire others with your smiles, words of encouragement, and kindness. 7. Prayer lifts man's soul into lofty dimensions of spirit that transcend Earth's gravity pull. Pray often during the day. Little short prayers help inspire you and energize your mind and body. 100 times a day I say little prayers like this. Thank you, God, for this beautiful day. I am grateful to you, God, for sending me such good friends. Thank you, God, for this lovely sunshine. Help me, God, to overcome this problem. God, give me guidance and inspiration to carry out this task. These are little soul boosters which keep one in constant attunement with the divine source of all life and all good. 8. The ninth key, dynamic action. The first law of the universe is the law of action. To stir the miracle response centers of your mind into creative patterns of thought, there must be dynamic action in your thinking first. Everyone has some form of action in his life, but the miracle-working kind of action is known as dynamic action. Synonyms for dynamic are energetic, vigorous, forceful. The type of thought that reaches out into time and space and stirs creative forces into motion is dynamic thought. A dynamic thought is one that you hold persistently, and that infuses your brain and body with the necessity for dynamic action. When Edison tried 10,000 times to find a substance for his electric light filament, an assistant said, "It's no use, Mr. Edison. You've tried 10,000 times and failed. You might as well give up." The great inventor, driven by some inner compulsion into a vortex of dynamic mental and physical action, replied, "Give up. Never. Now we know 10,000 things that won't work." His next experiment the following day proved successful. Regime for releasing dynamic action. 1. Emotionalize your thoughts for greater dynamic action. The nerves and muscles of your body respond to emotions that are fervent and dynamic. The lukewarm mind, that is without enthusiasm or emotion, seldom has the drive to get things done. Toynbee, the noted historian, says that the southern peoples, who lived in an atmosphere of indolence and inactivity, where the weather was extremely hot and the people became lazy, have always been conquered by the northern races, who lived in a stimulating climate that engendered dynamic action. No matter where you live, north or south, you can achieve more dynamic action by emotionalizing your thoughts. When you want something, want it urgently. When you love someone, do so with emotion. When you face a new job, show enthusiasm and happiness. When you want more money for some specific thing, flood your mind with thoughts of the things you will buy and how much you will enjoy them. In this way, you will stir your brain and body into dynamic action patterns with your emotions and make it much easier for you to achieve the things you desire. 2. Overcome the tendency to procrastinate and put things off until tomorrow. This tendency kills dynamic action, and many wonderful ideas you have will never be carried out into forms of creative action. Adopt a "do it now," and even put a sign over your desk or work table with the words "do it now" written on it. I did this for years until I acquired the habit of doing things that I wanted to put off. One of the most important letters I ever wrote, which brought me good business results, came as a result of this habit to do it now. If I had waited a week longer, it would have been too late. 3. Work with the laws of nature, not against them. You cannot burn the candle at both ends and have light very long. If you dissipate your energies, stay up late at night, gamble, drink excessively or smoke too much, or overwork or overplay, you are upsetting the law of balance in nature, and you cannot have dynamic action. Your mind and body must be kept at a peak of perfection and high energy at all times. Otherwise, you will become inefficient and ineffective in everything you do. The law of balance in nature decrees that there must be balance in everything we do mentally or physically. Balance your work by having some fun and relaxing as often as possible. Balance physical love with the spiritual needs of man's soul, the need to worship and the love of God. This cross of balance will tend to give you more dynamic action in everything you do. 4. Use the law of adaptation in your life so that you are not constantly bucking the tide. Some people spend all their time and energy opposing other people. They carry a chip on their shoulders and make enemies instead of friends. Others fight the elements or society's taboos and restrictions. These are the rugged individualists who want unlicensed freedom to act in any way they wish in a society that is rigidly regulated by codes of morals and behavior. This includes the beatnik generation who wish to wear long hair and beards and appear in public in dirty and shabby clothing. There is nothing wrong with this conduct if it does not infringe on the rights of others, but the individual who casts off all restraints and does exactly as he wishes must pay the price in being ostracized by society and losing many opportunities for improving his lot in life. Dynamic action does not mean throwing off all restraints. but adapting to the mores of society and adjusting to the existing situation as gracefully as possible. 5. Dynamic action, mentally and physically, can be implemented by applying the law of evolution to your life. You must continue to evolve, and when you stop evolving and growing, you begin to stagnate. Nature has this law in action throughout all creation. When something ceases to be useful, it is destroyed. Make it a point to keep evolving your mind and body, to maintain them in useful forms of action as long as there is life within you. Have some mental exercise each day. Also have some form of physical exercise, which will help maintain you in a dynamic and useful condition until advanced old age. 6. Love of humanity has been one of the great master motives which has stirred countless thousands of men and women into many forms of dynamic and successful action. Father Damien worked with the lepers of Molokai for years, bringing new methods of treatment to that dread disease, and finally gave his life in that work. He was stirred to such dynamic action by his love of humanity. Mia Curie and her husband worked for 20 years in a miserable lean-to, where snow drifted through the cracks in winter, extracting minute particles from hundreds of tons of pitch blends to isolate a gram of radium. Their work was for the good of humanity, and now many people's lives are saved because of their loving sacrifice. Dr. Albert Schweitzer dedicated his life to serving the Africans in the jungles, where he brought healing to thousands. This dedicated man was inspired to dynamic action by his love of people. 7. To increase your flow of dynamic energy for all purposes in your life, have some definite goal which you are trying to achieve. This goal should be readjusted every 5 years or so, for our needs change as we grow older. With this fixed goal in mind, focalize all your thoughts and emotions on its achievement, and soon your brain and body will be flooded with dynamic energy that will inspire you to dynamic action. Elsewhere in our study, we have given some worthwhile goals which everyone is trying to achieve. The 10th key: metaphysical divine love. Master metaphysician Jesus said, "A new commandment I give unto you. Love ye one another." The old law had been an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, a law of revenge and hatred. Undoubtedly, the profound changes civilization experienced after this law was released could be traced to this new philosophical concept of divine love. There are many different types of love. Elsewhere in our study, we learn of the healing power of love and also the need for physical and emotional love in our lives. The most potent type of love for stirring the miracle superforces of your mind is divine love. The human soul searches throughout eternity for its divine counterpart, God. Our earthly experience is a constant quest for our physical mate, for purposes of procreation and carrying on the race. However, the soul has its hunger and its need also. It is for divine love, the divine romance in which man, in the generic sense, searches for his lost half, the God consciousness in a cosmic love that extends throughout eternity. When man once discovers this divine love, he becomes complete and fulfilled. The love of God transforms and transfigures all humanity into the radiant divine image of God himself. How to release divine love? 1. Do little loving things every day of your life for your friends, relatives, and neighbors. These little kindnesses gradually build the habit pattern of divine love within your consciousness, and in turn, attract loving actions from others. 2. To build the divine love concept, you must first rid your mind of the consciousness of hate, envy, resentment, jealousy, and malice. Whenever such a negative thought enters your mind, say to yourself, "I now supplant this negative thought with the thought of divine love." Soon you will have rid your mind of these deadly negative thoughts which counteract divine love. 3. It is not enough to love only our friends and relatives. We should extend divine love to everyone in the entire world. I know it is difficult to hold this cosmic concept of love, for there have been so many enmities throughout the centuries in countries that have long been oppressed by their enemies. Many people hate the Germans, the Japanese, the Russians. The Greeks hate the Turks because they occupied their country for 400 years. Rationally, we can understand such reactions, but spiritually, we cannot condone hate of any kind. We must try to rationalize our reasons for hating and then work out a pattern of forgiveness and divine love so we do not come under the negative emotional effects which hatred engenders. A girl who came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall for some time had the most radiant and beautiful expression on her face. I became curious as to why she was so magnetic and attractive. Her features were not too beautiful, but there was a spiritual quality within her that transcended the physical. One day I asked her for her secret of loveliness. She smiled brightly, opened a gold locket hanging on a chain about her neck, and showed me the inscription inside. "Whom, not having seen, I love." Then I understood the reason for her spiritual beauty and serenity. She loved the entire world and its inhabitants with divine love. 4. Every time you meet someone that you want to hold and interest, practice projecting an invisible golden line between your mind and theirs. Send out the thoughts on this golden cord. I love the divine in you, and you will love the divine in me. People sense our thoughts, and they will instantly respond to thoughts of love and kindness. Another young lady who came to my lectures told me in an interview with her that she could not attract the right type of boyfriend. She wanted to marry and have children desperately, but all the men she attracted seemed so physical and animalistic that she had withdrawn into a shell of solitude and no longer went out on dates with boys. I gave her this golden cord concept and told her to radiate divine love rather than physical or emotional love. She left my office a changed person. Within 1 month, she had 3 proposals of marriage from fine men. Later, she made her choice and married. She now has 3 beautiful children, and her entire life has changed. 5. Your mental states show on your face and in the contours of your body. In order to show to the world the image of divine love, begin at once to change your facial expressions from anxiety, fear, worry, and hate to expressions of love, confidence, peace, and poise. To do this, stand before your mirror and study the various expressions that come onto your face with various emotions. Think of something you hate. Notice how the face assumes an ugly mask. Fear and worry do the same thing. Now change your thought. Think of someone or something that you love. See the uplifted expression of the cheeks and mouth. When you meet people you want to attract or impress, carry the expression on your face that you have when you say, "I love you." 6. Another important way for stirring the consciousness of divine love from within is to memorize beautiful and romantic poetry. The electrical pulsations from your mind to your face tend to set the mold of your expression in the form of the thoughts you habitually think. Emerson said, "What you speak so loudly that I cannot hear what you say." To shape the inner consciousness so its radiations are romantic and beautiful in your face and form, absorb the beauty and meaning of romantic poetry. Learn Elizabeth Barrett Browning's beautiful poem, "How Do I Love Thee?" in its entirety, and say it often when you wish to become inspired with divine love. Study the poems of Keats, Shelley, and Byron, also the love sonnets of Shakespeare. 7. Learn to be a lover of beauty in life, and soon you will reflect beauty in your soul. This soul beauty transcends physical beauty and will make you radiant and beautiful. Chapter 9. The metaphysical miracle power used by the world's richest men. What miracle power is used by men and women who accumulate a fortune? Do they possess some special secret miracle power which makes them different from others? Have they learned how to tap a hidden vein of gold, a vast reservoir of mental and spiritual power with which they can convert their ideas into a radiant golden stream of riches? In our study of this miracle power for building a fortune, we shall explore the ancient secret of the alchemists who tried to convert base metals into gold. They failed, but the principle of transmutation they used is a solid one, and this law of transmutation is behind all great riches. This secret power of transmutation is in all of nature, and we see it at work in the soil. When we put a seed of wheat or corn into the ground, nature transmutes it into a pint of grain. Plant a pint and nature gives you back a bushel. The law of the harvest is to reap more than you sow. Nature knows the alchemist's secret of transmutation well. She takes black soil and fashions golden apricots and pink watermelon. From green grass, the alchemist of nature produces white milk and yellow butter. From the same patch of soil, this miracle force in nature will yield corn, apples, wheat, potatoes, and cotton. What strange secret power is in the soil that can give such a diversity of riches from the same elements? Metaphysical alchemy. Secret of the ages. Throughout the ages, there have been men and women who knew how to use metaphysical alchemy to achieve miraculous results. With this superpower of divine mind, they were able to wrest a fortune from nature. They were able to convert their ideas into material substance. They knew how to use the hidden forces of nature to create new substances like nylon and plastics. They discovered the hidden reservoirs of wealth and brought forth oil, coal, steel, and gold from the hidden places of earth. They tapped giant trees and from their resources created mansions and skyscrapers, and from their sap brought forth sugar and rubber. However, nature does not yield her priceless treasures to man easily. There must be a regime of work and study of the laws of nature. There must be a willingness to give something to the universe in return for what we are to receive. Nature does not give man anything. Man must pay a price for all these priceless treasures. Metaphysical alchemy, the secret power of the ages, may be used in your own life to convert your ideas into golden treasures, if you wish to become rich. Or you may use this secret miracle power, as so many geniuses of history have, to achieve some worthwhile goal through releasing your creative talents in other ways. Everyone does not want to become a millionaire. Many people are satisfied to have a comfortable income and security for old age. Such people may still benefit from a study of this metaphysical alchemy, for with this power of transmutation, they may convert their time, thoughts, energies, and efforts into substantial rewards that will sustain them comfortably throughout life. 16 Gold Keys to Metaphysical Alchemy. We shall study the lives of some of the world's richest men, past and present, and see how they have used our 16 gold keys to metaphysical alchemy. In each instance, you will discover these successful men have used one or more of these gold keys to unlock the secret doors to the treasures of the universe. Vision, courage, organizational ability, willingness to take chances, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, sharing their wealth, thrift, integrity, loyalty, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make right decisions, determination, patience, persistence. Everyone has had an idea at some time in his life, which, if followed through, might have produced a fortune. The only difference between the richest men in the world and ordinary people is that these men followed through with their creative ideas and used one or all of the above 16 golden keys to riches. Let us study some of these successful men's lives and see how they applied the principle of metaphysical alchemy to their ideas and lives. The key to the Rockefeller fortune. Perhaps one of the most outstanding fortunes in the entire world is that of the Rockefeller oil empire. The late John D. Rockefeller Sr. transmuted his ideas into a vast worldwide financial empire that is still blessing millions with its productivity and products. What keys did Rockefeller use to transmute the products of Earth into billions of dollars? Vision was the first golden key that Rockefeller used in this process of transmutation. Back in the early days when the automobile was still in its infancy, he had the metaphysical vision to realize that one day the wheels of industry would turn with oil. He obtained oil leases on land that was useless on the surface and harnessed the natural resources of the earth by drilling oil wells. Anyone else who had vision could have done the same thing. Vision was the key to the Rockefeller fortune. However, Rockefeller used other keys that are given in our list. He had great organizational ability and formed a company which he headed. He also showed a willingness to take chances, number 4 on our list, and risked his capital, which he had to first borrow on this extremely hazardous undertaking. He showed enthusiasm, an expansive mind. Numbers 5 and 6 on our list. He had thrift and integrity. He also exhibited good judgment and the ability to make the right decisions. He shared his wealth. Millions of people have been helped by the scientific and medical discoveries of that altruistic organization, the Rockefeller Foundation. He also used the last 3 keys on our list: determination, patience, and persistence. Rockefeller loved his work. He was at his desk early and remained until late at night, personally taking care of the thousands of details that came up daily. He continued this habit of work until he was in his 90s. His enthusiasm gave him amazing glandular stimulus that carried him successfully through periods of illness, worries, and problems that might have floored a weaker-willed person. Andrew Carnegie and his golden touch. It is said of Andrew Carnegie that he possessed the golden touch. Everything he undertook turned out successfully. This was no accident. It was the result of painstaking care and effort, coupled with an intuitive sense that was almost psychic. In his youth in Scotland, Carnegie was extremely poor. He had one great determination early in his life. It was to be a great success and make a vast fortune, so he could help the world in some way. His desire to become rich was not motivated by greed and selfishness. He had a great desire to give his poor family the comforts of life, as well as to share his wealth with the world. Carnegie exhibited vision as an early trait. When he came to America, he saw the great possibilities of an expanding economy in a new country, where the industrial and motor age were booming. Carnegie fastened his mind on steel as the foundation of his future fortune. He used golden key number 5, an expansive mind, and first accumulated all the knowledge he could regarding the production and refinement of steel products. He worked hard and observed everything carefully. He worked in a steel mill where he got first-hand experience, and gradually worked his way to the top of his own company. He showed qualities of organizational ability and good judgment in hiring good men to head his organization. He founded his own steel company and obtained financial backing from banks because of his integrity and ability. Gave away hundreds of millions. After building his vast fortune, Carnegie gave away hundreds of millions of dollars. One of his greatest gifts was 1,200 public libraries throughout America. This golden key number 7, a desire to share his wealth, was the key to Carnegie's character and one of the reasons why he succeeded. He also founded Carnegie Hall, a cultural institution that has brought priceless treasures to New York City for many years. He had numerous other philanthropies and charities which he supported. He believed that wealth should be distributed for the good of all mankind, and that it should be used to help humanity. His own life was a living example of this creed of generosity. Andrew Carnegie used every one of our 16 golden keys to perform the metaphysical miracle of building a vast fortune. The Hearst Publishing Empire. The great publishing empire that was built by William Randolph Hearst was based on the 16 golden keys we are studying. Hearst was left a considerable fortune by his father. He took this money and bought up newspapers and magazines until he had established himself as the most powerful publisher in the world. Hearst transmuted ideas into a steady stream of gold that made him one of the world's richest men. What metaphysical miracle power did he use? Hearst started with the golden key of vision, first on our list, for he realized that a growing America would need newspapers and magazines to keep itself informed on worldwide happenings. He used keys number 3 and 12, for he had great organizational ability, and when he chose Arthur Brisbane to become his editorial assistant, he showed good judgment. It was Brisbane who helped Hearst give America the type of journalism it seemed to want. He appealed to the masses with sensational headlines and exciting stories of sex, scandal, and crime, which sold millions of copies of papers. Other golden keys on our list that Hearst used to build his vast fortune were courage, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, loyalty, intensity of desire, ability to make the right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. Onassis, the Golden Greek. Aristotle Onassis is known as the Golden Greek. He started life as an ordinary seaman, rose to a position as an officer in the Greek Navy, and learned all about ships and the sea. He had vision, the first key on our golden list. He realized that modern shipping of goods was too expensive. If he could find a way to use cheaper labor, fewer men, and faster ships, he could make a fortune. He obtained financing and soon had a vast fleet of ships sailing around the world. He is now one of the world's largest ship owners, and his fortune is estimated to be nearly $1 billion. What keys did Onassis use in his climb to fame and fortune? In addition to vision, he showed tremendous determination, 14 on our list. He had courage, willingness to take a chance, enthusiasm, an expansive mind, good judgment, the ability to make the right decisions, and patience and persistence. All these factors combined aided him in his rapid rise to a vast shipping empire. Courage, the key to Henry J. Kaiser's wealth. The main key to the vast fortune built by Henry J. Kaiser is courage. When the government needed ships rapidly in order to win the war in the South Pacific, every builder said it would take months to ready the vessels. Kaiser had the courage and vision to promise the ships within 30 days. This was an impossible feat, and everyone expected him to fail. Kaiser brought the assembly line methods used in manufacturing cars to the shipbuilding field. Within 30 days, the Liberty ships that helped win the war were rolling off his assembly lines. What miracle powers did Henry J. Kaiser use? In addition to courage and vision, this creative genius used the metaphysical keys of organizational ability, willingness to take chances, enthusiasm, integrity, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. The new millionaires of Hollywood. Spectacular successes are the exception, not the rule. However, in the make-believe land of Hollywood, this same metaphysical miracle power of mental alchemy has worked to create new millionaires. In the old days, when movies first began, such people as Harold Lloyd, Charlie Chaplin, Mary Pickford, Griffith, DeMille, Goldwyn, Zanuck, Selznick, and many others rose to positions of fame, power, and riches overnight. In almost every one of these great careers, the golden metaphysical keys we have listed were used. The miracle power of mental alchemy is not dead today. It is as alive and powerful as it was in the days when the above made their fortunes. They say that Frank Sinatra is worth approximately $35 million. What golden keys did he use? He had vision, courage, a willingness to take chances, enthusiasm, intensity of desire, good judgment, determination, and patience. When his career as a singer had run its course, everyone thought he was a has-been. However, he persisted and had a great desire to become a dramatic actor. When the picture, From Here to Eternity, was being cast, he convinced the producer and director of that picture that he should play the leading dramatic role. His success in that part won for him an Academy Award, and he went on to become one of Hollywood's brightest stars and a very rich man. Today, he owns his own record company, a motion picture producing unit, and far-flung interests and properties, including his own private airplane. He is the friend and confidant of presidents and industrial giants. Truly, the metaphysical alchemy he used worked miracles for this unknown Italian boy who started life with 9 strikes against him. Bing Crosby's story is somewhat similar. The famous singer used most of the 16 metaphysical miracle keys we have listed, especially vision, courage, and persistence, to achieve a permanent spot in Hollywood's bright firmament of stars. Walt Disney's $1 million consciousness. One of Hollywood's most outstanding examples of how to build a $1 million consciousness through the principles of mental and metaphysical alchemy, which we are studying, was Walt Disney. Through the chemistry of his mind, he wove the warp and woof of a tapestry of dreams which poured a steady golden stream into his coffers. The metaphysical mixture he used was one of vision, courage, organizational ability, enthusiasm, an expansive mind, loyalty, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make the right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. Not only did Walt Disney grow rich and famous, But he enriched the world with the magic he discovered, a magic which he infused in all his productions. He never knew a failure because he first built the consciousness of creative mind, and this in turn enriched his life, as well as the lives of millions throughout the world. The magic of a creative idea. Mental alchemy begins in the magic of a creative idea. When we say the name Sears Roebuck, we envision a multi-million-dollar organization, begun with the idea that was new in mail-order merchandising in the minds of two men, Sears and Roebuck. They used all of the 16 golden keys given in our study to build a most successful merchandising empire. When you think of rubber, you think of Goodrich or Firestone. When you think of drugs, you automatically think of Liggett. Revlon calls to mind Charles Revlon. Chrysler Corporation brings to mind the creative genius of Walter Chrysler. Lipton brings to mind tea, Ford automobiles, Hilton hotels, Wrigley chewing gum, Helena Rubinstein cosmetics, Arbuckle coffee. Always the vision of some man or woman has been responsible for a new product, or new methods of merchandising an old product. Each of these vast fortunes, represented by the products associated with their names, was created from the mental alchemy of an idea that was projected by the person for whom the product or company was named. In each instance of the above companies or individuals, our 16 metaphysical golden keys were used to create the product and the company. Can one become a millionaire today? Many people complain that in the old days, when most of the world's great fortunes were made, there were no high taxes and anyone could become a millionaire. Today, they argue, it is difficult, if not impossible, to become rich. Let us examine this theory more fully in our study of how to put to our own use the secret miracle power employed by the world's richest men. Let us briefly study 6 examples of new millionaires who were recently interviewed on David Susskind's television program, Open End. The program was called Money Talks. Edward Lamb began as a corporation lawyer early in his career. He ran for the Senate on the Republican ticket and was defeated during the Depression years. He became vitally interested in sociological problems during the lean years of the 30s and became associated with the labor movement. He has represented all 77 of the national and international labor unions. He believed that the road to riches lay in the direction of serving mankind. Later, Mr. Lamb went into the newspaper publishing business and gradually built a $50 million empire of many and diverse interests. When he was asked, "How does it feel to be rich?" he replied that one does not actually ever feel rich, for one's wealth is always measured by the size of one's debts. His incentive in life is the fun of accomplishment, the desire to serve humanity, and a natural instinct to want to be on the winning side. Mr. Lamb has used all of our metaphysical golden keys in his rise to fame and fortune. Tremendous responsibility of riches. Mr. Marvin Crater is president and chairman of an enormous brewery. He recently bought Ebbets Field and built the new Rupert's Brewery on the valuable property. Mr. Crater stated, 1, that wealth was a tremendous responsibility to the person who had it. What was Mr. Crater's incentive to wealth? He started life under humble circumstances, but he had a tremendous desire to advance his interests so he could afford the comforts of life. Wealth, he declared, is comforting, but you cannot stop easily when you have made the first million. Something in the human spirit, a desire for more power or an involvement in the destinies of others, continually impels one forward, no matter how many millions he has. Mr. Crater stated that a person who has made a fortune has a moral responsibility to his employees, his stockholders, and those who share in his products and profits. This responsibility extends to the public, the source of all wealth ultimately. Wealth, he believes, imposes restrictions and obligations which cannot be taken lightly. $60 million in assets. Louis Lesser is another new millionaire. He has control of assets which total $60 million. He rose from a door-to-door salesman of magazines to become the owner of numerous oil wells and chairman of the board of Lesser Corporation. His incentive to wealth came when he was a young man. He wanted to make $1 million so that he could quit and travel around the world and enjoy life. He explained that when he'd reached that goal and had made his first million, he became involved in so many ventures that he could not stop. He warns against greed as a motivating force to fortune, stating that this negative emotion often destroys those who exercise it. After he'd made his vast fortune, Mr. Lesser began to give his money to many charitable organizations, including the City of Hope and other groups. Mr. Lesser certainly used most of the golden metaphysical keys given on our list, especially those of vision, courage, determination, sharing his wealth, and persistence. From $250 to millions. Mr. Wallace Johnson, who runs 50 corporations, including the fabulous Holiday Inns, borrowed $250 when he was a young man. With this money, he went into his first business venture. Through hard work, shrewd investments, and knowing what the public wants, Mr. Johnson snowballed that original small capital into a multi-million-dollar fortune and businesses that span 50 different corporations. His secret of wealth: give the public value for their money. Be aware of the public's needs, and then fill those needs with products that are as good as you can possibly produce. He said, "Success? I am still looking for it and working very hard." Perhaps in those words is the true incentive which has made Mr. Johnson a multi-millionaire. He drifted into a fortune of $120 million. Perhaps the most startling success story of all these 6 new millionaires is that of David Murdoch. When he was a very young man, he drifted from job to job, not sure of where he was going. One desire he did have, however: to become rich. In 1946, something impelled him to go to Phoenix, Arizona, and there he laid the foundation of his future fortune. His investments in real estate and other business ventures, his faith in the great destiny of the West, and his overwhelming desire for achievement were the keystones to the building of his vast fortune. He surely showed vision, determination, courage, good judgment, ability to make the right decisions, an expansive mind, and determination, patience, and persistence in his climb up the ladder of success. The challenges of life spurred him on. Thomas J. Bullock started out to seek fame and fortune at the age of 26. Something told him that his destiny would be fulfilled in New Mexico. The country teemed with hidden possibilities, which could make one rich if one had the vision and foresight to see it. In the barren desert land of that arid state, Mr. Bullock discovered oil, and he was on his way to achieving his boyhood dream of success. Mr. Bullock wanted to serve the people of the state that had made him rich. He successfully ran for governor and added new laurels to his crown of success. All life is a challenge, Mr. Bullock believes, and one must be prepared to meet that challenge by facing life's obstacles and overcoming them. He also believes that one must utilize all one's gifts and skills in converting nature's free resources into usable products that will enrich and benefit humanity. He thinks of himself as only a trustee for wealth, and that he must use money to do as much good as possible for the people he serves. Only then, he said, is one worthy of such a high and sacred trust. How to motivate the miracle power to acquire riches. 1. First, unlimited your consciousness by having vision. Know that it is possible for you to become as wealthy as you wish to be. There is no limit except that you place on yourself. The Bible says, "Without vision the people perish." Have the vision to see yourself successful and rich. If you do not want $1 million or more, then ask the divine mind within for security for yourself and your family. 2. Go to your public library and obtain books dealing with the lives of such rich men as Morgan, Vanderbilt, Astor, Baruch, Ford, Carnegie, Hearst, Chrysler, Getty, and any other men who have built vast fortunes. Study their lives carefully, take copious notes, find out what mistakes they made, so you can avoid the same mistakes. Emulate their patterns of thinking and action. Become conversant with their methods and then try to apply them to your own life. 3. Turn your thoughts inward and ask the divine mind within you for ideas, formulas, inventions, stories, creative thoughts that you can use to become rich. One idea can bring millions. The law of transmutation can work for you to turn your thoughts into gold. Build your faith in your own powers of creative mind and search within until you find the key that will help you unlock doors to the treasures of the universe. 4. Sit for 15 minutes every day for 1 month and concentrate your thoughts on nothing but money. Mentally visualize yourself receiving a large sum of money. See yourself banking it or spending it for something you want. Go through the pleasurable emotion that such good news would bring you. Plan on all the things you would do with money if you had it. Walk on the streets and look in store windows and mentally put your mark on the things you will buy with your fortune when your dream ship comes in. 5. Use the money and the possessions you now have wisely and take good care of them. This will prove to your higher mind that you are capable of taking care of a big fortune and of spending it wisely. Many people waste their money, their food, and their time. Such wasteful habits prove they are not yet ready to assume the full responsibility of having a fortune or better homes or possessions. 6. Treat your present home as if it were a palace to prove to your higher mind that you are worthy of a finer home. Decorate it as tastefully as possible. If it is even a small room, keep it clean and neat. Enjoy its comfort and be grateful for it until you are able to build your consciousness and can move into a new apartment or house that will fit your expanded consciousness. 7. Every time you spend $1 or some bigger bill, write in the white margin these words: "I bless this." Under the law of the harvest, realize that every dollar you give out will return to you tenfold and enrich you. This is especially true of money spent to help others. The tithing principle used in church is an excellent one to bless your money and to multiply it. This spiritual principle can help you enrich your mind and your pocketbook. 8. Build your consciousness of wealth. Read the stock market news every night and learn the figures and facts about some of the biggest stocks in the big corporations. Do not hate Wall Street and rich people, for this will raise a mental barrier and keep you from ever getting rich. We cannot attract that which we despise, so turn your mind to trying to understand higher finance and the way the market works. The capitalistic system has made America one of the richest and most respected nations in the world. Millions of Americans have a part in American industry, and such big businesses as American Telephone, General Motors, Ford Corporation, Radio Corporation of America, Standard Oil, and Chrysler are really owned by the people who own the stock. Have a desire to become a part of this vast network of creative thought and learn all you can about industry and financing. Soon you will find the means to make investments that will pay you rich dividends in the future. 9. Sit down every night for the next week and ask Divine Mind to give you 3 ideas for improving your position in the world. Have a piece of paper and pencil with you in these periods of meditation, and give yourself at least a half-hour session each time. Write down on the paper ways in which I can improve my life. Then, after asking Divine Mind for guidance, sit still and wait for the inner prompting which will come. Write down your thoughts and read them over the next day. Keep this up for a week and see what results you obtain. 10. Visit your local public park and sit on a bench or walk about and survey it. Mentally tell yourself that you own this valuable piece of property. It is your own private estate, and you are enjoying it as if it were really your own. This exercise will give you a sense of possession and pride of ownership. Actually, you do own that park as much as any of the other people who walk there and enjoy its beauty. The fact that it does not have a fence around it, or that you don't have a deed to it, should not keep you from enjoying it. This exercise will expand your consciousness and vision. 11. Do the same thing with your public library and art gallery or museum. These public institutions endowed by wealthy men belong to you. Use them, enjoy them, be grateful for the treasures they possess, and enrich yourself at the fountains of knowledge, inspiration, and beauty which they possess. 12. Ask yourself, am I using my time wisely? Time is golden. It is the very essence of life and success. The precious hours that you may be wasting could, under our alchemist's law of transmutation, be turned into priceless treasures through the creative genius of your mind. Ask a millionaire on his deathbed which he'd rather have, another $1 million, or a few more moments of time. He would choose time rather than money. With your spare time, go to evening school, study books, or take a home correspondence course in some subject, which can pay you rich dividends in the future. 13. By using this metaphysical formula for achieving riches, you will undoubtedly attain financial security in your future life. If you do not attract millions, do not feel you have failed in life. Count your blessings. If you have your eyesight and hearing, you already have $1 million in value. If you are happy in love and have a beautiful family, you know true riches. If you have peace of mind and contentment, you are probably better off than most millionaires. If you are in work you enjoy and have a bright dream for the future, you are already rich in the things that count in life.
All right, all right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see y'all in the chat on this Friday, the 13th. Shout out to everybody. Hope you enjoying your Friday the 13th. Got a good show for y'all tonight. Oh, I mean, there's so much stuff going on in the world. Wow. Wow. So much stuff going on in the world, y'all. I think that it was only right that we have one of the brightest when it comes to cosmic events on the show today to let us know a deeper meaning behind some of the things that we may be seeing. As I told y'all before I bring this brother on, I've gotten readings from the brother before. The brother's sharp at what he do. That's why he stay busy. You know what I'm saying? He stay with a line. People stay, going to the services. Without further ado, want to welcome back to the platform my brother Rod Cool. Welcome back, Rod. Oh shit, Rod's frozen. Rod, can you hear me? Yo, Rod.
Peace, guys.
Yeah, I hear you now. You hear me
now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I said peace, everybody.
Indeed, indeed. You're right. You look like you lost some weight, man. You're getting in shape.
What I did was I injured this entire area right here working out and deflated my muscles in this arm. Literally, this arm, this is all I can make of this muscle, and it don't compare to this arm. So it looks like that because the muscles collapsed.
You look younger, man. Trying to reverse age on us, man.
I wish. If I could go back to being my younger self, it'd be over with.
Oh man. Yo, Rob, man. You got that. What'd you say?
I said if I got to keep everything and go back, it'd be over with.
Be over with, huh?
It'd be curtains, yeah.
Oh man. Rob, we got a lot going on right now, man.
Yeah. I told you at the beginning of the year it was gonna get busy this year. So all they gotta really do is go back and look at that forecast for the year. You know, the opposition of Mars and Pluto, any aspect, any tight aspect, and what I mean by that is we use 30-degree increments. So the closer to the exactness of a multiple fractal, the more effective the indication in the chart. So at the New Year's, I did something new this year. I usually use the first day of Aries. Okay, but I used the first day of the calendar to see if I could use January 1st as a marker for what's going on. And it works because it works like any other birth chart. You know, it's like if it was a baby born in the White House on January 1st. So I've been looking at that chart, and in astrology, we have a thing called minor progressions where we move the moon at the same rate of the sun. Naturally, the moon moves 13 times faster than the sun. Okay, so what we're really doing is slowing the chart down about 13 times and watching the motion of the planets as they unfold at that rate. And what really got me was it's hitting for everything. All right.
Right.
It hit specifically for when Trump sent or tried to send troops to LA to quell those demonstrations. The moon, the P4 moon, had moved from its initial place at a 26 degrees Capricorn and had moved all the way to the progressed position of Chiron and Aries. Chiron talks about failed attempts. It talks about inconveniences. And in Aries deals with the military. So what was failed was Trump's ability to get support from the military to quell the demonstrations and the anarchy that's going on in California. At the same time, Uranus by transit is done made a move into Gemini in a perfect aspect or trine aspect, 120 degrees or 240 degrees from Pluto.
Right.
And, a lot of astrologers, when they come into this craft, they get the idea that aspects are good and aspects are bad. And they associate this English terminology with the normal dictionary connotation of what is good and what is bad. And to make the long story short, that really can't be done. Good is a technical term that really points to the easiness or of the capacity of these two planets to mingle. And bad means that there may be some tension between the forces involved. Okay? So, like fire and water is never good because water could put fire out. You understand? So to think that you're going to get positive results for fire simply because of the temperature of the water is ridiculous. It's going to be the same every time. Water is going to put fire at a limitation. So this is what the aspects mean. It just means when they say good aspect, it doesn't necessarily mean good as in gain, as in something you would appreciate, as in something you would enjoy. It means good as in there's very little outside interference between the relationship that's going on between these two. So to make it clearer for the folks, if a planet is so-called harm-indicating planet, is in good aspect to another harm-indicating planet, then that's good for harm. You see what I'm saying? It's good that nothing is going to get in the way between these two energies blended. It has nothing to do with good as in something I desire or something bad. So when the trine to Pluto occurred from Uranus moving into Gemini, that put a great shift on a lot of alliances and nations because Uranus is the planet that points to alliances and to nations. And it even is happening before our eyes to the president and his ICE manager, Elon Trump. You see, they had a falling out. This had everything to do with the fact that Mars sits in the first place or the first house of Trump's chart. And there was a question amongst the study group that I'm engaging in with my students. And there was a question as to what Trump's real rising was, okay? And my wife, she participates in these studies, right? She had already worked out his ascendant and we had discussed it, but I failed to realize what that point was. So in the study group, someone had asked, they said, what rising is Elon Musk? And I was like, I don't know. It appears to me watching this confrontation between him and Trump that he's a natural Leo, but he looks like a Virgo to me, right? And my wife, hearing this, screamed. She said, "Yo, he's a Leo in the country of his birth, and in this country he is a Virgo, and this is why he looks like a Virgo to me, because I trained my ability to recognize human characteristics as signs of the zodiac here in this country. But anyway, so when I saw that they were at odds, I said to myself, if it's kicking off on a personal level for people at such a rate, then I know it's going to be special for societally speaking. And after the last few days since the minor progressed moon has moved over Aries, we've seen drastic acts of violence continually.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think I mentioned, I'm not sure, so y'all can go back and call me out if you want. But I think I mentioned crashes, catastrophes in concerning mobility or machines at the beginning of the year. And you see how these planes been dropping.
Yeah. Most recent Indian
so
one.
Even if it's a grand conspiracy, you know, some people conspired to bring this about, and the chart is gonna relay and convey the reality of what happens, regardless whether we think that whether it naturally occurs or unnaturally occurs. Okay, there was an earthquake about 4 or 5 days ago here in Atlanta. Did you feel it?
I didn't feel it. I heard about it. I did hear about it.
Yeah, I didn't feel it. What happened in my residence and in my domain, in my neighborhood, was the lights went out. Okay, so but that happens when there's not an earthquake. So I didn't notice. I just saw the reports about the earthquake, they hit Atlanta, and I'm like, yeah, well, we can look to all kinds of unusual events to be popping off this year. It's something I really wanted to point to was when the United States was founded, the planet of Uranus was in Gemini. Okay, so what this means, Uranus, the seventh planet, you know, the one that leans on its side. This planet is a planet of upheaval, of rebellion, and Aquarius is the sign of rebellion. All right, so. And it represents those things that bring rebellion about. It has everything to do with the collective masses of the people and the collective consciousness. It has everything to do with a nation or a group or groups and nations of people. All right. And looking away from it genophysically, pertaining to human beings, and we apply it societally to objects and things we see in the world, in our circumference, in our environment, right? It points to machinery, technology of every single sort, everything from a paperclip to the super drives that they use to convey the internet to folks globally, okay? It points to electricity that is conducted by man through wires, as well as through the magnetosphere in the form of lightning and what have you, in turbulent weather. So because this is a prominent year for that placement, the natal placement of Uranus in Gemini in the United States chart, we're going through what they call an Uranus return. And when planets return to their places, they're given more volume. Like in a band, when the guitar player or the bass player gets a solo, or the trumpet player gets a solo, any one of the musicians get a solo, the rest of the band continues to play, but they're not making the grandstand. They're not making the noise that the solo artist is making. And this is how planetary returns occur. So the United States is in Uranus return. What does that mean in plain English? That we're going to see upheaval, demonstrations, drastic social changes and societal norms take form in a manner that we have not expected nor have looked at for at least 84 years. Still there?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
Well, you know, these are the things that I was looking for at the beginning of the year. What I had not expected were hadn't even seen it coming, man. It was like just far beyond my furthest imagination that they would be blowing up Tesla cars all over the place. And that was a precursor to the conflict between Elon Musk and Trump. So I came to the conclusion that Elon had to be a Leo rising because Trump has Mars in Leo. This year and every year after this one for the next 3 or 4 years, I would like to say 4 years, but I'm going to say 3 to keep myself safe. Okay. I already said 3 to 4 years. So the next 3 to 4 years, Trump is going to be very successful in his undertakings. Okay. If you look at his birth chart, which is 10:30 in the morning, everybody here that really does astrology, I hope you had your software up, because all you got to do is pull up June 14th, 1946 at 10:30 in the morning. Okay. Trump was born in Queens, New York, but because he is functioning now from the seat of the capital of this nation, you should put the chart in Washington, D.C. All right. And when you add 72 days to that, let me see what that is real quick, because I ain't got it in my head, right? When you add 72 days to it, to June the 14th, 1946, you'll find that the planet of Venus is conjunct the ascendant perfectly in the location of Washington, D.C. And what does this mean for him? Well, it means that all executive decisions and acting capacities that he makes that has to do with that territory are going to work out for him regardless of the challenges that immediately appear. Venus is the planet of victory and success. Give me a second here. When we're looking at a chart, let's say we're doing a horary chart, which is a question that a person poses to the astrologer, and the astrologer will pull up a chart for the very moment that the question was asked and use that chart to answer the question without regard or any consideration whatsoever for the person's birth chart. Okay. If a person is to ask an astrologer, like, what does Venus progress to the ascendant mean? This is a year of promise for any human being, wicked, righteous, evil, good, benevolent, bad, handsome, or ugly. You understand? This is every human being looks forward to motions like this. As Trump will never have Venus project to progress to his ascendant using Naiba's formula again in his life. It'll be another 30 years before he gets a cuspal motion like this. You see what I'm saying? So this is part and partially the reason why I announced that I thought he was going to win the election, you know, and predicted the election, because like I said, Venus is promising. When a woman comes to me and says, when's the best year for me to have a baby? Or when's the best year for me to get married? Or when anyone asks, when is the best time for me to open a business? Or I'm going to the casino this month. You know, I'm looking primarily for the Jupiter day and any midpoint between Jupiter and Venus, as well as the Venus planet. And more so Venus when it comes to money than Jupiter. Where Jupiter talks about good fortune and success in your undertaking, it doesn't necessarily have to manifest monetarily or materially, where Venus must, because Venus rules a material sign and a socially interaction. It governs all social interaction and gives us indication to the nature of all social interaction. And commerce happens to be one of those most engaged social interactions globally since the beginning of man's existence here. You see what I'm saying? So Venus, in other words, would be more indicative of material success. Let me get to what I was pulling up here first, okay?
All right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We got Raku going off. Show started out with a bang. The brother is doing his thing. Hey, Rod, so real quick, why you look for that? So do you think since you got Trump's chart, is he going to finish the term? Because I'm hearing people saying, "Oh, Trump ain't going to make it out of there alive."
Yeah, he's going to finish the term. Yes, okay. Absolutely, yes.
All right.
And I'm basing this, this isn't just, I don't like Trump or dislike Trump. He has as much significance to me as a leaf blowing in the wind in Taiwan right now. Okay? So,
you can say right now.
Yeah, right now. That's how concerned I am about him as a human being. I don't really care who they put in office. What I'm looking at, what I'm concerned about is how the society is going to unfold, and the pressures that we're going to be dealing with. We are going to go through economic upheaval. Canada just recently, in the last year or so, it may have been more than a year, converted all their money to plastic. They no longer use paper money. Okay? Trump taking the step to initiate all paper checks done away with and handled electronically is going to open the door to all commerce being handled electronically. Eventually, they're going to get rid of paper money altogether. Now, I don't believe that people are going to stop using it. Just like when they withdrew the gold standard and changed the way money was. People still kept them gold certificates. People still kept them promissory notes because they're worth money today. So if he shuts down the use of paper money, that money loses its value in the immediate market, but in the collector's market blows up. So don't be throwing your dollars away. You dig what I'm saying? That paper is only worth a fucking nickel in real life. And once they take it out of circulation or no longer have it after 10 or 15 years, the value of that increases exponentially. Old, no longer used, out of circulation money is now an antique. Okay? So these are things where it looks negative. But in the long run, it's the United States trying to keep up with the rest of the world. As it stands, okay, now, because we're talking about Uranus and Aquarius, and we're talking about, we are in the age of Aquarius, and we are in a time right now where Uranus gets to have a lot of noise. So a lot of age of Aquarius advancements are going to occur. I've been looking at AI, okay? Now, and they're getting better rapidly, okay? It was only a year and a half ago that if you did some stuff like this on an AI photograph, it would bring it back to you. You only have 2 fingers. And if you made a video, the hands, it would give you 7 and 8 fingers and what have you, right? Well, now they're getting videos where it's getting really hard to tell whether it's AI or not. You see, these advancements are coming during a super sub Gemini age within the overall age of Aquarius, causing communication and all devices involved in any kind of communication. And that's more than communication between people. This is communication between machines. This came about and was highlighted during this phase. This Gemini phase, micro age that I'm referencing, is going to be 15 years long. Trump is necessary to put in office for some reason. I haven't worked that reason out. I know that it's either for war and to condition the people to desire a softer character and perhaps maybe a woman. You see, his presidency will make the American public good and fresh and ready for a woman when he's done. You see what I'm saying? Because he's coming in with this iron hand shit, trying to restore America to a state that it was, the United States, pardon me, to a state that it was in back in the 80s and 90s, really. This is what I see. And where his ideas may be good for money on a corporate level, I don't know how that works for the common man, because AI is already beginning to push people out of certain jobs. People in tech are moving from cybersecurity to AI at drastic rates. You understand? Where cybersecurity was the biggest shit, now it's AI overnight. You said you had some questions for me, Lord.
Yeah. I was letting you do your thing. Tell me about, since we're talking so much about the United States, and I said I want to touch on some current events. What can you tell me, Rod, with Africa starting to wake up, Rod? We got some motion happening over there. What can you tell me?
About Burkina Faso.
What's happening in the stars with the mighty continent of Africa, man? They waking up.
Well, indeed. And, you used the right phrase, all right? All the signs of the zodiac point to different mind states. Aries points to you in your war state, your frustrated, your angry state. Cancer points to you in your emotional state. Leo points to you in a composed state, right? So when we think about the ages, we're in the age of Aquarius, which is the age of rebellion. I mentioned this earlier in this very broadcast. It represents rebellion and social upheaval, okay? Now, and because it pertains to groups of people and it pertains to freedom, liberty, and human rights and humanitarianism and things of this nature, during the age of Aquarius, during the sub-age of Libra, and the micro-age of Gemini, people are going to start to speak out about how they're being governed and what is fair and what is not fair. Okay? The great shift in the law occurred. See, I ain't trying to make this nigga seem prophetic because it ain't the character, it's the timing, right? It's the times for that. When Trump gets into office, that is Pluto in Aquarius in opposition to Leo. Okay? I said this a couple years ago when it first peeked his head in Aquarius and came back out, or when it was on its way into Aquarius. I said, Pluto opposing Leo itself is like the sun in Scorpio, or Pluto opposing the sun, or the sun in Aquarius with Pluto is going to really bring it to the fore a lot. But Pluto in Aquarius opposing Leo has a lot to do with the way we're raising our children. And I was like, because also Aquarius is the sign of the unconventional, the socially unacceptable, and the transfer, the process of things moving from socially unacceptable to socially acceptable, and or those things that are socially acceptable becoming socially acceptable. That whole idea of social acceptability, whether accepted or not, has to do with Aquarius. So because Pluto deals with sexuality, the first thing I said was, we're going to see a lot of these people growing sick and tired of the LGBTQ agenda and how it's taking such length. There's going to be mad pushback when Pluto gets into Aquarius. And I said to my wife, I said, because it opposes Leo, this has to do with children. So a lot of child abuse, a lot of child molestation issues, and the way we socially engage our children and raise and treat our children is going to come to the fore, like seriously, and maybe not in a positive light. And what do we see now? Parents killing their kids like it ain't nothing. Perverts getting caught for child molestation, child porn. All this stuff is like really heightening. And in my mind, it's like the band in the background playing. That shit always goes on. There's always some child abuse, some neglect and mistreatment and murder of children, infanticide and things of this nature, right? Infanticide. And I said, but it doesn't get attention like it's gonna get attention while the planets are in the signs that point to these things. And that's the real issue. Africa has been oppressed since the Punic Wars of Europeans and Asian minor countries have infiltrated the culture and have been oppressing and imposing their policies and customs and ways on the people of the continent of Africa. And it is, Africa reached its peak during the age of Leo. I mean, it was at a super peak, you know, where they was building pyramids. Leo was like from 11,507 BC to 9,000 BC and such, right? So this is where all the pyramids were built globally and stuff like that. So that culture flourished back then. Okay, in the age of Aquarius, it was a sun culture. They revered the sun. They used sun symbolism, and for kingship, they used the cosmic model for the hierarchy of their government. Okay, this all came about during the age of Leo, and thus it was peaking. It was global. It was a world order. Well, the world order, after 12,960 years, has flipped on itself 180 degrees. And we have the sign that the sun rules is setting in this concept. And the sign that the rule is monsters and technology and man-made things. And the unusual and unconventional and socially unacceptable is rising. And so what happens? As this has been occurring, really, the age of Aquarius since the 1453, since the 15th century. Okay, we've been in the age of Aquarius. They've been trying to destroy the culture of the sun people at an exponential rate, exponentially. Okay, so and for people that want to believe that racism is going away, it has never not been here. Okay, and it's never going anywhere. We're never going to have peace on earth and goodwill. We're all going to be sitting at a fucking Thanksgiving table like Charlie Brown, because you're going to have the nigga on the other side of the table. You dig? This is our planet. And every country has been infiltrated by mutants. I mean, people don't like to hear that terminology, okay? But everybody knows that the most original people on this planet all look like those brothers that are on the Andaman Islands. And this was so no matter where you went on the planet. It was a black planet. And because of the inclination of the poles, nothing that wasn't black could live on it. So when people talk about, man, we from Africa, we from Australia, we from Asia, we from America, 100,000 years ago, if we had a picture of the globe or the map, you wouldn't even be able to recognize North America. You wouldn't be able to recognize Africa. See, we can't say where we from because there was land where there's now the Indian Ocean. And there is now land where there was an ocean in Salt Lake, with Salt Lake in Nevada or Utah, wherever Salt Lake City is, right? Nevada, here in the United States. Is it Salt Lake City, Utah, or Colorado, or Nevada? I don't know. It's in the mountains.
Utah.
Okay, yeah. So it's out west, right? That was an ocean, an inland sea or ocean at one time. So whatever is living on the plains in America now and in the mountains wasn't living there then, because all that shit was underwater. So when we talk about and we want to argue and take pride about where we from this planet as far as we know. Okay? And we got, how can you say this? Oral tradition and say we came from the sky. We got oral tradition and say we came straight out the water. We got oral tradition and said we came out from underneath the earth and started living on the surface. I believe all the above is true to some extent. Okay? I believe all that. I accept all that as a possible absolutivity. All right? The point in the matter is man is evolving. Proof of the matter is that as the sun sign in the great age clock sets, so does the culture of the sun people set. Okay, I don't like that, but that's really what it is. You know, somebody said, man, you know, them Europeans came to America and they just decimated everybody over here with disease and it was genocide and they're trying to hide that and they don't want us to. And I'm like, you know, the Most High has a way of making his plan, the zodiac, unfold. You know, no matter where you look, when a thing is worn out, it is wiped out. So I'm calling my ancestors worn out. No, I'm calling the ways of the world order that they were living by was worn out. It was inevitable. America had not just gotten invaded by Europeans. 200 or 300 years before the Europeans got here, the Asiatic, the Siberians ran up in here on the Mound people. Okay, so there were all kinds of incursions happening and invasions happening all over because it was time for us to step out of that culture. It is the same right now for those people that refuse to adapt to the computer age. Pretty soon ain't gonna be no TV shows for you to turn on. Just like cassette tape. When cassette tapes came out, we were all using 8-track. Niggas wanted to hold on to that 8-track to the point my uncle still has his right now. We can go in his attic and find that shit. You see what I'm saying? So people don't want to let go of these old trends. But he, as much as he loves those 8-track, cannot find a single 8-track player in nary a pawn shop anywhere in the country, right? So this is how the collective consciousness of humanity moves forward. A lot of the things that we come up with that are actually useful remain throughout the ages. For example, meditation is a Gemini act. Yoga is a Sagittarian act. Well, during the age of Gemini, when Sagittarius was setting and Gemini was rising in the age of conceptualization, mental development and contorting the body came together as a means by which to facilitate some form of enlightenment. Okay? Now, that was developed 7,000, 9,000 BC or before. Okay? Or before then. And it just was written down or was canonized into a solid practice in the culture that we have received it from. Either way it goes, it appears to be Gemini Sagittarian. Well, the age of Gemini is fucking over, though. It's been over for like the last 8,000, 7,000 years or so, more than that, 11,000 years or so, right? So when you understand that, we still use writing. Writing came to us in the age of Gemini. We still domesticate animals and teach them to respond to verbal command like we did in the age of Gemini. See, that'll never go away because this is an ultimate useful property, okay? But those things about the age of Gemini that were useless have been wiped out, and there is no remnant of it. So when we look at today, and we're like, oh man, look at how technology is overtaking the culture of every people globally. Man, they get ready to bring the internet to the Amazon. To motherfuckers that ain't never seen a fucking computer. They gonna see the internet for the first time. You see, they getting ready to primitivate. I'm making words up as I go. They even bring these people out of their old world state into the new world, to the modern world, okay? This is an inevitability, and this year happens to highlight or put some focus on that observation, on that, on the fact that we are constantly evolving and now in a technological age, taking off and doing away with the old world order. This is why the Europeans were able to come and bring disease. Okay, in the age of Pisces, when Europe and Asia dealt with disease, America was blessed. We didn't have to deal with that. We dealt with the cultivation of drugs like ayahuasca and marijuana, heroin, cocaine. We dealt with these things while the whole world was over there killing each other. We took some of that over there, okay? We developed pharmaceutical science over here. We developed architectural science. So, but what we had not developed was the idea that the Most High didn't drink blood. You see? These people were still performing human sacrifice, practicing the religion of Moloch, really. you know, that you hear about in the Bible. It's the same thing, just a different form here in America. Giving babies to the gods, thinking that the baby would take, that the gods would appreciate the granting of that life as a sacrifice and allow the people to live on, right? Well, this type of thinking was not going to continue to flourish at the rate of the rest of the world was flowing and going. Christianity and Islam, Buddhism, and humanitarian concepts that far exceeded the humanitarianism cultivated here in this culture allowed us to get wiped out. So it is the same in smaller scale. It is identical in smaller scale. So, you know, technology is going to take over the economic situation pretty soon. I ain't even got to be in 10 years. All right, that we all gonna have our money on a card. Okay, all your shit is on a card like a credit card. All right, because it's more efficient. They're already doing it in some countries, so it's just bound to overcome. It's bound to happen. Big metropolises such as America are difficult. We're gonna run into a lot more public demonstration, aka riots and rebellion, because the course of the country is going to go through drastic change during his term and the next term. I don't know what got y'all thinking that Trump is some serious villain. They're all villains. And they all continue each other's policies to some extent, even when they compete with each other.
Right.
You know? Yeah, because if I put a legacy in place, just because I lose the election, that what I put in place is still rolling. And the next nigga has to manage that efficiently. He can't just come and say, okay, we're no longer paying attention to that. So if you look now, everybody think it's a joke. the war in Israel right now, that they're waging on the Palestinians, has spread to Iran. Iran and Israel, as we speak, are exchanging all kinds of fireplay, killing each other like hell, okay? This is the excuse that the United States has been looking for since whose administration, right? Since the last 5 or 6 administrations, to go over there in Iran and really democratize the place. Because that's what they're also doing in the age of Aquarius in the Libra Brother Shaman. It used to be we would conquer the United States. The United States would conquer a country or infiltrate, coup d'etat the country, and they would put a dictator in there. Or they would install a new king like they did in Saudi Arabia back in the day, right? So now they wipe out whatever kind of government you got and enforce a democratic voting system type of government. They've been wanting to do this in every Muslim country since the Crusades. See, and what people fail to realize too, these conflicts, these modern day conflicts that we see and engage in and see engaged in constantly on the internet and on TV and all that, that shit goes back to the Punic War, okay? When the Italians and the Greeks, the Dorians and the people that came there and usurped the Etruscans came to power, the Latins, okay? They wanted prevalence in the world too. And they wanted prevalence over the Mediterranean. This is what started the black-white wars in America. I mean, in the world, okay? Punic War was European against African. That's where, and the animosity started way before then. But the clash rose and finally cemented itself during the Punic War. So if you understand that, you want to understand how racism is and why it is. It has everything to do with the control of territory, okay? Everything. Because even within the bounds of Africa itself, where people are at conflict with another, because some of these people are from India and Asia. You see? What was I going to say? Variability creates diversity. Diversity creates separation. Separation creates animosity and hostility. And this is the nature of humanity. And what people really don't think, like, you know, they want this world to be as peaceful as the spiritual realm is after you're dead. Good luck with that. You know, we came down here for diversity. We came down here for the extremes of good and bad, hot and cold, wet and dry, soft and warm, cold and wet and such and such. Because there is no material existence without those extremes. And no sailor, no soul, no sailor develops these skills. No soul is going to evolve to develop its divinity without dealing with the challenges of the material world, because there ain't no pussy in heaven. Ain't no war in heaven. Ain't no conflict. Ain't nothing. Okay? Everything we get down here. Okay? So, and we can't wait to get here. Because look at us. We coming in by the millions every year, by hundreds of thousands a day. So it's obvious that this is the place to be to me. Okay? The pardon the sensibilities of everyone else who may not agree. This is just where my mind is. So when I look at the astrology, I see a constant spiraling pattern going on. And each loop of that spiral is called a volute, right? Each volute is composed of the same 12 energies. It's just done at a different place and time. So we can see this pattern repeating over and over and over again. I hope I conveyed that.
No, definitely. Yeah, definitely conveyed that excellently, my brother. Let me ask you a quick question. People compare when they see what's going on now. A lot of people say, "Oh man, this is the end of an era. This is the end of the current world as we know it." They use words like the global reset. The Earth there's gonna be a new Earth. They use new terms. I want to ask you, what was going on in the cosmos the last time when we had a great flood that devastated the planet? I think they said it was 11,000 years ago. What was popping? Yeah,
there's more than one flood, guys.
Well, that was the most recent one. They said 11,000 years ago.
Well, the one you're talking about is the flood in 9,600 BC, which is 11,000, 12,000 years ago, as a result of the Younger Dryad.
Yeah.
That was supposedly the flood that raised sea levels globally. But there are floods that occurred. The Gulf of Mexico was a deep green valley at one time, according to the Mesoamericans. And that was the flood that people want to say is Noah's flood, in my opinion. Okay? The flooding of, but what about the Mediterranean? It was not always water. And what about the Red Sea? It was not always a sea. You understand? It was a river at one time. It is now a fucking sea. So when you talk about the flood narrative, this is a multi-era, like it happened over the course of like 2,000 or 3,000 years in different spots everywhere continually. So while the water levels were rising. So when we talk about the flood, you have to be more specific to the location. But the grand flood that occurred at the end of the Younger Dryas was being touted the most as the flood. So I will assume that that's the one you're referencing. And so what were you going to ask me about that?
What was going on at that time period? I want to compare it to what's going on now and see if there's any alignments going on.
Okay. The beginning of the Ice Age started like in the age of Virgo, or even before then it started getting colder, because this is a product of the poles of the earth tilted. So we don't have history before 5,000 BC, thanks to the Roman Catholic Church and biodegradable material. All right, we don't have a record other than the geologic record to say what was going on, and we have the oral traditions of people globally who encase a memory of that day through their folklore. As far back as I can go back is to the flood and after. Okay, astrologically speaking, the age of Leo was supposed to be the age of kings, where gods walked the earth and all of this other stuff. I don't know how literally to take that stuff. You see what I'm saying? So I don't dabble in it long. I dwell where I can come with material facts. So what I do realize is that the oral traditions all over Asia, the oral traditions all over the Americas, the oral traditions all over Africa, 9,000 years ago, were about coming out of the water. Okay, most of them. I can't say all of them because some of them have sky origins, some of them have earth origins. Okay, but most of them that have come down to us and that are readily available to us in the libraries and on the internet and what have you, begin with a watery beginning, even in the Bible. Okay, this is the age of Cancer when the flood occurred. I do believe that they gave the sign of Cancer a water sign. And gave it rulership over floods in retrospect, not how can you say prior to experiencing the flood. They were like, this is when it was flooded. That was the age of the flood. So we're gonna call this sign water, and we're gonna see how often that indication planets rolling through that sign give us indication of water and what have you. Right after the age of Cancer, what you have is people recovering from that, people creating their histories and their oral traditions right there at the end of that flood. Because whatever happened to that society, the water washed it away. So these people were in small bands, small groups, Gemini, in couples and in twos and things of this nature. And even their oral tradition represents how can I say, mimics, repeats the astrological pattern. All right, like they say in the Bible, which begins in the age of Cancer, they say, and the Spirit of God moved across the face of the waters, and all was formed, without form and void. Okay, I'm paraphrasing here. Okay, well, that's a stellar symbolism that they're talking about there. Okay, because during the age of Cancer, age of the flood, the age of the water, there was no pole star. So darkness was upon the face of the deep. What was close to the poles was the constellation of the swan that the Egyptians held as a vulture and that the American Indians held as a spirit bird. Thus, when it says, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters and the face of the deep, and it was null and void, and the earth was without form and void, they're talking about their astrological event. Okay? And the astrological event marks a 3,703-year phase of time. Because there are only 7 constellations in the north, which the ancients adhered to that region more so than they do now. Okay. Now we have technology. Now we have compasses. Now we have gadgets and landmarks and a common knowledge of the directions. Where back 9,000 BC, 10,000, 11,000 BC, this knowledge was for the privileged. You see, it was held against the profane. It was hidden. It was only used by the elite and only shows up where the elite made and left a mark. Okay? So when they talk about the flooding, they're talking about the age of Cancer. I do believe that the earth went through a water displacement. However it happened, whether it happened by water gushing out of the center of the earth, the volume of ice and glaciers on this planet melting, I believe all of that contributes to it. And I'm not going to pick one narrative over another because nobody really knows how it happened. We just know that it happened. So I don't get into the how it happened. But what I see is after that, after the water in every oral tradition comes the domestication of animals and the refinement of the arts and sciences, and especially writing and communication. During the age of Gemini, Africa developed a form of communication that was the drums, okay? So they could speak over long distances. And when we look in books like Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man by Albert Churchwood. We find testimony of explorers, European explorers, that went into the interior of Africa and saw things that you niggas wouldn't believe today. Like, for example, they said they had to be guided from place to place by scouts. And they couldn't walk through this territory without scouts from this territory. And when it was time for them to move on to the next province, these scouts will use modern day Masonic symbols to communicate with each other. The North American Indian had a whole sign language thing that was from coast, understood by all the tribes from coast to coast, though their dialects are numbered in the hundreds, numbered into the thousands. They all understood the sign language. So this evolved in the age of Gemini. All of the ideologies that we use in our religions, I don't care if it's Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, atheism, all of this came to be recorded and developed from the age of Gemini moving forward. By the 2,160 years later, we get to the age of Taurus. We're cultivating agriculture and breeding cattle. Okay? By the time we get to the age of Aries, we're smelting iron. Okay? We done stepped through the Bronze Age. We smelting iron, and the art of war is a global phenomenon now, not just happening in scarce areas. Okay? And I'm talking about full-scale war, armies, not this village against that village. 200 niggas against 200 niggas over this stream, over the fish in the stream of Buffalo. We talking about armies of 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. This is age of Aries thing, okay? The dispersal, because we got evidence that iron was used back in the age of Taurus, back in the age of Gemini. We don't have evidence of it being used globally and being widespread until the age of Aries. And Aries is said to be the ruler of iron, okay? So man started implementing the uses of iron, and war spread globally everywhere. But we are now in the age of Aquarius, okay? So it's about nationhood. They want to make this whole planet one nation, global, one central global government. And believe me, it's going to get there, okay? Because during the age of Aquarius, which opposes Leo, it's only proper that you have one government to rule over all people. And because that's a natural inclination for the indication of this age, there are going to be factions for the next 2,000 years attempting to facilitate just that. I'm kind of dry. You gotta poke me again.
Yo, Rod, do you believe in reincarnation?
To death.
Do you think, have you used, like, I know, there's so many different systems, spiritual systems. Mm-hmm. There's a spiritual system. There's a brother named Q Reeves that called, he comes on the platform, past life regressions, where he's able to look into, I think that he taps into the subconscious to look into past lives.
I know a person who claims to be able to do that. I know them personally.
Yeah. Have you ever used astrology or your branch of science to look into your past life?
I have imagined what my past lives have been based upon the doctrine that I believe, based upon the astrological doctrine that I believe the doctrine of reincarnation comes from, right? And what I'm referencing is called Neuronia, Naronia, okay? Naronia, Neuronia, okay? It references the Naros, Naros, which is a 600-year, 19-day cycle of time, okay? And it is called the most perfect cycle because it represents a means by which to measure trends that occur every 600 years. Here goes an example. They say that every 600 years, a reformer comes to reform and advance and expand the spirituality of mankind. Okay? So you had Siddhartha Gautama. 600 years later, you got Confucius. 600 years later, you got Moses. 600 years later, you got Muhammad. Jesus. 600 years after that, you got Muhammad. 600 years later, you got all of these other religious movements and so-called prophets that they give. So my idea was, if they believe that a reformer comes back every 600 years, then the conditions under which a reformer is required to come back must also happen every 600 years. So it ain't just about catching the cycle of the Redeemer. Everybody got to come back every 600 years. I'm like, this got to apply to everybody. So what I did was I started looking for my duplicate chart in 600-year periods. So I found two of them. 1,800 years ago, October the 30th, before 1965, and 1,800 years after 1965, October the 30th. All three of these charts look very similar with regards to the inner planets. And where they're not identical, there is a theory, and it is a theory, that it takes the 4.32 billion years, which is a Mahayuga, right? It takes 4.32 billion years for the entire solar system to reset itself. I don't know how true that is, okay? Because it's a constantly expanding phenomenon, right? But along with that theory is the idea that eventually it's going to start to come back together. But at any rate, if that is true, then even if it ain't me coming back 1,800 years from now, it's a motherfucker that's a lot like me. And a nigga who look like me, gonna have scars in similar places that have scars, gonna have general attitude, projection that I have. And this is for every human being. So this is the reason why I accept. Now, I have recently been studying a whole bunch of theories, astrological theory pointing to reincarnation. The brother A.A. Rashid, God bless that brother, man. Okay, he already blessed him for real. Okay, phenomenal intellect. His brother is in California coming across books I never heard of. So he'll call me and be like, yo, God, you heard of this book? Woo, woo, woo. And he'll send it to me. You understand? So he sent me this book, Hermetic Astrology by Robert Powell. And that has a very interesting reincarnation factor in it that I've been exploring. I haven't fully explored it. I doubt I'll ever be able to do that. But what they were stating in the book is that Steiner used to use astrological alignment and to find these alignment cycles in later charts. For example, they say the position of Saturn in your chart in this life and the position of the sun in this life were switched in your last life.
Wow.
See? Yeah. So then there's another one coming out of this book that, okay, let's say I got Uranus at 0 degrees Aries and the moon at 0 degrees Libra. Well, in my next life, that opposition I'll have that somewhere else in the birth chart. But the opposition between the moon and Uranus is what you're looking for. My thing about that is, while I accept the idea of reincarnation, I do not believe yet, I am not convinced yet, that anyone is going to be able to pull up a birth chart and say, oh, this is what she was in the last life. Pow. Because you should know everybody's last life. You should know your own too. If you know mine, you better know your own. And you better be convincing. So, which is not going to be. I believe in reincarnation. I don't believe that the human being is capable of pinpointing lifetimes successfully or successively.
Indeed.
I know I took a long time to answer that question.
No, it was thorough. It was definitely thorough. So what do you see? You talked about Trump trying to bring back, this old style of America. What do you see with the immigration issue that a lot of people aren't pleased with? According to the stars, what do you see happening in the next I don't know, 5 years or whatever. Where's this immigration thing gonna go, you think?
Well, first, let me say that I explored immigration altogether. Okay, immigration has been a thing since Teddy Roosevelt, even before him. Every president uses it as a means. And what it really is this. The United States is a whoring ass country, right? In other words, bring me all your downtrodden, we'll get them niggas a job. We'll pimp them niggas out for you, you know? So send us your war-torn, your prisoners, send your outcasts, send us all that aren't outcasts. So what they do is they give work permits. And you're supposed to renew these work permits. But like normal, everybody doesn't want to go through the rigmarole. I'm here now. Fuck that shit. I don't need to go down to the office. I'm here sleeping every day. What they have done is gone back and found all the people that are living here that haven't renewed the permits, and they're kicking them out of here. Okay, every foreigner isn't getting kicked out of here. Why is that? Every immigrant isn't getting kicked out. See, and the reason why it seems deplorable and horrible because they're separating families. But really, it's like when the niggas go to jail for being pissy drunk, walking down the street. You should have stayed your ass home and drank. You know goddamn well there's police in the street. You're a fool if you think staggering in an S-curl in the middle of the street, that ain't gonna get you in trouble. It's the same way with immigration. All them people needed to do was renew their immigration cards. Those who didn't are being carried out of here, and nobody likes it. But nobody wants to say that's what it is. When a friend of mine, a student of mine, is from the Bahamas, lives in Canada now. He lives in Canada because he bought land there. So because he owns land, he has automatic entitlement to residency, right? But they can ship his ass back to Bermuda anytime they get good and fucking ready. Well, every president does this because there's a budget balancing going on. Trump did all that shit because he said, we can legally undo all this immigration, but using this immigration policy. That'll give us crazy money.
Los Angeles County just approved a $4 billion settlement for survivors of sexual abuse in juvenile detention.
To do this. So that's why they're doing it. Go do that, take all this money from that. We're going to use all that money for this over here. You see, this is what government does. They just don't like the way Trump is doing it. So to answer your question shortly, Trump ain't doing nothing that Obama, Clinton, Biden, Reagan, Carter, Nixon, Ford, all of them did this. So it only happens like once every 4 years, it looks like a big thing. But this is normal for the United States. So where do I think it's going to go? Right back to where it was. When they get to a point that they need a bunch of workers, they're going to let a bunch of them in here. When it gets to the point that they want to balance the budget again, they're going to push them back out of here. And it's a constant in and out, just like prison. They want that recidivism. You think they send you to jail because they don't want you to go? They send you, and they love that recidivism. They keep that industry going. This keeps the border patrol going, keeps the government with something to do. So there's never not going to be an issue with immigration in this country. It's even happening in other countries when people just up and want to relocate cross borders and they get removed back. There's an immigration issue in every country right now. That was the great alien invasion. You know, like they were talking about, some CIA agent was talking about how there's going to be an alien invasion. The government's going to stage this alien invasion using Project Bluebeam and what have you, right? And I said to my wares, you know, people ain't stupid enough for that yet. They need people to be really, really, really stupid to believe a Project Bluebeam. They can make it believable by detonating real bombs and all that stuff. But there are going to be people that just ain't going for that. So what do they do instead? All of the European countries, was y'all paying attention? Or was y'all just listening to the loud noise? All of the European countries, including America, had an influx of illegal aliens. They was just letting them niggas in like crazy. That right there show you like crazy that they was up to something, letting all them people in. There was no noise when all these people are crossing the border. All these people are robbing. They took over a housing project in Colorado here in the United States. You see it all over the internet when niggas from North Africa and West Africa were attacking and being attacked by the Europeans that they were encountering and what have you. Some of that stuff was uncalled for, like this here. But what that did was create tension amongst the citizens, and it created a sense of insecurity that the immediate response is always unity. So in order to unify the white people of America, or to unify the people that think like them, right? Or let's not even put color in it, to get everybody to turn Republican. They let the Democrats sour the shit by bringing all those immigrants in. That was the alien invasion. They had everybody feeling like it's not safe because they got all these aliens here. So it creates a need for government. You see what I'm saying? It creates a need for solidarity, for national solidarity. We got to get them foreigners out of here. So I believe that it's a hoax. It's a ploy to generate specific types of unity by letting the foreigners in, causing that panic, and then just getting rid of all of them once we get everybody thinking the same. They did the same thing with the Patriot Act in 9/11. Fuck, we can't get these people to violate their privacy. We can get them to beg for it. If we bomb the World Trade Center, they'll be begging us to surveil them. You see? So I believe that the great influx of immigrants was that, to mobilize the people to a political agenda, because now they're undoing it. Now that they've succeeded in reaching that mindset that they're looking for, they put them niggas out. Put them out. You see? Right. And they can always use them again.
Give me some questions. I want to take some questions from the family. We passed the hour mark. We're about an hour 15. I want to give you the opportunity to ask Rod some questions. So put some questions in the chat as we wait on the questions to pop up. Rod, tell the people how they could get at you. I see you got a number on the screen. Let them know how they could contact you, Rod.
Okay, you could call me any day between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time by this number, 516-881-6992. And I'm taking donations, okay? Because my kids is going beyond seconds now. They all get thirds and shit now. Because, being a parent only gets more and more expensive, okay?
Oh, shit.
Because as your children grow, they eat more, they want to do more, they want to have more. You understand? And so I'm taking all donations now. I'm begging, okay? The Egoist Media LLC. If you want to make a donation, go right ahead.
All right.
You don't need to drop no specific amount. Any help will do. Or buy a reading. I prefer that you buy a reading from me than donate, really. Come to me. You get in my class. You don't want to stay a perpetual client. Get in my class.
Indeed. Let's get to I seen one question. Give me some questions, y'all. I only seen one. Let me get to this first one. Are the stars a part of the simulation?
That's assuming that I subscribe to the simulation ideology, right? And if I did, then yes, the answer is yes. See, this is a simulation. Everything in existence is composed of atoms. Atoms have a nucleus that spin around at a rate, and electrons and or neutrons that also spin around that nucleus, creating a vacuum or vibratory frequency that gives a sense of materiality to this place. That is the simulation in my book. I don't believe that we are like the Matrix. That's a movie. That we're acting and through an avatar, and really we're locked in some chamber somewhere with all of our vitals being taken care of. I don't believe that. So I don't know what you mean by the simulation. This is the Most High's simulation.
All right. Next question. Which Hermetic astrology book does Ra have?
I have Hermetic Astrology, Volume 1 and 2 by Robert Powell. In Volume 2, he gets into the unprovable shit, astrology about reincarnation. But they are trying to rationalize it. And he relies on Rudolf Steiner's work. So ultimately, you're going to want to read some of Steiner's shit too, if you want to play with the numbers that they're using and the features that they're using to determine what is reincarnational indication and what is not.
Any update on regeneration with what's that word? How you say that? Exon? How do you say that word? You see it on the screen, Rob? Xenon?
I don't know what xenon bulbs are.
Right.
I'd have to look that up. I don't know anything about xenon bulbs. I know how to pronounce xenon though. But
somebody said, "What's up? Reparations for Black, the spiritual world on." You gotta get your grammar right, y'all.
No, I understand what they're asking for.
Okay.
You know, a couple things right there. Reparations for Black and the spirituality of our people, basically, is what he's focused on. I take that, and this is what I understand. So, reparations. See, you have to be able to identify yourself all the way back to get reparations. See, they really by disenfranchising the people of their identity, they were able to curtail the degree of reparations. So the strategy that I'm using is my lineage. I'm studying my lineage so that I can actually make a claim based on family and provable stuff. Because reparations, there's no such thing as Black people in love. See, Black people hate to hear that. You can't go up in court. I'm Black. I'm a descendant of slaves, so y'all owe me. Which slave? Which state? Which county? See, you get all that information, there goes your reparations. So the journey to receiving reparations is going to be based on our ability to prove in court, to make a claim, and a provable claim in court to referencing our right to those reparations. You see? Because there's no such thing as a Black American. So you go in there and tell me I'm a Negro, I'm a Black American, and y'all owe me money. You ain't getting shit. What plantation was your folks on? What state deprived you of your property? Where was the land that your ancestors had? Where was it? So you're going to have to do some genetics, and genetics is a hoax. You're going to have to do some kind of genetics that's going to connect you to a tribe head, and you're going to have to do the work that's necessary to paper-wise connect you to that tribe, and then you have a foundation for reparations.
All right. Let's get
When you say reparations, you're using government remedy for government fuck-up.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me get to this. There's a couple of these. All right. They want to know, how do they find the classes you have?
You call me at this number, 516-881-6992, any day between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Call me at that phone number. If you don't catch me when you call, understand I'm busy as fuck, man. And I'm a one-man company, right? So you might have to call back, because when you call, I'm on the phone with somebody else. So you might have to try more than once to reach me. But when you reach me, you state your intention. I want to study cosmophysics. I'm going to make sure that you understand what you're coming into. This is not typical astrology. This is my brand, what I've developed from the astrological practice. So it's not going to be the same as what you read in your astrology book. Okay, I promise you it's much more efficient. But nonetheless, it ain't going to be what you got typically from your astrology book. So it requires a serious student mindset, because we're doing research. You get homework in my class, and niggas that don't do homework get expelled. unequivocally. I don't have no problem with booting anybody that wastes my time. You know, I'm an old man now. How much time you think I got left here? Right? So if you're serious about studying it and you're diligent, come on.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
You don't have to be super intelligent. I'll make a concession for that. But you must be thirsty. You must. So all you need to do is call me and express interest. And be serious as a motherfucker. Be serious as hell.
All right, let's get to, I got one super chat today. So I want to thank the Aquarius Theory. And their question is, with this Jupiter and Cancer squaring Saturn, Neptune in Aries, what are your thoughts on the current events setting the stage for the next 12 months?
That's deep because it depends. You know, I'm a genethliacal astrologist. So the first thing I go is what are people go to is what are people going to go through, right? And for those people that have a good alignment of planets in water and earth signs, regardless of the other planets, if you have a good foundation in water and earth, this transit through Cancer by Jupiter is going to be remarkably rewarding or opportunity offering. You're going to get the opportunity to expand your base of operation. Depends on where Cancer falls in your birth chart. You understand? And for people who have a lot of planets in the cardinal signs, and that's what you're referencing here, okay? The Saturn, Neptune, and Aries is a cardinal sign. Jupiter and Cancer is a cardinal sign. This points to the most material manifestation, first of all, because they're in cardinal signs. They're in angular signs, okay? You understand that first. So now you analyze what Jupiter is in harsh aspect, an uneasy aspect to Saturn and Neptune. Saturn and Neptune in Aries talks about the military globally for humanity, okay? We're going to get more into biological weapons